Cheng Xi is forced into a marriage of convenience, traded like a pawn to bring luck to a dying man. Her groom, Pei Yinzhou, lies on his deathbed. Everyone expects her to become a wealthy widow, and she herself plans to vanish with a massive dowry. Yet on their wedding night, the miraculously impossible happens. Pei Yinzhou awakens. To her horror, his first demand is a divorce and the return of the dowry. He soon discovers his seemingly docile bride is a sharp-tongued vixen. Their battle over divorce takes an unexpected turn. He snarls, "Sign the papers." Now, she merely smiles sweetly and asks, "Of course, but first, shall we settle my fees?" Night nursing, emotional distress, youth compensation. Chapter 1. The groom wakes. The Pei family mansion was draped in festive red, but an eerie silence hung where joyful chatter should have been. Scarlet silks fluttered mournfully in the wind, adorning a wedding devoid of well-wishers. In the center of the opulent hall, Cheng Xi stood in her brilliant red wedding gown. Her partner in the ceremony was a rooster, its leg tied with a red ribbon. The bird squawked and flapped, a living mockery of the farcical event. "Bow to heaven and earth," the master of ceremonies announced, his voice echoing in the nearly empty space. Cheng Xi lowered her eyes and slowly bent forward toward the fowl. She should have felt humiliation. Instead, a strange calm settled over her. This was a transaction. The reward was 2 billion, enough to buy back any dignity lost today. Bow to the parents. Mr. and Mrs. Pei sat stiffly on their gilded chairs. Their expressions were a complex mix of desperate hope and barely concealed disdain for the bride. Bow to each other. Cheng Xi completed the final bow to the rooster. Beneath her red veil, the corner of her mouth twitched upward, just a little longer. Once Pei Yinzhou drew his last breath, she would be free and incredibly rich. As the ceremony concluded, Mrs. Pei grasped Cheng Xi's hands. The older woman's fingers were ice cold, trembling slightly. "Azo is upstairs. Go and stay with him." Cheng Xi nodded obediently, her oval face softening into a docile smile. With her sweet features and innocent doe eyes, she perfectly embodied the harmless, biddable girl they expected. "Look at her face, so full of fortune. She might truly turn his luck around," a relative whispered. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the small crowd, as if they were trying to convince themselves. Cheng Xi lowered her gaze to hide her scorn. She climbed the grand staircase and pushed open the heavy carved door at the end of the hall. The room was spacious and luxuriously appointed, but the air carried the sharp, sterile scent of antiseptic. A young man lay motionless in a large bed. His skin was parchment white, his lips devoid of color. He resembled a beautifully sculpted marble statue. Cheng Xi approached the bedside and studied him. Even hovering at death's door, he was arrestingly handsome. Shamed to waste such a fine specimen, she muttered under her breath. She reached out to check his breathing. It was so faint she could barely feel it. "Is he all ready?" Frowning, she leaned closer, her face inches from his. Gently, she used her fingers to lift one of his eyelids. Suddenly, the eye beneath her touch flew open. A dark, focused pupil locked onto her with hawk-like intensity. "Ah!" Cheng Xi shrieked, stumbling backward. Her foot caught on a chair leg, sending her and the chair crashing to the floor. The housekeeper rushed in, gasping when she saw the scene. "Young master is awake." A flurry of footsteps followed. Mrs. Pei was the first to burst in. Seeing her son conscious, she burst into tears of joy. "Yinzhou, my son, Master Su was right. The luck-bearing marriage worked." Mr. Pei, though more composed, also had tears in his eyes. "Call an ambulance. Cheng Xi, you go with him to the hospital. Your presence is what helped him improve." Cheng Xi stood frozen, her mind blank. So much for widowhood. That 2 billion is now dangerously hot to handle. The wail of the ambulance siren pierced the night. Still in her wedding dress, Cheng Xi sat in the hospital waiting room, looking like a lost bride. The emergency room doors swung open. A doctor emerged, removing his mask with an expression of pure astonishment. "It's a miracle. Not only is Mr. Pei conscious, all his vital signs are stabilizing." Mrs. Pei excitedly grabbed Cheng Xi's hands. "Cece, you are our family's lucky star." The doctor shook his head helplessly. "This is a medical miracle. It has nothing to do with superstition." "Nonsense." Mrs. Pei sharply cut him off. "If not for my daughter-in-law's auspicious presence, how could my son have cheated death?" Cheng Xi forced a smile, inwardly groaning. The VIP room was oppressively quiet late at night. Cheng Xi lay on the makeshift cot, tossing and turning. Her phone vibrated. The screen showed sister. She slipped out into the hallway to answer. "Cheng Xi, are you insane? Why'd you take my place?" Cheng Yu's voice was thick with worry and tears. 2 billion, sis. Once he died, I could take the money and disappear. Cheng Xi said, feigning nonchalance. And now? I heard he woke up? Yep, Cheng Xi sighed, looking at the ceiling. Lucked him right back to life. A long silence stretched on the other end. What if the Pei family discovers your true identity? Don't worry, I'll get a divorce quickly. Hanging up, Cheng Xi leaned against the cold hospital wall and released a heavy sigh. Moonlight streamed through the corridor window, casting her long, lonely shadow. Chapter 2. Divorce Me. The next morning, Cheng Xi woke with dark circles under her eyes. Mrs. Pei stood by her cot, her gaze tender. Good child, you watched over Yinzhou all night, didn't you? You worked hard. The lady of the house personally smoothed Cheng Xi's disheveled hair. Cheng Xi lowered her eyes guiltily. After washing up, she dawdled her way back to the hospital room. The Pei family clustered around the bed, their joy palpable. The nurse beamed. Mr. Pei is fully alert now. A knot tightened in Cheng Xi's stomach. She crept closer, hovering by the doorway, to eavesdrop. Mrs. Pei was holding her son's hand, weeping. My heart was shattered these past days you were unconscious. I'm sorry for worrying you. Pei Yinzhou's voice was weak, but clear. This time, it's all thanks to Cici, if not for her luck-bearing. Cici? The man frowned. Your new wife. The Cheng family's daughter, Mr. Pei explained. Pei Yinzhou's face darkened instantly. Luck-bearing marriage? Preposterous. I would have woken up regardless. The marriage is registered. It's done, Mr. Pei stated firmly. Pei Yinzhou snorted coldly. The Cheng family was clearly after those 2 billion. Mr. Pei turned and noticed Cheng Xi lurking outside. Cici, come in. Steeling herself, Cheng Xi entered and met Pei Yinzhou's scrutinizing stare. He narrowed his eyes, assessing her. Oval face, doe eyes, soft cheeks. Mother, father, please leave us. I wish to speak with her alone. Mr. Pei looked like he wanted to protest, but his wife pulled him from the room. The moment the door shut, the air turned to ice. You married me for the money? For this luck-bearing farce? Pei Yinzhou got straight to the point. I'll add another 50 million. Divorce me. Cheng Xi blinked, then nodded promptly. Okay. Her immediate agreement took him aback. He recovered with a derisive sneer. As expected, a gold digger. Who wouldn't have her eyes open for money? Cheng Xi retorted innocently. It's not like I'm blind. Sharp tongue. His eyes grew colder. Cheng Xi tilted her head, studying him. Did the car crash damage your brain? What did you say? His face clouded over with fury. Am I wrong? Cheng Xi met his glare squarely. My marrying you was a transaction. If not for the 2 billion, why would anyone agree to be a widow for hire? Cheng Xi, enraged, Pei Yinzhou tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Instinctively, Cheng Xi reached out to steady him. He violently shoved her hand away. Get out. I'll have the divorce papers drawn up tomorrow. Transfer the money, and I'll sign immediately. Cheng Xi replied flatly, withdrawing her hand. Pei Yinzhou looked at her with utter contempt. Don't worry. I won't short a money-grubbing woman like you. It's just business, young Master Pei. No need to be so unpleasant. Cheng Xi turned, the skirt of her dress swishing gracefully. I'm not Guanyin Bodhisattva, here to save your lofty soul. The door clicked softly shut behind her. A split second later, the sound of shattering glass erupted from the room. Cheng Xi stood outside, a faint smile touching her lips. Chapter 3. The Threat. Cheng Xi returned to the Cheng residence and changed out of her wedding dress. The girl in the mirror had clear, bright eyes, showing no trace of the timid, luck-bearing bride. That evening, Cheng Zhouhua returned from work. Seeing Cheng Xi, he couldn't hide his surprise. You're back. Don't tell me Pei Yinzhou he's awake. Cheng Xi cut him off, and he wants a divorce. Cheng Zhouhua stared, momentarily stunned, then elation spread across his face. He's got 9 lives. Our Cheng family is going to prosper. Fang Qiu stood to the side, venturing timidly. It's Cici who's lucky. Lucky? Cheng Zhouhua shot his stepdaughter a sidelong glare. If not for me, you and your mother would still be struggling in the slums. Cheng Xi placed a steadying hand on her mother's trembling arm, her smile sweet. Uncle, we've always been grateful for your kindness. So about that 2 billion dowry, don't you think I should get, say, 500 million? 500 million? Cheng Zhouhua laughed as if she told the funniest joke. You're dreaming, Uncle. Cheng Xi tilted her head, her eyes wide and guileless. If not for me, you wouldn't have those 2 billion. 500 million is more than fair. Cheng Zhouhua's face turned purple with rage. He whirled on Fang Qiu. Look what you've taught your daughter. Fang Qiu paled, frantically tugging at Cheng Xi's sleeve. Unmoved, Cheng Xi maintained her smiling facade. My mother can't control me. But uncle, what if the Pei family finds out they married a pseudonym? Cheng Zhouhua's pupils contracted. He lowered his voice to a menacing hiss. Are you threatening me? How could I? Cheng Xi played with the hem of her top. I'm just reminding you, uncle, to quit while you're ahead. Cheng Zhouhua stared at her, as if truly seeing his stepdaughter for the first time. You have 3 days to get me the money. Cheng Xi's voice was soft, but every word was distinct. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whose name I'll sign on the divorce papers. Dusk settled outside, shrouding Cheng Zhouhua's twisted expression in shadow. Cheng Xi stood at the border between light and dark, smiling like a little fox that had just stolen the prize. Chapter 4. Taking her back, Uncle Cheng. I am not a donkey to meekly accept such a meager offering and obediently heed your commands. Besides, had I not stepped forward, the Pei family would have likely pursued you with even greater troubles, let alone the 200 million. Cheng Xi's words were as piercing as pearls, compelling Cheng Zhouhua to feel an urge to silence her, yet he found himself utterly powerless against her. Fine, I shall transfer 50 million to you tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. Cheng Xi replied with honeyed words. Cheng Zhouhua, seething with anger, turned on his heel and departed. Once her husband left, Fang Qiu tugged at her daughter. Cici, do not hold it against Uncle Cheng. He's been in a foul mood lately due to matters concerning Chengyu. Moreover, with such a large sum, he worries that if he gives you too much, you might take me away. Mother, do not overestimate your own significance, Cheng Xi retorted. 200 million. Who would willingly part with such a sum? Fang Qiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, he has been good to the both of us. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even have had the opportunity to pursue your studies. Ah, mother, you cannot solely focus on his contributions. You handle the household chores, care for his daughter, tasks meant for a wife or a maid. Yet you do it all without taking any of his money. What kind of free wife could he find elsewhere? Cheng Xi remained unconvinced. She believed her mother to be overly naive, akin to women of a bygone era. Besides, it was his fortune and her fortune, and she had saved the Cheng family. Cheng Xi felt justified in her stance. Fang Qiu found herself momentarily speechless. The following day, while Cheng Xi was still indulging in her slumber, Fang Qiu knocked on her door. Cici, someone from the Pei family has arrived. Coming. Cheng Xi sprang from her bed. Quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face, her spirits lifted as she emerged. The visitor from the Pei family was a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of a business elite. Miss Cheng, greetings. I am Assistant Yang Kai to young Master Pei. The assistant extended his business card, which Cheng Xi glanced at, noting the name. We have come to discuss the matter at hand. Considering the 50 million promised by Pei Yanzhou, Cheng Xi led Yang Kai to the balcony to prevent the Cheng family from eavesdropping. At first, Yang Kai was perplexed, but once they were alone, the innocent-looking young lady before him asked, Has young Master Pei's money been transferred? I will only sign once it is confirmed. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. Are young ladies today truly this astute? No wonder experts claim this generation is remarkably aware. Indeed, young Master Pei has decided against the divorce, Yang Kai replied, and he could visibly see the color drain from the young lady's fair face, as if she had lost both her father and mother. That is impossible, Cheng Xi exclaimed, panic-stricken. Young Master Pei particularly dislikes me. He even told me to leave. Yang Kai chuckled. He once told me to leave as well. Yet here I am, still employed. Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Cheng Xi pulled out her phone to check the calendar. Do not bother looking. It is old Master Pei who disapproves. Leaving young Master Pei with no choice, Yang Kai stated. I am here to escort you back. Cheng Xi felt an icy chill in her heart. Was a divorce supposed to be a good thing? The Pei family seemed intent on having her come over to dispel the bad luck. But now that the truth had dawned on her, she realized that the Cheng family simply did not measure up. Your words are futile. Yang Kai remains unmoved. Pei Xiao has stated that you must return. Otherwise, the Cheng family could be crushed in an instant. Cheng Xi's heart ached with despair. The Cheng family had indeed shown her kindness, and she was not the type to be ungrateful. Fine, I will pack my things and return with you. Cheng Xi replied weakly as she retreated to her room to gather her belongings. Upon hearing that Pei Yanzhou was unwilling to divorce, Cheng Zhouhua and Fang Qiu's expressions darkened. As she collected her clothes, Cheng Zhouhua anxiously urged, Cheng Xi, you must find a way to persuade Pei Yanzhou to divorce you quickly, or make him fall in love with you. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep the truth of not being the Cheng family's eldest daughter hidden for long. I will try to make him dislike me instead. Cheng Xi sighed, acknowledging that getting Pei Yanzhou to love her was more challenging than reaching the moon. An hour later, Cheng Xi was returned to the VIP ward of the hospital. Remarkably, After a couple of days of recuperation, Pei Yinzhou appeared rejuvenated, dressed in luxurious sleepwear. He reclined on the hospital bed. Upon her arrival, he coldly mocked, "You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself. I wonder what schemes your Cheng family employed to force my father into making me unable to divorce you." Cheng Xi was taken aback and rendered speechless by such a twisted accusation. Indeed, how could the Pei family be so inept? She retorted, "Isn't it amusing how your illustrious family can be so easily manipulated by our humble Cheng family? If we were truly that formidable, perhaps we would have already supplanted the Pei family as the new elite of Sioux City." Just then, Yang Kai, who had entered to help her with her luggage, caught her words and burst into laughter. However, upon sensing the ominous glare directed at him, he immediately feigned a violent cough. Pei Yinzhou's expression, which had improved, now darkened even further with rage. "Yang Kai, why did you bring her here? Isn't my father fond of her? Send her to the ancestral home so he can have his fill of her." Yang Kai, internally grumbling, realized that he was the target of Pei Yinzhou's ire. Nevertheless, he explained helplessly, "The old master instructed me to bring the young mistress here to cultivate their relationship. All she does is infuriate me." Pei Yinzhou glared at Cheng Xi fiercely. Cheng Xi blinked innocently. The traditional medicine says that anger promotes blood circulation and dispels ailments. "You see, your voice is louder than before, indicating that your blood is flowing more freely now." Yang Kai, trembling slightly, closed his eyes. The chill radiating from Pei Yinzhou nearly froze him in place. Yet, the young mistress remained blissfully unaware. He finally understood why Pei Yinzhou had wreaked havoc in the ward the previous day. "Get out. Go to the other room. I do not wish to see you." Pei Yinzhou seethed, grabbing a cup from the table and hurling it at Cheng Xi. She frowned and dodged, replying, "As if I wanted to see you." Cheng Xi picked up her suitcase and went next door. Pei Yinzhou beckoned Yang Kai to approach the bedside, lowering his voice to inquire, "Was she particularly joyful when you brought her back?" Yang Kai swallowed hard, unable to speak the truth. Pei Yinzhou pressed him further. Yang Kai hung his head, revealing no signs of happiness, as though bereaved of his parents. Pei Yinzhou scoffed, tugging at his collar, feigning innocence. Yang Kai sighed internally. Delusions are indeed a malady. Yet Pei Xiao remained oblivious to his own condition. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Cheng Xi marveled at the Pei family's affluence, noting that even the hospital rooms resembled suites. She chose a lounge, as Pei Yinzhou wished to avoid her company, and she felt no desire to encounter him either. Instead, she settled in to write her thesis and play video games. When hunger struck, she ordered takeout, and when thirst beckoned, she indulged in a cup of milk tea. During Pei Yinzhou's recovery, he often heard the delivery person's voice at the door announcing, "Your fried chicken wings have arrived. Your peach milk tea is here. Your durian pizza has arrived." Most infuriatingly, Pei Yinzhou had a particular aversion to the scent of durian. "Cheng Xi, come here," he bellowed, his head throbbing from the odor. There was no response from the other side. Chapter 5. Underhanded Tactics. Pei Yinzhou had no choice but to call the nurse to fetch her. After half a minute, the nurse returned, reporting dutifully, "Madam said she would come over once you learn to use polite language." Veins throbbed at Pei Yinzhou's temples as he rubbed his temples. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his elder brother, Pei Heong, calling. "Are you in the hospital? My wife and I are coming to see you." "Yes," Pei Yinzhou replied, squinting, then turned to the nurse, instructing her to tell Cheng Xi that he was inviting her over. Upon receiving the message, Cheng Xi was taken aback for a moment. However, given his courteous invitation, she made her way over, half a piece of uneaten durian pizza in hand. Pei Yinzhou's expression soured instantly. He covered his nose and exclaimed, "Why did you bring that? Dispose of it. You truly lack taste. How can you not appreciate such a delightful delicacy?" Considering he was a patient, Cheng Xi hastily stuffed the pizza into her cheeks, her round face puffed out, with crumbs adorning the corners of her mouth, creating a surprisingly endearing sight. Yet, the lingering odor caused Pei Yinzhou's handsome features to contort in distaste. "Keep your distance. Let us discuss matters at hand." Cheng Xi did not press closer. Pei Yinzhou continued, "My uncle and aunt will be visiting soon. Behave politely and remember to greet them. Don't tarnish my reputation, understood? Is that all?" Cheng Xi replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I am far more polite than you." With that, she turned and retreated back into the lounge. Pei Yinzhou's temper flared, but he took a deep breath, allowing a cold smile to creep across his face. In the evening, Pei Heong and his wife, Zhao Yashan, arrived bearing numerous packages. "Please, have a seat," Pei Yinzhou invited. Pei Yinzhou tilted his handsome chin slightly, signaling Cheng Xi to approach and greet the guests. She recognized the couple from their previous wedding ceremony, although introductions had been lacking at that time. Cheng Xi stepped forward, nodding politely, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Suddenly, Pei Heong sputtered, spraying tea across the table as he coughed uncontrollably. The middle-aged woman beside him frowned, patting his back in concern. Pei Yinzhou struggled to suppress his laughter, his lips twitching, revealing two charming dimples. For once, he felt a sense of triumph over Cheng Xi, who had often exasperated him. Cheng Xi was bewildered. Had she made a mistake? Wasn't it Pei Heong who had introduced them as his uncle and aunt? Pei Yinzhou, attempting to maintain a serious facade, chastised her playfully. "You've addressed them incorrectly. They're my elder brother and sister-in-law." Meeting his gaze, Cheng Xi could sense the malice lurking in his eyes. How could a man resort to such underhanded tactics? It was utterly shameless. With a pout, she defended herself. "But you said your uncle and aunt would come over." "What did I ever say that?" Pei Yinzhou rebuked, his tone heavy with disappointment. "Can't you think for yourself? My parents look to be in their 60s or 70s. How strange would it be for me to have a brother in his 40s? Cheng Xi quickly grasped that he would deny it to the end. Furthermore, his performance was rather convincing. She feigned a trembling body, her eyes welling up. "I'm so sorry, darling. It's my fault for being so foolish. Please don't be angry." With that, she lowered her head and discreetly wiped away a tear. The scene before Pei Yinzhou made him question whether she had graduated from a drama academy. "Don't cry. It's really not a big deal," Pei Heong chimed in, noticing the delicate young lady in front of him was in tears. "Yinzhou was born when my mother was over 40. When I visited his school, people often mistook me for his father." However, Zhao Yashan, his sister-in-law, interjected with displeasure. "Didn't you bother to learn about the Pei family's circumstances before marrying? You rushed into this marriage without a clue." Cheng Xi, sniffling, quietly explained, "I didn't really know much." Zhao Yashan scoffed. "Your mother urged the Pei family several times to marry you off sooner. Didn't she mention anything to you?" Referring to Cheng Yu's mother. Cheng Xi felt a pang of guilt but remained silent, choosing not to provoke further missteps. "All right, Cheng Xi isn't at fault. She is just young." Pei Heong offered in consolation. "Yes, she is young. While I'm the elder here," Zhao Yashan retorted with a derisive laugh, brushing off her husband's hand and rising to leave. "Don't take it to heart. She has been going through menopause these past few years," Pei Heong gently remarked before pursuing his wife. In the hospital room, only two individuals remained. Cheng Xi let out a sigh of relief and cast a disdainful glance at Pei Yinzhou. "Young Master Pei, I believe you have made an erroneous choice in gender." "What do you mean?" Pei Yinzhou's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, his instincts warning him. "One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Have you never seen empresses in the palace? Your tricks are reminiscent of the manipulative tactics employed by those women in the imperial harem," Cheng Xi retorted. Pei Yinzhou felt a twitch at his temple. This was akin to being insulted like a venomous woman. "Can you blame me? It is your own folly. You believe everything I say," he scoffed. "With such idleness, perhaps you should consume less milk tea and pizza, which dulls the mind, and instead indulge in walnuts and pig brains." "Listen to how harsh and malevolent your words are," Cheng Xi exclaimed, her round eyes wide with indignation. Her oval face puffed up in anger. Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow, feeling his mood considerably uplifted. However, this sentiment was fleeting, as Cheng Xi proceeded to devour 2 slices of durian pizza while seated on the edge of the bed. "Honey, this pizza is absolutely delightful. Would you care for a bite?" she called out. Why does it smell so good?" The aroma of durian wafted into Pei Yinzhou's nostrils, triggering a sharp pain in his head and a wave of nausea. He abruptly yanked Cheng Xi towards him, only to heave violently, expelling the contents of his stomach all over her. "Ah!" A woman's scream echoed through the hospital room. Chapter 6. Discharge when the doctor arrived. Cheng Xi was in the restroom, scrubbing clothes with a look of disgust on her face. Pei Yinzhou lay on the hospital bed, his complexion pale and appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Remembering the nurse's report, the doctor asked with resignation, "Young Master Pei, shall I notify your parents?" Imagining his parents, both in their 60s with graying hair, rushing to the hospital, Pei Yinzhou weakly shook his head. The doctor sighed. I believe it would be unwise to engage in self-destructive behavior. After all, they are not children anymore. Cheng Xi, with tear-filled eyes, poked her youthful face out from the restroom. Doctor, I am merely 20 years old and still a student. At a glance, one could easily mistake her for 18. The doctor cleared his throat, reminding himself that regardless of age, Pei Yinzhou was still hospitalized. Please do not put him in harm's way again. He is allergic to the taste of durian. Moreover, young Master Pei, you should focus on healing yourself. You are approaching 30. Refrain from further torment. The doctor refrained from voicing the latter part of his thoughts. After his departure, Pei Yinzhou fixed Cheng Xi with an expression difficult to articulate. You are only 20 years old. No, I am 22. Cheng Xi corrected, knocking on the restroom threshold earnestly. Pei Yinzhou breathed a sigh of relief. While still young, she was at least slightly older. Then why deceive the doctor? Isn't it understandable that a younger person might act foolishly? Cheng Xi blinked her watery eyes. Unlike you who, despite your advanced age, remains unashamed, she added. Pei Yinzhou felt his blood pressure rising again. The attentive nurse glanced nervously at Cheng Xi. Please, do not provoke him further. Very well. Cheng Xi nodded slightly. Pei Yinzhou, you are also a patient. Shall we agree to a truce for now? I am aware that you harbor no affection for me, and truth be told, I do not particularly like you either. You may find this hard to believe, but I can swear to the heavens that my marriage to you is solely for the sake of those 2 billion. Pei Yinzhou took a deep breath, calming himself as he scrutinized the woman before him. For some inexplicable reason, he found her words quite displeasing. What did she mean? Was he not alluring enough to warrant 2 billion? Never mind. If she were to become infatuated with him, that would be troublesome. After all, he already had an abundance of admirers. Seeing him fall silent, Cheng Xi continued, logically, we should collaborate. We share a common goal, divorce. Pei Yinzhou nodded in agreement. What do you propose? I believe that since your father is the one preventing our divorce, I must make him dislike me. Cheng Xi reasoned. We are currently in the hospital and cannot see your father. It will be best to wait until you recover and return to the ancestral home. Once your father and I are in close proximity, I will devise a plan to make him despise me. With your personality, you need not even try. He will dislike you regardless. Pei Yinzhou interjected. Cheng Xi pretended not to hear him. So for now, let's agree to a truce. Are you begging me? Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow. Not at all. What gives you that impression? Cheng Xi retorted. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Yinzhou nodded. In that case, I shall temporarily acquiesce. Cheng Xi felt exasperated. This insufferable proud man. May I ask, how old are you, Pei Xiao? Pei Yinzhou narrowed his eyes, seemingly predicting her next words, and with a slight parting of his lips, he retorted, none of your business. I suspect you might only be 18, Cheng Xi chuckled. Is this your idea of a truce? Pei Yinzhou's icy gaze swept over her. Cheng Xi wished to counter that he failed to exhibit any sign of reconciliation. However, after a moment's reflection, she considered that if Pei Yinzhou were to become agitated in the hospital, the Pei family might very well demand her to pay the price. It was best to let a gentleman not stoop to the level of a petty person. Cheng Xi returned to her room. In the following days, she and Pei Yinzhou refrained from speaking and made a concerted effort to avoid each other, finally reaching a state of uneasy peace until Pei Yinzhou was discharged from the hospital. The driver personally escorted them back to the Pei family ancestral home. Cheng Xi felt overwhelmed at the prospect of living under the same roof as Pei's parents and Pei Heong. Initially, she had anticipated that upon becoming a widow, she would leave the ancestral home and have little interaction with the Pei family. Yet, she was taken aback as events unfolded towards an unpredictable future. Remember what you said, Pei Yinzhou remarked coolly as he cast her a sidelong glance. What? Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback. Pei Yinzhou's expression shifted slightly. You haven't forgotten your intention to make my father dislike you, have you? Cheng Xi blinked. But did you not say that even without my doing anything, your father would dislike me? Pei Yinzhou frowned, his countenance darkening. It has been quite a number of days since this incident, and this woman's heart is as small as a needle's eye. Cheng Xi, I hope you will adhere to your words. Taking a deep breath, Pei Yinzhou slowly parted his lips, declaring, I do not love you, and even if you cling to me shamelessly, I shall not spare you a glance. If you are hoping to inherit my fortune after my demise, I regret to inform you that I would rather donate it to a foundation than leave you a single cent. Do affluent individuals believe they possess an irresistible charm? Cheng Xi couldn't help but mutter softly. The car was enveloped in silence, and Yang Kai, driving ahead, nearly burst into laughter once more. During these few days of brief acquaintance, he discovered that the young mistress was quite adept at retorting. Indeed, through the rearview mirror, Pei Xiao's expression was notably displeased. Yet, since encountering the young mistress, he had not once appeared content. The vehicle entered the ancestral home, where Pei father and Pei mother, along with Zhao Yashan, have been waiting for some time. "My son, you have finally been discharged safely from the hospital," Pei mother said, her eyes reddened as she grasped her son's hand. "How is your health? Is there any discomfort?" "I feel discomfort in my chest," Pei Yinzhou replied with a pained expression. Alarmed, Pei mother exclaimed, "How can you feel unwell? Have you had a checkup with the doctor?" "Mother, it is not a physical ailment." Pei Yinzhou glanced at the woman behind him. "My discomfort arises from seeing a certain person," Pei mother responded, while Zhao Yashan remarked sarcastically, "If I had to face someone I dislike daily, I would feel quite uneasy as well." Pei father shot a fierce glare at his daughter-in-law. At that moment, Cheng Xi stepped forward, her small face serious as she said, "Father, there are no feelings between Yinzhou and me. My previous agreement to marry was solely to avoid offending the Pei family. Now that he has emerged from danger, I believe there is no need for us to continue this charade." Pei father listened with satisfaction, saying, "My child, you are honest and straightforward. I appreciate that. No, such a wonderful child as you must not be taken for granted by our Yinzhou. You should remain in our Pei family. If he is dissatisfied with you, he may leave on his own." Pei Yinzhou glared fiercely at Cheng Xi, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wished to tear her apart. Cheng Xi shivered unexpectedly, realizing that Pei father was growing increasingly fond of her, which was not her intention. "Father, enough. After spending so many days in the hospital, let's go inside and have a meal." Pei father waved his hand, signaling the servants to carry their luggage into the room. Once seated in the dining room, Pei Yinzhou leaned closer to Cheng Xi, his icy lips whispering in her ear, "You are quite cunning." Cheng Xi felt as though she had consumed bitter herbs, utterly speechless. Chapter 7. Confrontational. Before long, elder brother Pei Heong returned from work. Tonight's meal was particularly sumptuous. Cheng Xi had previously lived in the Cheng family, where the food was not lacking, yet it paled in comparison to that of the Pei family. However, Cheng Xi dared not act recklessly. Instead, she observed Pei father and Pei mother as they took the warm towels offered by the servants to wipe their hands before she followed suit and began to serve the soup. She preferred to sip soup before her meal, particularly relishing a certain broth whose ingredients remained a mystery, yet its flavor was exquisite. Zhao Yashan observed her soup-drinking demeanor with disdain, remarking that some individuals were so engrossed in their own enjoyment that they neglected to serve a portion to their husband, who had just been discharged from the hospital. After all, such a rare delicacy as snow frog soup was something he might never have encountered before. As she spoke, she ladled a bowl of soup before her own husband, starkly contrasting Cheng Xi as an ungracious, self-serving, and narrow-minded wife. Indeed, the very next moment, Pei's mother furrowed her brows. Pei Yinzhou, too, cast a glance at Cheng Xi, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, as if to say, "How can she be an adequate wife when she lacks even half the grace of my sister-in-law?" Cheng Xi calmly swallowed the soup and replied, "Your sister-in-law must truly love your brother. That goes without saying. Hyang and I studied abroad together," Zhao Yashan said, dabbing her lips with a tissue, exuding elegance. Cheng Xi smiled faintly, asserting that her sister-in-law's kindness stemmed from love, while her own self-centeredness arose from a lack of feelings for Yinzhou. The atmosphere at the dining table shifted abruptly. Pei Yinzhou set down his chopsticks, his expression subtly altered. Zhao Yashan, displeased, stated, "Do you have any idea how exceptional and capable our Yinzhou is? At such a young age, he already manages a publicly traded company worth billions. Not to mention his striking appearance. None of those male celebrities can compare. Countless wealthy heiresses pursue him, and if it weren't for your good fortune, you wouldn't even qualify to marry him. Don't be oblivious to your blessings." Pei's mother nodded in agreement. Although Cheng Xi's presence had roused her son from his stupor, her primary concern remained his well-being. Yinzhou was indeed remarkable. Cheng Xi sincerely acknowledged his wealth and attractiveness, yet questioned whether those attributes necessitated her love for him. Did that mean her affection was solely for his fortune or his looks? Apologies, but she considered herself above such superficiality. Zhao Yashan was momentarily taken aback, her expression souring as she retorted, "What do you mean? Are you implying that all those noble heiresses who admired Yinzhou were shallow, while you were somehow superior? Pei's mother also appeared displeased. Yinzhou was her cherished son, born later in life, and she doted on him immensely. It was perplexing how Cheng Xi spoke. I did not mean it that way, Cheng Xi replied innocently, blinking her dark, glistening eyes. I am not well acquainted with him, having previously not known him. Must I profess undying love simply because we are married? That would be rather disingenuous, wouldn't it? While her words rang true, those within affluent circles were accustomed to flattery and seldom welcomed honesty. Sensing her mother-in-law's displeasure, Zhao Yashan swiftly retaliated. However, at that moment, Pei's father interjected, all right now, everyone, Cheng Xi has not misspoken. This child is sincere and straightforward, which I find quite admirable. This marked the second time that evening Pei's father had expressed his fondness. Cheng Xi could sense the icy chill emanating from Pei Yinzhou's gaze. Perhaps it was best to let it be. She resolved to fill her belly before addressing the matter further. Cheng Xi consumed 2 bowls of soup and 1.5 bowls of rice in one go. After Zhao Yashan finished her meal, she could not help but express her disdain. Eating so much, one might think she hadn't had a meal in ages. Pei Heong, feeling helpless, nudged her with his elbow, signaling her to hold her tongue. Zhao Yashan shot a glare at her husband, completely disregarding his hint. Cheng Xi, with her fair and delicate face, feigned confusion and looked up. Did I eat too much? I apologize. I wasn't aware that one shouldn't eat heartily at the Pei household. With that, she hastily set down her chopsticks. The room fell into a profound silence, and every countenance appeared grim. Even Pei Yinzhou seemed to take pleasure in the unfolding drama, thinking, look, isn't this the woman you all forced upon me? Let her stir your hearts and grasp what kind of life I endure daily. Pei mother, maintaining her composure, rebuked, who said that one cannot eat well at the Pei residence. Cheng Xi, be cautious with your words. If they spread, others may think we mistreat you. Mother, please don't be angry. Women from humble backgrounds often behave this way. Zhao Yashan seized the opportunity to fan the flames, adding, she can be gradually educated to avoid embarrassing the Pei family in public. Cheng Xi pouted, if I eat heartily, you criticize me. If I say I will eat less in the future, you still find fault. What am I to do? In that moment, she appeared to bear the weight of great injustice. Zhao Yashan's mind flashed to the 3 words her daughter often used to describe others. White Lotus. The thought filled her with irritation. Before she could voice her feelings, Pei father thundered, must we debate over a meal? Do we, the Pei family, lack food? How long will this continue? Pei mother and Zhao Yashan were left embarrassed, the latter especially so, having been married into the Pei family for years. She had never faced such public reprimand from her father-in-law at the dining table. Angered, her eyes reddened as she stormed back to her room. Cheng Xi, do not hold this against your sister-in-law. Pei Heong quickly followed to console his wife. I am quite full as well. Pei Yinzhou, who had been lazily observing the spectacle, shot Cheng Xi a knowing glance before turning to ascend the stairs. Mom and Dad, I'm going to find Yinzhou, Cheng Xi called out before hurrying after him. She certainly did not wish to face her father-in-law and mother-in-law alone, particularly her mother-in-law, who currently bore a rather disapproving gaze toward her. Pei mother, watching them retreat, remarked sharply, I wonder how the Cheng family raises their children, so sharp-tongued and pretentious, wholly unworthy of Yinzhou. How have they been pretentious? It is your family that is overly particular, Pei father replied impatiently. Is it your wish for our son to find a woman who eats but half a bowl at a time, forever preoccupied with dieting and maintaining a slim figure? Can such a woman bear children? His words rendered Pei mother speechless, as his logic held a semblance of truth. On the second floor, Cheng Xi closely followed Pei Yinzhou into the bedroom. This marked her second entry into this room. The first time, she had barely registered her surroundings before hastily accompanying Pei Yinzhou to the hospital. This time, she could not resist taking a closer look. Pei Yinzhou let out a cold laugh. Cheng Xi, I never anticipated you were such a skilled actress. I'm not acting. I speak nothing but the truth, Cheng Xi replied, lifting her delicate face. Is it true that wealthy families are so miserly that they won't even let one eat to their fill? The moment she uttered those words, Pei Yinzhou's face lost all color. He had been too engrossed in the spectacle until the flames of conflict licked at him. Anger surged within him. Who permitted you to indulge so much, resembling a pig? Chapter 8. Could it be that I've encountered a pervert? All right. If eating 1.5 bowls of rice makes me a pig, what does that make you? who consumes 2 bowls daily at the hospital. Cheng Xi smiled as she gazed at him. A pregnant sow weighing 120 pounds? Cheng Xi, you seek death by daring to insult me. Pei Yinzhou had never endured such humiliation before. His eyes narrowed as he fiercely grasped Cheng Xi's arm. His grip was so tight it felt as if he intended to crush her. Pei Yinzhou, let me go. Cheng Xi twisted her arm vigorously, but to no avail. I warn you, speak to me with more respect from now on. Pei Yinzhou growled menacingly, leveraging his towering stature, or you'll face the consequences. Cheng Xi, who had always refused to be at a disadvantage, was like a firecracker. Since she couldn't break free, she lunged forward and bit down hard on the flesh of Pei Yinzhou's other arm. Pei Yinzhou gasped in pain and pushed Cheng Xi away with force. Despite the pain, she stubbornly refused to release her grip, her mouth firmly clamped shut. Fine, I'll let you go. Pei Yinzhou eventually released her arm. Cheng Xi quickly withdrew 2 meters away, eyeing him warily. Have you turned into a dog? Pei Yinzhou tugged at his sleeve. This woman certainly bit hard. Flesh had been broken, and blood was seeping out. You initiated the conflict first, Cheng Xi retorted, rubbing her own bruised arm. There's a saying online. Once domestic violence occurs, it will happen countless times thereafter. The only remedy is to resist fiercely at the first instance. Since you refuse to allow me peace, I shall not grant you any either. Domestic violence? Pei Yinzhou could hardly believe his ears. You've left my arm bruised. If that's not domestic violence, then what is? Cheng Xi glared at him disdainfully. This damned woman. Pei Yinzhou seriously doubted he could endure a lifetime of marriage with her without being driven to an early grave. Get out. This is my room. Leave at once. Do not go too far. We agreed to cooperate, and your attitude is a breach of contract, Cheng Xi accused. If you wish to collaborate, then show me your sincerity and treat me with respect. Pei Yinzhou shot back, giving her pink suitcase a vicious kick. Take your belongings and get out of my room. Cheng Xi frowned. Where am I supposed to sleep? How should I know? Since my father arranged for me to marry you, you might as well consult him. Pei Yinzhou waved his hand dismissively, turning to retrieve his clothes for a shower. Cheng Xi bent down to right her toppled suitcase, turning silently to drag it out the door. The Pei family villa was spacious, with other guest rooms available. Cheng Xi, without pausing, resolutely rolled out of the Pei family residence, dragging her luggage behind her. The doorman stopped her, inquiring, Madam, at such a late hour, where are you headed with your belongings? Cheng Xi, with a hint of melancholy in her starry eyes, replied, My husband told me to leave. I have no choice but to comply. The doorman, filled with sympathy, thought how pitiable this delicate young lady was. And only someone as cold-hearted as the second young master could do such a thing. Please don't go. I shall inform the master of this matter, he insisted. No, you're also a doorman. Earning a living is not easy. Please do not offend the second young master on my account, Cheng Xi urged, sighing as she helplessly continued her journey into the night. The doorman, touched by her consideration for those who worked for a living, felt compelled to inform the master. However, just as he reached the hall, he encountered Zhao Yashan, who had been coaxed downstairs by her husband. Upon learning that Cheng Xi had been cast out by Pei Yinzhou, Zhao Yashan was elated. The old master is currently in discussions with the eldest young master. Do not disturb them over such a trivial matter. But the second young mistress. The doorman began, but Zhao Yashan interrupted with a stern countenance. She is nothing but an inconsequential person, unworthy of the second young master. Do not incite his wrath over this. The doorman opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately decided to return to his post, recognizing the value of his employment. On the road, Cheng Xi dialed Cheng Yu's number. Sister, where are you residing now? I have been thrown out by Pei Yinzhou and would prefer not to return home. May I stay with you for the night? What? He actually expelled you in the dead of night? Is he even human? Doesn't he fear for your safety? Cheng Yu responded, clearly incensed. It's no matter. How didn't he want to stay at the Pei residence anyway? This provides a perfect excuse to leave. Cheng Xi replied nonchalantly. Yet, Cheng Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Cheng she had married in her stead. She quickly provided her address, asking, Is it convenient for you to come over? Do you need me to pick you up? No need. The transportation here is quite accessible. Cheng Xi, glancing down the darkened street devoid of any vehicles, told a small lie, not wanting to trouble Cheng Yu with the journey. However, after hanging up, she felt a twinge of melancholy. This area was entirely affluent, with scarce public transport or taxis. After walking a kilometer cloaked in the night, she finally managed to hail a ride. After 10 minutes of waiting, a white car came to a halt before her. Eagerly, she opened the trunk, stowing her luggage before settling into the front passenger seat. "Driver, you are exceedingly slow. You promised 5 minutes, yet I have waited 10, she remarked. After fastening her seatbelt, she turned to glance at the driver, a remarkably young man clad in a crisp gray shirt and tie. The dim streetlights cast a soft glow, illuminating his refined features and warm demeanor. She found herself momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "Have drivers become so handsome nowadays?" As the words fell, her gaze was drawn to the emblem on the steering wheel, revealing it to be a Maserati. She blinked in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it possible that even Maseratis are now driving for ride-hailing services?" A fleeting glimmer of amusement danced in the man's eyes before he chuckled softly. "Alas, I find myself rather impoverished, thus I must resort to using my family's idle vehicle for such endeavors." Cheng Xi, taken aback, slightly parted her youthful lips and inquired, "If you are so financially constrained, might I ask if your family has any vacant, luxurious estates available for rent?" "Indeed." The man gestured toward the affluent district behind them. "There's a villa over there, complete with a swimming pool and tennis court. Would you be interested in renting it?" Cheng Xi, forcing a smile despite her discomfort, replied, "You, my dear impoverished friend, have truly reshaped my understanding of wealth." The man rested his left hand on the steering wheel, not rushing to drive, but instead gazed at her with a silent smile. Cheng Xi felt a chill run down her spine. "Goodness, have I encountered a weirdo? I've heard that some wealthy individuals can be quite eccentric when they take up ride-hailing at night." Just then, her phone rang, a loud voice breaking through the silence. "Where are you? My car has arrived, but I don't see you." Mechanically, Cheng Xi rolled down the window to look back. Noticing a white Honda parked behind the Maserati, her mind momentarily froze. Chapter 9. Remarrying Xia Ziao? Until the young man chuckled softly. "The car you're calling for is likely behind you." "I'm so sorry." Cheng Xi felt as though she were in a scene of social embarrassment, hurriedly unbuckling her seatbelt to escape. After dashing to the Honda, the young man tapped on the window, gently reminding her, "You forgot your suitcase." With ease, he opened the back seat and placed her luggage inside. Then, he waved goodbye with a smile, saying, "I've noted the license plate. Do remember to message me when you arrive." Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. This gentleman was concerned for her safety, deliberately speaking in front of the driver. She promptly feigned familiarity and nodded. "All right, do take care on your way back." Once the car departed, her heart continued to race. My goodness, how could there be such a handsome, gentle, and considerate man? Why isn't Pei Yinzhou like this annoying fellow? The disparity between individuals was indeed striking. Little did she know, shortly after her departure, the Maserati drove directly into the Pei family's old residence. Pei Yinzhou had just finished his shower when he heard a knock at the door. Irritated, he approached, only to halt abruptly upon recognizing his friend standing at the threshold. "You rascal, why did you come without a word?" Pei Yinzhou playfully punched Lu Chongli in the chest. Lu Chongli chuckled with amusement. "Who did you think I was? Speaking so rudely?" Ignoring him, Pei Yinzhou turned and said, "Come in. Is it convenient for me to enter?" Lu Chongli teased, "I heard you got married. Your sister-in-law isn't inside, is she? Get lost." Upon mentioning this woman, Pei Yinzhou's expression was one of palpable aversion, leading me to escort her to another room. Is it really necessary to be so excessive, especially during the early days of marriage? Lu Chongli stepped inside, glancing around and exclaiming, "This frigid room hardly resembles that of a married couple. I'm certain that we will eventually part ways." Pei Yinzhou took a towel and dried his damp hair. "By the way, you do not still harbor feelings for Xia Ziao, do you?" Lu Chongli settled onto a sofa, crossing his legs as he remarked. "One is a renowned musician celebrated both domestically and internationally, possessing both talent and beauty, while the other is an obscure daughter of the Cheng family. The disparity is indeed considerable. Any man would struggle to accept it." Pei Yinzhou shot him a casual glance and inquired, "Has Xia Ziao contacted you during this time?" "No," Lu Chongli replied, shaking his head. "I heard that when you decided to seek a marriage of convenience, your family approached the Xia family, but they declined. Xia Ziao hasn't shown her face either. I suppose she fears marrying only to become a widow. Previously, I thought she cared for you deeply." Pei Yinzhou frowned coldly. "Forget it, it's all in the past. People are inherently selfish. Her refusal is only natural." So, understanding? Lu Chonli was taken aback. You don't actually intend to divorce and pursue Xia Xiao, do you? Get lost. A damn towel was flung at Lu Chonli's face. Haha, I'm just joking. Speaking of which, I encountered something particularly amusing on my way here. Lu Chonli changed the subject. A girl mistook me for a Didi driver. I must say, she was exceptionally pure and adorable. Seeing her lugging her suitcase late at night, I wondered if she had been cast out by a wealthy family nearby. How pitiable. The mention of purity and cuteness reminded Pei Yin-zhou of Cheng Xi. Ironically, that woman had a set of sharp teeth, causing his arm to ache subtly even now. Damn it. Lu Chonli continued to ramble. If I had such a talented and beautiful girl in my family, I would never dream of sending her away at night. It would break one's heart. If you truly feel that way, you should pursue her now, Pei Yin-zhou coldly suggested. No worries. I noted the license plate number of the Didi car that took her. Nothing will go awry, Lu Chonli replied confidently. Pei Yin-zhou was utterly speechless. How could someone as cold-hearted as him associate with someone like Lu Chonli? At 8 in the evening, Cheng Xi arrived at the entrance of the community near the university. Cheng Yu had been waiting for a while, dressed in a peach-colored sweater, her slender figure resembling a delicate flower. Unlike Cheng Xi, Cheng Yu possessed a more vibrant and striking beauty, yet her disposition was comparatively gentle. Pei Yin-zhou just expelled you, and the Pei family remains indifferent? Cheng Yu complained while accepting the suitcase from her sister. They insisted on forcing you to seek a marriage of convenience, yet now that you're awake, they cast you aside like an old shoe. Is this not using someone and then turning your back? The Pei family remains oblivious to my departure. Well, there's no need to be upset. I am indifferent to their opinions. The more exceptional Pei Yin-zhou becomes, the better it is for me. I hope for a swift divorce. Cheng Xi is not the least bit disheartened. On the contrary, having not seen Cheng Yu for a fortnight, she couldn't help but tease her with a playful glance. Noting how well she seemed to be thriving recently, her complexion radiated a rosy glow. Cheng Yu blushed, casting an embarrassed glare at her, exclaiming her lack of decorum. After a pause, she inquired, "Is my father still angry?" Cheng Xi nodded, explaining that Cheng Yu had quietly absconded with her household registration book to marry Han Qilan, which had left their father in a foul mood these past few days. I had no other choice, Cheng Yu sighed. He is fixated on marrying me off to the Pei family for that dowry, as if I were destined to plunge into a pit of gold. To be candid, money is only of secondary importance to me. I merely wish to be with the person I love in peace. Cheng Zhou's character is well known to Cheng Xi. He had always eagerly anticipated Cheng Yu's marriage to Pei Yin-zhou, envisioning the social elevation that would accompany such a union. Little did he know that his ambitions would come to naught, while he must constantly guard against Pei Yin-zhou discovering his scheme to marry off his daughter. He likely harbors a desire to throttle Cheng Yu at this moment. Sister, your refusal to marry Pei Yin-zhou is one matter, but secretly obtaining the household registration to marry Han Qilan is another entirely, Cheng Xi stated with exasperation. Forget about your father. Your own mother is probably furious. My mother has expressed that she wishes she had never given birth to me, Cheng Yu replied, her expression one of despair. Yet, soon a smile returned to her face. But Han Qilan is so exceptional, they will accept him in no time. Cheng Xi nodded, acknowledging that Han Qilan is indeed the youngest associate professor at their university. Speaking of which, Han Qilan was once a legend, an outstanding exchange student at Harvard, later earning dual PhDs abroad. His research papers have even graced international academic journals. And during his studies, he led a team to victory in an Asian programming competition. Such an individual was a figure of aspiration in their academic circles, an unreachable ideal for students like them. Cheng Xi admired him, yet finding such a mythological figure as her brother-in-law left her with a sense of regret. Chapter 10. Love is too. While Professor Han is undeniably talented, yet he is a divorcee. Cheng Xi furrowed her brow and remarked, Sister, you haven't even had a boyfriend. You are at a disadvantage. I do not see it as a disadvantage. To give all my first to the one I love brings me immense happiness. If you have never experienced love, you cannot comprehend, Cheng Yu smiled. Moreover, Han Qilan did not choose to be a divorcee. Many circumstances were beyond his control. His ex-wife leaked his academic work for the sake of obtaining a green card and subsequently refused to return to the country, rendering their union untenable. Cheng Xi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Professor Han's ex-wife was such a woman. So, she hasn't returned? No, Cheng Yu confirmed. Cheng Xi felt a sense of relief wash over her. She feared marrying a divorcee only to have an ex-wife cause turmoil. The two sisters walked side by side along the path beneath the sycamore trees. This area housed the faculty apartments assigned by the academy for the teachers. Despite being built over a decade ago, the surroundings remained tranquil, with walls adorned by climbing ivy. Han Qilin's residence was situated at the far end, within a small high-rise equipped with an elevator. As they approached, Cheng Yu discreetly glanced at Cheng Xi's expression and whispered, "There's something I haven't told you. Professor Han has a 5-year-old child who previously lived with his grandmother. She has recently come to stay here for the holidays, and her mood has not been very cheerful. Please don't take it to heart." Cheng Xi, who had been walking steadily, felt her legs tremble. Overwhelmed by the revelation that Professor Han had a child, was she to become a stepmother? "Lower your voice." Cheng Yu covered her ears and continued, "The girl is quite adorable." Cheng Xi found herself at a loss for words. Though she had never been in love, she perceived romance as utterly irrational and frenetic. Upon exiting the elevator, Cheng Yu opened the door, revealing Han Qilin seated on the sofa, engrossed in a fairy tale book with a charming little girl. Dressed in comfortable loungewear, Han Qilin was undeniably handsome, his features refined and elegant, akin to a painting. Yet, Cheng Xi had witnessed his rigorous and erudite side in class. "Cheng, she has arrived," Han Qilin announced, rising to greet her with warmth. "Have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" "No, thank you, Professor Han. I had a substantial dinner," Cheng Xi replied politely. Han Qilin gently patted his daughter's head, introducing her. "This is my daughter, Han Yacheng." After a pause, he reminded her, "Say hello to Auntie. She is your auntie's sister." "They don't look alike at all," Han Yacheng remarked, pouting slightly. Cheng Xi discreetly furrowed her brow. At that moment, Han Yacheng pushed her father's hand away, declaring, "I'm going to my room to read," and scampered off to the secondary bedroom. "I apologize. She is quite young and doesn't fully understand," Han Qilin said, rubbing his forehead with a look of helplessness. "It's all right," Cheng Xi reassured him, unwilling to be bothered by a 5-year-old child. "Yeah, please keep Cheng Xi company while I prepare the bed," Han Qilin said before retreating to arrange the linens, bringing out clean towels and toothbrushes. Cheng Xi engaged in hushed conversation with Cheng Yu. "Sister, your little stepdaughter is indeed adorable, but I don't find her particularly well-behaved or accepting of you." Cheng Yu chuckled softly. "That's quite normal. A child of her age, whose parents have divorced, is bound to feel insecure. To her, I'm an outsider, and it's natural for her to be wary. Remember how you were when you first came to the Cheng family? Look at how well we get along now. I would say that. I was just afraid you wouldn't like me. Besides, not every child is as kind-hearted as I was." Cheng Xi was about to elaborate, also attributing Yacheng's behavior to her mother's upbringing. As for her father, though a drunkard, he had never truly been involved in her life. However, Han Yacheng was different. Her mother was willing to divulge academic materials to others for the sake of a green card, revealing a significant flaw in her character. Could a child raised by such a person truly be like her? Of course, perhaps it was unfair to think so poorly of a child. Yet, half an hour later, Cheng Xi found herself reassessing her thoughts. After finishing her shower, she emerged to find Han Yacheng pouring a glass of water onto her bed. "What are you doing?" Cheng Xi was not one to be trifled with, and she immediately seized Han Yacheng's hand in anger. "This is my home, and I can pour it wherever I please." Han Yacheng glared at her with disdain. "I despise you. You are just like that woman Cheng Yu, wanting to claim my home. You have no right to sleep here." Cheng Xi was furious, her heart racing with indignation. "Since my sister married your father, she has every right to be here. This is your home, but it is also my sister's home." "Not at all. Cheng Yu is nothing but a shameless mistress. If it weren't for her seducing my father, my parents would never have separated." Han Yacheng spat with hatred. "How dare you speak of my sister that way?" Cheng Xi retorted, exasperated. Han Yacheng widened her eyes, glaring at Cheng Xi for a moment before suddenly pouting and bursting into tears. "Orange, what's wrong?" Han Qilin and Cheng Yu hurried in. "Daddy, she bullied me." Han Yacheng immediately broke free from Cheng Xi's grasp and rushed in her father's embrace, sobbing, "I was just trying to pour water for Annie, but I accidentally spilled it on the blanket, and she scolded me." Cheng Xi's eyes widened. If she had not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed that a 5-year-old could distort the truth so thoroughly. "Don't speak nonsense. You did it on purpose," Han Qilin murmured. "Cheng Xi, don't argue with Orange. She is still very young and means no harm." Han Yacheng continued to cry. She said this is her sister's home, and that auntie and sister will have many babies in the future, and I don't have the right to stay here. Daddy, will you really abandon me? Of course not. Daddy will never abandon you. Han Qilin bent down gently to wipe away Han Yacheng's tears. Cheng Xi suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She had come here not only because she had nowhere else to stay, but primarily to experience what her sister's life was like after marriage. Yet, Cheng Yu patted her shoulder, her dark, gentle eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Sister, I didn't say those things, Cheng Xi managed to say, suppressing her anger. Cheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Han Yacheng began to thrash violently in Han Qilin's arms, wailing, I'm not lying. I really didn't lie. She bullied me. And she even hurt my hand. Daddy will blow on it for you, don't cry. Daddy will take you back to your room to read, okay? Han Qilin continued to soothe her gently, even taking her to the next room. He did not blame anyone or utter a harsh word. However, Cheng Xi realized that she should not have come today at all. Sister, I think I'll find a hotel to stay for the night. Chapter 11. The consequences of one's own actions. No need. You shall stay here. Cheng Yu intercepted her, her eyes filled with remorse. Cheng Xi, I trust you. Qi Lin will not blame you. The crux lies in our recent marriage, which has left his daughter feeling rather insecure. Not long ago, Yi Cheng ran away from home. There are certain matters Qi Lin cannot reproach, fearing it might provoke the child to flee again. Dear sister, I am indifferent to that. My only concern is for you. Given the temperament of his daughter, your days ahead may not be easy. Cheng Xi cautioned with a heavy heart. Cheng Yu shook her head. Life has never been a smooth journey. You know my capacity for tolerance has always been strong. Just as I accepted our parents' divorce and welcomed you and aunt into our home. Moreover, Qi Lin spoke to me about his daughter before our marriage. I willingly chose to embark on this path. I do not regret it. Even if I were to fail in the future, at least I would have made an earnest attempt, and there would be no regrets. Cheng, she was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, she decided to stay the night. That evening, she shared a bed with Cheng Yu, as Han Yacheng insisted on having her father sleep beside her, rejecting Cheng Yu's presence. The following morning, Pei Yinzhou awoke from a refreshing slumber and descended for breakfast. He arrived relatively late, finding his parents and elder brother already gathered at the table. Now that everyone is here, let's commence breakfast, Pei Yinzhou proclaimed. Yet, he sensed something amiss. Though he could not immediately identify it, he lifted his plate and prepared to eat when, with a thud, Pei father slammed his hand on the table. Stop. According to Pei family rules, we do not eat until everyone is present. Pei Yinzhou paused. This reminder prompted him to recall why he had felt so at ease that morning. Indeed, someone was missing. He nearly forgot that he was now married. Where is Cheng Xi? Pei mother inquired with displeasure. What time is it? Are we to wait for her alone? Pei Heong interjected, Mother, the young lady is still quite young. Wanting to sleep and is perfectly normal. Now that she is a married woman, she should understand the customs of the Pei family. Pei mother replied, casting a glance at her eldest daughter-in-law. You must teach Cheng Xi well during this period, instilling proper manners to prevent her from bringing shame upon us in public. Zhao Yashan retorted sarcastically, Mother, I dare not instruct her, given her temperament. Besides, it seems she ran away from home last night. What? Pei father exclaimed, his voice rising. What transpired? He glared at his son. Did you say something to provoke her? Pei Yinzhou looked momentarily stunned. He had merely suggested that Cheng Xi sleep in another room. He had not anticipated she would leave entirely. Father, I said nothing. He firmly denied. Pei father scoffed. I know what sort of harsh character my son possesses. You must have uttered something cruel. And you all, this matter of Cheng Xi's departure from home, you only choose to inform me this morning? Have you considered that, in the dead of night, the Pei family villa is situated in the suburbs, with inconvenient transport? What if a young girl encounters danger? Zhao Yashan, feeling guilty, defended herself. Father, I only found out this morning as well. Pei's father ignored her and instead issued an order to Pei Yinzhou to find Cheng Xi immediately and rectify the mess he had created. Pei Yinzhou's face turned ashen. Dad, I need to go to the office shortly. Very well, in that case, what about that woman's condition? Pei's father turned to his eldest son. Pei Yinzhou immediately stood up. Gritting his teeth, all right, I will go. You can go after dinner, said Pei's mother. Rest assured, one meal won't kill anyone, Pei's father scoffed. Angered, Pei Yinzhou lost his appetite, grabbed his car keys, and stepped outside. After acquiring Cheng's address from his assistant, he drove directly to the Cheng residence. The Cheng family resided in a modest townhouse with a small garden. Upon ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged woman in an apron answered the door and was momentarily taken aback by the tall, handsome man before her. "I'm looking for Cheng Xi," Pei Yinzhou said coolly. "May I ask if you are?" "Pei Yinzhou," he replied, his words emanating an icy authority that left Fang Qiu visibly tense. This was the first time she had encountered someone of such esteemed wealth and status, and she quickly turned to call out to her husband in the dining room. "Dear, young Master Pei has arrived." Bang! Cheng Zhouhua nearly dropped his bowl in shock. He hurried over, flustered yet eager to please. "Young Master Pei, what brings you here? Please." "Gumein." Pei Yinzhou frowned, feeling a deep aversion towards Cheng Zhouhua's obsequious demeanor. Given Cheng Zhouhua's position and worth, he was likely inferior to a mere manager in Pei's company. To be frank, were it not for Cheng Zhouhua's fortunate marriage to the daughter of the Su family, he would hardly be worthy of Pei Yinzhou's respect, especially considering the rumors of Cheng Zhouhua's infidelity over a decade ago, which led to his divorce from Su Ziqing and subsequent marriage to a kindergarten teacher. In truth, Pei Yinzhou held Cheng Zhouhua in disdain, which only intensified his desire to divorce Cheng Xi. "Where's Cheng Xi?" "I came to see her," Pei Yinzhou stated bluntly. "Please call her out." "Cheng Xi?" Fang Qiu asked, puzzled. "Hasn't she been taking care of you at the Pei residence?" "She ran away from home last night and hasn't returned?" Pei Yinzhou's pupils constricted. Considering the old Pei residence was isolated at night, without even a taxi in sight, he feared something might have happened to her. "She hasn't," Fang Qiu replied anxiously. "Why did she leave? Has the Pei family mistreated her? What nonsense are you spouting? How could young Master Pei possibly mistreat Cheng Xi?" Cheng Zhouhua pushed Fang Qiu aside in anger and quickly addressed Pei Yinzhou. "Please, don't be upset. It's my failure as a father. That girl has always been stubborn. I will call her and have her come back immediately." Cheng Zhouhua hastily dialed Cheng Xi's number. At that moment, Cheng Xi was enjoying wontons, savoring the culinary skills of Professor Han Qilin. "Sister, I finally appreciate Professor Han's merits beyond his appearance and intellect. His cooking is quite impressive." Cheng Xi mused as her phone rang. As soon as the call connected, Cheng Zhouhua unleashed a torrent of scolding. "You foolish girl. How old are you to run away from home? Pei Xiao came looking for you. You must return at once." Cheng Xi's expression turned cold. "Fine, I shall return," she replied, yet her actions remained unhurried as she leisurely continued her breakfast. Cheng Yu, witnessing the scene, urged her, "Aren't you going to hurry?" Indeed, she should eat faster. Did she not notice the venomous glare from Han Yaqing, practically wishing her to leave? Cheng Xi had no desire to linger in such a place. She truly admired her sister for enduring so much for the sake of what she deemed love. If one day she were to endure Pei Yinzhou's daughter, well, that was a dream too far-fetched. Chapter 12. Didn't you tell me to leave last night? Pei Yinzhou had been waiting at the Cheng residence for an hour and a half. As time passed, the house felt like a frigid cellar, lacking air conditioning. Cheng Zhouhua, exasperated, made several phone calls to hasten the return. Each call only confirmed that they were on their way, as the morning traffic was unbearable. Cheng Zhouhua glanced at Pei Yinzhou's increasingly displeased visage, feeling an urge to strangle Cheng Xi. Finally, Cheng Xi stepped through the door. Cheng Zhouhua, fuming, began to reprimand her. "Why did you return so late? Do you have any idea that Pei Xiao abandoned his affairs early this morning just to find you? And yet you dawdle. How old are you to run away from home, causing Pei Xiao such worry? Get over here and apologize to him." Pei Yinzhou sat silently on the sofa, legs crossed, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Heaven knows he had already consumed 4 cups of water, his back aching from sitting, and a tempest of frustration brewed within him. Were it not for his image and upbringing, he might have lost his temper long before Cheng Zhouhua did. Cheng Xi ignored her father's tirade and turned her attention to Pei Yinzhou, her innocent face revealing boundless grievance. "Darling, didn't you tell me to leave last night? You asked me to go, and I dared not disobey." Pei Yinzhou felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially in front of her parents. Yet, observing Cheng Zhouhua's lack of support for his daughter, he felt reassured. "I merely meant for you to leave the room, not to depart from the Pei household. Pack your belongings. We are returning immediately." "Absolutely not." Cheng Xi resolutely shook her head. "If you ask me to leave, I will, but returning home would be too humiliating." Pei Yinzhou found amusement in her defiance. Cheng Zhouhua, voicing Pei Xiao's unspoken thoughts, interjected, What do you mean by face? Pei Xiao's status is such that he personally came to escort you home. That is already a significant concession. Hurry back. Stop being so obstinate. Cheng Xi calmly settled onto another sofa. I refuse to return. I find it quite comfortable living away from home, free from the burden of others' judgment. And I dread the moment someone tells me to leave. That will be far too embarrassing. Cheng Xi, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Return with me at once. Pei Yinzhou narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. Pei Xiao, please do not be angry. I will persuade her immediately. Cheng Zhouhua, in a fit of urgency, roughly dragged Cheng Xi towards the guest room downstairs. You dare to push me back, and I might reveal that I am not the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. Cheng Xi threatened impatiently, fully aware of what he was about to say. Do not use that against me repeatedly, Cheng Zhouhua warned, pointing at her. Your mother lives with me daily. She cannot do without me. I may not be able to control you, but I can certainly deal with her at home. You wouldn't dare. Cheng Xi's clear eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Then be obedient. I mean what I say. Cheng Zhouhua's eyes glinted with malice. Cheng Xi met his gaze for a moment before conceding, fine, I will return. As she opened the door to leave, she glanced back at Cheng Zhouhua, adding, I hope you're merely using this as a threat. If you truly harm my mother, the corners of her lips curled into a chilling smile. I will undoubtedly retaliate on her behalf. You know, aside from my mother, I have little else to lose. With that, she turned and walked out. Cheng Zhouhua shivered. That look in Cheng Xi's eyes made him feel as though he were being stalked by a wild beast. He regretted his decision to allow Fang Qiu to send Cheng Xi to practice martial arts all those years ago. It seemed that little rascal had been prepared all along. In the living room, Cheng Xi looked up at Pei Yinzhou and said, Let's go. I will return with you. Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow at Cheng Zhouhua behind her, unsure of what had transpired between the father and daughter. However, the fact that Cheng Xi was willing to accompany him back brought him a sense of relief. He mocked. Weren't you quite tough just a moment ago? What was the point of all that bravado? Cheng Xi whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. I'm not a man. Pei Yinzhou nearly lost his composure at that moment. This woman, with that look earlier, could easily be mistaken for an experienced woman of the world. Damn it, Dad, I am leaving, Cheng Xi declared loudly, grabbing her suitcase and stepping out of the house first. Pei Yinzhou promptly followed, his long legs striding after her. Once the car was in motion, he glanced in the rearview mirror at the girl seated behind him. He wondered what was on her mind as she lowered her head, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulder, revealing only a porcelain-white chin. At first glance, she appeared to be 18, radiant, pure, and enchanting. However, recalling her earlier remarks, Pei Yinzhou tugged at his tie, his handsome face darkening. It was said that contemporary girls matured earlier. Some even lost their innocence in high school, let alone in college. Cheng Xi, where were you last night? Pei Yinzhou questioned in a deep tone, suspecting she might have been out with some wild man. Cheng Xi snapped back to reality and shot him a glare. Rest assured, while I may not like you, I possess a set of principles and would never betray you. Who knows with a woman as fickle as you? Pei Yinzhou scoffed. Well, have I ever been fickle? Cheng Xi retorted, her mouth agape in disbelief. Then where did you go last night? Pei Yinzhou inquired. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Cheng Xi now resembled a hedgehog, every quill on her body bristling with sharp defiance. If you're dissatisfied, then by all means, divorce me, continue to tell me to leave, or refrain from bringing me back. Pei Yinzhou had never encountered a woman so impervious to threats. He pressed his fingers to his temples in exasperation. Do you think I wish to bring you back? It is merely my father's coercion, he lamented. To his surprise, Cheng Xi scoffed. The world heralds you as a business prodigy, a myth, a mogul, yet you can still be threatened by your father? It seems your reputation is but a hollow facade. Pei Yinzhou felt a surge of frustration. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, inhaling deeply several times, and chose not to engage in a futile debate. Cheng Xi, I may not hold you in high regard, but should you dare to betray me, I will ensure the entire Cheng family suffers the consequences. Cheng Xi smiled. I am more magnanimous. Even if you were to betray me, I would not be angered. Pei Yinzhou could not bear to see this woman for another moment. He pressed down harder on the accelerator and swiftly delivered Cheng Xi to the entrance of the ancestral home. Get out, I must hurry to the office. Cheng Xi, equally disinterested in him, grabbed her luggage and exited the vehicle. Wait. Pei Yinzhou suddenly turned back, his long arm resting on the steering wheel. Do not forget our previous agreement. Make my parents detest you as soon as possible if you wish to collaborate. Cheng Xi's cherubic face beamed with brightness and charm. Then, show some sincerity in this partnership and treat me with the respect I deserve. Chapter 13. Apologizing to young Master Pei. The man's handsome eyes narrowed ominously. It had likely been ages since someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, this woman had perfectly echoed his words from the previous night. She was indeed one with a penchant for retribution. Cheng Xi, however, remained unfazed. Are you feeling quite vexed? If you wish to die, simply say so without mincing words. Pei Yinzhou glared at her in anger. Young Master Pei, I merely wish for you to understand my feelings from last night. Cheng Xi was neither fearful nor angry. Instead, she smiled sweetly. We are partners, equals, yet you always act as if you are superior, casually telling me to leave. Regardless of your social standing, in this marriage, we are both bound by one another. A flicker of suppressed emotion crossed Pei Yinzhou's eyes, followed by a pensive silence. This was the first time he had encountered a woman like Cheng Xi. Other women approached him either with trepidation or deference, fearful of displeasing him. Only Cheng Xi demanded equality. This sensation ignited a spark of curiosity and intrigue within him. Consider your position carefully, Cheng Xi concluded, turning to exit the vehicle. As he observed her proud silhouette and the pink suitcase, Pei Yinzhou's handsome features contorted slightly. Wasn't this something he often said to his subordinates? Cheng Xi entered the ancestral home. At 10 o'clock in the morning, both adult men in the household had already left for work. Only Pei father, Pei mother, and Zhao Yashan were present. Hello, Dad, Mom, and sister-in-law, Cheng Xi greeted politely. Oh, you still know how to come back, Zhao Yashan remarked sarcastically. You ran away on your first night living with the Pei family. I thought you despised us and had no intention of returning. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. Cheng Xi's expression shifted, her dark eyes revealing a sense of grievance. It wasn't my choice to leave. It was Yinzhou who told me to get lost. I was hurt in the moment, so I left. What? That little brat dared to tell you to leave? Pei father was instantly enraged. Pei mother, ever protective of her youngest son, quickly interjected. Yinzhou wasn't familiar with her before. Given his temperament, it's normal for him to react that way. However, she paused, casting an annoyed glare at her daughter-in-law. You are too weak. If Yinzhou tells you to leave, you comply? Are you so obedient that if he told you to die, you would? Cheng Xi feigned deep contemplation for a few seconds before softly responding. My father told me since childhood, when married, one follows the husband. If the husband dies, one follows the child. Pei mother retorted, Nonsense. What era is this? Your father still teaches you such feudal notions? Pei father stood up and scolded. From now on, just listen to what Yinzhou says. You don't have to take it to heart. If he dares to bully you, feel free to come to me, and I will deal with him. Thank you, Dad. Cheng Xi expressed her gratitude, yet her emotions were complex. In this household, Pei father was perhaps the only one who had a favorable impression of her. But for the sake of divorce, she could only make him dislike her. Alas, help the young mistress take her luggage upstairs, Pei father commanded. The servants quickly took the items from Cheng Xi's hands and carried them to the second floor. As the servants prepared to enter Pei Yinzhou's master bedroom, Cheng Xi stopped them, asking, Is there a guest room on the second floor? Please take my luggage there. The servant hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Young mistress, do you intend to sleep separately from the second young master? Just as Cheng Xi was about to respond, Pei father's stern voice came from behind. What newlyweds separate rooms? Move in. By the way, isn't there's sofa in there? Move that out as well. Cheng Xi thought. Pei father really knows how to corner her, denying her even the right to sleep on the sofa. Dad, she replied with a pained expression, Yinzhou and I are not very familiar. Sharing a room wouldn't be to his liking. During the day he works, and at night, if we sleep apart, we'll become even less acquainted. Pei father snorted. When your mother and I got married, it was an arranged marriage. We had only met once before the wedding. Yet over time, didn't we become familiar with each other? Without waiting for Cheng Xi to counter, he made a decisive determination, stating, As for Yinzhou, I have ways to make him agree. The notion of sharing a room filled Cheng Xi with resistance. After reluctantly moving into the master bedroom, she didn't immediately unpack her luggage. If Pei Yinzhou told her to leave again, she wouldn't have to tidy up. Pei Group is the largest corporation in Sioux City, and even on a global scale, it ranks among the notable companies. However, Only those within the company truly understand that as recently as 5 or 6 years ago, Pei Group was merely a medium-sized enterprise with a few hundred employees. Until Pei Yin-zhou, the second son of the Pei family, took charge, the Pei enterprise underwent rigorous reforms and expansive growth, propelling it to the forefront of Sioux City's business landscape. Recently, the news of Pei Yin-zhou's car accident plunged the Pei Group into a period of turmoil. Today, as he returned to the company, the staff had prepared an elaborate welcome ceremony. However, as they eagerly awaited his arrival, when Pei Yin-zhou finally appeared, the champagne had yet to be uncorked. He accepted the flowers and unceremoniously tossed them into the trash, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. The group's stock had been in decline for a month, and yet they still found time for such frivolities. The employees were visibly alarmed. It seemed their president was in a rather foul mood. "Gather the executives for a meeting," Pei Yin-zhou commanded, his words deliberate and measured, before striding with model-like grace into the elevator. Subsequently, he skipped lunch to conduct a 3-hour meeting. Upon returning to his office, Yang Kai cautiously approached him, saying, "President Pei, Miss Xia is here and waiting for you inside." Pei Yin-zhou paused, his long legs halting abruptly and his sharp brows furrowed. He then pushed open the door. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xia Ziyao abruptly turned, her eyes red-rimmed. "Yin-zhou, I never expected to see you again in this lifetime," she exclaimed, rushing toward him. Just before she could embrace him, Pei Yin-zhou sidestepped to the left. Xia Ziyao stumbled, turning back with tears streaming down her face. "Yin-zhou, do you hate me? I only just learned that the night you sent me abroad, you were in an accident when you returned. My parents kept it from me. You know how busy I was with my tour overseas. I couldn't reach you by phone, and I was so worried you might not want me anymore. I wish my entire team would return to find you, but as the core of the team, I couldn't leave. I only returned yesterday, and my parents told me that the Pei family had contacted the Xia family, hoping I would marry in to bring good fortune. However, they rejected it without consulting me, believing your life was nearing its end." As Xia Ziyao spoke, her sorrow deepened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Pei Yin-zhou's taut features softened slightly. Chapter 14. "Miss Xia is here. Do not cry," he said, offering her 2 tissues. She did not take them, but raised her tear-streaked face to plead. "Yin-zhou, had I known you were in an accident, I would have returned at any cost to marry you, even if it meant becoming a widow. I would have no regrets. But why? Why is it that when I return, you no longer belong to me?" Pei Yin-zhou wished to express that he had never belonged to anyone. Yet, upon seeing her in such despair, he ultimately replied, "It signifies that we are not fated to be. Let the past remain in the past. You will find someone better in the future. I do not want that." Xia Ziyao grasped his sleeve tightly. "Yin-zhou, my heart belongs solely to you. In this lifetime, I cannot love another. I understand that your marriage is merely a facade. You do not truly love that woman from the Cheng family. If that were the case, you would not have pursued me in the first place. Now that she has awakened, you should divorce her. Do you think marriage is a trivial matter? Something one can simply walk away from?" Pei Yin-zhou's patience waned as he observed her tears. "Yang Kai, please escort Miss Xia home arrest." Yang Kai entered and was taken aback by the sight of Xia Ziyao, tears streaming down her face, clinging desperately to Pei Yin-zhou. "No, please, Yin-zhou. I cannot bear to be apart from you. Without you, life is unbearable." Yang Kai felt a pang of sympathy, but upon catching a glimpse of his boss's furrowed brow, he steeled himself to lead her away. At last, the noise subsided, and Pei Yin-zhou felt an inexplicable sense of relief. During their previous courtship, Xia Ziyao had always presented herself as composed and dignified. This was the first time he had witnessed such an emotional outburst. Nevertheless, he felt no sorrow. Their relationship had originated from the societal expectation of marriage, compounded by the Xia family's respectable standing and Xia Ziyao's considerable talents, making her a suitable match. As for Cheng family's unremarkable fiancée, Pei Yin-zhou had never given her a second thought. Circumstances had led him to marry Cheng Xi in the end. Even if he were to divorce her in the future, there was no need to entangle himself any further with Xia Ziyao. Glancing at the documents on his desk, he swiftly cast aside personal matters. What did women matter when compared to his career? Downstairs, Xia Ziyao was taken aback by Pei Yin-zhou's unexpected coldness. "Miss Xia, please get in the car," Yang Kai urged, opening the door for her. "Yang Kai, tell me how Yin-zhou is faring with that woman from the Cheng family." Xia Ziyao refused to enter the vehicle, eager for any tidbit of information. I'm sorry, Miss Ya, but I cannot disclose the president's private affairs, Yang Kai replied. Shaking his head, Xia Xiao gritted her teeth. Yang Kai showed her no leniency. Unable to extract any details, she resolved to seek information elsewhere. Never mind. You need not drive me. I am in a foul mood and wish to walk alone. Yang Kai, seeing her resolve, did not press her further. Please take care of yourself. After leaving Pei's group, Xia Xiao drove to the Pei family's ancestral home, where Zhao Yashan happened to be present to receive her. Sister Yashan, this necklace is a keepsake from my tour in Europe, purchased from Count's estate. I heard it was designed by the renowned jeweler James. And knowing your fondness for collecting various necklaces, I made a point to acquire it from the Countess. Oh my, you're truly thoughtful. Zhao Yashan's eyes sparkled with delight. This is my sole passion in life. How much is it? I shall pay you. No need, as long as Sister Yashan likes it. This is the watch I prepared for Aunt Pei while abroad. She has always had a fondness for collecting timepieces. Xia Xiao brought it all out in a rush. But her eyes were already red, with tears cascading onto her hands. Sigh, you say you cherish Zhao Yashan dearly. Quickly hand her a handkerchief to dry her tears. I just feel so distressed, Xia Xiao choked out, only to learn upon my return that Yinzhou had been in a car accident and even married for good fortune. Zhao Yashan exclaimed in surprise. You didn't know? How could I? I was consumed with preparations for the tour, having traveled to 7 or 8 countries in the past 20 days. Xia Xiao replied, it was only yesterday that my parents informed me of Yinzhou's accident. They initially intended to have me marry him for good luck, but upon hearing that he was gravely injured, they hesitated to let me marry and live in mourning. Had I known, I would have returned from abroad at all costs. Whether in life or death, I belonged to him. No wonder. We did reach out to your parents, but they firmly declined. It's understandable, as I too thought Yinzhou would not survive. Who would wish to marry their daughter into such a situation, except for those from the Cheng family who have never seen wealth? Sister Yashan. Xia Xiao sniffled and lowered her voice. You tell me, regarding Yinzhou and that woman, Yinzhou doesn't even like her. Mentioning Cheng Xi, Zhao Yashan felt a surge of displeasure. She was even thrown out by Yinzhou yesterday. Really? Xia Xiao's eyes sparkled. Xiao, you are truly remarkable, Zhao Yashan sighed. That Cheng Xi is utterly unworthy of Yinzhou. Hailing from a humble background, she exudes a certain pettiness and has caused nothing but distress since her arrival. Xia Xiao felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Pei family held such disdain for Cheng Xi. Sister Yashan, please don't say that. I've heard that the Cheng family also engages in the building materials business in Sioux City. Just the other day, I heard my dad mention that Cheng Zhouhua was seeking partnerships with property developers for business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yashan's expression turned even more disdainful. Having relatives like the Cheng family is truly a source of embarrassment. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Cheng Xi, who had intended to come down for a glass of water, happened to overhear Zhao Yashan's remarks. The volume was neither too loud nor too soft, being younger. She heard it all too clearly, unable to feign deafness. Sister-in-law, how have we, the Cheng family, brought you shame? Cheng Xi interjected, scrutinizing the woman beside Zhao Yashan. The woman, appearing a few years her senior, was radiant and graceful, exuding an elegant demeanor, though her tear-streaked face revealed her distress, evoking sympathy. Zhao Yashan, in turn, assessed Cheng Xi, who was clad in loungewear. With her plain black hair and cherubic, oval face, she appeared sweet and innocent, yet looked no older than 18, exuding an air of naivety. Upon seeing her, Zhao Yashan felt considerably more at ease. With such a demeanor, Pei Yinzhou would certainly not be attracted to her. From head to toe, she seemed to bring disgrace upon the Pei family. Zhao Yashan bluntly remarked, the Cheng family is at least connected to us by marriage. When your father is busy soliciting business, could he please consider the reputation of the Pei family? It would be utterly humiliating if word got out. Cheng Xi retorted, if you feel embarrassed, why not introduce some business opportunities to the Cheng family? That way, we won't have to beg. Chapter 15. Delay Dream On. Zhao Yashan scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Even if you marry into the Pei family, the Cheng family will gain nothing. Cheng Xi, puzzled, responded, if you have no intention of helping, does our Cheng family's self-reliance offend you? True, we seek assistance in business, but who doesn't in this day and age? Not everyone is like the Pei family. Perhaps you've been perched on your pedestal for too long, detached from reality. Cheng Xi, how dare you, a junior, Lecture me, your elder? Zhao Yashan rose angrily, her demeanor suggesting she wished to reprimand Cheng Xi on the spot. I'm merely speaking the truth, Cheng Xi replied, maintaining her composure as she gazed at Zhao Yashan. Most people in this world come from ordinary families. They endure hardships, appease their superiors, and sacrifice their dignity for the sake of survival. I vividly recall my own childhood, where I often went hungry and cold. Therefore, I genuinely dislike your condescending attitude. Is it a crime to come from a modest background? Cheng Xi thought. I have neither taken from you nor relied on you. In front of others, Zhao Yashan was infuriated by Cheng Xi's repeated defiance. Just as she was losing her composure, Xia Ziao quickly intervened, saying, Sister Yashan, she's just a child. There's no need to be angry with her. Zhao Yashan inhaled deeply, realizing that Xia Ziao seemed far superior to Cheng Xi. She was determined to expel Cheng Xi from the Pei family. Sister Yashan, you haven't introduced me yet. Xia Ziao skillfully shifted the conversation. Zhao Yashan took a breath, her eyes glinting, and suddenly smiled. This is the one who was meant to bring good fortune to Yinzhou. After a pause, she continued, let me introduce you. This is Xiao, the daughter of the Xia family, and she was previously Yinzhou's girlfriend. On the day of Yinzhou's accident, he was on his way to send her abroad. The Pei family initially intended to enlist Xiao for good luck, but she was on an overseas tour. Xiao's parents concealed the accident from her. Otherwise, the role of bringing good fortune would have fallen to you. Cheng Xi was taken aback, realizing there was more to the story. However, she did not believe that Xia Ziao was truly unaware of Yinzhou's accident. The daughters of prestigious families are often shrewd and would not allow themselves to be left in mourning. It seemed that now, with Yinzhou awakening, she sought to position herself closer to him. I see, Cheng Xi replied slowly, nodding without voicing her thoughts. Zhao Yashan and Xia Ziao waited in silence, noticing Cheng Xi's lack of response. Her sweet yet expressionless face sparked a hint of impatience in them. Zhao Yashan, with evident impatience, remarked, you see, Xiao is the world's foremost performer. Just take a look at yourself. Can you even compare? If I were in your position, I would graciously step aside. Very well. I shall make way. Cheng Xi replied promptly, vacating her seat. Miss Xia, please take my place. Xia Ziao discerned that Cheng Xi appeared to be easily intimidated, yet possessed a stubborn temperament. Cheng Xi, are you trying to drive me to madness? Is this the seat I refer to? Zhao Yashan's suppressed fury surged once more. Cheng Xi sighed gently. Sister-in-law, if you regard Miss Xia so highly, why not relinquish your own spot? Miss Xia is truly exceptional. Even the position of the second young mistress is beneath her. The role of the eldest daughter-in-law would be more fitting. Cheng Xi, you are courting disaster. Zhao Yashan could no longer contain her rage and hurled a cup from the table at Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi deftly sidestepped the projectile. As Zhao Yashan angrily prepared to confront her, Xia Ziao once again grasped her arm. Sister Yashan, please refrain from arguing with her. Don't let it affect your health. This is entirely my fault for coming today. I shall take my leave and visit you another time. Her objective had been accomplished. Xia Ziao saw no reason to remain, fearing that if a confrontation erupted between Zhao Yashan and Cheng Xi while she was present, the Pei couple might unjustly suspect her of instigating discord. Ziao, allow me to see you off. Zhao Yashan hurriedly followed her. Cheng Xi observed their retreating figures, raising an eyebrow. This Miss Xia seemed to possess a keen intellect. She took a sip of the tea before her, her gaze inadvertently falling upon two exquisite boxes on the table, piquing her curiosity. However, she dared not touch them. The consequences of doing so could be troublesome. In the parking lot, Zhao Yashan assisted Xia Ziao into her car. Ziao, I apologize for the scene. To be frank, ever since Cheng Xi entered our home, I have been seething with frustration daily. Just the other day, she referred to me as auntie, which infuriated me. Yet the old master seems to have a fondness for her. Sister Yashan, I perceive that her temperament leaves much to be desired. You may need to exercise patience moving forward, Xia Ziao offered sympathetically. You must also maintain a balanced mindset. Many ailments arise from stress. I fear that cohabiting with her might eventually lead to breast cancer, Zhao Yashan replied, resonating deeply with her sentiment. Just be cautious. I worry that she may grow increasingly domineering, and who knows, she could end up overshadowing you. It is often the case that those from less fortunate backgrounds harbor greater ambitions, Xia Ziao whispered, lowering her voice deliberately. She dares, Zhao Yashan retorted, though a chill ran through her at the thought. Xiao, how I wish you were my sister-in-law. We would surely get along splendidly. Xia Xiao's eyes glistened with emotion. I wish the same, but alas, it seems destiny has other plans. However, aside from Yinzhou, I doubt I shall ever love another. Zhao Yashan felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao. Rest assured, Yinzhou will divorce Cheng Xi, she reassured. By the way, please send me the prices for the diamond and the watch. I will transfer the money to you. Trust me, those items are far too extravagant for me to accept. The sentiment is what truly matters. After finally seeing off Xia Xiao, Zhao Yashan pondered the words that had been exchanged. Indeed, Cheng Xi had shown a blatant disregard for her. It was likely that her audacity would only escalate. It was imperative for her to drive Cheng Xi away. Upon returning to the living room, she discovered that Cheng Xi was no longer present. Among the two boxes on the coffee table, one had mysteriously vanished. Upon inspection, Zhao Yashan realized her diamond necklace was missing. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly summoned the housekeeper. Wang Qing, have you seen my necklace on the table? No, I have not, Aunt Wang replied, hastily clarifying, after serving Miss Yati, I have been busy in the kitchen and did not step out. Zhao Yashan recalled that when she had escorted Xia Xiao away, Cheng Xi had still been there. It must have been her. Fueled by suspicion, Zhao Yashan dashed upstairs. Cheng Xi, come out this instant. Cheng Xi had only just settled at her desk, preparing to hastily complete her summer paper when Zhao Yashan burst in. Sister-in-law, what's the matter now? Cheng Xi inquired, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yashan was already confronting her, her voice sharp. Cheng Xi, where have you taken my necklace? What necklace? Cheng Xi asked, bewildered. The one Xiao brought me, you country bumpkin. Hand it over immediately. That necklace is worth millions. Zhao Yashan exclaimed, rummaging through the clutter on Cheng Xi's desk, convinced that Cheng Xi had secretly tried it on. I have no idea what you are talking about. I have never even seen the necklace, Cheng Xi replied, perplexed. Stop feigning ignorance. The necklace was in the box on the table, and you were the only one here. If it wasn't Tiyu, then who could it be? Zhao Yashan retorted, frustration boiling over. That does not belong to you. Taking something without asking is theft. Cheng Xi shot back, her temper flaring in response to the unfounded accusations. You refuse to admit it, don't you? Zhao Yashan declared, her disbelief palpable. Wang Qing, search her suitcase. She must have hidden it. Wang Qing hesitated, not daring to intervene, but Zhao Yashan was undeterred and began searching. Relentlessly, she soon found Cheng Xi's luggage and flung it open, scattering clothes and belongings across the floor, grumbling about the mess. The sight stung Cheng Xi's pride deeply. Enraged, she rushed over and forcefully shoved Zhao Yashan aside. As Zhao Yashan fell to the floor, she was momentarily stunned. Cheng Xi, you dare to strike me? She exclaimed incredulously. Enraged, she scrambled to her feet and lunged at Cheng Xi. Who gave you the right to rummage through my things without my permission? Cheng Xi felt a scratch on her face and, unwilling to concede, seized Zhao Yashan's long hair. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. The scene before Wang Qing left her utterly astonished. Wang Qing, why aren't you rushing to my aid? Remember, I am the esteemed young mistress of the Pei family. Be wary of my threats to dismiss you. Zhao Yashan had never experienced such humiliation, nor had she ever been in a brawl. Yet her pride and indomitable spirit compelled her to confront the situation head-on, despite believing that Cheng Xi, being so petite, would be easy to handle. To her surprise, the girl possessed considerable strength. Wang Qing gritted her teeth and rushed to assist Zhao Yashan, although neither wished to offend the other. It was evident that Cheng Xi held no standing within the Pei household. Cheng Xi, initially reluctant to resort to excessive force, found herself compelled to kick Wang Qing aside and pounce on Zhao Yashan. Wang Qing charged forward, intent on pulling Cheng Xi's hair. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Pei returned home, drawn by the commotion, and were met with this chaotic tableau. Stop! Stop! Mr. Pei bellowed in fury. The three combatants froze instantly. Zhao Yashan, having never been subjected to such treatment, burst into tears. Mom, Dad, you finally returned. Cheng Xi's trying to kill me. Please help. Cheng Xi, have you lost your mind? Mrs. Pei's anger was palpable. After over 20 years of cohabitation under the same roof, Zhao Yashan had ingratiated herself with the elderly couple, who regarded her as a daughter. Witnessing her in such a state of distress filled Mrs. Pei with unprecedented disappointment towards Cheng Xi. Fortunately, Cheng Xi had never harbored any expectations from them. She released Zhao Yashan, who immediately scrambled to Mrs. Pei's side, sobbing as she recounted her tale. Damn, Mom. Today Xiao came over and brought me a necklace and watch from abroad. However, when I returned after seeing her off, the necklace was gone. Cheng, she was in the living room when I left. That necklace is worth over 5 million. Who else could have taken it? I demanded she return it, and instead, she assaulted me. Cheng Xi, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you steal in our home? Hand over the necklace at once. Mrs. Pei warned sternly. Do you have any evidence to accuse me of theft? Cheng Xi retorted, feeling a chill despite the summer heat. Huh, who else could it be? Zhao Yashan pointed an accusatory finger at her. Today, the only ones in the house were you and me. Wang Qing has worked in our home for over a decade. She wouldn't dare touch anything of value left in the living room. Yet the moment you arrived, my necklace went missing. It must be you. Having never encountered such an exquisite piece, you simply took it. Mrs. Pei nodded in agreement, aware of Wang Qing's character. Cheng Xi, that belongs to your sister-in-law. And who has encouraged you to take what is not yours? Mom, you don't understand. Just now, I went to search her suitcase, and she reacted violently towards me. Her guilt is evident. Zhao Yashan seized the opportunity to further incriminate Cheng Xi, feeling bolstered by Mrs. Pei's support. Cheng, she turned her gaze towards Father Pei. Dad, do you also think I'm the one who stole it? Father Pei furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously before responding. If you desire the necklace, I could take you to purchase one later. Cheng Xi, as long as you confess, we can all forgive you this first time. Cheng, she chuckled mockingly, as if she had heard a joke. Previously, she believed Father Pei to be quite supportive, but now she realized that, deep down, he indeed looked down upon her. Today was the day she discovered this truth. Wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes, she understood that in this household, the one with the least wealth bore the greatest original sin. Gradually, Father Pei's expression grew stern. Was it not true? Because you all presumed I had never encountered such an expensive necklace, you unhesitatingly suspected me of theft, even going so far as to search my suitcase indiscriminately. Surely, the police require consent to search someone else's belongings. Yet in the Pei household, such actions were permitted without restraint. Cheng Xi inhaled deeply, despite her sweet visage. At that moment, her pupils gleamed with sharp indignation. Did the Pei family truly believe themselves above the law? Father Pei's complexion shifted dramatically. Mother Pei trembled with rage. Enough. I have never encountered someone so obstinate. I once thought that despite your humble background, at least you helped Yinzhou awaken. Yet with your current demeanor, I fear the Pei family cannot accommodate you any longer. Zhao Yashan, witnessing the scene, hastily interjected, produce the necklace, and then get out of the Pei household. Chapter 17. A love for wealth. Cheng, she pulled out her phone. I can leave the Pei household, and you may also allow me to divorce Pei Yinzhou. However, before I depart, I must do so with dignity and integrity. Since you suspect me of theft, I will call the police and have them investigate the truth. Nonsense. Father Pei admonished. Are you seeking to disgrace us further at home, and now extend that disgrace outside? Indeed, must you bring such shame upon us? Mother Pei concurred. Family scandals must not be aired publicly. You fear disgrace. Thus you would have me bear the accusation of theft? Forgive me, but my innocence is paramount. Without hesitation, Cheng Xi dialed the police. Father Pei reached out to snatch the phone away, but Cheng Xi, youthful and swift, darted into the bathroom to complete the call. This is outrageous. Father Pei was seething, erupting like a volcano, and he turned to call Pei Yinzhou. You need to return immediately. That wretched child Cheng Xi has summoned the police to our home. Father Pei shouted furiously into the phone. Meanwhile, Pei Yinzhou, busy at work, was perplexed. What on earth is happening? Just this morning, I treated Cheng Xi like a treasure and had her brought home. Now, she's a wretched child. Even someone as astute as Pei Yinzhou found himself bewildered. Dad, what exactly is going on? Cheng Xi has stolen a necklace worth 5 million from your sister-in-law and even had a scuffle with her. Now, she stubbornly refuses to admit it. We demanded she return it, and to our surprise, she called the police. You must hurry back. Pei Yinzhou was taken aback. Fighting? Theft? For a moment, he found himself somewhat admiring Cheng Xi. However, he sensed that his parents were likely very displeased with her now. Perhaps if he returned in time, he could even seek a divorce. Thus, he quickly set aside his work and drove back to the Pei residence. In the courtyard, 2 police cars were parked. Cheng Xi had indeed summoned the police, who were currently taking statements. As he entered, he overheard Cheng Xi tearfully recounting her ordeal to an officer. Indeed, I am not from a wealthy family. I was merely a fortunate girl from humble beginnings who married into the Pei family. However, my parents instilled in me the principle that one must not take even a single thread from another's possessions. Am I to be deemed a criminal simply because of my poverty? Should the sight of something precious compel me to steal? If you were my shoes, could you accept such a fate? The investigating officer, a female police officer, nodded empathetically at Cheng Xi's words. Most of them were not from affluent backgrounds either. It was indeed quite infuriating to be labeled a thief without any evidence simply due to a lack of wealth. Nearby, Zhao Yashan felt uncomfortable at Cheng Xi's words. Then tell me, at that moment, you were the only one in the living room. Who else could it have been? A ghost, perhaps? Cheng Xi replied. It could also be that you were deliberately framing me. Everyone knows how much you despise me. Since I moved into the Pei family, you have been nothing but hostile. By the way, that necklace was a gift from my husband's ex-girlfriend, and today, when she visited the Pei residence, my sister-in-law was quite amicable with her and even suggested I should give her space. You're speaking nonsense. I would never stoop so low. Zhao Yashan, sensing the police's skeptical gaze, frantically threw herself into Pei Hyang's arms. Darling, Cheng Xi is so shameless. Tell her to leave. I can't bear to see her for even a moment. Pei Hyang glanced at his disheveled wife, her face marred with several scratches, and frowned. My wife would never do such a thing. I also believe my sister-in-law is innocent. Pei Yinzhou strode in, his demeanor stern and his expression icy. His cold gaze swept over Cheng Xi before he declared, I am Cheng Xi's husband, and I can attest that she is a woman who is very fond of money. It is not surprising for someone of her disposition to engage in petty theft for the sake of wealth. In that instant, Cheng Xi's heart plummeted. Chapter 18. If you don't want to apologize, just say, so listen, is this how a person speaks? She had previously thought Pei Yinzhou quite handsome, but now she felt nothing but disdain. Cheng Xi's eyes scanned each member of the Pei family, noticing the unmistakable disdain reflected in their gazes. She understood that each of them would crush her with the same ease as one would squash an ant. However, she would never yield. Indeed, I confess my affection for wealth. Who in this world does not cherish money? If you claim to be indifferent to riches, then why do you tirelessly pursue even greater fortunes after attaining financial freedom? Cheng Xi's unwavering gaze collided with Yinzhou's. As for my supposed greed, may I inquire what wealth I have taken from your esteemed Pei family? Pei Yinzhou remained silent, but Zhao Yashan interjected, remarking that merely marrying you cost 2 billion. Your family has indeed fallen into a pit of riches. How can you claim to be free from avarice? Cheng Xi scoffed. For everyone knew that Pei heir Xiao had recently endured a car accident, with doctors advising preparations for the worst. You must have sought to uplift spirits by spending lavishly on me, your fiancé. Pray tell, who would marry a man on the brink of death, if not for monetary allure? You set this price, fully aware that no one would come forth for less. Now that the truth is revealed, you dare to insinuate that our Cheng family is greedy. If that is the case, why did you offer such a sum in the first place? Cheng Xi, your words grow increasingly excessive. Pei father, unable to ignore her sarcasm, felt both infuriated and humiliated at being bested by a girl of his grandson's generation. Am I mistaken? It was Pei Xiao who accused me of greed. Cheng Xi shot back, her icy stare locking with Pei Yinzhou's. Aside from the betrothal gift, have I ever spent a single penny of yours, or taken anything from you? Pei Yinzhou's lips twitched, but as he opened his mouth, he realized he was at a loss for words. This realization ignited a mix of anger and frustration within him. If looks could kill, Cheng Xi would have met her demise countless times. Seeing him silent, she sneered, in that case, on what grounds do you label me a thief? I find you to be the one who is covetous. The doctor advised you to rest for half a month, yet you hurried back to work right after being discharged. Who loves money more than you, treating it as if it were a matter of life and death? Pei Yinzhou's eyes widened in fury, his chest heaving. The police remarked that despite her petite stature, Pei family's second young mistress had a sharp tongue that could rival any lawyer's prowess. Indeed, none in the Pei family could outmatch her verbal dexterity. Cheng Xi, cease your futile arguments, Pei Yinzhou said, exasperation creeping into his voice. Hand over the items now, and you may still avoid severe repercussions. Should the evidence be discovered, the 5 million in jewels would ensure you face significant consequences. I have no desire to argue further. Let the search commence, Cheng Xi replied calmly to the police. Since you claim I am a thief, and I have never left this house, the police should certainly find something. A fingerprint examination will reveal who the true thief is. No, the search cannot proceed, Pei mother interjected vehemently. The Pei household brimmed with rare treasures, and it could not be subjected to random searches. Cheng Xi, growing increasingly frustrated, challenged them. What then? You incessantly accuse me of theft, yet you are unwilling to report it to the police. You refuse the search as well. Aside from your empty words, you possess no evidence against me. Is it possible in this day and age to convict someone solely based on mere allegations? Pei mother swayed, visibly shaken by her words. Pei Yinzhou's eyes brimmed with icy disdain. Cheng Xi, please speak to my mother with more courtesy. I am aware that if one shows me respect, I shall return it tenfold. However, the unfortunate truth is that none of the Pei family holds me in esteem. Cheng Xi met his gaze with unwavering defiance, daring to return his glare. The ire radiating from Pei Yinzhou was palpable. In the past, everyone had approached him with utmost reverence. Even his own parents bore a certain trepidation towards him, yet this woman remained unyielding. Enough, everyone, a female officer timidly interjected. The necklace you mentioned, is this the one? The crowd turned in the direction of her voice. The officer, her hands clad in white gloves, held aloft the sparkling blue diamond necklace. Yes, that is indeed it, Zhao Yashan exclaimed, rushing forward to seize the necklace. Where did you find it? Was it in this woman's suitcase? Cheng Xi nearly rolled her eyes. The officer pointed beneath the living room sofa. It was underneath that sofa. Zhao Yashan immediately glared at Cheng Xi. You are quite cunning, aren't you? Afraid we would search your suitcase and room, so you hid the necklace beneath the sofa, planning to discreetly retrieve it later. Truly, the most perilous spot often turns out to be the safest. Have you lost your mind? Cheng Xi could no longer contain herself. Her fists clenched so tightly that veins began to surface. Cheng Xi, how dare you speak to my wife in such a manner? Where is your sense of propriety? Pei Heong bellowed. Pray tell, has your wife ever treated me with courtesy? Cheng Xi shot back, her eyes ablaze. First you claimed I hid it in my suitcase. Now you say I concealed it beneath the sofa. If they find my fingerprints on it, I will gladly turn my name backwards. You're so clever. Who knows if you didn't simply wrap it and hide it elsewhere? Zhao Yashan scoffed, witnessing the Pei family's relentless aggression. The officer who discovered the necklace could no longer remain silent. That cat of yours, it's quite the troublemaker. Isn't it? Yes, it's mine, Zhao Yashan nodded. The officer continued, I observed that cat leaping about on the sofa and the table. It's likely that while playing, it inadvertently knocked the box containing the necklace off the table, causing it to roll beneath the sofa. When I found it, the box was open, with the necklace still outside. Had someone intended to conceal it, the box would have been neatly arranged. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone's gaze fell upon the cat, now effortlessly perched atop the dining table, and they fell silent. Cheng Xi glanced over and remarked coolly, Now, can it be proven that I did not steal it? Who knows if you orchestrated it all deliberately? Zhao Yashan muttered under her breath, only to be silenced by her husband's tug. Enough. Stop speaking. Pei father glared fiercely at Zhao Yashan, his age betraying the embarrassment she had brought upon him. He leaned on his cane and approached. Officers, I apologize for summoning you due to this misunderstanding. Everyone must be weary. Let us retire to the tea room for a cup of tea. The leading officer replied. No need for that. This is our duty, and since the matter has been clarified, we shall take our leave. Pei's father made a polite attempt to retain him, but since the guest intended to depart, he was eager for them to leave. Within a minute of the police's exit, Pei Yinzhou noticed a pen left on the table, presumably forgotten by the officers. Father, I shall return this, he declared, grasping the pen and stepping outside. As he drew closer, he overheard the officers murmuring amongst themselves. It is best to avoid marrying into a wealthy family. The facade may appear splendid, yet the reality is quite the opposite. Indeed, this family seemed rather unreasonable, particularly that Lady Pei. Having seen her on television before, he had deemed her quite regal. But today she appeared to be nothing short of a nuisance. And that second young master of the Pei family is equally amusing. He suspects his wife of being materialistic and accuses her of theft. If that were true, the world would be rife with thieves. I suspect that the second young master is even more obsessed with wealth than his wife. Did you notice that the lady of the Pei family was adorned in luxurious finery, her diamond earrings worth a fortune, while the second young mistress appeared to wear garments of inferior quality, devoid of any jewelry. I observed that as well. Their chatter gradually faded away. Pei Yinzhou did not pursue them. His handsome face tightened, and his deep black eyes reflected an unparalleled sense of embarrassment. While the officer's remarks were indeed unflattering, upon reflection, the behavior of his family before the police seemed quite disgraceful. As for himself, he had hastily concluded that Cheng Xi was avaricious, thus branding her a thief. What was happening to him? He was not typically so muddled. Why did he feel as if he were not himself whenever he faced Cheng Xi? Meanwhile, in the living room, since Pei Yinzhou had stepped out, Cheng Xi had been quietly waiting. After a considerable time, she heard Zhao Yashan say, "Mom and Dad, I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall head upstairs to put away this necklace. Oh, and Mother, Xiao has brought you a particularly exquisite watch. Is that so? Allow me to see it," replied Pei's mother, keen to steer the conversation away. "I will escort you upstairs," Zhao Yashan offered, linking arms with Pei's mother as they ascended. Cheng Xi observed with a cold gaze, remarking, "Even a 3-year-old understands the necessity of apologizing when one has wronged another. Yet here stands a 40-year-old who does not." Zhao Yashan's expression shifted. Pei's mother lowered her voice, saying, "Today has already been quite humiliating. Your sister-in-law may have misjudged you, and though she bears some blame, you have been rather confrontational and have not suffered any loss. I have been branded a thief by everyone. Regardless of my protests, none of you believe me. Even when the police present evidence, my sister-in-law continues to slander me." "Huh! Given all this, you still assert that I have not suffered," Cheng Xi retorted, biting her luscious lip, unwilling to apologize outright. Pei's mother, taken aback by the defiance from a younger generation, felt a surge of distaste towards Cheng Xi. At that moment, Pei Heong stepped forward, stating, "Cheng Xi, I apologize on behalf of your sister-in-law. She has acted inappropriately today, but please do not take your anger out on my mother. She is of advanced age." "Very well, what can I do if you say so?" Cheng Xi turned and ascended the stairs. Zhao Yashan observed her demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. What if she was wronged? After all, she was merely a newlywed. How could she possibly compare? The elders of the family cherished her, and even Pei Yinzhou held her in esteem as an elder sister-in-law. However, just 5 minutes later, Cheng Xi descended with a suitcase in hand. Pei Yinzhou, returning home at that moment, instinctively frowned and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do now?" constantly threatening to leave. Pei father also wore a stern expression, stating, "Cheng Xi, I recognize that we have wronged you today, but that is simply due to our lack of understanding. Please, cease this commotion." Cheng Xi smiled softly, her luminous gaze sweeping across the room filled with people. "You may not know me well, but I am well acquainted with you in this Pei family, and that is sufficient." Chapter 19. The family's corrupt morals. "You've only just arrived, and you claim to understand our Pei family?" Pei mother retorted, her anger manifesting in a bitter laugh. "I do understand," Cheng Xi replied candidly. "I know that the morals of the Pei family are flawed, that you look down on those less fortunate, and that you unconditionally favor your kin. I cannot remain here any longer. Today, a necklace went missing, and I was wrongfully accused of theft. What will it be tomorrow or the day after? Surely, I will be the prime suspect once more. I was fortunate that the police were able to find evidence today, but my luck may not hold next time." Without hesitation, she dragged her suitcase toward the exit. As she passed Pei Yinzhou, she did not even spare him a glance. Not only was Pei Yinzhou taken aback, but every member of the Pei family was astonished. The Pei family was a formidable wealth in Sioux City, to be handled with utmost care. Yet today, a mere girl in her early 20s dared to declare their family morals corrupt. Pei father trembled with rage. "Yinzhou, stop her," he commanded through gritted teeth. If she were to leave through that door and sever this marriage, the tale of the wronged daughter-in-law would surely spread throughout the city. Pei Yinzhou, taken by surprise, instinctively grasped Cheng Xi's arm. "What are you planning now?" Cheng Xi turned, her vigilance directed at Pei father. "Elder, you wouldn't want your son to harm me, would you? Let me be clear, the police have just left. If anything were to happen to me here, they would undoubtedly suspect you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Pei Yinzhou's lips twitched. What sort of thoughts occupied her mind? The notion of dying here was absurd. Did she perceive their family as a den of malice? Is it not so? Why else would you prevent my departure? You do not wish for my presence. and cohabitation is proving untenable. As they appeared to have no intention of causing her harm, Cheng Xi's wariness gradually diminished. Pei Yinzhou clearly noted the shift in her demeanor, left utterly speechless. Did she truly suspect that he would harm her? Such a young lady, and yet she imagined the worst of others. Her audacity was astonishing. She dared to challenge even her own parents. Pei Yinzhou had never encountered a woman like her, which piqued his curiosity. "Dad, let her go," Zhao Yashan shouted, expressing her frustration that since her arrival, the Pei household had known no peace. "Silence." Pei father shot her a fierce glare, as if to say that today, as events were already shameful enough. How could they allow a younger generation to mock their family's integrity? "I believe our family values are quite commendable," Zhao Yashan retorted defiantly. "Apologize to her," Pei father commanded. Cheng Xi's eyes flashed with surprise. She had thought Pei father too proud to do such a thing. Me, apologize to her? Zhao Yashan seemed incredulous, as if she bore the weight of endless grievances. Did she truly deserve such humiliation? A younger relative mocking them. Wasn't it common sense for even a 3-year-old to apologize for wrongdoing? Pei father's eyes were filled with menace and warning. "Go now, or you will kneel in the ancestral hall," he threatened. Zhao Yashan felt a tremor in her heart. After 2 decades of knowing him, she recognized his fury. Yet, she could not accept it, feeling unjustly treated. Why should Cheng Xi hold such significance? "Dad, please don't be angry. Yashan will apologize." Pei Heong, witnessing the tension, quickly pulled Zhao Yashan before Cheng Xi. "Cheng Xi, my sister-in-law, and I sincerely apologize. We were indeed in the wrong today. We misunderstood you. As your elder brother, my tone was too harsh. I'm truly sorry." After speaking, he forcefully nudged Zhao Yashan, urging her, quickly, say sorry to Cheng Xi. With gritted teeth, Zhao Yashan felt the sting of humiliation and resentment. However, she understood that without an apology today, neither her husband nor her father-in-law would forgive her. "Is sorry sufficient?" she said, mustering her courage before shoving her husband aside and storming out with red-rimmed eyes. Pei Heong, seeing her distress, helplessly chased after her. Pei mother witnessed her eldest daughter-in-law in such a state for the first time, feeling a pang of sympathy. They were family. Was it truly necessary to push her to this extent? Cheng Xi remained speechless, reflecting, "Indeed, we are all family. Was it necessary to corner me?" A seemingly delicate woman, to the point that the police had to intervene? "Enough. No more talk," Pei father exclaimed, his head throbbing from the noise. "Yinzhou, don't you have a villa outside? Take Cheng Xi there. She and your sister-in-law cannot coexist under the same roof." Pei Yinzhou was taken aback. If Cheng Xi moved out, his parents would be blissfully ignorant, making it harder for him to continue his disdain for her. "What? You want me to move in with her?" Cheng Xi's voice suddenly rose in astonishment. "Sir, are you not permitting us to divorce? Our fates truly do not align." Pei Yinzhou was at a loss for words. For the first time, he realized just how earnest Cheng Xi was about wanting a divorce. Her eagerness surpassed his own. "What do you mean, sir? I am your father." If Pei father had a cane, he would have surely struck her with it. "Yinzhou, help her carry her things upstairs. I forbid you to divorce." With that, Pei Yinzhou had no choice but to take Cheng Xi's belongings upstairs. "Do not take my things. I have no desire to remain here. I wish to leave." Cheng Xi hurriedly pursued. The scene left Pei's mother clutching her chest, pondering that if she were to see her daily, a heart condition would surely ensue. "You should have agreed to their divorce earlier. Did you not see how arrogant Cheng Xi was? Such a lack of upbringing," she lamented. At this moment, Pei's father had lost sight of that individual and had regained some composure. If one were to consider the situation from her perspective, being unjustly accused of theft would indeed provoke anger. "Old man, have you lost your mind?" Pei's mother remarked, placing her hand on his forehead to check for fever. "You think I am like you? I am the head of the household," Pei's father retorted with annoyance. "First and foremost, we erred by believing Yashan's one-sided account and treating her as a thief. Subjectively, we did hold her in contempt. Moreover, once the truth emerged, our pride prevented us from apologizing, compounded by our perception of her lower status. Indeed, we are the elders. In my lifetime, aside from my in-laws, I have never apologized to anyone. Why should I, at my age, apologize to my daughter-in-law?" Pei's mother expressed her displeasure. "I share your discontent," Pei's father scoffed. However, her boldness is quite fitting for the role of Mrs. Pei. When she defended herself, she was articulate and unyielding, The wealthy young ladies I have encountered lacked her courage. Yin Zhou is the master of the Pei family, and his wife cannot be overly submissive. I find Xiao much more agreeable, Pei's mother remarked, her disdain for Cheng Xi palpable. Since she did not marry Yin Zhou, it was simply not meant to be, Pei's father dismissed. Upstairs, Cheng Xi regarded Pei Yin Zhou with a complete lack of warmth. Why did you bring my luggage upstairs? You should have protested alongside me earlier, urging your father to agree to our divorce, especially since your family currently despises me. Chapter 20. You sleep on the floor. I sleep in the bed. Pei Yin Zhou gazed down at the petite woman before him, her cherubic face flushed with indignation, animated in a manner that was undeniably vibrant. Yet, he felt an unexpected twinge of annoyance. Why was this woman more eager for divorce than he was? Once upon a time, countless socialites had endeavored to capture his attention. The police visit one moment, and the next you wish to divorce me? The Pei family cannot afford such disgrace. Pei Yin Zhou grumbled as he loosened his tie. Oh, Cheng Xi suddenly realized. You're concerned that the rumor of me being accused of theft will become a laughingstock. Pei Yin Zhou's handsome visage darkened, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing his deep-set eyes. You will remain here for now. We shall consider divorce at a later time. Oh no, that won't do, Cheng Xi replied, her expression troubled. Look at me, so impoverished and avaricious. What if something goes missing from your study and you accuse me of theft? Pei Yin Zhou felt a lump in his throat, his expression cooling several degrees. Cheng Xi, is this hurdle insurmountable? Not at all, she countered, sitting down with a furrowed brow, gazing at him earnestly. I genuinely dislike being here. I hold no fondness for your family. They're disdainful of the poor, oppressive to the weak, and overbearing. Pei Yin Zhou's suppressed anger suddenly erupted. Cheng Xi, do you think our family holds you in high regard? You show no respect for your elders, are sharp-tongued, and dismissive of everything. Cheng Xi merely shrugged, indifferent. If you don't like me, so be it. I couldn't care less. Pei Yin Zhou was truly witnessing the phrase a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water come to life. Arguing with such a woman felt like striking a fist against cotton. He couldn't fathom where his grandfather had found such a peculiar woman to arrange a marriage for him. Rubbing his temples, he shifted the topic. My father wants me to take you out to live. What do you think? Absolutely not, Cheng Xi replied decisively, shaking her head. You've heard the saying about distance making the heart grow fonder, right? I must remain here to ensure your parents develop a strong aversion to me. Otherwise, how could I possibly divorce you? Although Pei Yin Zhou harbored similar thoughts, Cheng Xi's eagerness to sever their ties left him quite vexed. It's fine if my parents dislike you, but be careful not to overdo it. My father has a heart condition, and my mother suffers from hypertension. We wouldn't want to provoke them into a health crisis. Cheng Xi paused, taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the elders of the Pei family would have so many ailments. It was indeed crucial to tread carefully. If something were to happen, the Cheng family might even suffer the consequences. It was all so frustrating. Observing Cheng Xi's troubled demeanor, Pei Yin Zhou's brow lifted slightly. Good. At last, this wretched girl had something to be troubled about. Before long, the maid arrived to call them down for dinner. All right, let's go, Cheng Xi said, patting her stomach, genuinely feeling a bit hungry after the mental exertion of the day. Pei Yin Zhou found it utterly baffling. She had just quarreled with his parents and still had the audacity to join them for dinner. Why should I feel embarrassed? I didn't wrong anyone. The ones who should be embarrassed are you lot. With that, Cheng Xi confidently descended the stairs to dine. Pei Yin Zhou remained silent for a while. No matter how much he disliked Cheng Xi, he had to concede that she was indeed different from the women he had known before. As for how she was different, he was certain it was in her remarkable audacity. In the dining room downstairs, Pei's father and mother were already seated. Pei's mother sighed, clearly in a foul mood. You shouldn't have insisted on bringing me out for dinner. Seeing Cheng, she has likely ruined my appetite. You're overthinking it. She may not even come down for dinner. Pei's father reassured her. True enough, after arguing with our family, how could she bear to show her face? Pei's mother remarked, just as Cheng Xi descended the stairs, with her son following behind. Well, it seems this daughter-in-law cannot be judged by ordinary standards, Pei's father commented. Where are your elder brother and sister-in-law? Pei Yin Zhou inquired after taking his seat. Pei's mother cast a glance at Cheng Xi, who was busy drying her hands with a warm towel. Before responding in a sardonic tone, your sister-in-law has returned to her family. Your brother called to say she will be staying there for the time being. Pei Yin Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Xi. Rather impressive indeed. My sister-in-law has resided in our home for decades. Yet this is the first time she has been incensed to return to her maternal home. Shouldn't she instead feel utterly ashamed to retreat to her family? Cheng Xi lifted her gaze, her bright, dark eyes gazing blankly at Pei Yinzhou. Shouldn't it be I who has been driven back home in anger? Yet you just dragged away my luggage. Pei Yinzhou. Pei mother felt the frustration she had just released surge anew. Cheng Xi, enough, enough, let us eat. One must not speak during meals. Pei father declared with authority. If this continues, he might become so agitated that it could affect his health. After the meal, Cheng Xi ascended the stairs to prepare for a shower. As she rummaged through her suitcase for clothes and made her way to the bathroom, Pei Yinzhou, who had entered shortly thereafter, frowned upon seeing her. I did not appreciate my bathroom being used by others. It's unsanitary. Thank you for not directly stating that she is unclean. Cheng Xi puffed her cheeks and glared at the man behind her. I have a cleanliness obsession. Pei Yinzhou added. Fine. Cheng Xi nodded. She too had a cleanliness obsession, and who would want to use it anyway? However, with his temperament, even if they were to divorce in the future, no woman would tolerate him. Cheng Xi chose not to argue with him and took her clothes to the shared bathroom on the second floor for a shower. Upon her return, Pei Yinzhou had finished his shower as well. The man sat at his desk in a navy blue nightgown, working. His complexion was pale and cool, and the collar of his nightgown was casually opened, revealing his exquisite collarbone and alluring Adam's apple. Despite her profound dislike for him, Cheng Xi could not deny that he possessed the most distinguished aura she had ever encountered. She silently gathered the computer and textbooks that had been pushed aside. Pei Yinzhou suddenly glanced at her and inquired, "Where's the sofa in my room?" "Oh, your father had it moved out to prevent me from sleeping on the sofa at night," Cheng Xi retorted. Pei Yinzhou was momentarily taken aback. His father had indeed taken decisive action. His gaze then shifted to the sole large bed in the bedroom, and his handsome face instantly grew serious. "In that case, you will sleep on the floor, and I will take the bed." Cheng Xi did not contest his statement. She too preferred not to sleep in a strange man's bed. "However, you must provide me with a pillow and a blanket. I cannot simply lie on the floor." Pei Yinzhou replied nonchalantly, "That is your own concern." His dismissive tone instantly chilled Cheng Xi's heart once more. As a newcomer to the Pei family, how was she to know where the pillow and blanket were kept? She was already quite fatigued today and wished to avoid conflict with Pei Yinzhou. Yet, every concession she made resulted not in his cooperation, but rather in his indifferent attitude. Cheng Xi cast him a deep look before turning and walking toward the bathroom. Pei Yinzhou observed her retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Chapter 21. Reciprocity. Through her recent interactions with Cheng Xi, Pei Yinzhou had gleaned some understanding of her character. His prior response had not been particularly gracious. Would Cheng Xi simply let it slide, given her disposition? As Cheng Xi approached the grand bed with a basin of water in hand, Pei Yinzhou's brow twitched, prompting him to stride over and seize her arm, his expression stern as he questioned, "Cheng Xi, what are you intending to do?" "Of course, I plan to drench your bed. If I cannot sleep, then neither shall you," Cheng Xi replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, her cherubic face framed by a pair of eyes as calm and deep as a tranquil pool. Pei Yinzhou, taken aback for a moment, swiftly issued a sharp warning. "Do you dare? What is there that I would not dare?" Cheng Xi retorted coldly, locking her gaze with his. "Pei Yinzhou, I have endured your behavior long enough. You wish to divorce, and I have shown my willingness to cooperate. Yet yesterday you told me to leave, and today you slander me before the police as a thief. You have your obsessions, forbidding me from using the bathroom to bathe. I washed outside instead. You claimed the bed for yourself, and I did not contest it. I merely asked for a pillow and a blanket. You know well the attitude you have displayed towards me." Pei Yinzhou towered over her, and as he lowered his gaze, he noticed her delicate pink lips parting and closing. The sight of those clever lips gave him a throbbing headache. "It is merely a blanket. Cannot you fetch one yourself? I am unfamiliar with this home. How should I know where things are?" Cheng Xi snapped back. "Pei Yinzhou, I am aware that my background does not compare to yours, and that you look down on me. However, allow me to reiterate, we are in a cooperative relationship. As a businessman, do you treat your partners with such disdain? Since you do not respect me, I shall not respect you." As she spoke, she attempted to stride towards the bed. "Do not go." Pei Yinzhou grasped her other arm as well. Cheng Xi struggled to free herself, and they engaged in a contest of strength, but ultimately, the man's power was greater. The water in the basin splashed down onto Cheng Xi's chest, An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Pei Yinzhou glanced down to see that Cheng Xi, having just bathed, was clad in a light pink cotton nightgown. The water drenched her upper body, leaving her chest exposed in a manner that was almost unbearable to behold. The color of her undergarments clearly visible. Pei Yinzhou's gaze deepened. Previously, having seen Cheng Xi's slender frame, he had not anticipated that she would possess such fullness where it mattered. "What are you staring at?" Cheng Xi exclaimed. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she noticed Pei Yinzhou's eyes fixated on her chest. In a moment of reckless defiance, she seized the remaining water in the basin and poured it all over Pei Yinzhou's waist. The water splashed onto the wooden floor, sending a chill through the air. Pei Yinzhou surveyed his disheveled lower half, his handsome face darkening like the sky before a tempest. "Cheng Xi," he ground out through clenched teeth, his gaze simmering with a hatred that seemed capable of inflicting the most severe punishment upon her. "What are you looking at? This is merely a matter of reciprocity." Cheng Xi instinctively bolstered her courage, standing tall, though the damp skin beneath her nightgown trembled slightly. Pei Yinzhou felt as though his eyes were being seared. He wanted to strangle her, yet he could not bring himself to confront the sight of the woman before him, drenched and vulnerable. Clenching his fists tightly, he stormed towards the door in a fit of rage. He could no longer bear to stay in that house. Just as he reached the doorstep, the thought of his drenched trousers dampened his spirits further, prompting him to retreat to the changing room to swap out his clothes before slamming the door behind him. However, his departure seemed to bring a sense of relief to Cheng Xi. She surmised that with such anger radiating from Pei Yinzhou, he likely would not return. After mopping the floor, she decided to move the bedding and blankets from the bed to the ground, for she had no desire to lie down on that bed any longer. In his limited edition Bugatti, Pei Yinzhou, irritable, dialed Lu Chongli's number. "Where are you? Let's go have a drink." Am I imagining things? Or is her usually composed Pei Xiao actually inviting me for a drink? Lu Chongli teased. "Who has offended you?" "Less chatter," Pei Yinzhou retorted, his mood decidedly foul. "All right, I'm with Yao Ting and Qin Ming at Xia Cafe. I'll send the address to the group. Hurry over." Pei Yinzhou frowned slightly. "You all prefer cafes over bars now? Have you lost your minds?" "You're the one who's lost it," Lu Chongli replied irritably. "It's not our fault that Yao Ting has developed a crush on the cafe owner. I heard him say she comes every Wednesday. So we're just biding our time." "Fine, I'll come," Pei Yinzhou concluded, hanging up and using the navigation to find his way. About half an hour later, he arrived at Xia Cafe. This cafe was not far from the city center, adorned with vibrant flowers outside, and its interior boasted an exquisite Italian design. Standing outside, the rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air. As he opened the heavy door and stepped inside, the melodious strains of a piano instinctively calmed his racing heart. "Yinzhou, over here." Qin Ming waved from short distance. Pei Yinzhou strode over. It was hard to imagine that the three most prominent young lords of Sioux City were sitting together at such a table, savoring coffee and an array of delicacies. "What brings you out tonight, Yinzhou?" Qin Ming inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I heard from my mother that police visited your Pei residence this afternoon. Did something significant happen that has upset you?" Just as Pei Yinzhou was about to pull out a chair, his expression darkened in an instant. He nearly forgot that the Pei family estate was surrounded by affluent neighborhoods, home to many influential families, including those of these troublesome young men. Yao Ting nodded. "I heard from my family too." "What were the police doing at your place, Yinzhou?" Lu Chongli's curiosity mirrored that of the others. "That is a secret of the Pei family," Pei Yinzhou stated sternly as he took his seat, casting a warning glare at the three. "Come on, Yinzhou. We're just concerned about you," Qin Ming said, disappointment etched on his face, aware of Pei Yinzhou's volatile nature and refraining from further prying. "If you choose not to share, that's your prerogative. Everyone has their secrets," Lu Chongli added with a gentle smile, then nodded towards the piano. "Look, the one playing the piano is the very cafe owner who has captured our Yao Ting's heart." Pei Yinzhou glanced over casually. Under the resplendent glow, a woman gracefully playing the piano donned a floral dress, her lustrous black hair cascading over her back and shoulders. With every gesture, she exuded an elegance that was both radiant and captivating. Particularly enchanting were her slender, fair fingers dancing across the black and white keys, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. However, Pei Yinzhou, after a languid appraisal, furrowed his brow, pondering the necessity of a proprietress engaging in such a performance. Could there be ulterior motives at play? Throughout his life, Pei Yinzhou had encountered numerous beautiful women from various circles, many of whom had schemed with relentless determination to capture his attention, aspiring to marry into wealth. Chapter 22. Assisting your husband upstairs. Thus, he harbored serious doubts about this proprietress's intentions. Brother Yin, it's not as you think, Han Yaoting clarified. Ive inquired. And this cafe has a music academy student who works here at this time, every day. However, that student is on leave this Wednesday, hence the proprietress is filling in. Very well, if you fancy her, then pursue her, Pei Yinzhou remarked, taking a delicate sip of coffee and raising an eyebrow. I must admit, this coffee is quite delightful. As Han Yaoting stood up, preparing to approach, a voice of welcome rang out from the entrance. A refined and handsome gentleman stepped inside. Cousin. Han Yaoting waved eagerly. Upon hearing the call, Han Shilin glanced over, momentarily taken aback, before walking over. What a coincidence. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Pei Yinzhou smiled. Shilin, when did you return to the country? You didn't inform us. I've been back for half a year, but I've been quite busy since my return. Let me treat you to dinner another day, Han Shilin said warmly as he shook their hands. Let us not postpone. How about tonight? Qin Ming enthusiastically suggested. We can all go out for late-night snacks. Tonight might not work, Han Shilin began, but was interrupted as a soft, delicate arm wrapped around him. Darling, is this your friend? Darling? Everyone was momentarily stunned, sensing an ominous premonition. For the woman entwined around Han Shilin was none other than the proprietress who had just played the piano. Han Yaoting's handsome face darkened. Cousin, who is this? This is my wife, Cheng Yu. Han Shilin gently embraced his lovely spouse. Yaoting, we only registered our marriage less than half a month ago, so we haven't had the chance to inform your parents. Hello. Cheng Yu smiled and nodded. Remember to come to our wedding banquet when the day arrives. Han Yaoting. All right. Lu Chongli quickly nodded in agreement. I must take my leave. Han Shilin glanced at his watch. I need to go pick up my daughter from my mother's place. We'll chat next time. With that, Han Shilin wrapped his arm around his wife's waist and departed. Pei Yinzhou furrowed his brow as he watched the couple's receding figures, feeling that the name Cheng Yu sounded somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place it. Behind him, Han Yaoting's voice suddenly erupted in despair. Heavens, why am I so unfortunate? Did I perhaps disturb my cousin's ancestral graves in my past life? Lu Shungli simpatica yipata, Han Yaoting's shude. Indeed, it is truly lamentable how unfortunate Han Yaoting is. Han Yaoting and Han Shilin are cousins, yet for Han Yaoting, this cousin embodies the shadow of his youth. From the very beginning of his academic journey, while Han Yaoting, a lackluster student, struggled to achieve passing grades, Han Shilin effortlessly advanced from the first year of junior high to the third, then from the first year of high school to the third, ultimately pursuing studies abroad. Within the Han household, Han Yaoting as parents would incessantly lament. Yaoting, can you not learn from your cousin? After all, you both emerge from the same lineage. Why must you be so disappointing? After enduring the weight of this shadow throughout his upbringing, Han Yaoting experienced the stirrings of first love for his senior, only to discover that she favored Han Shilin, viewing him merely as a stepping stone, ultimately chasing after him abroad to marry him. Now, once again, Han Yaoting finds himself smitten, yet this time, it is with Han Shilin's wife. Such is the cruelty of fate. Pei Yinzhou, typically stoic and unyielding, found a rare moment of sympathy. Didn't Han Shilin marry Shen Yu? When did they divorce? Han Yaoting pouted. They divorced last year. I heard Shen Yu disclosed my cousin's academic secrets to a competitor to secure her residency abroad. Goodness, I never imagined Shen Yu could be so unscrupulous. Qin Ming exclaimed. Fortunately, you didn't pursue her. Perhaps she isn't as virtuous as one would hope. I believe she possesses a kind heart, Han Yaoting replied wistfully. Do you know why I fell for her? At a nearby intersection, I often saw her feeding stray cats. Alas, it seems you can only blame the timing of your arrival, Lu Chongli remarked, patting his shoulder. Come, let us drink together, my friends, and not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Upon arriving at the bar, Han Yaoting poured himself a bottle and began to drink in solitude. Pei Yinzhou, feeling equally despondent, joined him. Why the long face, Yinzhou? Yaoting has just suffered a heartbreak, yet you, recently wed, appear troubled too. Is your wife unappealing? Or are you still pining for Xia Xiao? She is not unattractive, merely overly audacious, Pei Yinzhou scoffed, casting his gaze downward as he continued to drink. Intrigued, Qin Ming pressed on. Surely, There cannot be someone so bold as to act defiantly in your presence. What audacity is this? Pei Yinzhou recalled how she had savored her most detestable durian pizza in front of him, provoking a violent reaction, and had even splashed water on him that evening. He took a swig of his drink, muttering, "She didn't dare act defiantly in my presence. Her quarrel with my wife, however, has rendered our home a battlefield." "Your wife must possess remarkable courage, Yinzhou. Can you handle it?" Qi Ming inquired. "Handle it? Who dares to be insolent before me?" Pei Yinzhou replied, his expression cold, as he continued to drink in agitation. Eventually, both he and Han Yaoting succumbed to intoxication. Lu Chonli observed the two of them and was about to speak when Qi Ming interjected, "I will take Yinzhou home. You can see Yaoting safely back." Curious about the new sister-in-law, Lu Chonli deduced his thoughts. "Aren't you curious, Luga?" Qi Ming chuckled. Lu Chonli was indeed curious. So he made a special trip to the Pei family's old residence yesterday, only to find no one there. "Rest assured, Brother Lu, if I happen to see the new sister-in-law, I will certainly steal a snapshot," Qi Ming reassured him after much persuasion. It was 10 o'clock in the evening at the Pei family's old mansion. Cheng Xi glanced at the time. It was quite late, and Pei Yinzhou had yet to return, which likely meant he had spent the night elsewhere. After all, affluent individuals often have numerous properties at their disposal. She set aside her book, went downstairs to fetch warm water, and prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, the sound of a car broke the stillness outside. Uncertain whether it was Pei Yinzhou returning or the couple, Pei Heong and his wife, Cheng Xi decided to disregard it and hurried upstairs. Just then, an unfamiliar male voice echoed from outside. "Uncle Pei, Yinzhou is drunk. I brought him back." Moments later, the front door swung open, and a young man, clad in a deep green velvet shirt and possessing a charming demeanor, helped the tall Pei Yinzhou enter the house. "Oh dear, how could he be this intoxicated?" Pei's mother exclaimed, hurriedly descending the stairs. Qi Ming was fully aware of the circumstances, but could not articulate the truth. "We haven't gathered in a while, so Yinzhou indulged a bit," he explained. "Thank you for your troubles," Pei's elder stated, leaning on his cane. The couple attempted to assist, but given their age, Pei's mother noticed Cheng Xi lingering in the dining room and felt an irritable surge. "What are you doing standing there like a wooden post? Hurry and help your husband upstairs." Chapter 23. A request. Cheng Xi truly wished to remain uninvolved, but with guests present, she had no choice but to steel herself and approach. It was then that Qi Ming finally laid eyes on the new sister-in-law, taken aback by her youthful appearance. Seemingly no older than 17 or 18, she was clad in a delicate white nightgown, complemented by orange checkered pants, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was as luminous as milk, her eyes resembling almonds, with long, dark lashes akin to feathers. Her fair, rosy cheeks bore a touch of baby fat, and her lips, devoid of makeup, exhibited a natural shade of honeyed pink. Goodness, he thought, she is simply charming, adorable, and beautiful. He pondered whether she had reached adulthood. Yinzhou had mentioned her being audacious, but that seemed implausible. Surely, it was the elder sister-in-law who was bullying the younger one. Yinzhou, too, should not let his personal feelings cloud his judgment in favor of his elder sister-in-law. An elder sister-in-law is one thing, but she cannot compare to a wife. Cheng Xi. "This is Yinzhou's good friend, Qi Ming," introduced Pei's elder. "Hello." Cheng Xi nodded at Qi Ming. "Brother Qin, could I trouble you to help me assist him to the upstairs room? I doubt I can manage it myself." "Certainly, no problem at all," Qi Ming responded, fully understanding that the petite young lady would struggle to support the robust Yinzhou. He promptly guided Pei Yinzhou into the master bedroom. However, upon entering, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The spacious room was starkly devoid of furnishings. There were no cooling mats, nor bed linens to be found. His gaze wandered around the room, eventually landing upon a mattress a few meters away from the bed. He recalled that it must belong to Yin Ge, adorned with his sheets and quilt. "Sister-in-law, are you really sleeping on the floor while Yin Ge occupies the bed?" Qi Ming inquired tentatively. "No, I'm sleeping on the floor. Just let him stay in bed," Cheng Xi replied dismissively, waving her hand. Qi Ming was taken aback, but there is nothing on the bed. "So what if there isn't?" Cheng Xi responded nonchalantly. After all, Pei Yinzhou had never treated her with any regard, so there was no need to pretend about certain matters. Qi Ming thought to himself, is this truly Yin Ji's wife? I can understand why Yin Ge considers her so audacious. Yet, with such boldness, Could it be that Yin Ji's claim of being able to handle her was not mere bravado? Isn't this likely to lead to a cold? Qi Ming felt a twinge of displeasure. If you have married Yin Ge, you ought to present yourself as a proper wife. Did he not tell you? We're getting a divorce. Since it's inevitable, why bother with so much effort? Cheng Xi yawned, clearly in need of sleep. All right, I'll cover him with a quilt later. You can leave now. I want to sleep. Qi Ming left the Pei residence, utterly speechless and shocked. It was until Lu Chongli tagged him in their brother group chat that he was jolted back to reality. Photo. I forgot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? No. I genuinely forgot because of the new sister-in-law. Lu Ge, you have no idea how unfortunate Yin Ge is. When I left, Yin Ge was still curled up on a bare bed, with nothing on it. Even the sheets had been taken by the new sister-in-law. The new sister-in-law is far too ruthless, too audacious. I will never forget the pitiful sight of Yin Ge huddled on that big bed. And I think I understand why he drank so much tonight. It's just too hard. Sympathizing, Cheng Xi, however, did not feel any pity for Pei Yinzhou. Before sleeping, she kindly tossed a coat from the wardrobe over him. That was her benevolence. As for taking off shoes, washing his face, or wiping his body, dream on. She pulled the quilt up snugly and drifted off to a comfortable sleep. The next day, Pei Yinzhou woke up frozen. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling utterly unwell. His head throbbed, his stomach ached, and his limbs were icy. Only then did he realize he was curled up on a mattress, which was completely bare, even lacking a plastic cover beneath him. He had been left asleep on the plastic itself. Hadn't he been drinking with Lu Chongli and the others last night? Which little rascal had left him here? Pei Yinzhou sprang up, confirming it was indeed his room, and then spotted Cheng Xi comfortably wrapped in his quilt, sleeping on the floor. His temper nearly flared to the point of combustion. Very well. She certainly knew how to indulge herself. Pei Yinzhou, infuriated, stormed over barefoot and yanked the quilt off Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi, you! His anger abruptly ceased. On the sky-blue sheets, Cheng Xi's cheeks were flushed, and her white nightgown had several buttons undone, revealing a vast expanse of snow-like skin and alluring collarbones. Last night, when she was drenched, it was evident that she wore something underneath, but now it was clear she wore nothing at all. Further down, the fabric of her nightgown had rolled up, exposing a slender waist and a captivating navel. For some inexplicable reason, Pei Yinzhou suddenly felt a surge of heat within him. Damn it. Could it be that he had drunk too much last night? Frustrated, he tossed the blanket back over her. What terrible luck to encounter such a little enchantress. Stirred by the commotion, Cheng Xi rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned, greeting him with a good morning. Pei Yinzhou sneered, "You've taken my blanket. Do you genuinely think I can feel good in the morning? It was you who didn't give me the blanket last night." "I had no choice but to keep myself warm," Cheng Xi replied, now fully awake, blinking at him. "You couldn't freeze yourself while leaving me to shiver?" Pei Yinzhou's expression darkened. Cheng Xi looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Are you suggesting I should freeze for your sake?" Pei Yinzhou retorted. "Is there a problem with that? Given my status, is it not expected for everyone to prioritize me?" Cheng Xi quipped, "Unless I were to fall in love with you, I would never make such a sacrifice. Do you wish for me to love you? Dream on." With a cold face, Pei Yinzhou dismissed her with 2 words and turned to the bathroom for a shower. After finishing, he suddenly remembered that he had carelessly tossed his towel into the washing machine after his own shower last night. Now, not only did he lack a towel, but he also had no change of clothes. After hesitating for a few seconds, Pei Yinzhou called out, "Cheng Xi." "What?" She replied, "Could you fetch a new towel from the drawer in the changing room and grab my nightgown and pants as well?" Footsteps quickly approached the door, and Cheng Xi cheekily responded, "Sure, but you'll have to beg me." Pei Yinzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. One should maintain a proper demeanor when requesting help from others. Does she not even know the basic courtesies of please and thank you? "I'm not your servant." Cheng Xi stood outside, personally instructing him on manners. In that moment, the tension that had been building within Pei Yinzhou throughout the morning suddenly snapped. "Fine, I want to ask you. I'll get it myself." With a loud bang, the bathroom door swung open, and the man strode out confidently. Cheng Xi, caught off guard, widened her eyes in shock. Despite having experienced her fair share of storms in life, she felt utterly bewildered at that moment. She never anticipated that Pei Yinzhou could be so audacious. Chapter 24. The enchantress's Achilles heel. He stood before her, completely unclothed, with damp hair clinging to his scalp, glistening as water trickled down his forehead and ears. Cheng Xi's face turned as red as an apple. After a fleeting glance, she hurriedly turned to the side, exclaiming, Pei Yinzhou, are you out of your mind? A grown man, do you not have any shame? Any shame I might have is only because of your provocation. Pei Yinzhou initially found himself in a state of reckless abandon due to her provocations. However, as he stepped outside and beheld her pale cheeks suddenly flushed with color, an inexplicable smile crept upon his lips. Did you not ask me to plead with you? Very well, I shall now emerge and beseech you. May I? Pei Yinzhou grasped her chin, turning her face towards him to meet his gaze. Is this truly your face? How could it possibly redden? I thought your skin was as impenetrable as the Great Wall. As the man inched closer, the fragrance of his body wash and the scent of droplets enveloped her. Leaving Cheng Xi momentarily flustered. Go to hell. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Xi instinctively pushed against his muscular chest with considerable force. Having trained in martial arts, her strength was formidable. Pei Yinzhou stumbled back, colliding with the wall, his body trembling from the impact. Perverse rogue, hurry and get dressed, Cheng Xi admonished. Her cheeks flushed as she indignantly exited the room. Pei Yinzhou watched her awkward retreat, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips. At last, he had discovered the little enchantress's vulnerability. Yet, as he glanced down at his chest, where her delicate hand had just rested, he couldn't help but note the softness of her touch, a fatal distraction. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. What was he thinking? His face darkened in an instant. Surely, his prolonged singlehood had rendered him indiscriminate in his desires. Once dressed, Pei Yinzhou retrieved his phone, only to find messages from his friends in the group chat from the previous night. He immediately regretted having merely grasped Cheng Xi's chin instead of throttling her neck with fervor. Because of her, he had lost face entirely. Consequently, as he descended for breakfast, his countenance was a stormy shade of displeasure, prompting Pei's parents to ponder whether they owed him a debt of gratitude. After breakfast, you should move out with Cheng Xi, Pei's father commanded. Pei Yinzhou, with a forced smile, retorted, Father, your reasoning is quite clever. You find Cheng Xi's antics at home distressing. So you wish for me to take her away, thus ensuring that her disturbances affect only me, correct? Pei's father instinctively glanced at Cheng Xi, who was quietly enjoying her meal, and his face fell in embarrassment. While the intention was indeed as Pei Yinzhou had surmised, it was awkward to have it articulated by his own son. What nonsense are you spouting? Pei's father shot him a glare. I merely believe that Cheng Xi and your sister-in-law living under the same roof might lead to frequent quarrels. Pausing, he quickly reassured Cheng Xi, Cici, do not misunderstand. I hold no grievances against you. Cheng Xi remained speechless, thinking to herself that believing him would make her a fool. Pei Yinzhou, witnessing her silent response, chuckled mockingly. In any case, I shall not be moving out. Since you have compelled us to coexist, I believe you ought to endure the same trials. You insolent brat. Pei's father fumed, nearly slamming the table. Pei Yinzhou, quicker on his feet, stood up, declaring, I'm full. I must head to work. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the housekeeper rang from the doorway. Young Master Liu, good day to you. A tall figure walked in from outside, clad in a sky-blue denim shirt and white casual trousers, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Exuding an extraordinary charm, he was none other than Liu Chongli, the close confidant of Pei Yinzhou. Typically, he seldom visited the Pei residence in the mornings. However, after hearing Qin Ming's words last night, his curiosity was piqued, compelling him to witness the spectacle for himself, particularly out of sheer intrigue regarding Pei Yinzhou's audacious new wife. It's you, the Maserati driver. Cheng Xi was taken aback upon seeing him. Liu Chongli immediately recognized the fresh-faced and beautiful young lady at the Pei dining table as the same one who had inadvertently entered her vehicle days prior. A gentle smile illuminated his handsome face. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. You are. Mr. Pei introduced, this is Yinzhou's wife. Cheng Xi. Chongli. Do you know each other? Liu Chongli was momentarily stunned, but then recalled that after arriving at the Pei residence that evening, Pei Yinzhou had mentioned sending his newlywed wife to sleep next door. It seemed she hadn't gone next door at all, but rather had taken her suitcase and left. No wonder he encountered her near the Pei family's old residence. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Liu Chongli realized the backstory. Unbeknownst to him, he had already met Pei Yinzhou's audacious wife. A few nights ago, when I came to find Yinzhou, I happened to run into Miss Cheng dragging her luggage. Liu Chongli explained. The events of that night were well known among the Pei family, and Pei Yinzhou furrowed his brow, realizing that the unfortunate girl Lu Chonli referred to was indeed Cheng Xi. What a remarkable coincidence. Dad, who is this? Cheng Xi inquired, intrigued about Lu Chonli's identity. Mr. Pei chuckled and replied, "This is the son of Mr. Lu from the Lu Group. He shares a close friendship with Yinzhou and Qin Ming, who visited last night. By the way, Chonli is also the youngest captain in our country." A captain? Cheng Xi was taken aback. He appeared to be just in his 20s. Yet she had heard that captains typically were in their 30s or 40s. Mrs. Pei clarified, "It's generally challenging to become a captain without over a decade of experience." However, Chonli began flying at the age of 13. He was still a trainee pilot when he once saved over 200 lives during a storm at sea. Wow, Brother Lu, you are incredible. Cheng Xi genuinely admired such individuals, especially since she had always found pilots in uniforms exceptionally handsome while watching Hong Kong dramas with her classmates. Furthermore, Lu Chonli's striking appearance, standing at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3, combined with his privileged background, did not evoke a sense of superiority in his presence. In contrast to Pei Yinzhou's brazen demeanor, Lu Chonli seemed like a breath of fresh air. Cheng Xi couldn't help but feel surprised that such a gentle gentleman would befriend someone as arrogant and domineering as Pei Yinzhou. Unable to restrain herself, Cheng Xi cast a disapproving glance at Pei Yinzhou. Pei Yinzhou caught her eye and thought, "What else with that look? Disdain? Contempt?" Then he observed the admiration and respect in her gaze directed at Lu Chonli. "Why is it so irritating?" Pei Yinzhou tugged at his tie, typically well-mannered. He inexplicably felt an impulse to drag Lu Chonli outside and give him a good thrashing. Chapter 25. She is my wife, no? Lu Chonli modestly replied. "I am far inferior compared to Yinzhou. Brother Lu, you are truly humble," Cheng Xi murmured to herself. Aside from his exceptional talent for making money, what else did Pei Yinzhou possess? "Brother Lu, have you had breakfast yet?" "No. Would you like to have a bite?" Cheng Xi politely invited him, as the breakfast at the Pei residence was quite delectable. "Sure." Lu Chonli smiled and was about to take a seat when Pei Yinzhou abruptly yanked him away. "What are you eating for? Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Pei Yinzhou pulled Lu Chonli outside with long strides. See you next time." Lu Chonli had casually given Cheng Xi a nickname. She waved her hand, unable to suppress her thoughts about Pei Yinzhou's lack of manners. However, Brother Lu's temperament was remarkably good. He could tolerate such behavior. Outside, Pei Yinzhou dragged Lu Chonli to the yard before releasing him. "What's the deal? I rushed over to see you without even having breakfast. That's excessive," Lu Chonli remarked while surveying Pei Yinzhou's complexion. TSK. I heard from Qin Ming that you didn't even have a blanket last night. I thought I would see my brother frozen like a dog." Pei Yinzhou scoffed. "You think I'm unaware? You just wanted to come and watch the spectacle, didn't you?" "No, I genuinely wanted to see the woman who could make you suffer. I was curious about what kind of extraordinary woman could cause you such distress." Lu Chonli, suppressing a laugh, added, "To my surprise, I've already seen her. I must say, your wife is quite beautiful, such a charming and adorable girl. Perhaps you are too harsh with her?" "Harsh?" Pei Yinzhou's expression darkened completely. "Lu Chonli, I see you are simply smitten by her beauty. Let me remind you, she is my wife. But aren't you two destined for divorce?" Lu Chonli stroked his chin. "Actually, her looks align well with my aesthetic. I was thinking of pursuing her once you two part ways. You would mind, would you?" Pei Yinzhou suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to knock his childhood friend flat on the ground. "As a friend, I advise you to keep your distance. This woman's temperament is entirely different from her appearance. She is fiery and uncultured, not at all comparable to the socialites of Sioux City." "I don't think so. I find her rather agreeable. Just earlier, she warmly invited me for breakfast." Lu Chonli replied with a smile. "Is it possible that she only treats you and your family that way?" Pei Yinzhou narrowed his eyes dangerously, feeling a sense of offense. "Don't be upset." Lu Chonli chuckled. "Sometimes, interpersonal relationships are like a mirror. The attitude you project towards her is reflected back at you. If you can tell her to get lost late at night, it's likely your usual demeanor towards her isn't very pleasant. Who enjoys a warm face against a cold shoulder?" Pei Yinzhou was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflecting on his initial encounter with Cheng Xi, it appeared that he harbored a rather unfavorable disposition towards her. Perhaps he deemed her excessively avaricious, suspecting ulterior motives behind her desire to marry into the Cheng family. Lu Chonli, discerning the expression on his face, realized his assumptions were indeed accurate. He patted Pei Yin-zhou on the shoulder, remarking, "You see, just a moment ago." Cheng Xi's demeanor towards me was quite amiable. Her smile was rather warm. As he spoke, a sudden chill swept through the sweltering summer air. Unconsciously, he glanced at Pei Yin-zhou's striking visage. Though his expression remained impassive, an icy glint lurked in his eyes. "From now on, maintain your distance from Cheng Xi," Pei Yin-zhou warned, striding purposefully towards the exit. Lu Chongli, amused, touched his nose and smiled with playful intrigue. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Cheng Xi returned upstairs and received a call from Cheng Yu. "Sister, today Qilin's parents and my parents are dining at Wudongxian, marking the official introduction of our families. You should come along." Cheng Xi was taken aback. "Really? Your parents actually agreed to meet with my brother-in-law's family? I thought they were quite opposed to it." There was a momentary silence on the line before Cheng Yu replied with a hint of resignation. "Qilin presented 2 million as a betrothal gift to my father and introduced a business opportunity to my mother." Cheng Xi suddenly comprehended. She had not realized her brother-in-law was so capable. "Indeed, I only learned recently that Qilin's father is a university dean and his mother is a highly esteemed professor," Cheng Yu said with a slight smile. "No wonder. Such a family must possess considerable connections in Sioux City." Cheng Xi hesitated, but attending the meal might not be appropriate. "Considering your mother's aversion towards me, Qilin knows I have a sister like you, and specifically requested that you be invited," Cheng Yu replied cheerfully. "Moreover, this is a significant event in my life, and I naturally wish for your presence. Rest assured, I have assured my mother that with me there. She will not trouble you." "All right then, please come to the entrance to pick me up. This location is quite inconvenient for taxis," Cheng Xi requested. An hour and a half later, Cheng Yu texted to say she was nearly there, prompting Cheng Xi to head outside. A white Mercedes was parked at the entrance. Upon entering, Cheng Xi immediately urged, "Let us go. The security guard is watching us. We mustn't let her see you, the true daughter of the Cheng family." "So what if she sees?" "He has never met me," Cheng Yu chuckled. "In the future, should members of the Cheng family encounter me, you can simply say I am your friend or the sister your stepmother brought along. Let us not kid ourselves. It's evident you look far more sophisticated than I do." Just as Cheng Xi finished her sentence, she felt Cheng Yu pinch her waist. "Sister, spare me. Just focus on driving," Cheng Xi pleaded, shrinking away. Cheng Yu relented, stating, "This area is somewhat isolated. If you intend to reside here, I suggest you procure a vehicle soon. You have 50 million, do you not?" "I plan to buy a house," Cheng Xi replied. "A home can be acquired for just over 10 million. Understanding her nature, Cheng Yu continued, "If you're hesitant to invest in something expensive, you can find a decent car for just over 100,000. "Very well then, you shall accompany me this afternoon to look at cars." Cheng Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "Qilin is returning to school this afternoon, and I must take Yacheng to dance class. I fear I won't have the time." Cheng Xi, observing her sister, so young, yet already acting as a caretaker, could not help but sigh. Upon arriving at Wudongxian, Cheng Yu parked the car, and the two descended together. Before long, a Porsche pulled in beside them. Su Ziqing emerged from the vehicle, exuding the aura of a strong woman. In her 40s, she appeared to be in her 30s with her impeccable grooming, and when walking alongside Cheng Yu, they bore an uncanny resemblance to sisters rather than mother and daughter. Cheng Xi couldn't help but think of her own mother, Fang Qiu, who, despite being 2 years younger than Su Ziqing, appeared older due to years spent at home doing laundry and cleaning. Su Ziqing removed her sunglasses and cast a glance at Cheng Xi, remarking, "You truly resemble your mother more and more, with that same alluring face." Chapter 26. Cheng Zhouhua's disdained mother. Cheng Yu frowned. "You promised me." Su Ziqing replied, curtly, "I truly do not understand what spell those two have cast upon you. You are my daughter, Su Ziqing. Why would you need to befriend the daughter of a pauper? The Su family is not without siblings." Cheng Xi clenched her small fists. Cheng Yu, irritated, retorted, "For so many years, you have been preoccupied with your career, and father hardly pays attention to me. It is Cheng Xi who has been by my side. I will not allow you to speak of her in such a manner." "I raise you for nothing," Su Ziqing shot back, her frustration evident. "Your grandmother and I went to great lengths to ensure you would marry into the Pei family. And look at you now, marrying a man with a previous marriage. Look at Cheng Xi. She now holds the position of the second young mistress of the Pei family. If only you had put in a little effort, such a fine opportunity would not have gone to someone else." Pausing, she turned to Cheng Xi, saying, "Now that Pei Yin-zhou has awakened, When will you finally divorce? You do not intend to cling to the identity of Pei Yinzhou's wife indefinitely, do you? I warn you. The Pei family married you out of respect for the Su family. If this comes to light, not only will you face their wrath, but you will also drag us down with you. I want to leave as well, but the elder Mr. Pei does not agree. Cheng Xi replied impatiently. Aunt Su, it is not that I desired to marry into the Pei family. At that time, everyone believed Pei Yinzhou was on the brink of death, and you yourself were reluctant for Sister Cheng Yu to marry him. Now that he has awakened, you cannot suddenly become envious and adopt an indifferent attitude. You. At that moment, Cheng Zhouhua drove up, and upon seeing his ex-wife, his eyes brightened slightly. He had met Su Ziqing through a chance collaboration at work. Coming from a well-off family, he had pursued her with great determination and eventually won her over. Later, he leveraged the Su family's resources to establish his own company in Su City, achieving a measure of success. However, after their marriage, he found Su Ziqing's domineering nature unbearable and found himself reminiscing about his gentle and virtuous first love, Feng Xiu. Later, he married Feng Xiu, whose gentle and obedient nature initially made their life together quite enjoyable. However, as time passed, he increasingly perceived Feng Xiu's limited perspective. Her days revolved solely around the kitchen, and their daughter was far from obedient. Furthermore, Feng Xiu's relatives were unremarkable and impoverished. To add to his discontent, Feng Xiu's lack of interest in personal adornment made her resemble a mere housekeeper, which left Cheng Zhouhua feeling increasingly bored. In stark contrast, his ex-wife had always been stylish and beautiful, exuding an air of mature elegance with every movement, and they shared common professional interests. Cheng Zhouhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret over his decision to divorce Su Ziqing. Ziqing, it's been a long time. What are you discussing? You seem quite agitated. Has Cheng Xi upset you? Cheng Zhouhua greeted Su Ziqing with a smile, before turning sharply to Cheng Xi, admonishing, Cheng Xi, it's one thing to argue with me at home, but show some respect to your Aunt Su, lest others think you lack proper upbringing. The chameleon-like shift in attitude left Cheng Xi feeling disheartened for her mother. Cheng Yu quickly interjected, Dad, she hasn't done anything wrong. Uncle Cheng, isn't Aunt Su beautiful? Cheng Xi suddenly interrupted with a forced smile. After you got out of the car, you were staring at Aunt Su without blinking. Su Ziqing felt utterly disgusted, and Cheng Zhouhua's expression changed as he angrily retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Am I speaking nonsense? You know in your heart what you were just thinking. You were comparing Aunt Su, who is older than my mother, yet appears much younger. My mother spends her days cooking and cleaning like a housekeeper. I should never have divorced back then. Cheng Zhouhua's heart skipped several beats. This audacious girl, was she truly a reflection of his own thoughts? He couldn't fathom how such a perceptive daughter could emerge from a woman as docile as Feng Xiu. She must have inherited her cunning from her alcoholic father. Cheng Xi, try speaking out of turn again. Cheng Zhouhua seethed, wishing he could slap her immediately. Cheng Zhouhua, suppress your vile thoughts, Su Ziqing retorted, overwhelmed with revulsion. Marrying you in my youth was a grave mistake. I should have crushed you for your infidelity, but I refrained for our daughter's sake. Ziqing, don't listen to her nonsense. This girl is simply trying to sow discord. If Feng Xiu hadn't pursued me, I wouldn't have strayed from the family. Cheng Zhouhua defended himself. Uncle Cheng, that's quite unfair. If you hadn't deceived my mother into believing you were divorced, how could she have ever been with you? Cheng Xi countered, with the banquet yet to commence. The three had already descended into chaos, leaving Cheng Yu feeling overwhelmed. Enough. Don't forget today is a meeting between two families, she interjected, unable to endure any longer. If the Han family sees you behaving like this, what will they think? The trio fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, Su Ziqing remarked, Let them see. You are the daughter of the Su family, marrying a divorced professor and becoming a stepmother to his child. It's the Han family that has elevated you. Mom, I beg you. Please say less, Cheng Yu pleaded. All right, let us move on. Su Ziqing glanced at the time. The commotion had cost her 10 minutes, further aggravating her already foul mood. 5 minutes later, Cheng Yu pushed open the door to the private room of Z Pavilion. Han Qilin's parents had already arrived. Both appeared to be in their 50s, donned in simple attire and spectacles, embodying the image of learned scholars. The elderly couple sat on either side of Han Yaqing, with Han's mother affectionately peeling pine nuts for her granddaughter. Cheng Xi observed this scene with a furrowed brow. It was evident that Han's parents held great affection for their granddaughter. while Han Yaqing might be amiable towards Cheng Yu. The issue lay in her young age and cunning nature. If she were to sow discord before the grandparents, a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would inevitably arise. "Dad, Mom, these are Cheng Yu's parents and my sister Cheng Xi." Han Qilan stood to introduce the two families, thoughtfully pouring tea for the three. Indeed, Han's father nodded. "In-laws, please take a seat." Once seated, Han's mother scrutinized Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu, smiling. "You two are truly fortunate to have given birth to such beautiful daughters. They are each stunning in their own right." Cheng Zhouhua and Su Ziqing remained silent. Fortunately, Han Qilan had already heard about Cheng Yu's parents' divorce from her, and he promptly stated, "Mom and Dad, the purpose of our meeting today is to discuss my marriage with Ye. Given her youth, I naturally cannot allow her to suffer any grievances, especially regarding the wedding. For every woman, a wedding is the most significant event of her life." Cheng Zhouhua added, "A wedding must certainly not be taken lightly. Both Cheng Yu's mother and I are acquainted with many prominent friends who would want to attend a banquet. My friends typically host weddings in 5-star hotels, so naturally, Ye's should not be lacking." Chapter 27. The dinner party collapses. Su Ziqing nodded in agreement with Cheng Zhouhua on this matter. "That is certainly acceptable." Han's mother, affectionately stroking Han Yaqing's head, suddenly interjected, "However, I have a small request. Given that Cheng Yu is still young, I hope that she and my son can wait 3 to 4 years before having children. To be frank, Yaqing is still quite young, and I worry that after Cheng Yu and Qilan have children, they might inadvertently neglect Yaqing. It will be better to wait until she is older and more understanding." Cheng Xi was taken aback, glancing at Cheng Yu, who also appeared stunned. It became clear to her that the Han family's intentions had likely not been discussed with Cheng Yu beforehand. She quickly turned her gaze to Han Qilan, who, after a brief moment of surprise, seemed to ponder for a few seconds before falling silent, clearly in agreement with his parents' decision. Han's father remarked, "Cheng Yu is now 24. After 3 to 4 years, she will be 27 or 28, still quite young." Su Ziqing had long been displeased with her daughter marrying a man with a previous marriage, and at this moment, the Han family's stance inexplicably ignited her anger. If they were concerned about their granddaughter facing hardship, why hadn't they insisted that their son wait 3 to 4 years before marrying? The once harmonious atmosphere in the private room instantly froze. Han's mother and father also wore grim expressions. After many years as a dean and professor, they were accustomed to cordiality from others. The parents of Cheng Yu unmistakably exuded the demeanor of newly affluent individuals, lacking in refinement. "Mom and Dad, please do not misunderstand," Han Qilan quickly interjected. "My parents merely feel that I have recently returned to the country. My work is not yet fully stable, and I have numerous responsibilities at hand. If I were to have a child at this juncture, I would be overwhelmed caring for both an elder and a younger one. They mean no offense." Han's mother remarked with a hint of indifference, "Should Cheng Yu truly desire a child, it matters not to me, provided she does not disrupt Qilan's work and is capable of managing both the elder and the younger. I have but one request. Do not let my granddaughter suffer." The implication was clear. Regardless of how Cheng Yu might wish to act, if she desired a child, she must remain at home and dutifully care for them. Su Ziqing, stifling her indignation, retorted, "Since you have set forth your conditions, I too shall present mine. Your granddaughter is your responsibility. Frankly, I would not mind if my daughter looked after her, but given how you treasure her, it is inevitable that conflicts may arise even between a biological mother and her daughter. Furthermore, as a stepmother, I'm already prone to unwarranted criticism. I wish to avoid any trouble stemming from your granddaughter's grievances towards my daughter." Han's mother replied, "In essence, your Cheng Yu simply does not wish to care for our Yaqing, correct? Had she not claimed she would treat Yaqing as her own daughter, we would never have consented to our son marrying her." Su Ziqing shot back, "Were it not for my daughter clandestinely obtaining a marriage certificate with Han Qilan, would I have ever agreed to her marrying a man with a previous marriage and a child? My son may have been wed before, but given our family's standing, marrying your daughter is indeed a reach for her." "Ha, how amusing. Do you presume your Han family possesses some royal lineage?" Han's mother countered, "Your ignorance is truly astounding." "Mother, please cease," Han Qilan urged, feeling a headache coming on. "Mother, you two should refrain from further comments," Cheng Yu added, her scalp tingling with anxiety at how a simple family dinner had escalated into such chaos. Suddenly, Han Yaqing, who had remained silent until now, stood up, crying out, "Please stop arguing. It is all my fault. I am merely a burden." If I were not here, things would be fine. With that, she pushed her chair back and ran out of the room, covering her eyes and weeping. Oh dear, Yacheng! Han's mother exclaimed, hastily pursuing her. Han Qilin's expression shifted, and he quickly followed after his daughter. Han's father, lagging slightly, cast a glare at Cheng Yu before stating, had I known your family was of such character, I would have spared myself this dinner. He too hurried after his granddaughter. Cheng Yu's complexion paled slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. Yet the Han family members had already vanished without waiting for her response. Cheng Zhouhua, filled with fury, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, what a disgrace. Cheng Yu, this is the outcome of your insistence on marrying a man with a past. Do you see how they regard you? It has made me, at my age, endure such indignity. Cheng Zhouhua, what are you shouting about? Su Ziqing retorted, equally incensed. A perfectly good daughter marrying into a second marriage is a result of your poor guidance. I should never have entrusted her custody to you. Just look at how you have raised her. You express concern for your daughter, yet it is perplexing how you can be seen constantly in the company of male models, traveling abroad, while neglecting to spend time with her. Now you choose to place the blame on me, Cheng Zhouhua asserted. Cheng Yu, with reddened eyes, covered her ears, wishing to escape the piercing cacophony of their altercation. Throughout her life, such discord had been her constant companion, and no one had ever truly cared for her existence. Cheng Xi furrowed her brows, feeling like an outsider, unsure of how to interject. After several minutes of escalating tensions, Su Ziqing's frustration reached a boiling point. Cheng Yu, you have always been this way, unyielding until you hit a wall. Regarding your matters with Han Qilin, I shall no longer involve myself. With the Han family's attitude, you will have your share of grievances, and I refuse to play the role of a business owner who must appease them. They are of no consequence. With that, Su Ziqing stormed out, skipping lunch entirely. Relay to Han Qilin that unless he personally comes to apologize, he shall never set foot in our Cheng family home again. Cheng Zhouhua, equally incensed, followed suit. In the once lively private room, only Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu remained. Neither of them anticipated that it would culminate in such a manner. Sister, with no one else here, if you wish to cry, then do so. Cheng Xi offered tissue. I shall not weep, Cheng Yu replied, shaking her head, her dark eyes slightly reddened. Cici, do you think I have erred? Cheng Xi sighed. Had I known it would end this way, I might have taken you to the countryside to forage for wild vegetables. Cheng Yu's face reflected bewilderment. Wang Baochuan toiled for 18 years gathering wild greens. Perhaps you should experience that taste as well. Cheng Yu chuckled, but soon her gaze fell. In truth, when we first registered our marriage, Qilin's parents treated me quite well. During our time together, everything was harmonious, but recently, I am at a loss as to why things have changed. Quite simply, it must be Han Yacheng's sowing discord. Cheng Xi interjected, casting her a sidelong glance. I suspect that Han Yacheng deliberately left earlier. Her departure surely caused this meeting to unravel. Cheng Yu frowned. If that is the case, then a child of just over 5 years harboring such cunning is rather alarming. Perhaps she did not conceive it alone. There may be others instigating her, Cheng Xi inquired. Is Han Yacheng in contact with her mother? Chapter 28. The little vest must remain concealed. Cheng Yu's heart stirred. She possessed a phone watch, maintaining daily communication with her mother, sometimes receiving 3 or 4 calls in a single day. I believe for the child's healthy development, it would be best for Han Qilin to minimize her contact with her mother. A woman who would betray her husband for the sake of ambition and gain cannot harbor good intentions. The child she raises will undoubtedly be cunning. While she may be small now, in a few years, it could become unmanageable. Cheng Yu felt distressed. Previously, Han Qilin had mentioned that despite his divorce from his ex-wife, she remained the child's biological mother, and he would not obstruct their relationship. If I were to suggest that he prevent the child from contacting her ex-wife, he might perceive me as petty. Sister, you are far too concerned about Han Qilin and overly preoccupied with his opinions of you, Cheng Xi remarked dismissively. I must tell you, in this marriage, you should possess unwavering confidence. Your father once said something quite insightful. He is on his second marriage, while you're on your first, and you are 6 years his junior. You are not at a disadvantage. Should you stand firm, he will undoubtedly yield to you. A mere associate professor who has experienced one divorce is already a subject of gossip. Encountering another would be even more daunting. See, how did you come to possess such a mindset? Cheng Yu sighed in astonishment as she patted her sister's head. You're only 21, yet you seem to grasp the intricate complexities of marriage so clearly. is quite simple, really. Consider my mother and your father. Your father's income allows him to assert dominance over my mother. In matters of love and marriage, the one who loves more ends up making greater sacrifices. Cheng Yu slightly parted her lips, observing Cheng Xi's calm demeanor, and could only sigh as she stroked her head. Although I am indeed my father's biological daughter, I must admit that he is quite despicable. He is the type of person who does not cherish what he has acquired. Rest assured, I am not devoid of conscience. Had it not been for your father, I might have dropped out of school long ago. Just as Cheng Xi finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. The waiter inquired, "May I ask if your party is complete? Are you ready to order?" Cheng Xi glanced at Cheng Yu, realizing they had yet to place their order. "Should we remain here to dine? Let's eat. I have heard that the dishes at Wutong Xian are exquisite, and I shall treat you to a taste." The waiter politely replied, "Are there only two of you? Unfortunately, our private rooms are in high demand, particularly the Ziqiao Pavilion, which can only be reserved by our VVIP members, and each reservation must exceed a consumption of 100,000 yuan. Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the revelation that the Han family had reserved such an opulent private room and that they were VVIP members here. After a brief moment of distraction, Cheng Yu quickly said, "There are only the two of us. We cannot possibly spend that much. Are there any tables available outside? I apologize, but all the outdoor seating is fully occupied." Cheng Xi stood up, declaring, "Then let us find another place to eat." "Very well." The waiter nodded before taking out a walkie-talkie, stating, "Manager, a spot has just opened up in the Ziqiao Pavilion." The manager responded, "Wonderful. I will promptly send the owner and his friends over." As Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu gathered their belongings and approached the entrance of the private room, they encountered 4 men and 1 woman approaching them. Coincidentally, Cheng Xi recognized 3 of the men: the familiar Pei Yinzhou, whom she saw daily, Lu Chongli, whom she had just met that morning, and Qin Ming, who had driven Pei Yinzhou home the previous night. The 4th man was unknown to her, but all 4 exuded an air of distinguished elegance that was hard to overlook. As for the woman, clad in a fairy-like gown adorned with luxurious accessories, she was none other than Xia Ziao, whose striking features Cheng Xi vividly remembered. Xia Ziao walked closely beside Pei Yinzhou, their image reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. Cheng Xi could not help but click her tongue in her mind. How coincidental! Had she not been indifferent towards Pei Yinzhou, the scene of a wife encountering her husband in the company of an ex-girlfriend would undoubtedly have been a captivating spectacle. Cheng Yu, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback as well. She recognized the 4 men from the previous night at the cafe. They seemed to be friends of Han Qilin. Han Yaoting's gaze fell first on Cheng Yu, brightening momentarily. Upon seeing Cheng Xi, Pei Yinzhou's eyes flickered with surprise before he furrowed his brow. Xia Ziao, noticing this, felt elated and instinctively leaned closer to Pei Yinzhou, wishing to be as close to him as possible. "Xiao Cici, I didn't expect to see you again so soon," Lu Chongli said, casually removing his sunglasses and waving with a dazzling smile. "Oh, isn't that Cheng Yu? You two know each other?" "Chongli, who is this?" Han Yaoting finally shifted his gaze to Cheng Xi. "She's the one from Brother Yan's place," Qin Ming chimed in, leaning closer and speaking just loud enough for them to hear. Han Yaoting's eyes nearly bulged out. The sweet-faced girl before him was the same one who had invaded Brother Yan's bed in the dead of night. The contrast was quite striking. "Brother Lu, how do you know each other?" Cheng Xi, upon seeing these individuals, instinctively felt her defenses rise. After all, she was a substitute bride, and now the legitimate fiancé of Pei Yinzhou was standing beside her. If her true identity were revealed, both she and Cheng Yu would be in dire straits. Cheng Yu felt a wave of confusion. She hadn't anticipated that Cheng Xi wouldn't know Han Qilin's friends. "They're Qilin's friends. We had coffee in my cafe last night." Cheng Xi's heart nearly stopped. What a tangled web of relationships. Cheng Yu was marrying Han Qilin, and she was to wed Pei Yinzhou. Yet Han Qilin and Pei Yinzhou were friends? Goodness. And her sister seemed blissfully unaware. This little secret must be kept hidden at all costs. Cheng Xi cleared her throat softly and leaned close to Cheng Yu's ear, whispering, "The woman standing next to that man in the navy shirt is Pei Yinzhou, the one the Pei family nearly lost." "Cheng Yu? So, that would be the fiancé that the Su family had arranged for her since childhood?" Cheng Yu instantly felt a chill run down her spine. Her mind became crystal clear. Then, the thought of despair hit her. What a small world this was. "What are you two whispering about?" Lu Chongli laughed, adding, "By the way, you both share the surname Cheng. Could it be that you are?" Pei Yinzhou reminded, also recalled and asked Cheng Xi, "She can't be the one your father married later, can she?" "Yes, I am the daughter of Shao Shi's stepmother." Cheng Yu quickly interjected. Xia Ziyao's eyes flashed with disdain. It was rare to see children from step-families getting along, as they typically were at odds. It seems your relationship is even closer than that of real sisters. Chapter 29. Deep affection. Qin Ming wholeheartedly agreed, stating that even without any blood relation, he felt an overwhelming resentment towards the younger siblings born to the stepmothers his father had married. "You both have such amiable personalities, which is why you get along so well," Cheng Xi remarked. "A good personality?" Pei Yinzhou's lips twitched slightly, his eyes revealing unabashed mockery. Qin Ming clicked his tongue, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you consider that a good personality, then I must be a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. All right. Since the girl is of a similar age and has been living together with you every day, it's perfectly normal for you to bond." Lu Chongli laughed and inquired, "Cheng Xi, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," replied Xia Ziao, suddenly realizing, "Oh, you two must be the ones the manager mentioned earlier, who reserved the private room at Ziqiao Pavilion but cannot afford the 10,000 fee." Qin Ming, unperturbed, remarked, "I'm not saying anything to you, but if you can't afford it, why book such an expensive room?" "It wasn't us who reserved the room, it was." Cheng Yu began to explain, but was interrupted by Xia Ziao, who cheerfully suggested, "Since we've met and are familiar with each other, why don't we dine together? Rest assured, we won tea let you pay." Her demeanor suggested that the men were obliged to comply with her wishes, especially as she stood beside Pei Yinzhou, almost resembling his legitimate spouse. Cheng Yu, no fool, discerned the underlying implication and feigned surprise, asking, "Are you Mr. Pei's sister?" "I am not, but I am." Cheng Yu quickly replied, "Oh, seeing how you were leaning against my sister's husband, I assumed you were his sister." Xia Ziao froze, instinctively glancing at Pei Yinzhou, who was looking down, displeased at her. She hurriedly stepped back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, explaining, "Yinzhou, I didn't mean to cause your wife's family any misunderstanding. It's just that I'm so accustomed to our past that I momentarily forgot about our breakup." "Oh, so she is the ex-girlfriend," Cheng Yu remarked, casting a curious glance at Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi shrugged, as Pei Yinzhou gently assured Xia Ziao, "It's all right." Xia Ziao, her eyes brimming with sorrow, apologized to Cheng Xi. "I'm sorry." Qin Ming observed Xia Ziao's pitiful demeanor and couldn't help but say, "Cheng Xi, why are you so aggressive? If you were a bit more considerate and gentle towards Yinzhou, he wouldn't be so unyielding. Besides, Ziao was Yinzhou's ex-girlfriend. Had it not been for that accident, they might have been married. You've taken her place, so you should try to understand her." Cheng Xi retorted, "When have I been aggressive? I've never blamed her for being so close to my husband. It's just that my sister hasn't met them before. Can I ask?" "I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?" Cheng Yu quickly interjected, "I merely expressed my curiosity. I meant no harm." "Please don't blame Cheng Xi. She hasn't said a word." Everyone paused, reminded that Cheng Xi had indeed been silent until now. As a wife, she had exhibited considerable grace. Pei Yinzhou raised his hand to gently rub his brow, expressing impatience as he said, "Aren't we supposed to eat? Let's go in. Standing at the door endlessly is pointless." He took the lead, striding into the private room with his long legs. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor appeared to Cheng Xi as if he were eagerly coming to Xia Ziao's rescue. Cheng Xi couldn't help but marvel, thinking, "Ah, such profound affection." Xia Ziao also felt that Pei Yinzhou was on her side, suppressing her inner pride as she followed him inside. Like a gracious hostess, she turned to Cheng Xi and said, "Come in. The dishes here are quite delightful." With that, she seated herself beside Pei Yinzhou. The two were strikingly matched, one young and handsome with an air of refined elegance, and the other graceful and poised, resembling a pair of exquisite jade figurines. "Let us go. Since Miss Xia has spoken, we cannot refuse her kindness." Cheng Xi urged Cheng Yu to enter. Cheng Yu tugged at her, whispering, "Let's not go in. Pei Yinzhou's ex-girlfriend speaks in such a condescending manner that it kills my appetite. Besides, it's risky for us to stay. If our identities are revealed, it would be troublesome. I'm staying behind for you. Don't you think that is a bit strange? These individuals are prominent figures from Sioux City. How could Han Qilin possibly know them? And as a mere associate professor, how did he become a VIP guest at Wudong Xian, especially when he reserved this room today, which must cost at least 100,000? Even if his parents are professors or deans, They wouldn't squander money like that, and moreover, they certainly don't value you enough to spend such a fortune. Cheng Yu paused, realizing she had indeed been puzzled by this before, but had not had the chance to ponder it further due to encountering familiar faces. But no buts. Cheng Xi interjected. I don't even regard Pei Yinzhou highly, let alone someone like Xia Ziao. Without further hesitation, she pulled Cheng Yu inside. There was an empty seat beside Pei Yinzhou, and as Qin Ming approached to take it, he was suddenly shoved by Lu Chongli, who insisted, sit here with me. Qin Ming's mind short-circuited for a moment, unable to process what was happening, until Lu Chongli said, Cheng Xi, you should sit beside Yinzhou. No need, Cheng Xi replied, shaking her head. I don't wish to intrude on him and Miss Xia. With that single statement, everyone in the room turned to look at her, especially Pei Yinzhou, whose handsome face radiated an icy demeanor. Cheng Xi, what are you implying? Seemingly unbothered by their interaction, with Pei Yinzhou and Xia Ziao comfortably seated and undisturbed. Cheng Xi's sudden remark appeared insidiously calculated. The man's discontented gaze bore down on her, prompting Cheng Xi to feign innocence. Not at all. I genuinely believe you two are well matched, and I have no desire to intrude. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? Pei Yinzhou elevated his chin slightly, his tone frigid. That is unjust, Cheng Xi protested, raising her hand. I swear to heaven that I speak with sincerity. There is no emotional foundation between us. Why would I be insincere? Moreover, you two are a perfect match, one strikingly handsome and the other exceptionally beautiful. Truly a harmonious pair. Pei Yinzhou scrutinized her with an almost piercing gaze. The woman before him wore a simple outfit today. White casual pants paired with a short brown t-shirt that barely covered her waist, which was delicately accentuated. Her cherubic face was devoid of makeup, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Rather, her skin radiated a luminous glow, and her features were refreshingly natural. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he was attuned to Cheng Xi's emotions, typically revealed through her expressive eyes. At this moment, her clear, innocent gaze bore no hint of hostility, and he suddenly realized that Cheng Xi's words might very well be sincere. In Chapter 30, Han Qilin is my cousin. Initially, he should have felt relaxed, knowing that she was self-aware. However, an inexplicable surge of unnameable anger welled up within his chest, casting a chill over his features. Cheng Xi, taken aback, thought to herself, why does she appear so genuinely congratulatory, yet wear an expression that suggests a debt of hundreds of thousands? At that moment, Qin Ming interjected. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. I misjudged you. This time, Xia Ziao felt a flicker of agreement. To her surprise, Cheng Xi demonstrated considerable self-awareness. Perhaps it was for the best, as it might encourage her to withdraw gracefully rather than resorting to ungracious tactics. Only Pei Yinzhou, toying with a delicate teacup, displayed a hint of dangerous intrigue on his handsome face. Oh, magnanimous in what way? Pray, elaborate, he inquired. Qin Ming, ever the gossip, continued. I have a friend who, ever since marrying, has caused quite the uproar whenever he gets too close to a woman outside. Look at sister-in-law, seeing Yin Gu and Ziao together. She is not jealous or envious and generously offers her blessings. That is why I deem her magnanimous. Pei Yinzhou scoffed. Magnanimous? If she were truly so, she wouldn't have yanked his blanket away last night. He had never encountered a woman more petty and vengeful than her. Cheng Xi, eager to bridge the gap, attempted to lighten the mood and extract information from these individuals. With a smile, she remarked, I am acutely aware that I do not deserve someone like young Master Pei. Moreover, I have heard that Miss Xia is the world's foremost soloist. I am far from her league. You are far too modest, Qin Ming exclaimed. Sister-in-law, you are quite beautiful yourself. If you were a tad more amiable and gentle with men, I'm certain many would find you appealing. Thank you. The two engaged in a seemingly pleasant conversation, while Pei Yinzhou's eyes darkened, glinting with an edge of hostility. Excellent. First it was Lu Chongli, and now even Qin Ming. The oblivious one had been charmed by her. He had underestimated Cheng Xi. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly rubbed his arms, feeling a chill. Is the air conditioning too strong? I will have someone lower the temperature, came the response. Han Yaoting, who had remained unobtrusive until now, finally seized his opportunity. He turned to Cheng Yu and asked, Miss Cheng, what tea do you prefer? Both Miss Chengs turned their attention towards him. As Han Yaoting met Cheng Yu's bright gaze, his heart raced, and a hint of nervousness colored his handsome features. Cheng Yu lifted her gaze to the young man before her, who sported silver-rimmed glasses and offered a faint smile. Rose tea, right? By the way, you may call me Cheng Yu. Qin Ming jested, adding that he could not possibly address her as Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu felt a sense of confusion. Lu Chonli interjected with a smile, remarking that, by virtue of their relative standings, Yao Ting ought to refer to her as sister-in-law. Why? Cheng Xi's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Han Yao Ting weakly tugged at the corners of his mouth, taking a long moment before reluctantly admitting, Han Qilin is my cousin. Both Cheng Yu and Cheng Xi were taken aback. You didn't know? Lu Chonli poured tea for the group while keenly observing their expressions. I am not particularly aware. Cheng Yu admitted, her mind in a bit of a haze. I have only recently obtained a marriage certificate with Qilin. For now, we have merely met each other as families. Cheng Xi, however, was quick to respond. Right? Just now I heard the manager of Wudong Xian mention that he would be bringing the boss and his friends over. She hesitated, her thoughts lingering. Xiao Ziao, noticing the subtle mockery in her eyes, interjected because Yao Ting is the hidden big boss behind Wudong Xian. Hasn't T. Qilin mentioned this to you? Cheng Xi chuckled lightly. My brother-in-law has always been low-key, rarely flaunting such matters before my sister. What my sister values is, after all, merely the person her husband is. Xiao Ziao cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Yu, remarking, your sister is quite fortunate, given her background. Marrying Han Qilin is indeed a privilege. Are you suggesting my sister is climbing the social ladder? Cheng Xi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. My sister is still young and has never been married. It is her husband who is truly lucky. How can that not be considered climbing the social ladder? The Han family is immensely wealthy in Sioux City. Although Qilin's father is not the chairman of Shulin Group, he possesses shares in it. Moreover, Qilin has always been a person of exceptional talent. Marrying him means you will have to struggle far less in this life. Xiao Ziao's rebuttal sent waves of shock through Cheng Yu and Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi gasped in astonishment. Goodness, I had no idea Han Qilin held such a status. Shulin Group, a renowned clothing company in the country, was known to even those who rarely followed economic news, boasting 6 or 7 brands with thousands of stores nationwide, covering everything from children's wear to men's and women's apparel. She had previously assumed Han Qilin hailed from a family of scholarly repute. Furthermore, he had never mentioned any of this to her sister. Glancing at Cheng Yu, who had suddenly drifted off in thought, she swiftly pressed Cheng Yu's hand beneath the table. Cheng Yu quickly regained her composure, determined not to let these individuals realize her ignorance as a wife, lest she become the subject of ridicule. All right, CC, you needn't say more. It is indeed I who have climbed the social ladder by marrying Qilin. Cheng Yu forced a smile, signaling Cheng Xi to cease her commentary. What does it matter whether one has climbed the social ladder or not? Han Yaoting remarked with a furrowed brow. My father is the chairman of Shulin Group, and I do not consider myself particularly special. That is true, Lu Chonli gently encouraged, raising his teacup. Both Miss Chengs are exceptionally talented, and being young, you have boundless possibilities ahead. I concur, Cheng Yu added. Cheng Xi wholeheartedly agreed with the statement, exchanging a knowing smile with Lu Chonli. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a teacup fell heavily onto the table. Pei Yinzhou, with a languid and relaxed demeanor, squinted slightly and inquired, Have you ordered yet? The tea is almost finished. No, let us order, Lu Chonli replied, taking the menu from the waiter. Instead of ordering himself, he courteously handed the menu to Cheng Yu, insisting, ladies first. Thank you. Cheng Yu seemed somewhat distracted, struggling to focus. After a long day, she lacked the appetite to choose a dish. Noticing this, Xiao Ziao assumed it was merely due to her inexperience with such exquisite cuisine. You could try the premium abalone or the bluefin tuna. Both are excellent. There's also the filet paired with foie gras, which Yinzhou loves. Cheng Yu simply pushed the menu back, suggesting, Miss Xia, you must frequent this place. Why don't you order since you are more familiar with it? Xia Ziao, without hesitation, proceeded to select over a dozen dishes. Qin Ming remarked, Yinzhou, look at how deeply Ziao cares for you. Out of 12 dishes, 5 are your favorites. Xia Ziao's cheeks flushed with shyness. Pei Yinzhou cast a glance at Qin Ming, advising, make sure to eat well. Thank you, Yinzhou, he replied, to which Pei Yinzhou added, if I choke, I'm sending you to my funeral. Qin Ming questioned, what did he do to offend you, Yinzhou? Chapter 31. Adding we chat soon, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Xia Ziao donning gloves, expertly peeled shrimp for Pei Yinzhou, leaning closer until her chest pressed against his arm, finally placing the shrimp in front of him. "Yinzhou, I recall you love this dish," she said, gazing up at his godlike visage, her eyes filled with tender affection. "This shrimp is truly delightful. The first time I tasted it was with you, and you were the one who peeled it for me." Pei Yinzhou cast a glance at the woman before him, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. While he had previously thought her lovely, today there was an inexplicable sense of distaste. Although he did enjoy the shrimp here, her presence had dampened his appetite. "Yes, sister. The shrimp here is exceptionally fragrant and delicious." Cheng Xi suddenly chimed in from across the table, happily enjoying her meal without even glancing their way. Pei Yinzhou, feeling a surge of irritation, picked up his chopsticks and ate the shrimp Xia Ziao had peeled. Her heart soared, and she eagerly continued her task. Cheng Xi had intended to enjoy more shrimp, but when she looked up after finishing the one in her hand, she found the large plate nearly empty. Save for a few peppers, all the shrimp had been diligently peeled and placed into Pei Yinzhou's bowl by Xia Ziao. Sensing her gaze, Pei Yinzhou lifted a glistening shrimp and, with a playful smile, remarked to Cheng Xi, "This shrimp truly never gets tiresome." Cheng Xi silently scoffed, thinking to herself that perhaps it was not the shrimp that was delectable, but rather the one doing the peeling that made it taste better. "Miss Ya, I must say, with men, one cannot indulge them endlessly," Cheng Xi declared, removing her gloves. "Peeling shrimp is typically a task for men. Women usually need only to sit back and enjoy the meal." Xia Ziao said with a bright smile, "Cici, you are truly experienced. With your beauty, I can only imagine how many boys are clamoring to peel shrimp for you at university." After saying this, she turned to Pei Yinzhou and added with a smile, "It is truly enviable how these young ladies understand romance." Pei Yinzhou, with his thin lips pressed tightly together, remained silent, his obscure gaze directed at Cheng Xi, as if she were a frivolous and unrefined woman. Cheng Xi was astonished. She had genuinely intended to guide Xia Ziao, only for this woman to turn around and dig a pit for her. "Miss Xia, you jest. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? Naturally, with my looks, I can boast that many pursue me. However, my heart is set on my career. Men only impede my earning potential." Pei Yinzhou scoffed. "You speak as if you were a wealthy woman. Marrying you is merely a means of earning money," Cheng Xi replied, her eyes curving like a crescent moon, as if this were an exceedingly joyous matter. Pei Yinzhou was momentarily speechless, as was everyone else. Perhaps they had never encountered a woman so forthright with her words. Lu Chongli was the first to break into laughter. "Cici, you are truly amusing." "I speak only the truth," Cheng Xi shrugged. "Isn't it the same when you aristocrats talk about matching social statuses? It's merely a business transaction to maximize profits. Similarly, marrying a woman of mismatched status would imply a loss." The youthful girl bore a candid expression on her fair face, her large eyes sparkling with clarity. Pei Yinzhou subtly rotated the teacup in his hand, his gaze deepening slightly. At times, he truly could not comprehend how a woman like Cheng Xi could exist in this world. To label her as foolish would be inaccurate, for she saw through things more clearly than most. Yet, when she was at her most resolute, she could be utterly unappealing. Xia Ziao, noticing Pei Yinzhou's unwavering gaze upon Cheng Xi, felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. She had never seen him regard a woman in such a manner and felt an ominous premonition. If Cheng Xi did not leave soon, it could lead to significant trouble for her. After the meal concluded and they exited Wudong Xian, it was nearly 1:30. The group descended the stairs together, and Han Yaoding generously said to Cheng Yu, sister-in-law, "The next time you dine here, just mention my name. There's no need for a membership card. Eat as much as you wish." "Thank you," Cheng Yu replied. Just then, Cheng Xi cheerfully interjected, "Sister, why not a WeChat contact? Since you've married into the Han family, we're all relatives now." "That sounds good." Without waiting for Cheng Yu's response, Han Yaoding swiftly took out his phone and added her. Realizing it would be impolite not to add Cheng Xi as well, he said, "Cheng Xi, let me add you too." "Sure," Cheng Xi replied. She had a favorable impression of Han Yaoding and Lu Chongli. After adding Han Yaoding, she also added Lu Chongli on WeChat. Qin Ming, witnessing this, felt slightly displeased. "What is this? You add Lu Gu and Yaoding, but not me? Do you look down on me?" "Of course not. I merely thought you might consider us unworthy," Cheng Xi teased. "How could it be? I find you quite intriguing." Qin Ming leaned over and added Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu on WeChat. Pei Yinzhou observed coldly, anticipating that after Cheng, she finished adding their contacts. She would come to inquire about his WeChat ID. However, after his newlywed wife added a circle of friends, she tucked her phone away. Pei Yinzhou's phone, resting in his pocket, nearly shattered from the pressure of his grip. Qin Ming glanced at the impassive Yinzhou. Cheng Xi, aren't you going to add Yinzhou and Xiao on WeChat? Cheng Xi froze. She had no intention of adding those two. Lu Chonli shot a disapproving look at Qin Ming. They were married, and surely Yinzhou's WeChat had already been added. Oh right. Qin Ming smacked his forehead, realizing how foolish he was. Pei Yinzhou replied, no, not at all. He and Cheng Xi didn't even know each other's phone numbers. Then, Cheng Xi, could you add me on WeChat? Xia Xiao gently pulled out her phone and leaned in. In case Yinzhou has any inconvenient matters, you can contact me directly. Pei Yinzhou furrowed his brows, wondering what was going on with Xia Xiao. She had already been informed yet remained persistent. Yet with so many people present, he couldn't refuse her graciousness, given that he had indeed let her down first. Fine. Cheng Xi was indifferent, as long as Xia Xiao caused no further trouble. She didn't mind accommodating her. After exchanging WeChat IDs, Xia Xiao turned to Pei Yinzhou and asked, Yinzhou, I didn't drive. Could you take me back to the orchestra? Let us go. Pei Yinzhou turned expressionlessly and walked away. Goodbye. Xia Xiao quickly followed. Lu Chonli shook his head helplessly. Even if Pei Yinzhou didn't favor Cheng Xi, his attitude was rather excessive. Cheng Xi, did you drive? Do you need a ride? I drove. Thank you for your hospitality today. Goodbye. Cheng Xi waved generously and left with Cheng Yu. Chapter 32. Can you learn from Cheng Xi inside the limited edition Lamborghini? As soon as Xia Xiao settled into her seat, the car shot off like an arrow. Oh, Yinzhou, slow down. Xia Xiao quickly fastened her seatbelt. Her gaze fixed on the man at the wheel. He was driving, revealing only a sculpted, exquisite half of his face. Yet, that half was enough to quicken anyone's heartbeat. Xia Xiao was in high spirits. Today's meal made her feel the distinct regard Pei Yinzhou held for her. He devoured all the shrimp she peeled, defended her in front of Cheng Xi, ignored Cheng Xi upon leaving, and chose to escort her home. He surely still cared for her. In the future, don't come looking for me without reason. At that moment, Pei Yinzhou spoke indifferently, his words falling like a bucket of cold water. Why? Xia Xiao was momentarily stunned. Yinzhou, do you mind Cheng Xi? Did you not hear what she just said? There are no feelings between you two, and she does not care about my closeness to you. You will eventually divorce, and you do not love her at all. Even if I do not love her, I am still married, he replied indifferently. With reddened eyes, Xia Xiao suddenly exclaimed, I know that if this gets out, some may gossip, but I truly love you. Losing you would drive me insane. Pei Yinzhou felt overwhelmed. Did he truly harbor such deep feelings for Xia Xiao? He had previously thought her to be quite rational. Xiao, could you perhaps take a page from Cheng Xi's book? She is several years younger than you, yet possesses far more wisdom, Pei Yinzhou blurted out. Xia Xiao was taken aback. How could he suggest she learn from that young woman of humble origins? I wish to learn from her too. But matters of the heart are beyond one's control, she said, her eyes shimmering with tears as she attempted to grasp Pei Yinzhou's hand. What are you doing? I'm driving, he snapped, shaking her off. Xia Xiao responded, Pei Yinzhou, while you may not mind the gossip, I do. She nearly gasped in disbelief. How could someone so captivating and talented as herself be met with such insensitivity from Pei Yinzhou? Reflecting on their past, although he had treated her well and often showered her with extravagant gifts, their relationship had merely consisted of holding hands. On occasions when she dressed provocatively to entice him to spend the night, he had always declined. At the time, she had interpreted his refusal as respect. Now, she wondered if perhaps Pei Yinzhou did not cherish her as she had thought. At that moment, Pei Yinzhou spoke candidly. Xiao, when we were together, I believed our families were well matched, and you could be a suitable wife. I cannot comprehend your current feelings. Perhaps in the future, I will divorce Cheng Xi. But that is a matter for another time. You need not wait for me. Xia Xiao's heart sank, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Hearing her sobs, Pei Yinzhou instinctively pressed the accelerator. Soon, he brought her to the entrance of the music center. We've arrived, you should get out. Yinzhou, I can't bear to part with you, Xia Xiao cried, her eyes swollen. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Pei Yinzhou fell silent for a moment before urging, please get out. I need to return to the office for a meeting. Xia Xiao was taken aback. She anticipated his complete lack of emotion, his brows furrowed with mild impatience. Gritting her teeth, she exited the car just as it sped away. I will not give up so easily, Xia Xiao thought, her gaze darkening. If she could marry into the Pei family, she would become the first lady of the Pei group, destined to be the center of admiration wherever she went. Meanwhile, in a Mercedes, Cheng Yu gripped the steering wheel, her mind in turmoil. A dinner party had revealed to her just how little she knew about Han Qilin. Originally, she had planned to take Han Yacheng to painting class in the afternoon, but now it was no longer her concern. A few minutes later, Han Qilin called her. Where are you? Cheng Xi and I have just finished dinner. Is Changcheng all right? I took her back to my parents' place. She didn't go to painting class this afternoon. Han Qilin apologized. I'm truly sorry. I intended for both families to dine together, but it turned out this way. Next time, I will personally visit your parents to apologize. Qingwei opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, feeling a deep pang of sorrow within her. Yeah, don't overthink it. Marrying me is a burden for you. Why don't you and Cheng Xi go shopping this afternoon? Feel free to use my card for anything you wish. I will accompany you when I return tonight. After soothing her for a while, Han Qilin hung up. With her phone connected to Bluetooth, Cheng Xi, seated in the passenger seat, had heard everything. She couldn't help but feel that Han Qilin had an undeniable charm. Even his coaxing voice was magnetic, akin to a deep bass. And he had a commendable emotional intelligence, coupled with a handsome appearance, capable of charming women. The fact that he could enrapture his own sister suggested that the connection was likely more profound than a simple act of having saved her in the past. Cheng Xi, why do you think he never mentions his family's ties to Shulin Group? Qingwei asked, somewhat perplexed. Is he afraid I might covet his family's wealth? Sister, I believe you should take the initiative to inquire, Cheng Xi suggested. If Han Yaoding has shared your brother-in-law's identity with you, it will eventually reach your brother-in-law's ears. If you pretend to be unaware, it might only provoke his imagination. Qingwei smiled wryly. I truly only care for him as a person. I know, but you must be cautious. Think about it. As Han Qilin's ex-wife, with a child of such an age, how could she not know her husband's true identity? Qingwei was taken aback. I don't quite grasp your meaning. Sister, human nature is complex. A woman driven by self-interest may wish for her ex-husband never to remarry, especially since Han Qilin is still young. If he remarries, he will inevitably have children, and once he does, her daughter will lose the chance to inherit everything from the Han family. Han's father and the chairman of Shulin Group are brothers, and Han Qilin's family possesses considerable shares in Shulin. His ex-wife, driven by her interests, might even prevent you from having children or exploit them to sabotage your marriage. Cheng Yue was momentarily stunned. After Cheng Xi's analysis, a chill unexpectedly gripped her heart. Previously, you were resolute in preventing Han Yacheng from spending time with her mother. Now that you know Han Qilin's identity, I believe you must be firm. If this child does not distance herself from her mother, she will inevitably become a ticking time bomb between you. After a pause, she added, of course, if you think I am overthinking, you can start by monitoring the conversations between Han Yacheng and her mother. Cheng Yue nodded, recalling an incident. Fortunately, we did not attend the dinner with the Han family. The relationship between the Han and Pei families must be solid. If they were to find out that Qilin married the daughter of Su Ziqing, your proxy marriage would surely be exposed. Chapter 33. Make Pei Yinzhou fall in love with you. Who could have imagined that Han Qilin and Pei Yinzhou were acquainted? Unbelievable. Cheng Xi's little face contorted in distress. The Pei family already looked down upon her, and if they were to discover her true identity, they would undoubtedly not let her off the hook. If all else fails, then let Pei Yinzhou fall for you, suggested Cheng Yu. In truth, Pei Yinzhou was quite handsome. Cheng Xi was horrified. Forget it. That was beyond my capability. Besides, Pei Yinzhou has someone he loves. Did you not see how affectionate he was with Xia Xiao during dinner? Were I a man, I certainly would not be enamored with someone like Xia Xiao. So pretentious. You have made it abundantly clear that you would facilitate their union, yet Xia Xiao continually undermines you, setting traps for you. Moreover, as the legitimate wife present, she shows no discretion, brazenly playing the role of a mistress. To be frank, if daughters from affluent families behaved like this, I would hold them in contempt. Cheng Xi chuckled. Alas, you are not a man. Men assess women by different standards than we do. The more pretentious, the more they are drawn to them. Hence, I maintain that the best course of action is to make Pei Yinzhou fall for you. You constantly lament that all men are scoundrels and are reluctant to seek a boyfriend. If they are indeed scoundrels, then it would be far better to be entangled with a handsome and wealthy scoundrel than with an average one. Wouldn't it? Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of Cheng Yu's reasoning, even feeling a flicker of intrigue. However, this sentiment lasted but a few seconds. Never mind. Pei Yinzhou's temperament is far too difficult to please, and I do not fancy being the one to disrupt a blossoming romance. Since you have nothing to do this afternoon, accompany me to look at cars. Very well. Cheng Yu drove them to the 4S dealership. After browsing for a while, Cheng Xi had her sights set on a vehicle priced at over 100,000. She had initially thought that the designs of electric cars were quite appealing and their interiors lovely. However, installing a charging station at the Pei family villa would undoubtedly be impractical. Thus, she opted for a Nissan Camry instead. Its appearance was commendable, it was fuel efficient, and, additionally, Nissan vehicles are renowned for their durability. After settling the payment, Cheng Xi planned to drive her new car to the Cheng family to show Fang Qiu. Upon arriving at the Cheng family residence, she found Fang Qiu laboriously mopping the floor, resembling an old ox. Elder Cheng sat on the sofa, imperiously scolding her. How can you mop the floor like this? This area is not clean at all. Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? It was truly baffling. One could only wonder what spell had been cast upon her son to marry such a useless person. Every day, aside from eating, she seemed incapable of anything else. Her son was unfortunate enough to have to support that money-losing daughter of yours. At your age, you should have at least given him a son or daughter, leaving me without a grandchild. Cheng Xi's eyes blazed with cold fury. She kicked the front door, producing a loud bang that startled Elder Cheng into rising. Cheng Xi, what madness is this? Dare to utter another word, and see what happens, Cheng Xi retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Elder Cheng. As you said, I am not your beloved granddaughter, so striking you would not be considered defiance. Elder Cheng's face turned crimson with rage. Dare to strike me, and I shall ensure your mother is divorced by my son. You both should get out of my sight. All right, I shall create a disturbance at the Pei residence, alleging that your son compelled me into a marriage of convenience and absconded with a sum exceeding 400 to 500 million. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Cheng became flustered, exclaiming, Cheng Xi, do not speak recklessly. Such actions will yield no favorable outcome for you. Don't forget that you and your mother have benefited from my son's generosity when it comes to sustenance, yet you conveniently overlook this when it comes to profit. Cheng Xi retorted vehemently, my mother toils day in and day out, tending to your son while nurturing your granddaughter. Her burden is heavier than anyone else's. Such toil is the rightful duty of a woman in managing the household. Old Lady Cheng shot back, her face reddening with indignation. However, she was well aware of Cheng Xi's fiery temperament and, after a brief curse, retreated into her room. Why are you hiding? Should I catch you berating my mother again? I shall ensure that your entire family faces hardship, Cheng Xi declared, undeterred. Fang Qiu grasped her arm, imploring her with a look of desperation. Please, my dear, cease this line of discourse. Mother, can you not strive to be more assertive? Cheng Xi replied tersely, allowing her mother to continue with her tirades. Fang Qiu felt a pang of bitterness. She could not deny the truth in her daughter's words. She was indeed somewhat ineffectual and unable to earn a living. Cheng Xi was exasperated. Her mother was under the constant psychological manipulation of Cheng Zhouhua. Mother, it is not that you are incapable of earning money. You possess a university degree, yet you devoted yourself entirely to managing the household after marriage. Not to mention, your culinary skills and cleanliness are commendable, even as a nanny. You could earn a substantial income. How can you claim to be useless? Being a nanny would only subject you to ridicule, stripping you of dignity. Fang Qiu lamented. What is there to ridicule? It is all earned through one's own ability. Do not heed Uncle Cheng's disparaging words. He seeks to belittle you, to make you feel worthless, rendering you submissive to him. Fang Qiu lowered her head in silence. Cheng Xi was at her wit's end and decided to change the subject. Mother, isn't that old woman residing with her eldest son? Why has she suddenly come here? Shi, please temper your words. Refrain from referring to her as the old woman. Fang Qiu whispered in explanation. The daughter-in-law of the old lady is pregnant, and your Uncle Cheng and his wife have gone to assist her, leaving no one to care for the old lady. Hence she has been brought here. Cheng Xi frowned. So, she is not likely to leave any time soon? Fang Qiu sighed. Zhouhua is her son. It is only natural for him to care for her. I understand, but the issue is that this old woman is hardly easy to deal with. Cheng Xi recalled that the old lady was one who bullied the weak, yet feared the strong. The eldest son of the old lady had married a civil servant from a well-off family, and she behaved impeccably towards that daughter-in-law, never daring to utter a harsh word. However, when it came to Feng Xiu, she unleashed a torrent of disparagement. The problem was that Cheng Xi supported his mother. Previously, when Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu were around, they could offer some assistance to Feng Xiu. Now that they were both married off, Feng Xiu would undoubtedly be subjected to the old lady's relentless torment. It's all right. Do not concern yourself with me. Just take care of yourself. Feng Xiu clumsily comforted her daughter. By the way, what brings you here today? Only then did Cheng Xi remember her purpose and pulled Feng Xiu into the courtyard to reveal her new acquisition. Mother, I have purchased a new car. Feng Xiu opened her mouth, her eyes slightly reddening. How wonderful. My daughter has acquired a car. Throughout her life, she has felt worthless. Yet at least her daughter has achieved something. Mom, once I get divorced, I'll buy a house. When that time comes, you can move out if you wish. Even if it means leaving Uncle Cheng, she whispered, vowing never to let her mother suffer again. Don't speak nonsense, Feng Xiu quickly retorted. I never intended to divorce your Uncle Cheng. All men have their flaws. I would be content as long as he doesn't resemble your father, who would get drunk and become violent. Besides, after over a decade together, we share a bond. Chapter 34. Fainting Cheng, she inwardly scoffed. This afternoon, Cheng Xi's lecherous gaze upon Su Ziqing hardly suggested any lingering affection for Feng Xiu. She had a gut feeling that Cheng Xi regarded Feng Xiu merely as a caretaker. If her mother did not prepare herself soon, she would inevitably be cast aside. That evening, Cheng Xi had dinner at the Cheng household. Cheng Xi did not return for the meal, nor did he even bother to call, prompting Feng Xiu to make the inquiry herself. During dinner, Grandma Cheng incessantly complained about Feng Xiu's cooking. Cheng Xi chose to ignore her and turned to Feng Xiu instead. Mom, has Uncle Cheng been frequently absent for dinner lately? Yes, busy with work, Feng Xiu replied with a smile. Cheng Xi was unconvinced. After dinner, as Cheng Xi prepared to leave, she overheard Grandma Cheng on the phone with Cheng Xi. You rascal, I just saw Cheng Xi buy a massive new car in the courtyard. It must be worth several $100,000. Surely, that money came from you. If you have the means to buy a car for a stepdaughter with no blood relation, you might as well get your big brother a new one. Ignore her, just leave quickly, Feng Xiu urged her daughter, fearing another argument would ensue. When your Uncle Cheng returns, I'll tell her the car only cost over $100,000. Cheng Xi left feeling rather dejected. When in a gloomy mood, she craved sweets, so she took a detour to her favorite cake shop and bought a cloud cheesecake. Upon returning to the Pei residence, she found Wang Qing watering the flowers outside, while the villa was empty. Cheng Xi placed the cake in the refrigerator, intending to shower first and then change into comfortable pajamas before indulging. The summer cake, with its cool essence fresh from the fridge, promised delightful flavors. 30 minutes later, after her bath and hanging her clothes to dry, she descended the stairs. In the living room, the television was on, and Pei Mu sat on the sofa, savoring a slice of the cloud cake, cream smeared at the corners of her mouth, entirely devoid of her usual poise and elegance. Cheng Xi was taken aback. She glanced at the box, noticing all 4 slices of cake had been devoured. Mom, she began, pointing at the box, have you eaten all the cake? Seeing her daughter-in-law, whom she disdained, joyfully indulging in cake, Mother Pei felt a twinge of embarrassment. She hastily wiped her mouth with a napkin and belatedly realized, did you buy this cake? Cheng Xi nodded. For once, Mother Pei looked upon her with a semblance of approval, relishing the cake's exquisite flavor. It had been ages since she had tasted such delightful confectionery. Mother, why did you consume it all? Cheng Xi began, but was swiftly silenced by an irked glare from Mother Pei. What is the matter? Is it wrong to enjoy a couple of pieces of cake? Mother Pei's expression hardened. Cheng Xi was momentarily at a loss, but I recall Pei Yinzhou mentioning that you have hypertension. Can you truly indulge in so many sweets? I don't eat them often. A rare indulgence is permissible, Mother Pei replied, a hint of guilt causing her to divert her gaze. Just as she prepared to rise, her head spun violently. Darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed onto the sofa. Oh, madam. At that precise moment, Wang Qing entered, startled, causing the fruits she was carrying to tumble to the ground. Cheng Xi was momentarily dazed, quickly realizing that her mother had consumed an entire cake, likely resulting in a spike in blood sugar. She hurriedly called for an ambulance. Wang Qing trembled as she fumbled for her phone to dial emergency services. However, after placing the call, she understood that the ambulance would not arrive immediately. Cheng Xi pinched her thigh, urging herself to remain calm. Is there any insulin in the house? Yes, Wang Qing recalled, hastily retrieving the elderly lady's medication. Cheng Xi found the insulin and administered it to Mother Pei. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and transported her to the hospital. On the way, Wang Qing informed Pei Yinzhou and his brother, alongside their grandfather. The three arrived nearly simultaneously. Pei Heong and Zhao Yashan came together, while Elder Pei, leaning on his cane, trembled with concern. Wang Qing, what on earth happened? Why did the old lady suddenly faint? Wang Qing, pale-faced, glanced at Cheng Xi. Zhao Yashan, enraged, exclaimed, Cheng Xi, did you provoke mother into fainting? Upon hearing this, Pei Yinzhou turned his gaze upon Cheng Xi. His handsome countenance darkened with fury, his temples visibly throbbing. Was it you? Cheng Xi opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Logically, Mother Pei's fainting was connected to her. Had she not brought the cake home? Had she not placed it in the refrigerator? Cheng Xi, what have you done to my wife? Elder Pei's eyes glinted with a murderous intensity. Wang Qing muttered softly. Perhaps the old lady fainted from overeating the cake brought by the young mistress. Cheng Xi, it's you again. Pei Yinzhou had never harbored such loathing for a woman. Enraged, he raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap across Cheng Xi's fair cheek. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my mother, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Pei Yinzhou's finger pointed accusingly at her, his eyes filled with a terrifying hostility. Cheng Xi's mind buzzed from the impact of the slap. She raised her hand to touch her aching mouth, her fingertips stained with blood. The sight of the vivid red liquid ignited a fiery surge of emotion within her. From childhood to adulthood, apart from her inebriated father, no one had ever struck her in such a manner. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush at him and engage in a fierce struggle. However, with Madame Pei still in the emergency room, she remained oblivious to whether the danger had passed. If anything were to happen, she would indeed bear some responsibility. Upon witnessing her pitiful state, Zhao Yashan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, exclaiming how she had always warned them that this woman was nothing but a calamity, disrupting the peace of the household since her arrival. Old Master Cheng sighed, lamenting his mistake in pressuring them to be together, wishing he had advocated for an earlier divorce. At that moment, the doors to the emergency room swung open. The Pei family members hurried forward, and the attending physician, Dr. Wu, was familiar to Pei Heong. How was my mother faring? He inquired. Rest assured, Director Pei, the patient is no longer in danger, Dr. Wu replied. However, you should be well aware of your mother's condition. How could she consume so much sugar? Her blood sugar soared to 35, nearly triggering a myocardial infarction. Fortunately, your family acted promptly by administering insulin, which lowered her blood sugar on the way here. The Pei family members breathed a sigh of relief, and Pei Heong requested, please transfer my mother to a hospital room. As they escorted the unconscious Madame Pei into the elevator, Pei Yinzhou forcefully shoved Cheng Xi aside. She stumbled and collided with the wall behind her, looking up to meet Pei Yinzhou's icy gaze. He regarded her with disdain, coldly uttering, get lost. Hurry up and leave. Zhao Yashan also cast a scornful glance her way. In Chapter 35, Cheng Xi found herself unjustly accused. Originally, Zhao Yashan had returned to her family home, contemplating how to entirely rid herself of Cheng Xi. Unexpectedly, before Zhao could enact her plans, Cheng Xi had inadvertently set herself on a path of self-destruction. This was excellent. Madame Pei was dearly cherished by the men of the Pei family, and it was likely that old Master Pei loathed Cheng Xi even more now. Young madam, Wang Qing said, looking at her with a hint of sympathy, feeling that Cheng Xi was somewhat pitiable. You should go attend to her. As Cheng Xi spoke, her lips throbbed with pain. She turned and descended the fire escape. That slap had truly hurt. In the past, when her biological father, Tao Rui, struck her, it had never been this painful, as he often drank to excess, leaving him weakened and lacking in strength. Pei Yinzhou, however, was a young, robust man in the prime of his life, full of vigor. Was Cheng Xi aggrieved? Yes, she felt a mixture of guilt, anger, and a chilling desolation. She had refrained from retaliating, partly because Madame Pei had enjoyed the cake she had purchased, and partly because Pei Heong was present. Had she fought back, she might not have triumphed against both Pei Yinzhou and Pei Heong together. Furthermore, the Pei family was powerful and influential in such a public setting. They already harbored significant resentment towards her, and she feared that any act of retaliation would lead them to target her family. Thus, she resigned herself to the situation. Yet, regarding the Pei family, Cheng Xi truly had no intention of remaining any longer. Unlike her previous decision to leave home, this time she was resolutely determined to sever ties with these people. She could not afford to provoke them, but she could certainly evade them. Upon returning to her ancestral home, Cheng Xi decisively placed her suitcase into her new car and drove away. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of relief for having purchased the vehicle. On her way, she unexpectedly crossed paths with Pei Yinzhou's car. However, he did not recognize her new automobile, and after a brief encounter, he hurried back to the Pei residence to sort through the old matriarch's belongings. When he entered his room to retrieve some items, he noticed that Cheng Xi's suitcase had also been taken. A flicker of coldness ignited in his gaze. Fortunately, she had the self-awareness to leave. Had she dared to linger at the Pei household, he would have ensured she faced the consequences. While her audacity in front of him was tolerable, harming his mother was utterly unacceptable. Upon returning to the hospital, Pei's father adamantly refused to leave, insisting on staying the night to accompany Pei's mother. Wang Qing brought a basin of water to Pei's father, prompting him to recall, with a heavy heart, "Ah, Wang Qing, you administered the insulin to the old lady, didn't you? My sincerest thanks. The doctor mentioned that if it weren't for your quick response, she could have suffered a myocardial infarction." Pei Heong expressed his gratitude as well, remarking on Wang Qing's unexpected courage in a critical moment. Wang Qing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "You misunderstand. It wasn't me, but rather Miss Cheng Xi who administered it." The room fell silent, and Zhao Yashan exclaimed sharply, "Wang Qing, did you remind her? What does a mere girl know?" "No, Guangyin Klidifov. I just entered when I saw the old lady collapse. I was utterly stunned. It was Cheng Xi who asked me whether I had insulin." Although Wang Qing did not know Cheng Xi well, she had no desire to fabricate a story. The three Pei men were momentarily taken aback, and Pei Yinzhou pressed his lips into a thin line, momentarily lost in thought, until Zhao Yashan remarked, "That was her obligation. If she hadn't urged the old lady to eat cake, how could she have fainted? Surely she knows the old lady has high blood pressure. Her knowledge of insulin indicates her familiarity with hypertension and hyperglycemia. Perhaps she resents us for previously wronging her and seeks revenge." Pei Heong frowned. "That seems unlikely. Cheng Xi has only been here for a few days. She might not even be aware of the old lady's condition." "She is aware," Pei Yinzhou suddenly interjected, his tone heavy. "I mentioned it to her." Pei's father began to harbor doubts, feeling a pang of regret. "If that is the case, I shall not let the Cheng family escape unscathed. The Su family too. I will ensure that neither Cheng nor Su has a foothold in Su City." A fierce intensity clouded Pei Yinzhou's handsome features. Throughout the night, the two brothers, Pei Heong and Pei Yinzhou, kept vigil at the hospital. The following morning, Pei's mother slowly awoke. "Mother, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Zhao Yashan inquired, approaching to help her sit up. The three Pei men hurried over, showering her with concern. "Mother, do you feel any better? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable?" Pei's father chided, "My dear wife, are you trying to give me a heart attack? I told you not to eat sweets, yet you indulged in a cake as if you were still a child." Pei Heong added, "Mother, you truly must refrain from such reckless eating in the future. It is far too perilous." Upon awakening, Mother Pei found herself surrounded and was subjected to a torrent of reproachful words. She felt a twinge of guilt, coupled with a lingering sense of trepidation. It was beyond her expectations that the situation would escalate to such severity. Alas, she vowed never to repeat her actions. "It's all Cheng Xi's fault. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have consumed so much cake," Zhao Yashan exclaimed in indignation. Bending over with remorse, Father Pei declared, "My dear wife, I will ensure you are avenged. Cheng Xi has wronged you, and I shall repay the grievances to the Cheng and Su families in due course." Pei Yinzhou interjected, "Mother, I will immediately file for divorce from Cheng Xi." Mother Pei, bewildered, queried, "What are you all talking about? What harm has Cheng Xi done to me? What vengeance?" She was utterly lost. Zhao Yashan clarified, "Mother, Cheng Xi is aware of your hypertension, yet deliberately bought you cake to eat. Her intentions are malicious. She is truly wicked." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mother Pei, finally grasping a fraction of the situation, felt an aversion to Cheng Xi, but equally, she detested the notion of wrongfully accusing anyone. Besides, she was well aware of her three men's tendencies. Such a grave accusation could ensnare many innocent souls. "It has nothing to do with Cheng Xi. I was at Mrs. Chen's house playing mahjong yesterday. Their cuisine does not suit my palate. Upon returning, I sought a snack in the refrigerator and discovered a cake. I couldn't resist taking it out. Initially, I intended to sample just a morsel, but the cake was so delectable that I inadvertently devoured one piece after another, eventually consuming the entire thing. Cheng Xi was upstairs bathing, and by the time she descended, I had finished it. She scolded me for eating it all, citing my hypertension. After a pause, Mother Pei felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that she had intended to disregard Cheng Xi's comments. However, upon rising, she felt dizzy. The three Pei men were momentarily stunned, realizing that they had wronged Cheng Xi. Zhao Yashan, unwilling to allow Cheng Xi any chance of returning to the Pei household, quickly asserted, "Mother, perhaps Cheng Xi intentionally placed the cake in the refrigerator to tempt you, knowing full well your fondness for sweets, which you cannot indulge in. It is unlikely Cheng Xi knows that," Pei Yinzhou replied with a furrowed brow, his emotions in disarray. "I never mentioned that we cannot keep snacks at home." Pei Heian concurred, remarking that Cheng Xi had only stayed in the Pei residence for a single night. How much could she possibly know? To her dismay, Zhao Yashan found no support from her husband. In any case, if she hadn't bought the cake, Mother wouldn't have fainted. Chapter 36, an apology this time. Mother Pei found herself disagreeing with her daughter-in-law's assertions. Enough. I cannot consume sweets, but must everyone else forego them as well? After all, Cheng Xi is still young and at the age where one enjoys sweet treats. She placed the cake in the refrigerator, undoubtedly believing it would taste better chilled during the summer. To be fair, it truly was delightful. I haven't savored such a delicious cake in ages. Upon finishing her statement, Mother Pei lingered on the delightful taste. The three Pei men exchanged glances, bemused by the unexpected discussion of culinary delights. She likely did not anticipate my sudden return. Mother Pei mused. The Pei men fell into a contemplative silence, particularly Pei Yinzhou, whose right hand trembled with intensity. Yesterday, it was this very hand that forcefully struck Cheng Xi across the face. He was acutely aware of his own strength. She must have felt immense pain, perhaps even causing her lips to bleed. She must have felt wronged, merely wishing to purchase a cake to savor, only to have the situation escalate, resulting in her being unjustly blamed and struck by everyone. Moreover, had she not promptly administered insulin to Pei's mother, the consequences could have been dire. "We were excessively harsh yesterday." Pei Heian expressed his remorse, stating, "I noticed that Yinzhou hit her quite hard. I wonder how she is now." You struck Cheng Xi?" Pei's mother frowned at her son. "Even if you harbor disdain for your wife, that does not justify violence." Pei Yinzhou's handsome visage paled slightly as he replied, "I thought she was harming you. Evidence is essential. At the very least, you should wait for me, as a witness, to awaken before passing judgment." Pei Yinzhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was uncertain of his own feelings. Whenever he faced Cheng Xi, he relentlessly envisioned her in a negative and malicious light. Why was this the case? Ultimately, it stemmed from his prejudice against her. Pei's father sighed heavily, acknowledging, "In truth, we have misjudged Cheng Xi. Yinzhou, you must return home promptly to apologize to her." "She is not at home," Pei Yinzhou replied with a forlorn expression. "When I returned last night to retrieve my clothing, she had already left with her luggage. I suspect she has gone back to her family." "Then you must hasten to the Cheng residence and bring her back," Pei's father urged. "Also, take a gift, after all. They are our in-laws." Pei Yinzhou nodded. He recognized his wrongdoing, particularly in having harmed her, and thus an apology was warranted. However, he rarely apologized to women. Feeling that mere words lacked sincerity, he ought to present a token of goodwill. Yet, he was uncertain of what Cheng Xi might like. Once in the car, Pei Yinzhou dialed Lu Chongli's number, inquiring, "What kind of gift should one offer a woman when seeking forgiveness? What has transpired between you and Cheng Xi?" Lu Chongli asked, intrigued. Pei Yinzhou hesitated, puzzled. "How did you know it was Cheng Xi?" "Because I observed your interactions with her. Your demeanor towards her often seemed less than favorable, while you displayed utmost courtesy to Xia Ziao. Thus, it is unlikely you have offended her." Pei Yinzhou's expression faltered slightly as he lowered his gaze, responding with complexity, "Is it that obvious?" "Absolutely. During dinner last night, Cheng Xi was supportive of your relationship with Xia Ziao, yet your attitude toward her was frankly disrespectful. Regardless of whether you may divorce in the future or whom you truly favor, Cheng Xi is still your wife in name, with numerous friends and even Cheng Xi's sister present. You were affectionate with Xia Ziao, offering Cheng Xi no regard, and you left without so much as a word. Pei Yinzhou remained silent for a considerable time. The reason he had departed without a word was that Cheng Xi had requested everyone's WeChat information, except for his, which irked him. Enough of this. Just tell me what gift I should prepare. Uncertain of what Cheng Xi might appreciate, Pei Yinzhou recalled that in the past, he had gifted his girlfriends with branded handbags and jewelry, which they had all cherished. After hanging up the phone, he drove directly to the mall, purchasing an array of high-end skincare products and luxurious clothing. In the days he spent with Cheng Xi, he had noticed that her skincare items and attire were rather inexpensive. Although the Cheng family was not as affluent as the Pei family, they were certainly of a respectable upper-middle-class standing, residing in a villa in Sioux City. It was perplexing how a young lady of such status could possess so many modest possessions. At 10 in the morning, Pei Yinzhou rang the doorbell of the Cheng residence. Laden with numerous gifts, Cheng Zhouhua, who was just about to head out, encountered Pei Yinzhou and promptly invited him in with warmth. "Young Master Pei, it is wonderful to see you. Why have you brought so many items? Where's Cheng Xi? Did she not accompany you?" Pei Yinzhou felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, it had only been a couple of days since his last visit to the Cheng household to see Cheng Xi, and now she had seemingly run away from home again. Feng Xiu, unable to contain herself, remarked, "Young Master Pei, you did not send Cheng Xi away again last night, did you?" Cheng Zhouhua's heart sank at this, hastily pushing Feng Xiu aside. "When did it become your place to question young Master Pei? Allow me to call Cheng Xi right away. You must bring her back." Familiar with the drill, Cheng Zhouhua quickly contacted Cheng Xi. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu could not help but feel that her daughter was being wronged, turning away to shed tears. Pei Yinzhou observed this exchange with mild confusion, sensing a certain camaraderie between his stepmother and Cheng Xi. However, he had no time to ponder this further, as old Madame Cheng had already approached to inspect the gifts he had brought. "Oh, what exquisite clothing! The brand is evidently quite luxurious. And what is this? Premium bird's nest. This wine looks exceptionally fine." In no time, she had scattered the gifts haphazardly. Pei Yinzhou frowned slightly, finding old Madame Cheng's lack of decorum rather disconcerting. Were it not for his regard for Cheng Xi, he would not wish to linger there even a moment longer. 2 minutes later, Cheng Zhouhua cautiously approached him with a phone in hand. "Young Master Pei, Cheng Xi wishes to speak with you." Pei Yinzhou took the phone and stepped onto the balcony. At that moment, Cheng Xi lay on a hotel bed, having endured a restless night filled with pain. She had only just managed to fall asleep in the early morning, and now, Cheng Zhouhua's call had awakened her, rendering her voice hoarse. "Pei Yinzhou, whatever issues you have, direct them at me, not my family." Pei Yinzhou felt a lump in his throat, as if his chest was filled with cotton. "I have no intention of confronting the Cheng family. My mother awoke this morning and informed us that we had wronged you regarding last night's events." Cheng Xi was taken aback. She was well aware that Pei's mother held no affection for her, yet she did not expect her to clarify the truth on her behalf. Relieved by the possibility of an explanation, she found herself softening. Noticing the silence on the other end, Pei Yinzhou quickly added, "Where are you? Allow me to come and fetch you. Come home with me. I just purchased a multitude of cosmetics and clothing that I believe you will adore." Chapter 37. Where is Cheng Xi? "Thank you for your kindness, but please give those things to Xia Ziao," Cheng Xi said politely. "Do not disturb my family. I have no intention of returning to the Pei family. Just contact me when it's time for the divorce." "Cheng Xi, what are you saying?" "I have already apologized," Pei Yinzhou said, rubbing his throbbing temples. "What do you want me to do? Just tell me, and I will comply." "No need," she replied. "The Pei family is affluent enough. I do not require your assistance. Moreover, I acknowledge that I have made mistakes in this matter." Pei Yinzhou sensed a calmness in Cheng Xi's demeanor, devoid of sarcasm or sharpness, which was entirely unlike the Cheng Xi he once knew. Strangely, he preferred her previous assertiveness. "Cheng Xi, please return with me. I assure you that my attitude will change, all right?" Without a moment's hesitation, she declined. "I truly do not wish to go back. I initially agreed to let your family dislike me in order to facilitate the divorce, but living with you all is exhausting. On the first day, you told me to leave. On the second, you accused me of theft. On the third, you believed I had harmed your mother. Your family is restless, and I refuse to put myself through such hardship. Even though I'm strong, I'm still human. Furthermore, I am still studying, and with summer break approaching, this turmoil will hinder my education. I intend to rent a place of my own. Her resolute and determined stance stirred discomfort within Pei Yinzhou. If you do not wish to stay at the Pei residence, we can move to my villa outside. Cheng Xi was taken aback for a few seconds. Yet she felt no inclination. No, thank you. You don't care for me. Living under the same roof would only breed unhappiness. I would prefer to rent a small apartment myself. You can contact me directly for the divorce afterward. Seeing him silent, she reiterated, Pei Xiao, I am ending this call. Goodbye. The line went dead with a beep. Pei Yinzhou could find no fault in her. She exhibited neither anger nor indifference, nor did she utter any harsh words. Even the conclusion of their conversation was exceedingly polite. Yet, the more gracious she was, the more he felt a heaviness in his chest. After leaving the Cheng residence, Pei Yinzhou dialed his assistant Yang Kai. Find someone to locate Cheng Xi. At the hotel, Cheng Xi set her phone down, gazing at her reflection in the bathroom mirror. One side of her face was swollen, resembling a steamed bun, and even the slightest touch caused pain. She sighed, recalling her desire to scold Pei Yinzhou during the call. Of course, she wanted to. However, she had resolutely decided not to engage with the Pei family any longer. Clinging to past grievances would only lead to further entanglement. Besides, she believed in leaving some room for others. Ultimately, the events following Mrs. Pei's incident had instilled a sense of fear in her. The Pei family, a colossal entity, could extinguish her and Feng Qiu as easily as one would crush an ant. At present, her immediate priority was to find an apartment. She could not remain in the hotel indefinitely. Cheng Xi intended to rent an apartment near the university town, allowing her the opportunity to return to her residence for rest whenever time permitted. She eagerly anticipated having a cozy nest of her own. After a day of diligent searching, Yang Kai finally managed to uncover information about Cheng Xi. Young Master Pei, the young mistress, is currently residing at the Li Feng Hotel. She has been looking at apartments for the past couple of days. According to the personnel at the agency, it seems she is seeking a reasonably priced place near the university town, around $1,200 a month. Pei Yinzhou furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity emerging. The real estate market in Sioux City was notoriously expensive, particularly in the vicinity of the university town. It was unlikely that one could find a well-decorated apartment for such a low rent. After all, her mother owned a company reputed to earn millions annually, and being a descendant of the Sioux family, it was puzzling why she would be so frugal. Perhaps the young mistress was simply thrifty. This was the only conclusion Pei Yinzhou could arrive at, recalling his own experience studying abroad when his parents had been cautious not to indulge him, providing only a modest allowance each month. He had had to take on part-time work to support himself. In truth, this was beneficial. Young people should not rely too heavily on their families. I recall having several apartment buildings in that area, Pei Yinzhou suddenly remarked. Allocate some funds to negotiate an early termination with the current tenant and find a way to rent a place to her at a lower price. Yang Kai's expression momentarily revealed a touch of bewilderment. Not long ago, he had been insisting that she leave and seeking a divorce. Yet now he was covertly arranging accommodations for her. It was unclear what Pei Yinzhou truly intended. She felt somewhat vexed. She had thought renting an apartment would be a straightforward task, yet after 2 days of searching, she had not encountered one that suited her taste. Some were excessively dirty, others had worn-out furniture, and some were simply inconveniently located or overpriced. Perhaps she should just settle for that dilapidated apartment and replace the furniture to make it more comfortable. At that moment, the agency called her, presenting a particularly appealing loft apartment, well located and newly decorated. As the owner was in urgent need of funds and wanted to lease it out quickly, Cheng Xi had initially held little hope, but, upon visiting, found herself utterly enamored. The loft was exquisitely designed and inviting, fully equipped with a television, refrigerator, and air conditioning. The layout featured a living room and dining area below, with a small study on one side and a bedroom on the other. How much is this apartment per month? Cheng Xi inquired. The agent beamed. 1,000. 1,000? Cheng Xi was momentarily stunned. It seemed implausible. Indeed, but the owner requires half a year's rent in advance due to urgent financial needs. No problem, I'll take it. Cheng Xi did not hesitate any longer. After all, for such an affordable and high-end residence, paying 6 months rent up front, or even 2 years, would be more than feasible. After signing the necessary documents, she promptly changed the door code and moved her belongings from the hotel to her new home. For the first time in her life, Cheng Xi felt she truly possessed a space of her own, and she was immensely delighted. Though the Cheng family is pleasant, they remain dependent on others. And the Pei family is even more unfortunate, often looked down upon and frequently scolded by Pei Yinzhou. Those days are over. In this household, she can do as she pleases. Cheng Xi eagerly ventured to the supermarket downstairs and returned with an abundance of daily necessities. After 2 days of diligent effort, she finally adorned her home with a comforting ambience. Cheng Xi then dialed her friend Ling Zheng's number. Zheng, when are you returning to Sioux City? I must tell you, I've rented an apartment here. You can stay with me before you head back to school. We can enjoy a hot pot together in the evenings. Have you not just entered into a whirlwind marriage? Why are you still renting? Ling Zheng inquired, puzzled. Did your husband finally leave? Cheng Xi chuckled. No, it's more complicated than that. We can't seem to part ways. Living together has led to conflicts, so I decided to move out. Fortunately, I found a reasonably priced loft. Sounds great. I'll come over tonight. Chapter 38. An incident. Did you return to Sioux City today? Cheng Xi exclaimed with delight. Ling Zheng paused for a moment before responding. I've been back for half a month, busy delivering takeout. How could you return without telling me? Are we not best friends anymore? Cheng Xi feigned annoyance. I've been too busy, Ling Zheng replied, her voice weary. Let us talk later. What is your address? Should I come pick you up? Cheng Xi replied cheerfully. I bought a new car. I'll take you for a spin tonight and treat you to a late-night snack. That sounds wonderful. You must treat me. Ling Zheng genuinely expressed her happiness. At 8:30 that evening, Ling Zheng sent her a voice message. I'll drop off a cake at the nearby Li Jing Hotel. Wait for me there. After I deliver the cake, we can go straight to have our late-night snack. Are you leaving your electric bike at the hotel? That won't do. I'll just take the subway instead. Ling Zheng decided. All right, I'm on my way. Li Jing Mansion is approximately 4 miles from the apartment. It's neither too far nor too close. Situated in the northern district of Sioux City, Cheng Xi, a native of Sioux City, had heard that Li Jing Mansion is where the truly affluent reside. It was rumored that when the mansion was completed, each unit was priced in the billions. A fellow alumnus once mocked, saying only a fool would buy such an expensive property. Yet when the properties went on sale, they sold out in a day. This reality proved that the wealthy in this world are more numerous than one could ever imagine. However, ordinary people and the impoverished are even more prevalent. Cheng Xi parked her car by the roadside near the mansion and then walked to the entrance. After about 5 minutes of waiting, Ling Zheng appeared, carrying an extravagant 2-tiered cake, striding energetically into view. Having only taken a summer break, Cheng Xi nearly failed to recognize her friend. The once long-haired, glossy-haired Ling Zheng, tall and elegantly poised with striking features, emanated a cool and graceful aura. Though she never adorned herself, she always turned heads on the university street. Now, she has slimmed down considerably and has become quite tanned, clad in a yellow delivery uniform, looking rather disheveled. Cheng Xi could hardly recognize her. Ling Zheng, have you been mining? What have you done to yourself? I'm working to earn money for tuition, she replied. Weren't you able to make enough for tuition in the first half of the year? If you need money, you could have told me. I could lend you some. Is it necessary to exhaust yourself like this? It's complicated. Let me deliver this cake first. We can talk later. Ling Zheng appeared to be in a hurry. After exchanging greetings with Cheng Xi, she headed towards the residence with the cake in hand. At the entrance of the residence, 2 security guards scrutinized the delivery order before allowing her entry. Cheng Xi assumed that delivering a cake would take no more than 10 minutes. Yet after half an hour, she still had not seen Ling Zheng return. Growing increasingly uneasy, she dialed Ling Zheng's phone. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Xi, why are you still on the phone? It's costing money. A sharp voice echoed from the other end, followed by what sounded like the phone hitting the ground, producing a heavy thud, and then the call ended abruptly. A wave of foreboding washed over Cheng Xi, prompting her to rush towards the entrance of the residence. You're not a resident here, are you? The guard blocked her path. Do you have a key card? Or do you know the resident? You can ask them to let you in. I'm a friend delivering a package. I think something has happened to her upstairs. Do you know what floor she was delivering to? Cheng Xi pleaded urgently. I'm sorry, but we cannot allow strangers inside. I've already said my friend is in trouble. Cheng Xi exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. How do we know you aren't deceiving us? There have been cases where people have infiltrated and stolen from residents. Cheng Xi's expression turned cold. She could no longer afford to hesitate. She quickly knocked the guard blocking her to the ground. Another guard, towering at nearly 6'5", rushed over to apprehend her, but Cheng Xi skillfully slipped under his arm, twisting his wrist while deftly reaching through the window into the security booth to unlock the glass door. With force, She pushed the tall guard onto the one she had just knocked down and swiftly grabbed the registration book from the booth, slipping inside. Initially intending to take the elevator, she pressed the button repeatedly only to realize that such residences likely required a key card for access. With no other choice, as the pursuing guards closed in, she sprinted toward the stairwell, frantically flipping through the registration to find out which floor Ling Zheng had gone to. Upon confirming, she stumbled slightly. 50 floors? What? Cheng Xi thought despairingly. No way. If it took her this long to climb up, not only would the food be cold, but she might be in trouble herself. Cheng Xi decided to run back down instead. Along the way, she encountered the two guards who were chasing her. You have a key card for the elevator, right? Please let me use it. Cheng Xi playfully beckoned with her finger in the dimly lit stairwell, her masked face concealing a sinister smile. If you refuse, I shall simply take it by force. I assure you, my martial skills are quite formidable. Cowardly woman, who fears you? The towering security guard, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, had just been bested by her and was seething with indignation, charging forward to seek revenge. However, half a minute later, he found himself with half his face pressed against the wall, pleading for mercy. Please spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. I beg you, let me go. I was foolish not to recognize your prowess. The shorter guard, recognizing his own limitations, dared not approach. Rest assured, I swear I neither steal nor rob. I merely seek a friend. Cheng Xi swiftly retrieved her card and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 50th floor. In mere minutes, she arrived. Stepping out, she was awestruck by the opulent decor of the corridor, which resembled a private club as lavish as a royal palace. The grand doors stood wide open, revealing an exquisitely luxurious interior, seemingly hosting a banquet attended by a youthful crowd clad in resplendent attire, adorned with either extravagant designer gowns or bespoke creations. As Cheng Xi entered, she went unnoticed by the throng. Everyone was gathered around the edge of the bar in the center, caught up in some fervent spectacle, their shouts echoing with excitement as they urged one another on. Anxiously, Cheng Xi squeezed through the crowd, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse, and was left dumbfounded. In the center of the commotion stood Ling Zheng, disheveled and flushed, clutching a bottle of alcohol while men around her pushed her, causing her to sway precariously. Drink it. Hurry up. If you don't, you'll have to bark like a dog. A surge of rage flooded Cheng Xi's mind. What on earth are you doing? She forcefully pushed through the throng, snatching the bottle from Ling Zheng's grasp and shoving the surrounding men aside. Who do you think you are, you filthy little thing? A young man with bleached hair and a diamond necklace swung his hand toward Cheng Xi's face. She swiftly grasped his wrist, flinging him aside. Ling Zheng stumbled a few steps, and without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xi rushed to steady her. Ling Zheng, are you all right? I'm fine, Ling Zheng gasped, clutching her stomach in pain. Shi, don't worry about me, just go. How can I leave when you're in this state? What happened? Cheng Xi's heart ached. She could scarcely comprehend how a simple food delivery could lead to such chaos. You must be with the delivery girl, right? She ruined my cake. At that moment, a woman in a shimmering gold mini dress, her makeup flawless, strode in with an air of superiority. She was around 5'7" and appeared to be in her early 20s, but her demeanor was quite imposing. Do you have any idea how expensive this chocolate cake is? My friend had it airlifted from France. It's the Hermes of chocolates. Thanks to her, all the decorations toppled over. I demanded she pay for it, but she couldn't. So, I told her to drink the 4 bottles of whiskey on the table, and she could leave. Cheng Xi followed the woman's gaze and glanced back at the pink cake on the bar, which she had seen earlier downstairs. Indeed, the glass princess on the 2nd floor had toppled to one side. How much is the cake? I will compensate, Cheng Xi said with difficulty. 1 million. The woman in the ultra-short skirt smirked. 1 million? Cheng Xi's pupils constricted. Why don't you just steal it? Laughter erupted among the crowd, and a wealthy young lady remarked, You country bumpkins have truly never seen the world. Do you know this chocolate cake is crafted from the finest materials globally? That glass doll is a unique limited edition. And because of you, it has been soiled. 1 million is a bargain. The woman in the ultra-short skirt taunted, If you can't bear it, why not help your friend finish off those last 2 bottles of whiskey? Cheng Xi found herself in a quandary. She had wealth, yet parting with 1 million for a cake felt unbearable. Should she just drink the 2 bottles of whiskey? Shi, you should go, Ling Zheng suddenly urged, gently pushing her aside, her body trembling and her voice faltering. They're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. When I deliver the cake, They call me a dirty delivery girl, unworthy of riding their elevator, and insisted I take the stairs. If I hadn't climbed 50 floors, I wouldn't be so unsteady. Yet they still blamed me for being late, threatening to give me a bad review and demanding compensation, or else I would be unable to stay in Sioux City. Ling Zheng's eyes were red, but she fought to hold back tears, her whole body shaking from humiliation. Cheng Xi was taken aback. 50 floors, she could hardly fathom, even with martial arts training. Cheng Xi understood the unfairness of this world. She had often been looked down upon by the Pei family. Yet, this was the first time she encountered such malice from these elegantly dressed socialites directed at an ordinary college student working as a delivery person. What had Ling Zheng done wrong? She merely sought to earn a living through her own efforts to change her fate. Her gaze swept over the wealthy young ladies around her. There was not a hint of sympathy in their eyes, only disdain, mockery, and schadenfreude. Indeed, a delivery person, constantly on the move, who knew how many germs and viruses she carried. They believed she had no right to enter their domain, fearing she might dirty the elevator. Chapter 40. I will compensate for everything. Delivering a cake to Miss Qin is an honor for her. What is a mere million? It's not a substantial amount. Is it so difficult to produce? You wouldn't understand. For them, a million is a figure beyond comprehension. The woman referred to as Miss Qin appeared increasingly impatient, saying, "Enough with the chatter. Either drink or pay. Otherwise, even if you leave through that door, I can find your friend's delivery company and file a complaint. If I am not mistaken, you are still students, so be careful. You might find it impossible to continue your studies in Sioux City." Laughter erupted once more around her. Cheng Xi felt a buzzing in her head, her temples throbbing. Perhaps when a person reaches the pinnacle of anger, they gradually attain a state of calm. Yet, this tranquility was laced with a hint of madness, as if her very blood was boiling. 1 million? I will compensate you, Cheng Xi stated suddenly, her voice eerily composed. Miss Qin raised an eyebrow. The 1 million I mentioned only covers the cake. You are aware of my anticipation for this birthday, are you not? Not only did she arrive late and miss the optimal moment for the cake cutting, but she also ruined my mood. Another 1 million, and you may take your leave. Very well, 2 million it is. I shall compensate you. Cheng Xi responded once more. Ling Zheng felt an ominous premonition and desperately tried to restrain Cheng Xi. But having consumed 2 bottles of wine, her mind was already quite muddled, leaving her unable to exert much strength. Since I'm willing to spend 2 million, this cake must now belong to me, Cheng Xi declared, striding to the bar, lifting the cake's lid, and then seizing the cake. You intend to take it home, do you? Miss Qin's mocking words were cut short as the cake was abruptly slammed into her face. Now, I'm spending 2 million to treat you to this cake. Cheng Xi forcefully pressed Miss Qin's face down onto the bar, a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Is 2 million insufficient? Do you still require compensation for bodily harm? I shall pay it all. The banquet hall erupted in screams. Ling Zheng was shoved to the ground, her mind in disarray as she attempted to rise. But her legs felt weak from the alcohol. The entire event seemed to descend into chaos, with people smashing things and fighting. In the bar, the air was thick with the lingering scent of tobacco and alcohol. Pei Yinzhou sat on the sofa in the private room, his mood decidedly grim. 2 long fingers delicately pinching a cigarette, his excessively long legs crossed casually, exuding an aristocratic elegance. The waitress pouring drinks couldn't resist stealing glances at him. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having worked here for less than 2 months, she found this man the most handsome and charming she had ever encountered, especially when he held the cigarette in his mouth, a picture of utmost sensuality. Look, my brother is already taken, Qin Ming teased, unless you consider me. While I may not be as handsome as Brother Yan, I am wealthy. And I have drugs, Lu Chongli added. Get lost, Qin Ming retorted. Ouch, how dare you insult me? Lu Chongli threatened, tightening his grip around Qin Ming's neck. I was joking, Brother Lu. Qin Ming quickly surrendered. The waitress watched these strikingly handsome men, smiling as she retreated to the side. You're too loud. Pei Yinzhou shot an impatient glare at his 2 brothers. Han Yaoting chuckled. Brother Yin, your wife has moved out. You should be pleased. After all, you never liked her. Pei Yinzhou's brows knitted tightly. Indeed, at last, I no longer have to see Cheng Xi. He should be quite pleased. However, during these past few nights spent at the Pei residence, I find myself instinctively glancing towards the corner of the room. Though I used to occupy the bedroom alone, I now feel an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Even as I close my eyes to sleep, My mind is plagued by the image of myself delivering a slap to Cheng Xi. Is her face healed? Does it still hurt? Pei Yinzhou finds himself somewhat distracted. Lu Chongli, noticing his absent-mindedness, jestingly remarks, I say, could it be that with Cheng Xi gone, you have suddenly realized you might have developed a fondness for her? Are you dreaming? Pei Yinzhou scoffs without hesitation. Why would I like her? What is there to admire? Qi Ming chuckles heartily. Indeed, Yinzhou prefers someone like Zi Yao, talented, gentle, and considerate. Pei Yinzhou retorts, I don't even have a fondness for someone like Xia Ziyao. If anything, I had a slight preference in the past, a better impression than other women. However, recently, her incessant claims that she cannot live without me have soured that impression. Why can't women be a bit more independent and clear-headed? Han Yaoting inquires, Qin Ming, aren't you accompanying your sister today? Isn't it her birthday? The group of young girls is playing at our family's clubhouse. I see no point in joining, Qin Ming replies lazily. Besides, every time I go, it's just to hear her inquire about Lu Ge, asking me to help her pursue him, which is quite bothersome. After a pause, Qin Ming suddenly turns to Lu Chongli, saying, Lu Ge, why not consider taking my sister? After all, she is young and beautiful, and our families are well matched. Last time your father visited, he even suggested that our families might become in-laws. What? Do you wish to be my brother-in-law? Lu Chongli replies with a smirk, his dark eyes gleaming dangerously. Qin Ming chuckles awkwardly. I haven't blamed you for pursuing my sister, who is rather innocent herself. Let us forget it. I don't engage in relationships within my own circle, and besides, with her temperament, I could hardly handle it. Lu Chongli flicks away the ash from his cigarette and inquires, by the way, has your family yet found the child that was mistakenly taken? Upon hearing this, Pei Yinzhou's curiosity is piqued. It has been 3 years, hasn't it? While the outside world remains oblivious, the brothers are somewhat aware of the situation. Approximately 3 years ago, an incident occurred when Qin Jiamiao attended a summer camp, leading to a revelation at the hospital that her blood type did not match either of her parents. Further investigation revealed that during her mother's teaching stint in another province, the child had been mistakenly swapped at birth. The Qin family was taken aback. Yet having cherished Qin Jiamiao as their child for over a decade, they could not bear to abandon her. Thus, they kept the truth hidden while simultaneously searching for their biological daughter. However, the hospital where the birth took place was in a county, and with over a decade passing, much documentation has been lost, making the search for the biological child a formidable challenge. No, Qi Ming shakes his head, sighing. We found 4 or 5 children and conducted paternity tests, but none were a match. Pei Yinzhou remarked lightly, your mother gave birth to you in the county town. It is quite possible that the family who took away your biological sister was in dire straits. It is said that in poorer regions, the preference for sons over daughters is more pronounced. Qin Jiamiao, however, seems to have had a fortunate fate. Chapter 41. Your wife engaged in a brawl. Lu Chongli and Han Yaoting remained silent, yet inwardly they found themselves in agreement with that statement. Qin Ming was taken aback, furrowing his brow. While it is true that Jiamiao had a fortunate life, she was merely a child at the time, unaware of everything. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Ming's phone suddenly rang. What? My sister has been attacked? All right, I'm on my way. Hanging up the call, Qin Ming promptly rose to his feet. I need to head to the police station. Jiamiao has been assaulted at the club, and I must go. Han Yaoting stared in disbelief. With your sister's temperament, who would dare to strike her? Impressive. I certainly will not let anyone get away with hurting my sister, Qin Ming declared with a fierce expression as he departed. Pei Yinzhou, appearing indifferent, raised his glass to drink, but his phone rang as well. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Cheng Xi's husband? The voice on the line inquired. This is the North City Police Station. Pei Yinzhou set down his glass, his expression turning grave. Yes, I am. Your wife has been involved in a brawl and injured someone. She is currently in custody at the police station. We've been trying to reach her family, but she has been reluctant to comply. We found her details and contacted you, so please come by. I will be there shortly, Pei Yinzhou replied, his face paling significantly. How wonderful, he thought, recalling his earlier worries about her injuries. Now, she had engaged in a fight and caused harm. How impressive, indeed. Rising from his seat, he announced, Cheng Xi is in trouble. I must go. Enjoy your drinks. Lu Chongli and Han Yaoting exchanged glances. Brother Lu, one sister is being attacked, and one wife is in trouble. What a coincidence. It must be mere chance, came the response. Pei Yinzhou, having consumed some alcohol, arranged for a driver to take him there. After a 40-minute drive, upon arriving at the North City police station, he noticed a familiar vehicle parked nearby. Moments later, Qin Ming stepped out, looking astonished. Brother Yin, what brings you here? You're not worried about Jiao Miao, are you? I didn't expect you to show such concern during a critical moment, given your usual cold demeanor. Rest assured, I can handle this alone. Get lost. Pei Yinzhou retorted expressionlessly. I'm here to pick up Cheng Xi. Oh, Qin Ming replied, awkwardly. Why is my sister-in-law at the police station? She injured someone, Pei Yinzhou stated as he strode inside. After taking a few steps, he halted abruptly and turned back. You said your sister was attacked? Yes, Qin Ming responded. As realization dawned upon him, their eyes locked, revealing shock and complexity in their expressions. I hope it is not as I fear, Pei Yinzhou thought as he quickened his pace. As they entered the police station, the atmosphere was chaotic, resembling a bustling market. A group of young men and women, adorned with garish makeup, were causing a ruckus, clamoring for information. That crazy woman was the one who initiated the altercation. Her friend ruined our cake. And when we demanded compensation, they refused and resorted to violence, resulting in injuries for several of us. Officer, surely she deserves at least a few years of punishment for this. I see that both of them are still in school. They should be expelled for their atrocious behavior. Let me tell you, my father is not an ordinary man. And if we do not receive a satisfactory explanation, we will not let this matter rest. As Qin Ming and Pei Yinzhou entered, a woman, her hair and face smeared with cream, suddenly limped towards Qin Ming. Brother, you must avenge me. Qin Ming was taken aback. You are my sister? Qin Jiamiao began to cry hysterically. Brother, I was attacked. That woman smashed cake into my face, leaving me nearly unable to breathe. I have injuries on my face and leg. You must avenge me. I want her to suffer greatly. I will ensure she cannot remain in Sioux City. All right, I will definitely avenge you, Qin Ming replied, his heart aching for his sister's distress. Who was the reckless individual that dared to harm her? It was her. Qin Jiamiao pointed furiously at the frail figure sitting in the corner, handcuffed. Cheng Xi raised her head, her mask torn off during the scuffle, her hair disheveled and smeared with cream. One side of her face was swollen like a bun, while the other bore several scratches. She looked disheveled, yet her eyes remained cold and dark, reminiscent of a wolf lurking in the abyss, lonely and indifferent. Cheng Xi, it's you? Qin Ming seethed, unable to contain his anger. I previously thought you had a cheerful disposition, but how could you be so malicious as to harm my sister? I will not let you off easily. Until the investigation is complete, everything is merely your sister's one-sided account. Pei Yinzhou interjected coldly. Qin Ming was taken aback, clearly surprised that Pei Yinzhou would speak in defense of Cheng Xi amidst the conflict between her and Qin Jiamiao. Brother Yin, do not forget, Jiamiao grew up with us. Pei Yinzhou ignored her and strode towards Cheng Xi. Upon seeing him, Cheng Xi froze, likely not expecting the police to contact him. And Qin Ming's words revealed to her that this so-called Miss Qin was indeed his sister. Surely, Pei Yinzhou would side with his friend. Even if Qin Jiamiao and Qin Ming were not related, Pei Yinzhou, who despised her, would hardly come to her aid. As he approached, Cheng Xi remained silent, lowering her gaze, too weary to even glance at him. Pei Yinzhou looked down at the disheveled woman. She hung her head, avoiding his gaze like an abandoned cat. Strangely, his voice softened slightly. Why did you resort to violence? Cheng Xi was momentarily stunned, expecting him to chastise her with a cold and unfeeling tone. Was this truly his voice? I suppose I deserve the beating. Cheng Xi raised her head, although her small face bore the marks of distress. Her eyes betrayed a defiance typical of her age. Her parents had failed to provide her with proper guidance, so I felt compelled to step in. As Qin Ming approached, he nearly choked on his anger upon hearing those words. Cheng Xi, who do you think you are to reprimand my parents? Who are you to dictate how we should educate others? His fury made him want to lash out, yet Pei Yinzhou restrained his fist with a firm grip. Stunned into silence, Qin Ming was further astounded when Qin Jiamiao exclaimed incredulously, Brother Yin, she hit me. She did this to me. No one has ever dared to strike me like this. And today is my 21st birthday. Tears streamed down her face, her pitifulness laid bare for all to see. Cheng Xi maintained her cold demeanor, a faint smile tugging at her lips, yet she uttered no words. Cheng Xi, clarify yourself, Pei Yinzhou said, his gaze not on Qin Jiamiao, but rather fixed ominously on Cheng Xi. Why did you resort to violence? Chapter 42. Do you hate me? Despite Cheng Xi's impulsive nature and fiery temperament, he understood that she was not the sort to strike without just cause. Cheng Xi scoffed. Does it truly matter why I struck? Have any of you ever reasoned with each other? In your world, the one with the higher status is always right. She harbored no trust for Pei Yin-zhou, and she loathed him even more. After all, it was he who had left her in such pain. Had he ever sincerely uttered an apology? He thought that showering her with gifts would erase the past, as if nothing had ever occurred. A person like him probably didn't even know what a genuine apology looked like. Pei Yin-zhou was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Cheng Xi held such an impression of him. Cheng Xi, the only person who can assist you now is me. You are intelligent. Do not gamble your future on fleeting emotions. Consider your parents. His words struck a nerve, causing her eyes to tremble with a flicker of anguish. At that moment, a police officer, having finished taking statements, approached and said, "Allow me to explain the sequence of events. This evening is Miss Qin's birthday, and a friend from France arranged for a birthday cake to be airlifted from abroad. Cheng Xi's friend, Ling Zheng, works as a delivery person and accepted this order, bringing the cake from the airport logistics center to the mansion. However, Miss Qin dismissed Ling Zheng for being a delivery worker and forbade her from using the elevator, forcing Ling Zheng to carry the cake up from the first floor to the 50th. Pei Yin-zhou frowned deeply, shadows flickering in his gaze. Qin Jiamiao, anxious, replied, "I paid to hire her. She should come up however I want. Besides, delivery workers carry more viruses, and enclosed spaces like elevators are prime for transmission." The police could hardly bear to listen any longer. The 50 floors had taken Ling Zheng 20 arduous minutes to ascend, her body drenched in sweat, too anxious to rest. Miss Qin incessantly berated her over the phone, chastising Ling Zheng for her slow pace and threatening to file a complaint against her. In a state of panic over the potential repercussions, Ling Zheng hastened her steps, causing the delicate glass figurine atop the cake to tilt precariously. Upon arriving at the club, Miss Qin declared the cake ruined and demanded that Ling Zheng compensate her, a staggering 1 million. Unable to afford such a sum, Ling Zheng was coerced into consuming 4 bottles of whiskey instead. Cheng Xi waited downstairs for Ling Zheng's arrival, and when she failed to descend promptly, he ascended to the upper floors. By the time Cheng Xi reached her, Ling Zheng had already downed 2 bottles of whiskey, her body nearing its limit. After discerning the situation, Miss Qin and her companions insisted that Cheng Xi either finish the remaining 2 bottles on behalf of his friend or pay 1 million. Cheng Xi opted for compensation, yet Miss Qin further demanded an additional million in damages. In a fit of anger, Cheng Xi smeared the cake across her face, igniting a brawl between the 2 groups. "You lie!" Qin Jiamiao exclaimed upon observing the expressions of Qin Ming and Pei Yin-zhou, urgently interjecting, "Brother, it isn't like that. Cheng Xi only retaliated after she witnessed her friend intoxicated. She assaulted me with the cake. My friends can attest to this. Indeed, Miss Qin speaks the truth. That delivery person and her friends are utterly excessive," echoed one of Qin Jiamiao's companions. "Enough. The hospital staff has already taken Ling Zheng's statement," the police replied curtly. Ling Zheng nearly succumbed to alcohol poisoning after consuming 2 bottles of whiskey. Fearing for her consciousness, she resorted to using glass to cut her arm in order to remain alert while waiting to give her statement. Had Cheng Xi not arrived, this young woman might have succumbed to the consequences of consuming 4 bottles of strong liquor. One of Qin Jiamiao's friends protested. "That delivery person is in cahoots with her. She is clearly lying." The police responded, "Our colleagues have already reviewed the surveillance footage from the club." An immediate silence fell over the group, followed by a murmur of dissent from someone who lamented, "So what if they're wrong? It's just a delivery person." Pei Yin-zhou shot a cold glare at that individual, draining the color from their face. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Qin Jiamiao tearfully grasped Qin Ming's sleeve. "Brother, you know today is my 21st birthday. I had prepared for this day for so long, and now the cake is ruined. Naturally, I am upset. It was not my intention. I simply drank too much. Look, I have bruises too. It hurts so much." She revealed her arm, marred with contusions. Though Qin Ming had initially been angered by his sister's outrageous behavior, his heart softened at the sight of her injuries. "Yin Ge, since Cheng Xi has vented his frustration, and my sister is also hurt, can we consider it even?" Pei Yin-zhou cast a wary glance at Qin Ming, asserting that while protecting his sister was commendable, there should be limits to such indulgence. "It seems your family has coddled her excessively, resulting in her unruly behavior. Yan Yi, I assure you I will discipline her properly when we return, Qin Ming stated resolutely. And I will take responsibility for that delivery person as well. The police remarked, if you're willing to reach an amicable resolution, that would be preferable. The initial fault lies with Miss Qin. However, Cheng Xi was the one who initiated the altercation, causing considerable damage to the club. Indeed, my cake and those bottles, along with the tables and chairs. Before Qin Jiamiao could finish her sentence, Qin Ming had already pulled her away. Pei Yinzhou paid the fine, completed the necessary formalities, and brought Cheng Xi out. It was already 11 o'clock at night. At the staircase of the police station, a blanket of pure white moonlight was spread across the floor. Pei Yinzhou's silhouette cast a shadow on ground. One hand held a phone to his ear, while the other rested casually in his pocket, his gaze occasionally drifting back to the little tail following behind him. From his vantage point, he could see her tangled, thick hair, yet the person in question seemed oblivious, seemingly indifferent to her appearance. As she focused intently on the phone she had just retrieved from the police. Mom, you all go to bed. Don't worry about me. I have matters to attend to tonight. Please return early tomorrow to discuss Cheng Xi's situation with me. I need to know how she is doing. Before Pei's mother could finish her words, Pei Yinzhou had already hung up, slipping the phone back into his pocket, his long legs coming to a halt. Cheng Xi, unaware, collided into Pei Yinzhou's back. His back was firm and unyielding, causing her face to jolt against her injury, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. You still know pain. I thought you were only preoccupied with your phone, Pei Yinzhou remarked, turning to face her, his handsome, cold features looking down upon her disheveled face. His gaze darkening slightly. He had never struck a woman before, yet this was the first time he had dealt such a heavy blow to a woman's face. I was messaging a friend who was involved in tonight's incident. I don't know how she is after being taken to the hospital, Cheng Xi explained in a muffled tone, avoiding his eyes. Pei Yinzhou observed her in silence for a moment before suddenly asking, Cheng Xi, do you hate me? Cheng Xi was taken aback. Hate him? She pondered for a moment and gently shook her head. I don't hate you. I merely disliked you before. However, you brought me out tonight, so regardless, thank you for your assistance. Chapter 43. Shyness Dislike? Pei Yinzhou's lofty pride was pricked, and his expression subtly shifted. What a coincidence. I used to dislike you quite a bit as well. He unfastened a button beneath his collarbone, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Cheng Xi, do you realize how foolish and impulsive your actions were tonight? Seeking vengeance for a friend feels gratifying. Yet have you considered that if I hadn't intervened, you might not have made it out unscathed? Do you truly believe Qin Ming let you off because he thought his sister was being unreasonable? Cheng Xi's complexion gradually turned pale and translucent. She bit her lip and replied, I know it was because of you. As long as you understand, Pei Yinzhou scoffed. The Qin family is also a prestigious lineage in Sioux City, having been prominent for over a century. Qin Jiamiao is cherished like a treasure by her family. By throwing cake in her face, you tarnish the Qin family's reputation. For Qin Ming, crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. You nearly jeopardized your future. Yet if given the chance to do it all over again, I would still choose the same path. Cheng Xi finally raised her head, her face swollen and unattractive under the moonlight, resembling a dumpling. Yet her eyes, resolute and pure, shone brighter than the stars above. Fueled by fervor and impulsiveness, she was prepared to stand up for justice. Pei Yinzhou's expression was complex, as someone who had navigated the trials of society for many years. He had long discarded notions of passion and righteousness. Yet in this moment, the clarity in Cheng Xi's gaze stirred something within him. Cheng Xi, justice without power is mere folly, he remarked. Perhaps, but I'm only 21 this year. Who isn't he been young and impetuous? Cheng Xi replied with a self-deprecating smile. Maybe 10 or 20 years from now, I will become pragmatic, shrewd, a refined egoist. Yet, I will never regret my actions today. Why should you mock my friend? Is she demanding compensation from us? She seeks to trample our dignity beneath her feet. Cheng Xi's chest heaved with indignation, and a glimmer of restrained tears shimmered in her eyes. If she found the delivery worker unsightly, why not fetch her own food? Moreover, what was wrong with my friend being a delivery person? She labored tirelessly, earning her keep and altering her fate. If she scorned the impoverished, then she ought to refrain from consuming rice and vegetables, both of which were cultivated by farmers. Every piece of clothing and footwear she donned was crafted by those at the grassroots level. As her anger escalated, Cheng Xi's slender frame trembled gently in the night breeze. Her eyes reddened slightly, yet she stubbornly refused to shed a single tear. Her fury was not solely for Ling Zheng, but also for herself, as their fates were intertwined. Albeit with Cheng Xi being more fortunate than Ling Zheng. Driven by impulse, she had contemplated the worst outcomes before acting: jail time, expulsion, or perhaps a hefty fine of 50 million. As long as she had hands and feet, she would never starve. Money could always be earned anew. Yet, she could not suppress her indignation. It was only when she found herself at the police station that fear finally washed over her. However, the deed was done. She could not show weakness, for in her eyes, vulnerability equated to defeat. At that moment, as her innermost thoughts spilled forth, Cheng Xi nearly lost control of her emotions. This version of Cheng Xi tightened Pei Yinzhou's heart, filling him with an inexplicable regret for his earlier harsh words. "Please, do not cry," Pei Yinzhou urged, his voice tense, instinctively searching his pockets for tissues. "Who is crying?" "I certainly am not," Cheng Xi rasped, sniffling, feeling utterly embarrassed for almost shedding tears in front of others, a stark contrast to her usual resilient demeanor. She stepped forward, pushing past Pei Yinzhou as she descended the steps. "Thank you for today. I must take my leave." "Wait," Pei Yinzhou grasped her wrist. "In this condition, where are you going?" "I will take you to the hospital." "No need. It is imperative." Without further discussion, Pei Yinzhou pulled her towards his car. The driver had already spotted Pei Yinzhou and promptly drove the vehicle over. Pei Yinzhou opened the rear door and unceremoniously pushed the person into the back seat to prevent them from escaping, without bothering to go around to the other side. He squeezed in beside Cheng Xi. In the dimly lit confines of the car, Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback as Pei Yinzhou's tall figure pressed against her, closing the door while instructing her to shift over. Before she could even make a move, he had settled half of his weight onto her lap. A startled gasp escaped Cheng Xi's lips, startling both Pei Yinzhou and the driver. "I can't be that heavy," Pei Yinzhou remarked, his handsome face darkening as he quickly lifted himself slightly. Cheng Xi, lifting her gaze, found herself staring at his well-defined posterior snugly encased in casual trousers. The sight caused her cheeks to flush, and she awkwardly shifted her body to the side. "No, it's just that during the earlier scuffle, I got hit on my thigh." Pei Yinzhou turned on the overhead light, his expression serious as he focused on her leg. "What does it hurt?" Cheng Xi pointed to her right thigh. "Here?" He pressed his finger against the spot. All right, that's enough," she protested, attempting to move away. Although the injury ached, having a large man grip her thigh felt rather uncomfortable. Pei Yinzhou sensed her reluctance as she seemed to dismiss his inquiry. Such a young girl, unaware that neglecting a leg injury could lead to significant complications. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the car's light illuminating her face, and the dim glow revealed a hint of pink on her cheeks, indicating her embarrassment. Pei Yinzhou paused, then smirked slightly, intrigued by her shyness. "Are we headed to the hospital, Mr. Pei?" The driver inquired suddenly. "Please take us to the People's Hospital," Cheng Xi interjected, quickly explaining to Pei Yinzhou. "My friend is there receiving it for. After I check on my injury, I can accompany her." "Is your friend a man or a woman?" Pei Yinzhou asked abruptly. "What?" she replied, taken aback. The man shot her a cold glance. "I meant, is your friend a male or a female?" Cheng Xi was at a loss for words. Of course, it was a female friend. Who would fight for a male friend? "Who knows?" Pei Yinzhou remarked, the color of his handsome face softening somewhat. Cheng Xi, uninterested in continuing the conversation, closed her eyes to rest. After the exhausting fight, she felt drained, and seated in the comfort of the luxurious car, relaxation washed over her, lulling her into sleep. What was meant to be a brief nap turned into her arrival at the hospital without her waking. Cheng Xi was stirred from her slumber by the sounds of commotion around her. Upon opening her eyes, the harsh glare of fluorescent lights met her gaze. Nearby, a doctor hurriedly wheeled a patient on a stretcher towards the emergency room, while frantic family members chased after them, wailing in despair. Blinking in confusion, her mind raced with thoughts. Who am I? Why am I in a hospital? Chapter 44. I become her husband. Pei Yinzhou cast a glance down at the woman nestled in his arms. Her large, dark eyes were filled with confusion, and her eyelashes trembled, casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids, reminiscent of a kitten just awakened from slumber, exuding an undeniable charm. He couldn't resist the temptation to tease her, saying, "Awake now, little pig?" Cheng Xi suddenly recalled something and felt a bit flustered, exclaiming, "Let me down." Pei Yinzhou gently set her on a chair against the wall. Noticing that the emergency registration area was not overly crowded, he approached to complete the necessary paperwork and payment. The entire process took merely 2 minutes. It was only when Pei Yinzhou returned with the consultation slip that Cheng Xi turned her dark eyes towards him and jested. "Isn't your Pei family one of the wealthiest in Sioux City? And as the esteemed president of the Pei Group, which has expanded its business globally, shouldn't you be greeted by the hospital director and renowned specialists when you arrive? Am I mistaken in seeing you standing in line to register?" Pei Yinzhou observed her rosy lips moving animatedly, feeling both speechless and amused. "You've read too many novels. This isn't a life-threatening emergency. Rest assured, even if you queue for an entire day and night, you won't perish from it." Cheng Xi shot him a glare, retorting, "What a way to speak. Your words are rather sharp." Pei Yinzhou slightly raised the corners of his lips, his expression unperturbed as he replied, "This is the emergency room. If it weren't truly urgent, who would choose to visit the hospital at such an hour? The novels you read are far from realistic. Expecting the director and specialists to greet me would only waste medical resources. Let us queue honestly. Did you not see the patient beside us doubled over in pain?" Cheng Xi paused, glancing at a woman clutching her abdomen, writhing in agony as she grasped her husband's hand, lamenting, "Why haven't I been called? I feel like I'm going to die from the pain." In comparison, Cheng Xi felt significantly better. However, she was somewhat taken aback by the words that had escaped Pei Yinzhou's lips. Perhaps she had never truly understood him before. 7 minutes later, it was Cheng Xi's turn. The attending physician, a woman, darkened her expression upon seeing Cheng Xi's face and glared at Pei Yinzhou, stating, "Is this your boyfriend? Did he do this to your face?" Pei Yinzhou was rendered speechless, for indeed, it was he who had struck her. The female doctor, seeing his silence, became even more convinced, indignantly declaring, "You seem well put together, yet have managed to injure your girlfriend this badly, with her lips even wounded. Did you hit her with full force? Young lady, have you reported this? I must tell you, a violent man should be cast aside at the earliest opportunity. There's only a difference between 0 instances and countless instances of domestic violence." Pei Yinzhou's handsome features were completely overshadowed by embarrassment, an emotion he had never experienced in his 27 years of life. His face tinged with a slight flush. "Doctor, it wasn't him," Cheng Xi suddenly interjected. "I got into a fight with someone else today, and I have injuries as well." "Oh, I apologize for the misunderstanding," the female doctor quickly replied, her demeanor softening. Pei Yinzhou pressed his lips together, watching Cheng Xi's slender frame with a hint of astonishment. He had not expected her to stand up for him in such a manner. Strangely, Pei Yinzhou felt a flush creeping across his cheeks. The female doctor stood up and inquired, "Where else does it hurt?" "My arm and thigh," he replied. "Lie down and remove your pants so I can examine you." Cheng Xi hesitated, casting a troubled glance at Pei Yinzhou. "What? Are you afraid your boyfriend will see?" The doctor jested. Cheng Xi quickly denied, "He is not my boyfriend." The doctor chuckled. "If that's the case, with such handsomeness, you ought to secure him quickly, lest another girl snatches him away." Cheng Xi felt a blush creeping up her face. Pei Yinzhou smirked. "That won't be necessary. I'm already her husband." "Is that so?" The doctor exclaimed in surprise. "Your wife appears quite young. I didn't expect you to marry so early." Pei Yinzhou replied with a faint smile. "We've been engaged since childhood." "How romantic," the doctor nodded. Cheng Xi was at a loss for words. What should have been a simple medical appointment was turning into a lengthy conversation. She shot Pei Yinzhou an annoyed glare. "Could you step outside for a moment?" "All right." Pei Yinzhou grinned, drawing the curtain and stepping out. The doctor remarked with a smile, "You're already married yet still so shy. Your husband seems quite obedient." Internally, Cheng Xi scoffed, "Obedient, my foot. Is this where it hurts?" Not long after, the doctor began to examine her injuries. "Ah, doctor, be gentle. It hurts." A delicate voice emerged from behind the curtain, causing Pei Yinzhou to feel inexplicably parched. That voice stirred his imagination. Pei Yinzhou felt a slight headache. Couldn't he possibly have reached that age of insatiable desires? Could he? He had never lacked self-control before. Seizing the moment while Cheng Xi was still being examined, Pei Yinzhou hastily made his way to the restroom. Upon his return, Cheng Xi had completed her examination, and he accompanied her to take an X-ray. Once it was confirmed that her bones were unharmed, the doctor prescribed her medication. After collecting the medicine, Cheng Xi retrieved the receipt and roughly calculated her expenses, saying, "Let me add you on WeChat." Pei Yinzhou, taken aback while examining the medicine, replied with a haughty gaze, "What? Last time, you added a bunch of my friends without considering me, and now you wish to add me?" "No," she clarified, "I want to transfer you money. I've spent so much tonight. By the way, how much did you spend to bail me out of the police station? I'll transfer it to you all at once." Cheng Xi felt an inexplicable chill in Pei Yinzhou's demeanor after her words, his expression cooling considerably. She grew anxious. "Do you not want to add me on WeChat? If not, just show me your payment code." Pei Yinzhou was nearly infuriated. He had never encountered such a dull-witted, naive, and unromantic woman. Previously, the women he interacted with were all cunning and resourceful. Only she was so utterly foolish. "Cheng Xi, are you intentionally humiliating me?" Pei Yinzhou's expression darkened like a storm cloud. "Given my status, a mere few thousand yuan is nothing to me. Besides, you are still my wife on the marriage certificate." Cheng Xi blinked innocently. "No, it's not that I want to owe you money. After all, you always say I'm greedy and will fall into a pit for wealth, right? If I don't repay you, you might think I'm taking advantage of you. As the saying goes, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Let alone we are but a pair of faux spouses." "What faux spouses? Our marriage certificate is genuine, registered at the Civil Affairs Bureau. How can it be fake?" "I wish it were, but alas, it cannot be." Pei Yinzhou scoffed sarcastically. "Cheng," she mumbled, "if we've never engaged in those kinds of activities, can we really be considered a genuine couple?" As soon as the words left her lips, the air fell into a few seconds of silence. Pei Yinzhou suddenly laughed coldly. "Do you wish to be my real wife?" Cheng Xi's demeanor shifted dramatically as she shook her head vigorously. "I don't. Please don't say such things." Chapter 45. Cheng Xi was deeply disgusted. Pei Yinzhou huffed softly. At times, he found Cheng Xi rather foolish. If she were truly motivated by wealth, she would have married him, a man who was barely alive at the time, for a mere 500 million. Conversely, if she were not greedy, a clever woman would know to flatter him to secure her position as Mrs. Pei. After all, 50 billion would seem trivial in comparison. Yet, she perpetually clamored for divorce. More eager than he was. Lost in contemplation, Pei Yinzhou suddenly sensed something amiss. He squinted, scrutinizing Cheng Xi from above, his gaze akin to a precise detector, causing her heart to race uneasily. "I swear, I genuinely harbor no improper intentions towards you." Cheng Xi desperately wished to raise her hand in protest. "Cheng Xi, answer me honestly." Pei Yinzhou leaned closer, his eyes fixed on hers, seemingly intent on capturing every flicker of her gaze. "When you agreed to marry me, did you think I would surely die? Once I was gone, you could nonchalantly claim the 500 million and regain your freedom." Cheng Xi was taken aback. "How do you know?" "No, that's impossible," she stammered, retracting her neck sheepishly. Pei Yinzhou smirked. "Do you realize that your expression is quite disingenuous when you lie?" Seeing that she could no longer conceal the truth, Cheng Xi decided to be forthright. "At that time, the entire city was abuzz with news that you were on the brink of death. The doctors even suggested the Pei family prepare for your funeral. I certainly didn't want to marry you, but I feared offending the Pei family. Coupled with the allure of 500 million, I thought, you're unlikely to recover. So why not just get the certificate? Once I'm a widow, I'd be free again. I could secure the money and avoid offending the Pei family. Who would have known you would suddenly revive?" After speaking, she braced herself for Pei Yinzhou's impending fury. However, after a prolonged silence, apart from his visibly displeased expression, nothing more ensued. "You're not angry?" Cheng Xi cautiously inquired. Pei Yinzhou replied flatly. "Didn't you already say it yourself? Without the 500 million, how could I have convinced you to marry a man who was once on the verge of death?" "Oh, but previously when I mentioned that, you were quite upset." Cheng Xi countered. Pei Yinzhou pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps confronting reality has rendered me numb." Cheng Xi gazed at him in silence for a moment, unable to suppress a laugh, which caused her face to ache intensely. "Stop laughing, it's truly unbecoming," Pei Yinzhou remarked. Cheng Xi, suddenly incensed, retorted. "Whose fault is it that I look like this? Had I known, I shouldn't have spoken on your behalf in front of the doctor." "My apologies," he replied. "Huh?" In that instant, Cheng Xi's eyes widened, as if she were experiencing auditory hallucinations. "Goodness, you actually apologized and said sorry." With a stern expression, Pei Yinzhou replied, "I'm not mute. Besides, I previously brought numerous gifts to the Cheng family as an apology. I have no desire for such extravagant gifts. Cheng Xi murmured. To me, nothing holds more significance than a sincere apology. Cheng Xi, your brain must be flooded, Pei Yinzhou mocked. What is an apology worth? There is nothing more tangible than genuine benefits and possessions. Cheng Xi paused, reflecting. It seemed true. An apology was indeed one of the most inexpensive things in the world. Yet, why did she cherish a simple sorry when she had no interest in the lavish items Pei Yinzhou offered? Could it be that she had suffered a concussion from his slap? Observing her with her head downcast and a foolish expression, Pei Yinzhou felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her disheveled hair. As this thought crossed his mind, his large hand reached out, only to discover that while her hair was untidy, it was remarkably smooth. What are you doing to my hair? Cheng Xi lifted her head and pushed his hand away. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she had witnessed enough in school to know that boys typically ruffled their girlfriend's hair only after they began dating. Oh, your hair is a complete mess, utterly unattractive. I just wanted to help you straighten it out, Pei Yinzhou said nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. But good grief. How long has it been since you washed your hair? Leave me alone. I washed it today. Cheng Xi tightened her jaw, her anger making her resemble a pufferfish, albeit an asymmetrical one. You should go. Since you don't want me to repay you, I need to find my friend. Cheng Xi turned to walk ahead. Her legs ached, causing her to move slowly. Soon, Pei Yinzhou's tall and striking figure appeared at her left side. When you accompany a monk, you must see him to the Western Temple. Since you're here, I don't mind waiting a bit longer. Later, I'll take you both home, he said, taking the bag of medicine from her hand. Cheng Xi felt uneasy. No need. You're injured, and your friend is likely not in great shape either. Can you manage to take them back alone? Pei Yinzhou interrupted. I certainly don't want to receive a midnight call from the police saying my wife has gotten into trouble again. Ling Zhang's ward is the third one. Cheng Xi informed him. Upon entering, the room was bustling, resembling a marketplace. Ling Zhang lay in the bed by the window, while two other beds housed men, both clearly intoxicated. These two men, friends providing support, were large and imposing, some adorned with thick gold chains that made them appear quite formidable. As the crowd thickened, the seating became insufficient. A man adorned with tattoos boldly occupied a portion of Ling Zhang's bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, engaging in conversation with his friends. He occasionally cast restless glances at the drowsy Ling Zhang. This scene filled Cheng Xi with a profound sense of revulsion. Fortunately, Pei Yinzhou entered just in time. In any circumstance, young women find themselves in a vulnerable position when confronted by inebriated men in the dead of night. Could you please move aside? Cheng Xi approached assertively, stating, You're occupying a significant portion of my friend's hospital bed. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm barely sitting here, the tattooed man retorted, remaining firmly seated. His friend sauntered over, offering a thin smile that barely masked his insincerity. Little girl, why be so petty? The room is cramped. My brother had no choice but to sit on that bed. Pei Yinzhou drew Cheng Xi behind him, dressed in elegant trousers and a crisp shirt. His handsome visage was shrouded in a subtle frostiness. Although he wasn't overtly furious, his towering stature naturally exuded an air of authority and superiority. This is a hospital. Smoking is prohibited. Extinguish your cigarette immediately and vacate this bed, he commanded, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. Otherwise, if you so enjoy spreading out, shall I consider arranging for your extended stay here? The tattooed man stood abruptly, ready to explode. However, his friend, adorned with a gold chain, quickly restrained him, exchanging a knowing glance before turning to Pei Yinzhou with a sheepish grin. My apologies, my brother has had a bit too much to drink. I'll take him to the smoking area. With that, they swiftly exited the room. Once outside, the tattooed man shook off his companion. What was that about? Damn it. Who does he think he is to order me around? Shut up. He's not someone to provoke, his friend replied in a lowered voice, recognizing the formidable presence of Pei Yinzhou. Please, it's just a decent-looking guy, the tattooed man scoffed. Do you not see the watch on his wrist? What million? Not just anyone can afford that, his friend retorted, silencing him instantly. Back in the hospital room, the tattooed man had been effortlessly escorted away. Cheng Xi couldn't help but scrutinize Pei Yinzhou, who stood beneath the light, exuding an air of grace and vigor, the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his shirt. Was it this commanding presence that deterred even the ruffians? What are you staring at? Pei Yinzhou's deep voice broke the silence. Nothing. Cheng Xi averted her gaze, adjusting Ling Zhang's blanket. Ling Zhang, still in a daze, clutched the blanket tightly, instinctively curling up in discomfort, her pale face reflecting unease. Zheng, it's me. Cheng Xi whispered softly. With great effort, Ling Zheng managed to open her eyes slightly. Upon recognizing Cheng Xi, she swiftly attempted to sit up, but the movement triggered a searing pain in her stomach, causing the world around her to spin. Don't move, Cheng Xi cautioned. Cheng Xi glanced at the bandaged wound on her wrist and sighed internally, speaking with a hint of irritation. Ling Zheng, is it truly necessary for you to injure yourself just to stay alert? You could have provided for me just as well upon waking tomorrow. Those individuals from today, they are clearly either affluent or noble, and in a single evening, they could easily twist the truth. Ling Zheng's voice was tinged with bitterness. Moreover, if it weren't for me, you would not have been ensnared in this predicament. It is all my fault. What do you blame yourself for? If I were to change vehicles and faced unnecessary difficulties, would you not be just as upset? Cheng Xi gently adjusted the blanket. Did you know someone was squeezed beside you earlier? No wonder. I had fallen asleep, my head was throbbing, and I felt utterly drained. Yet my mind buzzed as though there was a commotion around me. Never mind, it's inconsequential now. I will stay here with you tonight. Once your four is done, we shall return. Ling Zheng nodded softly, but upon seeing Cheng Xi's disfigured visage, guilt washed over her. Xi, it is because of me that you have been so severely harmed. Just look at your face. Cheng Xi then recalled their earlier encounter at the mansion's entrance when Ling Zheng had been wearing a mask, leading her to mistakenly believe that Cheng Xi's injury was a result of a fight. My injury was sustained prior. It has nothing to do with you. Huh? Ling Zheng was taken aback. Who caused you such harm? The instigator, Pei Yinzhou, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He vowed never to resort to violence again. Cheng Xi, are you hungry? I shall fetch something to eat. Only then did Ling Zheng notice the handsome man standing beside Cheng Xi. While there were many attractive young men in college, she felt that this man possessed an unparalleled grace, far surpassing those at their school. Let us get some kanji, Cheng Xi suggested, feeling slightly peckish herself, suspecting that Ling Zheng's stomach was also unsettled. Once Pei Yinzhou stepped out, Ling Zheng looked at Cheng Xi with a puzzled expression. Ahem, that is, just my plastic husband, Cheng Xi explained in a hushed tone, you understand. Of course, Ling Zheng comprehended. She was aware of Cheng Xi's situation regarding her marriage, yet she had not expected her ailing husband to be so exquisitely handsome. But didn't you say your relationship was strained? You even moved out. It's rather complicated, Cheng Xi admitted, unsure of how to elaborate. However, if it weren't for him tonight, I might have truly ended up in jail. That Miss Qin is quite formidable. Her family is a prominent one in Sioux City. Upon recalling the events of the evening, Ling Zheng fell silent, her delicate features reflecting a somber pallor. Stop overthinking. You should rest for a while, Cheng Xi urged. She understood that for her, the night's events had merely inflicted physical wounds, but for Ling Zheng, it was undoubtedly a crushing blow to her dignity. A university student yet to enter the workforce, Ling Zheng placed immense value on her self-respect. Ling Zheng's pale lips moved hesitantly, and after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Xi, could you lend me some money? I do not have the funds to cover the medical expenses. Very well, I shall go and settle it immediately, Cheng Xi replied without further inquiry. She knew that although Ling Zheng came from a modest background, she was fiercely proud. If she were not truly in dire straits, she would never have made such a request. As Cheng Xi turned to settle the payment, Ling Zheng slowly closed her eyes, a single, scalding tear sliding down her cheek, quickly turning cold. Approximately 20 minutes later, Pei Yinzhou entered with 2 bowls of porridge and some steamed buns. The stout man in the bed between them snored thunderously, filling the air with the unpleasant mingling of alcohol and smoke. After placing the food down, Pei Yinzhou stepped out to the corridor for a brief respite. Cheng Xi fed Ling Zheng a few spoonfuls of porridge, but Ling Zheng expressed her discomfort, unable to eat, and lay back down. Observing this, Cheng Xi took the food outside and found Pei Yinzhou sitting on a chair diagonally across the door. He was tall and lean, his legs bent, hands resting on his thighs as he played on his phone. In the early hours of the hospital, everyone appeared utterly exhausted, yet the man's striking looks remained unblemished. Cheng Xi sometimes couldn't help but marvel at how some individuals are favored by destiny. Pei Yinzhou, already of a distinguished lineage, was further blessed with exceptional beauty and a model-like physique. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Cheng Xi inquired as she sat beside him. I checked with the doctor. There is still a large bottle of medication to be administered, which might take over an hour. That's fine. I can wait over an hour, Pei Yinzhou replied, his gaze fixed on his phone. Indeed, he was engrossed in a game. Cheng Xi could hardly believe it. You play games too? Why shouldn't I? He replied without looking up. But you're quite grown up now. Cheng Xi began, but was met with a piercing glare. Cheng Xi, I'm only 5 years older than you, he stated. Cheng Xi blinked, realizing that in comparison to her, 5 years made him seem quite aged. This game is developed by the company I invested in. Pei Yinzhou continued with a dismissive snort. As the boss, I must experience it firsthand. Besides, did you know that in the user demographic survey for online games, those aged 20 to 30 comprise 60%? Users between 25 and 30 are the main revenue drivers for gaming companies, as they are more stable in their jobs and willing to spend. Cheng Xi found herself at a loss for words. Look at that. While she was merely passing time playing games at her age, Pei Yinzhou had already established a gaming company and was actively tapping into the youth market. She was quite familiar with this game, which had gained immense popularity over the past 2 years. Chapter 47. No longer wishing for divorce sometimes, when overwhelmed with stress, she would indulge in it as well, albeit at a novice level. Stealing glances at Pei Yinzhou, she couldn't help but think of him as an extravagant tycoon. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she smirked. What are you laughing about? Pei Yinzhou's gaze shifted toward her. Cheng Xi opened the lid of her porridge container and then tapped on her phone to reveal the same game, handing it over. This is my account. I've been playing for a year and a half, and haven't spent a single cent. How wonderful. This means I've successfully prevented you, the capitalist, from extracting even a dime from me. Pei Yinzhou was rendered speechless, as my gaze swept across her small face, which bore a smile as cunning as that of a fox. I suddenly chuckled. It dawned on me that you are indeed quite suited to be a wife. The moment Cheng Xi took her first sip of porridge, she was caught off guard and choked. A bright blush crept across her face. Is that not the case? Pei Yinzhou chuckled lightly, observing that many women from affluent families are extravagant. My sister-in-law spends millions each month. Look at you, so frugal and adept at managing your life. If I were not to marry you, you could probably save me billions. How many women could contribute such substantial profits to their husbands over a lifetime? Cheng Xi raised an eyebrow, countering, you think too much. If we were to remain married, I would undoubtedly indulge extravagantly every day. Do not expect me to save you billions. I would surely spend you hundreds of billions. It was all a jest. Her previous reluctance to spend was merely due to a lack of funds. Who truly enjoys being frugal by nature? So, you really wish to divorce me? Pei Yinzhou's gaze darkened, his tone turning slightly cool. Don't you wish to divorce as well? Cheng Xi was puzzled when it came to divorce. His eagerness was no less than her own. Pei Yinzhou was taken aback. While he had indeed yearned for a divorce before, he found himself less inclined to do so now. Perhaps it was because he had grown to dislike Cheng Xi less. The young girl was somewhat materialistic, but did not engage in petty thievery. Even when her mother fainted, she remained composed despite her youth, exhibiting clarity of thought. Although today's actions were impulsive, they were also fueled by a passionate heart. He had no particular affection for any woman. Marriage was merely a formality, and divorce would only lead to the necessity of seeking another partner. Furthermore, regarding Cheng Xi's maternal family, despite their decline, the Su family still possessed a cultural legacy. Pei Yinzhou did not demand a wife who could elevate his career through a powerful partnership. Moreover, if we do not divorce, what about you and Xia Ziao? Cheng Xi continued, you two are so affectionate. I cannot disrupt your pair of lovebirds. Lovebirds? He and Xia Ziao? Pei Yinzhou regarded her with a look that spoke volumes. I have long since parted ways with Xia Ziao. Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Have you two had a falling out? We have never had any conflicts. From the moment I registered my marriage with you, my relationship with her ended. Pei Yinzhou said coldly, even if our marriage lacks affection, I cannot remain married while simultaneously pursuing another relationship. Cheng Xi was stunned, chuckling softly. If I had not witnessed the two of you being affectionate while dining together, I might have believed your words. When have I ever been affectionate with her during a meal? That day at Watangshuan, you were seated so closely, and she was constantly peeling shrimp for you, which you devoured entirely. Cheng Xi did not mind reminding him of that memory. Do not tell me that, for you. It was merely a casual meal between a man and a woman. Pei Yinzhou furrowed his brow, earnestly reflecting. His focus that day had been solely on Cheng Xi, and he had not considered the implications. In any case, I cannot be with Xia Ziao. Pei Yinzhou spoke softly, recalling that during their previous acquaintance, he had perceived her as a distinguished young lady from Sioux City, possessing both refinement and talent. As their interactions progressed, he developed a modicum of affection for her, deeming her a suitable candidate for marriage. However, he found himself averse to women who take romance too seriously. His work consumed much of his time, leaving little room for emotional indulgence. Thus, he desired a partner who was independent, rational, and sufficiently self-aware. Pausing for a moment, considering the woman beside him, he added, "She requires substantial financial support, which I can provide, but love is something I cannot offer. Money, after all." Cheng Xi felt a pang of longing. While others might dismiss a marriage devoid of love, but rich in wealth, she found it appealing. A naturally insecure person, money represented her greatest sense of security. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that Pei Yinzhou's expectations rested entirely on her being the daughter of the Su family. She was not. Her independence and rationality were of little consequence if he could not love her, and thus, he would lack the inclination to accept her. With a sigh inwardly, Cheng Xi lowered her gaze and continued sipping her porridge. Perhaps it was more pragmatic to focus on filling her stomach. Observing her silence, Pei Yinzhou assumed she understood his intentions. As long as she did not make unreasonable demands, he was not adamantly opposed to the idea of marriage. After consuming half her bowl, Cheng Xi noticed the man beside her was watching her intently. Under the corridor lights, his eyes gleamed like obsidian, with deep-set sockets and pronounced outer corners. His long, thick eyelashes cast shadows upon his eyelids, imparting a depth that was both captivating and tender. Cheng Xi felt her heart skip a beat and quickly composed herself, mistakenly believing he might be hungry as well. "Would you like to have some porridge too?" She blurted out, instantly regretting it. There were only 2 bowls of porridge. Ling Zheng had consumed one, leaving the other for herself. Was she not indirectly inviting him to share a bowl? To her surprise, Pei Yinzhou readily agreed, leaning slightly towards her. The crisp scent of him drew nearer, leaving Cheng Xi momentarily stunned. "But I've already used my spoon," she stammered. "It's of no concern," he replied, taking the bowl from her hands and drinking from it. The porridge was quite bland, something Pei Yinzhou would typically not even sample. However, Cheng Xi's sudden invitation was likely sincere. To refuse it would have thwarted her initiative. Since she had grasped his subtle hint and taken the initiative, he felt no reason to decline. As the warm porridge settled in his stomach, it seemed to soothe the effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier. He proceeded to finish off half of what remained in the bowl before returning the rest to Cheng Xi. She stared at the bowl in disbelief. Had Pei Yinzhou just consumed porridge that she had already tasted? Was that not tantamount to him ingesting her saliva? Cheng Xi's cheeks flushed with warmth. Seated beside her, Pei Yinzhou found her otherwise unsightly expression amusingly endearing, noticing the tips of her ears had turned red, adding a touch of innocence to her appearance. The seemingly tough young girl, known for her fiery temper, is surprisingly prone to shyness. The mere thought of what she might look like after a kiss leaves Pei Yinzhou feeling somewhat parched. Chapter 48. A preference for sons over daughters. "I'll just step into the restroom," Pei Yinzhou announced as he rose to depart. Cheng Xi, glancing at the remaining porridge in her bowl, couldn't bring herself to waste it and finished it all. At 4 a.m, a discreetly luxurious car glided to a halt beneath an apartment building near the university town. The apartments here are precious commodities, with a supermarket below, and the subway entrance coupled with a trendy milk tea shop in front. "Is this the place?" Pei Yinzhou inquired, feigning ignorance. "Yes," Cheng Xi replied, feeling quite weary. "Thank you for your efforts today. Go home and rest. I'll treat you to a meal another time." With that, Xi and Ling Zheng opened the car doors, preparing to exit. Suddenly, a well-cared-for hand grasped her arm. The man's gaze, dimly lit but laced with gentle reproach, fixed on her. "If you're going to treat me to a meal, shouldn't you at least share your contact information?" After a brief moment of confusion, Cheng Xi realized that they had not exchanged any means of communication. She quickly retrieved her phone, while Pei Yinzhou, ever composed, activated his QR code business card. Cheng Xi scanned it, added him, and without checking if the addition was successful, waved goodbye. After Pei Yinzhou accepted her request, he entered her social circle, only to find he could see her updates for only 3 days. Just yesterday, she had shared a cozy photo of her apartment, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows, a beige sofa, and a pale green vase adorned with beautiful flowers, accompanied by the simple caption, "Home." This was the apartment he had rented for her, yet she referred to it as home. Pei Yinzhou furrowed his brow, puzzled. Was this the experience of children from divorced families? After helping Ling Zheng upstairs, Cheng Xi turned on the lights, illuminating the room. However, both were too exhausted to engage in conversation. They took quick showers and then squeezed onto a single bed to sleep. When Cheng Xi awoke again, she felt disoriented, unaware of the time or day. "You're awake. It's 1 in the afternoon, and I prepared lunch," Ling Zheng announced as she emerged from the kitchen. Balancing a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in one hand and a bowl of rib soup in the other. "I noticed there were still ingredients in your fridge, so I made a few of your favorites." "When did you wake up?" Cheng Xi asked, plopping onto the sofa, still tired. "You should have just called me to wake up for cooking after last night's drip." "I'm feeling much better now," Ling Zheng replied, setting the table. A strand of hair falling from behind her ear. She bore the remnants of a difficult night, her complexion looking rather wan. Cheng Xi scrutinized her friend for a moment, suddenly realizing that Ling Zheng had lost some weight since before the summer break, and her overall demeanor appeared less vibrant. "Why didn't you tell me you returned to Sioux City quietly, or that you were delivering takeout? Though delivering food is tough, it can be quite lucrative." Ling Zheng sat beside her, still in the tender age of a budding flower, yet exuding an air of profound weariness. "I have no money, thus. I am unable to pay for next semester's tuition." Cheng Xi straightened her posture, incredulity washing over her. "Did you not save over 10,000 from your part-time job in the first half of the year? And you also received a scholarship of 7 or 8,000. You live frugally. How could that not suffice for your tuition?" Ling Zheng shook her head, her eyes shadowed with despair. "When I returned to my hometown, all the money I saved was stolen by my younger brother for video game charges." "Charged 20,000? Cheng Xi gasped in disbelief. Ling Zheng offered a bitter smile. "Cheng," she was utterly infuriated. "You worked so hard for your tuition. If I were you, I would have knocked him out." I slapped him out of frustration. But my parents were heartbroken. My mother even scolded me, saying he is my brother and that they raised me, so what is spending some money on him? She claimed he is now quite skilled at gaming, earning hundreds each month, and that he might even become a professional esports player, far more promising than I. "Nonsense," Cheng Xi retorted vehemently. "Among the countless gamers, how many actually make it to professional status? Earning a few hundred is nothing remarkable. One could easily sell a few accounts to do that." Ling Zheng wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and managed a weak smile toward the ceiling. "In their eyes, they can only see my brother. When he earns 100, they laud his prowess, while I return home during every holiday, laden with gifts, only to be met with complaints about their inadequacy or thriftiness. In their perception, daughters are but a liability. My tuition was squandered on gaming, and they have never offered to reimburse me a single cent. They even question the purpose of my education, insisting that women are destined for marriage and that I might as well start working in a factory to earn money for my brother's future home." Cheng Xi felt a deep pang of sorrow. She had long been aware of Ling Zheng's family circumstances. Her parents hailed from small town and harbored a stark preference for sons. Had it not been for Ling Zheng's exceptional academic performance and her determination to work during the summer to fund her tuition and travel expenses, she would not have even qualified for university. The bond between Cheng Xi and Ling Zheng had blossomed during their part-time jobs, both sharing the burden of childhood misfortunes, akin to two souls intertwined in shared suffering. However, Cheng Xi had been far more fortunate. At the very least, she had a mother who, despite their poverty, continued to love her unconditionally. Ling Zheng's father, a steelworker in a small county, earned a monthly salary of around 10,000, sufficient for a decent living in their locale. Yet his parents exhibited a stark bias, lavishing their son with indulgence while withholding any financial support from their daughter. From the moment she learned to walk, Ling Zheng had been expected to contribute to household chores and childcare. In contrast, Cheng Xi's childhood was marred by her parents' quarrels and violence, and she felt a sense of liberation once they finally divorced. "Why did you not confide in me about such a significant issue?" Cheng Xi said earnestly. "We are good friends. You can seek my help in times of trouble. If you lack tuition funds, I can lend you money. When I got married, I received a sum from Uncle Cheng, and I am currently in no shortage of funds. I was contemplating that with some effort, I could indeed earn my tuition fees." Ling Zheng forced a smile and remarked that she had almost earned over 4,000, but after the commotion last night, the company would certainly not settle her payment. "So close yet so far. Do not fret. I shall lend you some," Cheng Xi said, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Ling Zheng, her eyes brimming with emotion, smiled faintly. "Thank you. I promise to repay you in the future." Cheng Xi reassured her, "Do not mention it. We are good friends. I believe this hardship is merely temporary, and one day You will radiate your own brilliance. Ling Zhang turned to her and suddenly said, Xi, do you know? As I was climbing to the 50th floor yesterday, I was berated over the phone by them. I nearly cried. I pondered why there exists such a vast disparity among people. I strive to earn money to change my fate. Why must I endure ridicule and disdain? Am I filthy? I do not feel filthy at all. Indeed, you are not filthy. They're the ones who are, Cheng Xi gently replied. Even if this incident were to reach the internet, it would be them who face the scorn of netizens. Zhen, do not take it to heart. In truth, whether from affluent families or humble beginnings, there are both good and bad individuals. If one must classify people, I believe the world should distinguish between those who are exceptional and those who are not. The exceptional possess humility, and engaging in conversation with them feels like a refreshing spring breeze. Ling Zhang was taken aback. You are right. Let's eat. Cheng Xi picked up her chopsticks. Halfway through their meal, she received a notification in their class group regarding the commencement of a new term. After reading it, she exited the group chat and suddenly noticed a stranger had been added. Qing Zhou. Pei Yinzhou. Cheng Xi suddenly recalled adding Pei Yinzhou on WeChat when she returned in the early hours. Oh dear. Suddenly struck by a thought, she asked Ling Zhang, do you know which game your brother has recharged? I believe it is called Ling Yu. Cheng Xi's face lit up with joy. I saw Pei Yinzhou playing that game as well. He mentioned that he invested in the company that developed it. Your brother must have secretly used your money to recharge. If we could speak with Pei Yinzhou, perhaps that money could be refunded. Ling Zhang's eyes sparkled. Do you think Pei Yinzhou would be willing to help? If we could retrieve the money, I would not need to borrow. Cheng Xi felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, her relationship with Pei Yinzhou was not particularly good. However, considering the events of yesterday and the fact that she had added him on WeChat, she mulled it over. After a long contemplation, Cheng Xi remembered that the 20,000 was what Ling Zhang had painstakingly saved over nearly a year. When I added him on WeChat yesterday, I suggested treating him to a meal. Perhaps during the meal, we could inquire? Even if we cannot retrieve all the money, getting half back would suffice. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. If we manage to get it back, I would be willing to share half with you. Ling Zhang quickly replied, that is unnecessary. Treating me to a meal would suffice. Cheng Xi promptly took out her phone and sent a message to Pei Yinzhou on WeChat, realizing that when seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble attitude. After the events of last night, Cheng Xi suddenly understood that having a foe like Pei Yinzhou might be preferable to being his friend. Fortunately, she possessed one remarkable trait, an exceptional resilience to embarrassment. Soon, Cheng Xi organized her thoughts. Brother Yinzhou, have you risen yet? Addressing him as brother undoubtedly bridged the gap between them in an instant. At that moment, Pei Yinzhou, dining with senior executives in the company cafeteria, noticed his phone vibrating on the table. It seemed a message from Xiao Xi had arrived. He raised an eyebrow, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. Evidently, after last night's subtle hints, the two could forego the notion of divorce, and Cheng Xi had finally gathered the courage to draw closer to him. However, upon reading the term Brother Yinzhou, Pei Yinzhou felt a tightening in his chest. This proximity felt a tad excessive. Addressing him as brother? Was this the new trend among young women? Strangely, an image flashed through his mind of Cheng Xi sweetly calling out to him in bed, igniting an involuntary warmth within him. Damn it, this woman was quite adept at allure now. President Pei, why is your face suddenly so flushed? Is the air conditioning not effective? Inquired the concerned vice president beside him. Ah, it is a bit warm, Pei Yinzhou replied, taking a sip of cold water to cool down, then lowered his head to respond. I am dining. What a coincidence. I am also having a meal, came Cheng Xi's quick reply. Pei Yinzhou smirked slightly, still pondering his response when Cheng Xi sent another message. You helped me yesterday, and I promised to treat you to a meal. When would you be available? Such eagerness took him by surprise. I am busy today. There are company engagements, he replied. Then how about tomorrow? Would that be all right? Cheng Xi thought it best to act swiftly. The longer they delayed, the longer it would take to retrieve the money. Pei Yinzhou, however, surmised that Cheng Xi was being overly hasty, too eager to solidify their marital bond. All right, tomorrow evening then. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. I will send you the address later. I'll drive myself. With their plans set, Cheng Xi exhaled in relief. She anticipated that after their previous tensions, he would so readily agree to their rendezvous. Perhaps Pei Yinzhou felt guilty for having treated her so harshly. In truth, he possessed both commendable and less admirable qualities. Ling Zheng thoughtfully remarked, last night he assisted us, and now we're seeking his help again. Should we bring a small gift? Absolutely, Cheng Xi readily agreed, recognizing the truth in the adage about the importance of gratitude. Thus, in the afternoon, the two strolled hand in hand through the shopping district. Given Pei Yin-zhou's status, she couldn't merely present him with a trinket from a street vendor, as that would be rather shabby and could leave a poor impression. They wandered for hours, becoming increasingly frustrated, for every item seemed exorbitantly priced. Whether it was a pen, a tie, or a lighter, even the slightest trace of a brand sent the prices soaring. Certainly, Cheng Xi is not incapable of affording expensive items now. Yet the cost is exorbitant. Spending 20,000 on something seems excessive, especially considering the possibility that the recipient may not find it useful, rendering such a lavish gift a financial loss. Ultimately, feeling fatigued from her shopping excursion, Cheng Xi opted for a men's umbrella recommended by the sales associate. Priced at merely around 100 yuan, the quality and tactile sensation were remarkably impressive, leading one to believe it was worth several hundred. In a few days, Sioux City is forecasted to experience heavy rainfall, making it a practical purchase. Ling Zheng concurred, noting the utility of an umbrella. The two inexperienced individuals were entirely oblivious to the implications of gifting a man an umbrella. Upon returning home, Cheng Xi commenced her search for a trendy restaurant, spending an entire evening before settling on a rather appealing Western dining establishment. After securing a reservation, she drove there the following evening, ensuring her guests would not be left waiting as she was the host. Upon her arrival, the waiter escorted her inside and inquired, "Excuse me, beautiful. Are you dining with your boyfriend tonight? Our restaurant is hosting a promotion. Couples dining together receive a 30% discount and can participate in a lottery." Cheng Xi, having no interest in the lottery, having only ever won toilet paper in her lifetime, was nonetheless enticed by the discount. "Yes, I am dining with my boyfriend," she fibbed without a hint of embarrassment. The waiter then requested she inscribe a romantic phrase on a card that would later adorn the restaurant's wall. Cheng Xi, thinking it was not meant for the recipient, casually wrote something down. The waiter added, "Please also include your phone number for the lottery." Cheng Xi complied, reasoning that even toilet paper costs a fair amount at the supermarket. Approximately 10 minutes later, Pei Yin-zhou arrived, his beige casual trousers paired effortlessly with a white silk shirt, his tall frame exuding elegance. With the collar of his shirt slightly unbuttoned, the light above fell upon his strikingly handsome face and straight nose, rendering him almost luminescent. Chapter 50. The implication of the umbrella. The restaurant staff and the other women present could not help but glance at the handsome man. Their curiosity piqued regarding which fortunate woman had captured his attention. As the gentleman approached table 9, the patrons caught sight of the woman accompanying him. A murmur arose. Her face looks peculiar. Could be a botched cosmetic procedure? Unfazed by the scrutiny, Cheng Xi's face brightened upon seeing Pei Yin-zhou, and she hastily invited him to sit. This display of enthusiasm was somewhat uncharacteristic for him, as he recalled the previous Cheng Xi, who maintained an air of indifference even in the presence of wealth. Now, her large eyes sparkled, seemingly filled only with admiration for him. "You seem quite enthusiastic today," Pei Yin-zhou remarked, his tone suggesting deeper connotations. "Oh, really?" Cheng Xi replied. Cheng Xi was taken aback, forcing a calm smile. "Perhaps it was due to your assistance yesterday that I find you to be quite agreeable. We have often quarreled, burdened by great misunderstandings and prejudices against one another. Since fate has conspired to unite us as a couple, it suggests a certain affinity between us. Constant bickering is tiresome for all involved. We share common aspirations, so it will be far more prudent to transform our conflicts into harmony and coexist peacefully." Pei Yin-zhou nodded in agreement. "The nature of our shared goals has shifted. It is indeed detrimental to perpetually engage in disputes, especially when considering the nurturing of a child." Having resolved not to pursue a divorce, Pei Yin-zhou felt that the two of them must eventually have children. Seeing him concur with her sentiments, Cheng Xi exhaled deeply in relief. She promptly produced a gift she had prepared, an umbrella. "This is a small token of my gratitude for your kindness in retrieving me from the police station and subsequently taking me to the hospital last night. You may keep it in your car's trunk for use on rainy days. I checked the weather forecast, and it appears that Sioux City will experience rain for the next fortnight." Pei Yin-zhou gazed at the black umbrella. Even after navigating countless trials in shopping malls, he was momentarily stunned. If his memory served him correctly, an umbrella symbolizes protection from the elements. When a woman gifts a man an umbrella, does it not imply her desire for him to be her lifelong protector, shielding her from life's storms? His thoughts lingered on this implication. Had she already envisioned such a future so soon? No wonder she had eagerly invited him out for a meal. Noticing his prolonged silence as he stared at the umbrella, Cheng Xi felt a twinge of anxiety. Did he find the umbrella lacking? I assure you, do not underestimate this umbrella. It boasts a double-layered fabric. The first layer is waterproof, while the second layer offers enhanced protection. Moreover, the frame is exceptionally sturdy and durable. Pei Yinzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. He had not anticipated that she could experience nervousness, which rendered her rather endearing. Hand me the umbrella, he said, extending his hand. Cheng Xi hesitated for a moment before hastily passing it to him. Pei Yinzhou examined it closely, his lips parting slightly as he remarked, "It's quite nice." Cheng Xi felt a weight lift from her heart. I spent quite some time selecting it yesterday afternoon. Thank you, he said, already aware of her sincerity and intentions, thus requiring no further insinuation. Accepting the umbrella signified his willingness to honor her pledge, provided she continued to maintain her independence and clarity. Have you decided on the dishes? He inquired. Not yet. I'm unsure of your preferences, she replied. You may choose. I am not familiar with this restaurant. Pei Yinzhou glanced around. Noting that it was a Western restaurant, its decor possessing a romantic, ethereal quality, frequented predominantly by couples. This establishment was indeed a favored locale for young romantics. Cheng Xi was also visiting for the first time and opted for the dishes that had garnered rave reviews online. As she placed her order, Pei Yinzhou's deep gaze scrutinized her face. Although she had not fully regained her former appearance, it was evident that her swelling had significantly subsided, indicating she had been diligently adhering to her medication. After placing their order, Cheng Xi noticed him gazing intently at her, feeling self-conscious about her less than flattering appearance. She couldn't help but blush and shot him an annoyed glare. What are you staring at? I know I look dreadful right now. If it weren't for the need to eat, I'd consider wearing a mask. However, acknowledging that her current visage was a result of her own doing, and having already resolved to shield her from life's storms, Pei Yinzhou pondered the interactions he often observed between his parents and added, "You know, you actually look quite lovely." Really? Cheng Xi's eyes sparkled with surprise. The intensity of his gaze stirred an unfamiliar discomfort within Pei Yinzhou. Yes, it was indeed discomforting. For the first time in his 27 years as a workaholic, he found himself feeling this way. You've always been rather attractive, he added. Thank you. No woman dislikes being complimented, and Cheng Xi was no exception, especially when the praise came from Pei Yinzhou, who was typically known for his sharp tongue. It felt as if her beauty had been validated. Observing her jubilant demeanor, Pei Yinzhou couldn't help but reflect. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a single compliment? After a little while, the dishes began to arrive. The portions were modest, each served in exquisitely crafted antique-style plates. The flavors were delightful. Having frequented pricey private dining establishments, Pei Yinzhou rarely visited such restaurants but found this one quite pleasing, particularly the black truffle stir-fried wild mushrooms, which thoroughly satisfied him. Of course, I took my time choosing the restaurant just for you, Cheng Xi boasted, striving to showcase her effort. Unbeknownst to her, her words were interpreted differently by Pei Yinzhou, softening his expression further. As time passed, Cheng Xi sensed that the atmosphere was ripe for a more serious discussion. I saw you playing Spirit Realm at the hospital yesterday. You mentioned being one of the investors, correct? Are you hoping for some equipment for me? Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow. No, I can purchase my own equipment, Cheng Xi replied, shaking her head. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, It's about my classmate Ling Zheng, the one who delivers packages. You remember her, right? Her family is particularly biased towards males. Throughout her college years, they haven't contributed a single cent to her expenses. She has been supporting herself through summer jobs and part-time work after classes, making every yuan stretch. She managed to save 2,000 yuan for her next semester's tuition, but unfortunately, her brother stole her money and spent it all on Spirit Realm equipment. I wanted to ask if there is a chance of getting that money refunded. After sharing her story, she observed Pei Yinzhou's expression, feeling somewhat anxious. I know 2,000 yuan is insignificant to you, but for some, it can truly be a pivotal moment that alters their fate. Ling Zheng has endured a lot. Her parents wish for her to drop out of school and work in a factory to help her brother save for a house. I could lend her the money, but despite her poverty, Ling Zheng possesses her own pride, and she would undoubtedly scrimp and save to repay me. Chapter 51. Together until old age she appears so slender. And if she continues to be so frugal, she may become malnourished. I'm not insisting that you assist with this task. I merely wonder if it is possible, or perhaps a compromise could be reached. If it truly cannot be done, then so be it. Her full lips parted and closed, and in her bright eyes, an unrecognized glimmer of rare anticipation emerged, delicate and cautious. Pei Yinzhou found the situation somewhat amusing. Is this really the matter at hand? Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback. Yes, do you think it can be done? Is this all there is? Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow and inquired. Does your friend know her brother's account number? A Sun Fenzheng number would also suffice. Yes, she does. Cheng Xi detected his willingness to help and nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. I will send it to you. All right. After Cheng Xi forwarded the ID number, Pei Yinzhou took out his phone and dialed the number of the game company's representative, explaining the situation. Approximately 3 minutes later, he concluded the call and informed Cheng Xi, I have checked. This account was recharged at the beginning of the month, over 20 days ago. I have spoken with the game company and instructed them to cancel all the equipment associated with your friend's brother's account. The funds would typically be refunded automatically, but considering it is unlikely that the money will be returned to your friend's brother, the company will transfer it to the local police department. Your friend can go there tomorrow with her ID to apply for the refund. Is it really that simple? Cheng Xi blinked in surprise. It is simple because you know me, Pei Yinzhou replied nonchalantly. According to company policy, a refund is permissible within a week for minors. But since your friend's brother is over 18, and given the duration of the recharge, a refund would generally not be granted. Advise your friend to be more cautious next time. I understand. It's all thanks to you, Brother Yinzhou. Cheng Xi's sweet words flowed effortlessly. I truly appreciate it. We had misunderstandings before, but now I realize you are exceptionally kind and remarkable. Enough. I am not devoid of compassion. Your friend was quite unfortunate yesterday. Pei Yinzhou stated candidly. Being poor is not an issue. However, one should not be both impoverished and lazy. I thought you looked down upon the impoverished. Cheng Xi remarked in astonishment. In the past, your words often subtly mocked my attempts to climb the social ladder, deriding me for falling into the pit of wealth and claiming I was unworthy of you. I do not disdain the poor. I once was as well. Pei Yinzhou's words paused as he seemed to recall some past events, but he swiftly changed the subject. Consider this. If you woke up after a car accident only to find yourself married to a stranger, who could endure such a reality? Moreover, we hardly knew each other before. That is indeed true. The meal proceeded smoothly for the two of them. Cheng Xi never anticipated that in her lifetime, she could coexist harmoniously with Pei Yinzhou. As they set aside their previous animosities and engaged in tranquil conversation, Cheng Xi discovered that Pei Yinzhou, a person who oversees such a large publicly listed company, possessed profound knowledge and extensive experience, allowing her, a novice who had barely stepped into society, to learn much from him. A meal stretched unexpectedly over 2 hours. Cheng Xi had consumed a fair amount of beverages and decided to rise for a brief visit to the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Yinzhou went to the counter to settle the bill. Although Cheng Xi was treating him this time, he had never been one to allow a woman to pay. As he approached the cashier, the attendant couldn't help but feel her heart race at the sight of his strikingly handsome visage. Even if they could not be together, exchanging a few words brought her joy. Sir, do you know what your girlfriend wrote for you before you arrived? Love notes? Pei Yinzhou was momentarily taken aback. They're posted on that wall. The attendant pointed to a nearby wall adorned with sticky notes. This was a unique feature of the restaurant, showcasing couples' photographs alongside their love messages. Cheng Xi's note was at the top. I wish to witness the changing of the seasons with you, to explore the existence and absence of the world together, to behold the sunrise and sunset, to experience the vibrancy of life, and to grow old with you. Is this meant for me? Pei Yinzhou's pupils dilated, his heart feeling as if it had been pierced by an unseen force. Indeed, she mentioned that she was dining tonight with her boyfriend, and this note was written for him, the attendant added with a smile. Pei Yinzhou was genuinely surprised that Cheng Xi had confided such sentiments to the attendant in private. Boyfriend? He was already her husband, which bore a similar connotation. It became clear to him that after clarifying their future, Cheng Xi envisioned such a beautiful journey together. She was rather ambitious, desiring to grow old with him. However, as long as she fulfilled her responsibilities as Mrs. Pei and tempered her fiery temperament, it would not be an issue. Particularly during this meal, Cheng Xi had not been as insufferable as he had previously thought. On the contrary, she had shown a willingness to learn. Pei Yinzhou tore off the sticky note and tucked it into his pocket. On his way back to the table, He encountered Cheng Xi returning from the restroom. "You didn't go to pay the bill, did you?" Cheng Xi asked, her eyes wide in surprise. "Yes," Pei Yinzhou replied, his gaze lingering on her with a hint of something unusual. "Weren't we supposed to agree that I would pay? Besides, you helped my friend significantly. I have never made it a habit to let women pay. Your gesture is appreciated, and that is enough for me," he said dismissively. Besides, they were husband and wife. The distinction of who pays was inconsequential. "All right then," Cheng Xi said, scratching her head. "You return to your seat. I'll head to the restroom." Pei Yinzhou turned to walk toward the facilities, having also consumed a considerable amount of tea. Shortly after Cheng Xi sat down, the attendant approached her with a flyer. "Congratulations. Beautiful. Your phone number has won the grand prize at our restaurant tonight." Cheng Xi joked, "It's not a discount voucher for my next visit, is it?" "No. Our grand prize tonight is a luxurious couple's suite at the Marriott Hotel for one night," the attendant replied, handing her the flyer. "You also get complimentary breakfast tomorrow morning. This is indeed a grand prize. A single night at this hotel usually costs several thousand." Cheng Xi stood there, utterly astonished, hardly able to believe her extraordinary stroke of luck. It was not until she received a promotional flyer detailing the opulent couple's suite at the Marriott that the reality sank in. This appeared to be a newly launched room situated in the heart of the city, featuring extravagant floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of Sioux City's vibrant nightlife. The king-size bed was adorned with rose petals arranged in the shape of a heart, and guests could indulge in exquisite red wine and delightful desserts. The hotel also boasted an infinity pool, a spa, and other complimentary packages. Could this be the good fortune that Pei Machin had brought her during their meal? Wishing them a delightful evening, the server politely departed. Cheng Xi barely registered the server's words. She quickly snapped a photo to send to Ling Zheng via WeChat. "I hit the jackpot. A complimentary night in a luxury couple's suite at the Marriott. Let us go indulge tonight. Swimming, spa, and a lavish breakfast in the morning." Chapter 52. The couple's suite? "Are you Cheng Xi? You can't possibly be a scammer." "Scam? No way. I'm dining with Pei Yinzhou at this couple's restaurant, and I won first prize." "Oh, I am stunned. Are you going?" "Absolutely. I've never stayed in a five-star hotel before. By the way, have you discussed the game refund with Pei Yinzhou?" "Yes. It's happening tomorrow. Sending kisses." Cheng Xi smiled and tucked her phone away. A shadow fell over her as Pei Yinzhou returned from the restroom, immediately spotting the promotional flyer on the table. The bold words "luxury romantic couple's suite at the Marriott" caught his eye, accompanied by images of a round bathtub by the window and a bed decorated with heart-shaped petals. At the bottom of the flyer was a room key with the number 1314. Even Pei Yinzhou, who had navigated countless storms in the business world, was taken aback. He had just gifted her an umbrella, symbolizing his intention to shield her from life's tempest forever. He had penned sweet words about growing old together. And now they were to spend the night at a couple's hotel? Pei Yinzhou was astonished, although he had hinted at not pursuing a divorce just the night before. The prospect of becoming a true couple felt overwhelmingly swift. He had heard tales of young women today being passionate and assertive, yet experiencing it firsthand was another matter entirely. However, considering they were already legally bound, engaging in intimate relations seemed quite natural. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he realized that the idea of being intimate with Cheng Xi was not as repulsive as he had initially thought. Having lived under the same roof, he was well aware of her physique, which was pleasingly ample in all the right places. Moreover, he had recently found himself with a heightened interest in such matters, perhaps a sign of his youthful vigor. "You're back," Cheng Xi said, looking up to see Pei Yinzhou standing behind her, his handsome face tinged with an indescribable gloom. About that." Pei Yinzhou's gaze was fixed on the room key. "Oh, I won in a raffle during dinner tonight." "I never expected to be so fortunate," Cheng Xi responded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Huh." Pei Yinzhou could hardly believe it. What restaurant would provide a complimentary key card to a couple's suite? Even if such a thing existed, how could you be so fortunate to win it? Especially since there were no signs of any lottery event in the restaurant. Most likely, she was too embarrassed to state her intentions directly and thus resorted to this euphemistic excuse. "So, you intend to spend the night at the hotel?" Pei Yinzhou inquired, his voice husky, seeking confirmation. "Of course," Cheng Xi replied, slightly perplexed. If she had indeed won, it was only logical to make use of it. Otherwise, it would be a waste. "Should we head over now?" Cheng Xi nodded. Pei Yinzhou pressed his lovely lips together. The two exited the restaurant, the night breeze lifting the hem of Cheng Xi's skirt. Suddenly, Pei Yinzhou's phone rang. It was his assistant, Yang Kai. President Pei, the secretary from Mr. Zhou's side has informed me that there seems to be an urgent matter at Mr. Zhou's home. He needs to catch an 11 o'clock flight tonight and hopes to reschedule the meeting we had planned for tomorrow. Pei Yinzhou's gaze darkened. Mr. Zhou had flown specifically to Sioux City to discuss a collaboration between their companies. If he returned without meeting, the cooperation would be delayed. I'll head over now, he replied. After hanging up, Pei Yinzhou turned to Cheng Xi, a hint of faint regret flickering in his eyes. I apologize, but something has come up at the company. Oh, it's fine. I'll just drive over myself later, Cheng Xi replied, having intended to bid him farewell at the entrance, thus not overly concerned. You go on with your business. All right. Pei Yinzhou turned and approached the car waiting at the roadside. As the vehicle gradually pulled away, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Cheng Xi still standing amidst the dim lights of the night, watching his car disappear into the distance. She must feel quite dejected. That girl usually regarded money with great importance. Tonight, she had spent several thousand on a room, only to be left waiting alone. Pei Yinzhou felt a tinge of regret as well. He had initially believed they could meet their needs in a straightforward manner. Unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Pei Yinzhou checked the time. It was only 8 o'clock. If he finished his business early, perhaps he could still make it back. With that thought, he pressed harder on the accelerator. Half an hour later, Cheng Xi had completed her check-in procedures and settled into the luxurious couple's suite. The restaurant had indeed delivered. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a splendid view of the bustling pedestrian street in Sioux City. Cheng Xi called Ling Zheng to inquire about her whereabouts. Ling Zheng mentioned she would be returning to her temporarily rented apartment to gather some belongings and would arrive a bit later. Seizing the opportunity while Ling Zheng was still en route, Cheng Xi decided to indulge herself with a relaxing bath. She donned a clean bathrobe provided by the hotel, then turned on the projector and selected a Hollywood film, comfortably reclining on the chaise lounge to enjoy the show. After a while, boredom began to creep in, and her gaze drifted to the red wine on the bar. She typically abstained from drinking, but this was complimentary wine, having checked online earlier. She realized it was worth several hundred a bottle. Not indulging seemed a bit wasteful. After 2 minutes of indecision, Cheng Xi uncorked the red wine and poured it into a goblet. In an exquisite goblet, dark red wine filled the glass, perfectly complemented by the grandeur of the cinematic experience and the enchanting night outside, leaving Cheng Xi feeling utterly refreshed. She couldn't resist capturing a selfie to send to Ling Zheng. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Ling Zheng replied, I won't reach your side for over an hour. Don't indulge too much. I want tea, just a little sip. Shall I bring you some late-night snacks? I crave skewers. Please give me some meat skewers and milk tea. Putting down her phone, Cheng Xi devoted herself to appreciating the film. The plot was rather intricate. As she watched, she unconsciously sipped from her glass, unaware that she had nearly finished half the bottle. Meanwhile, in a tea house, Pei Yinzhou checked the time while swiftly finalizing a contract with Mr. Zhou. I feel as though you are more pressed for time than I am, Mr. Pei. Mr. Zhou jested. I hope I haven't delayed your date with your girlfriend by changing the schedule last minute. Upon uttering these words, Mr. Zhou smacked his forehead. Silly me. I misremembered. I heard you got married recently, didn't you? In the past, Pei Yinzhou would have dismissed such inquiries, but today he merely offered a faint acknowledgement. Yang Kai, standing nearby, couldn't help but stare in astonishment. While others might be oblivious, he, as Pei Yinzhou's assistant, was acutely aware of how little his boss cherished his wife. Mr. Zhou chuckled. I hope to hear some good news from you next year, but I must hurry. If I don't leave soon, I fear my child might arrive any moment now. After personally seeing Mr. Zhou off to his car, Yang Kai inquired, Mr. Pei, will you drive home yourself? Or would you prefer me to take you back? I'll manage on my own. Pei Yinzhou entered his sedan and, upon starting the engine, glanced at the clock. It read 10 o'clock. Chapter 53, What Brings You Here? The location was not far from the Marriott Hotel. After a brief moment of hesitation, Pei Yinzhou directed his vehicle toward the hotel, arriving at the parking lot in approximately 10 minutes. He took the elevator to the designated floor, located the room number, and rang the doorbell. Inside, Cheng Xi, slightly inebriated, mistook the sound for Ling Zheng's arrival. She hastily rose from the chaise longue, only to find her head spinning and her legs weak. Oh no, I think I might actually be tipsy, she murmured, leaning against the wall as she made her way to the door. Why are you so late? Before the door fully opened, Pei Yinzhou was met with the girl's dulcet voice. Once the door swung wide, he beheld her in the room, clad in a pink robe, loosely tied at the waist. The neckline languidly draped, hinting at alluring curves. Below, her long, slender legs were partially exposed beneath the hem, adorned with a pair of white hotel slippers, revealing 10 delicate toes. Pei Yinzhou felt his throat tighten involuntarily, until her gaze settled upon Cheng Xi's face, her eyes wide with a dreamy haze, her cheeks flushed, and her freshly washed dark hair cascading freely over her shoulders. The faint scent of red wine enveloped her, a clear indication of her inebriation, and the remnants of a rosy wine stain adorned her luscious lips. This woman resembled an enchanting fairy, exuding the fragrance of youth and the allure of femininity. Cheng Xi was genuinely intoxicated. She had yet to comprehend why Pei Yinzhou materialized in this place. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Pei Yinzhou strode in, forcefully shutting the door behind him. He would not permit anyone passing by, nor even the surveillance cameras, to witness her in such a state. "What are you doing?" Cheng Xi stammered, her balance faltering as Pei Yinzhou's crisp yet heated presence approached her. She stumbled back, her left foot entangling with her right, causing her to topple. With swift reflexes, Pei Yinzhou caught her waist. As he held her delicate form, his usual self-restraint slipped away. After all, she had meticulously reserved this suite and had gone to great lengths to invite him, even chiding him for arriving too late. Why should he continue to hold back? Pei Yinzhou lowered his head, capturing her lips. Until that moment, he had only known that her words could infuriate him. Now, he discovered her mouth was irresistibly soft, like jelly, tinged with the bitterness of wine and the sweetness of youth, spiraling into a fervent embrace. Without granting Cheng Xi a moment to react, he intensified the kiss. Cheng Xi was utterly bewildered. She could not fathom why Pei Yinzhou had appeared so suddenly, why he had burst in, and why he was kissing her. Her first kiss. She attempted to push him away, but the wine had weakened her strength, her voice a mere mule that sounded like a plea in Pei Yinzhou's ears. He lifted Cheng Xi effortlessly, striding to the bedside and placing her gently upon the bed. Her dark hair sprawled across the white sheets adorned with red roses, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. Though her face still bore signs of her inebriation, to Pei Yinzhou, it was inconsequential. The romantic atmosphere of the suite could barely score 5, but Cheng Xi's graceful figure and her intoxicating essence elevated the night to a 10. All of Pei Yinzhou's senses were ignited. "What are you doing?" Cheng Xi's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting she was hallucinating as she beheld Pei Yinzhou shedding his shirt, unveiling a beautifully sculpted torso. While she had seen his body before, the allure of the floral scents and the romantic lighting of the couple's hotel created an exquisite ambience. Pei Yinzhou stood beneath the soft glow, his handsome, refined face cast in shadow, muscles defined where they ought to be, and his lean frame accentuating the elegance of his physique. Cheng Xi, an artist, found him reminiscent of Michelangelo's David, her heart racing in admiration. "What do you think I intend to do?" "You are my wife," Pei Yinzhou declared, gazing into her dazed, watery eyes, allowing his impulse to overtake his reason, before leaning down to kiss her once more. Cheng Xi's mind had always been somewhat muddled, but now it was completely in disarray. What could this possibly mean? Was it because she was his wife that he desired her? Their relationship was indeed legitimate, yet did he not look down upon her? Moreover, she had never intended to be a true wife. Cheng Xi pushed him away, but Pei Yinzhou interpreted her actions as shyness. He kissed her increasingly deeply, conquering her defenses, leaving her dazed and intoxicated, her thoughts as jumbled as before. Having grown up without even a kiss, she found herself gradually forgetting her intentions under his relentless assault. This sensation was surprisingly pleasant. Pei Yinzhou slightly narrowed his eyes, observing her long lashes fluttering and her delicate face flushed with allure. His eyes darkened with desire, and he could no longer contain himself. Clothes fell away. Suddenly, the doorbell rang insistently. Cheng Xi paused, as if recalling an important matter she had overlooked. "Ignore it." Pei Yinzhou cursed inwardly. What kind of hotel was this? Wasn't it supposed to be a couple suite? To have someone knock at this hour was utterly disappointing. "No, I." Cheng Xi's words were cut short as he captured her swollen lips with another kiss. "Knock, knock, knock." This time, the doorbell transformed into a firm knock, and Ling Zhang's voice penetrated from outside. "Cheng Xi, are you there? Open the door. Did you hear me?" Immediately after, her phone began to ring. Ling Zhang. Cheng Xi's eyes widened in realization. She remembered she was waiting for Ling Zhang to bring late-night snacks. How had she ended up drinking alone and being brought to bed by Pei Yinzhou? Pei Yinzhou, stop. Cheng Xi pushed the man off her with force. Pei Yinzhou was on the verge of cursing. Is your friend out of her mind? You're the one who's insane. Cheng Xi's face flushed with anger. Who told you to come here? Pei Yinzhou was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Hadn't she deliberately suggested he come to the hotel? He wanted to inquire further, but saw Cheng Xi rushing towards the door. He quickly embraced her from behind. Are you crazy? You can't go to the door looking like this. Cheng Xi, reminded by his words, glanced down and then turned back, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She realized her clothing had been completely discarded by him. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, she felt a mix of shame and anger. She forcefully pushed Pei Yinzhou away, wanting to retrieve her clothes, but feeling too embarrassed to do so in front of him. She simply dove under the covers and commanded, "Fetch my phone for me." Pei Yinzhou found her bashful demeanor rather endearing and turned to retrieve her phone, handing it to her. The light illuminated his sculpted physique, causing Cheng Xi to blush further, her gaze evasive. "Could you please put on some clothes first?" Pei Yinzhou was in a state of discomfort at that moment. He had no desire to dress. Tell your friend to leave. He could no longer concern himself with anything else, moving closer to her, wrapping her in his embrace, showering her with kisses on her face, forehead, and lips. Chapter 54. Calling Yinzhou brother Cheng. She was utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. When did they become so intimate and ambiguous? Was it merely due to the dinner they shared that evening? Had she perhaps imbibed too much and forgotten some crucial moments? Pei Yinzhou, stop it, she urged, pushing him away with all her might. Call him brother Yinzhou. Pei Yinzhou, clearly displeased, reminded her, as he eagerly anticipated the image forming in his mind. Cheng Xi jolted, feeling half awake from her drunken stupor. Pei Yinzhou, what on earth are you doing? She exclaimed, hastily covering his lips. Have you had too much to drink? I think you are the one who has had too much to drink. Repeatedly thwarted, Pei Yinzhou's expression darkened with frustration. You don't even remember what you've done? Wasn't it you who invited me here? Cheng Xi was bewildered, questioning when she had ever invited him. She fell into a contemplative silence, doubting her own memories, racking her brain to recall if she had done anything else while intoxicated. But all she could remember was calling Ling Zheng. Had she perhaps sent a wrong message? No, Ling Zheng was right outside knocking at the door. After a prolonged period of knocking and incessant ringing, the phone briefly ceased its clamor before resuming its urgent call. Very well, she had to answer this phone. As Cheng Xi reached for it, Pei Yinzhou, quicker than she, snatched the phone and answered directly, murmuring, Cheng Xi is busy at the moment. Please stop knocking. Pei Yinzhou, don't say such nonsense. Cheng Xi rushed over to reclaim the phone, but Pei Yinzhou had already hung up. The corridor fell silent, or rather, Ling Zheng had quieted. Ling Zheng stood there, stunned. If she hadn't misheard, that voice had sounded remarkably like Pei Yinzhou's. What were they doing inside? His voice had sounded unusual, and after so much knocking, they still hadn't opened the door. What could possibly be happening? Ling Zheng's pale, snow-like complexion flushed a deep crimson. What was Cheng Xi up to? Pei Yinzhou was there, and she had even summoned him over. In an instant, Ling Zheng felt as if her feet were set ablaze, prompting her to hastily retreat with the barbecue in tow. Inside the suite, Cheng Xi clung to Pei Yinzhou like an octopus, striving to reclaim her phone. Her frustration boiled over as she pounded on him. Why did you answer my call without permission? Oh no, oh no. Her entire illustrious image was now in ruins, sobbing internally. Pei Yinzhou, however, was not the least bit irate. The scene before him was simply too captivating, and with Cheng Xi under the influence of alcohol, her punches lacked any real force. Feeling more like a gentle massage, he settled onto the bed, allowing her to flail atop him, his gaze imbued with a flirtatious glimmer, tinged with an unrecognized affection. After a while, Cheng Xi noticed that the instigator of her ire remained unfazed, her eyes deepening with intensity. Suddenly, it struck her, she had forgotten to properly dress. Are you done? Pei Yinzhou flipped over, capturing her incessantly chattering lips with a passionate kiss. Cheng Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the strikingly handsome visage before her, his features sharply defined. Previously, she was intoxicated, yet now half awake. She genuinely felt the searing kiss. She had never envisioned sharing such a moment with Pei Yinzhou. This was the essence of a kiss, typically decisive. Cheng Xi found herself in a flurry, her heart racing. She was acutely aware that this could not continue. It would surely lead to complications. Summoning all her strength, she forcefully pushed the man away, seized a robe scattered on the floor, and fled in the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Pei Yinzhou, caught in the throes of passion, was incensed, his face darkening as he approached the door, demanding, "Cheng Xi, open the door." No, we cannot do this." Her panicked voice echoed back. Pei Yinzhou was nearly driven to despair. "What do you mean we cannot? We are married. You are toying with me." Cheng Xi turned on the cold water, drenching herself to regain composure, to sober up, and to wash away the unfamiliar sensations coursing through her body. Time passed, and eventually, her mind cleared. She suddenly remembered that she had neither texted Pei Yinzhou nor summoned him. How had he arrived? Could it be that he had come over intentionally to act inappropriately? Now, it was Cheng Xi's turn to feel unsettled. She turned off the shower, dried herself with a towel, and as she gazed into the full-length mirror, her face flushed crimson, her lips swollen, and her neck and shoulders marked with love bites. Her face burned with embarrassment. The more she recalled, the more vexed and shy she became. After donning the robe, Cheng Xi took several deep breaths in the bathroom to muster the courage to step outside. Pei Yinzhou was already dressed, seated at the edge of the bed. His shirt haphazardly fastened with just 2 buttons, the upper half wide open and the lower part untucked. This disheveled appearance stripped away some of his elegance, but added an air of disarray, contributing to his foul mood. A cigarette dangled between his fingers, his handsome face shadowed by a glacial expression. Upon seeing Cheng Xi emerge, his displeasure reached its peak. He longed to unleash his frustration. However, as Cheng Xi had fled, he surmised that she might be experiencing this for the first time, and it was natural for a girl to feel flustered and frightened. He resolved to exercise more patience. With this thought, Pei Yinzhou's demeanor softened slightly. Since they were already married, such moments were inevitable. "Aren't you usually quite bold? Why are you so timid today?" Cheng Xi looked bewildered. "Why must this happen? Are we not destined for divorce?" "Divorce?" Pei Yinzhou reacted as if confronted with a peculiar topic, his gaze dimming. "Did we not reach a mutual agreement to not divorce?" "Not divorce?" Cheng Xi was taken aback. "What did I agree to that?" Pei Yinzhou was amused yet exasperated as he rose from his seat. "In the early hours of yesterday, within the confines of the hospital, I elucidated the nature of my relationship with Xia Ziyao. My vision for the future encompasses a realm of independence and rationality, qualities you embody, Cheng Xi. I concede that I once held a disfavor towards you. However, as I came to know you, I discovered your merits. You have a penchant for wealth, and I am more than willing to provide it, as long as you maintain a sense of propriety and refrain from demanding the elusive notion of love. Our union need not culminate in divorce." Did your eyes not reflect understanding and a flutter of emotion at that moment? Cheng Xi. She indeed felt a stir of emotion, yet she never articulated a desire for divorce. "I am at a loss. You did not express it plainly." Cheng Xi appeared utterly confounded. "Must I spell it out for you?" Pei Yinzhou's handsome visage darkened. After all, he is the esteemed President Pei, a figure of high standing. To speak so directly would be a blow to his pride. Had my hints not sufficed? "You are no fool. Besides, did you not respond to my insinuation by inviting me to dinner today and presenting me with an umbrella as a gesture?" Chapter 55. Pei Yinzhou's dignity in ruins. "I invited you to dinner out of gratitude for your assistance last night." Cheng Xi was taken aback by the vast misunderstanding between them. "Moreover, I need your help regarding a refund from a friend. As for the umbrella, does it convey any particular message?" "The umbrella signifies shelter from the storm for a lifetime. Do not feign ignorance." Pei Yinzhou gritted his teeth in frustration. "Cheng Xi, I truly do not comprehend. I have never been in a romantic relationship. My knowledge from novels only cautions against giving gifts like belts or ties." Goodness. Even gifting an umbrella comes with such intricate implications. Pei Yinzhou nearly exploded with rage at her initial remark. Yet the latter part of her statement lightened his mood just a touch. "What about this? Can someone who has never experienced love pen such words?" Pei Yinzhou tossed a sticky note from his pocket towards her. Cheng Xi picked it up, her eyes wide with astonishment. Was this not something she had written in the restaurant? "I encountered this phrase online. How could it be in your possession? Was it not penned for me?" Pei Yinzhou squinted, questioning her before deliberately showcasing a hotel promotional card and room key, implying that you had already reserved a room, subtly suggesting we dine and then become true spouses together. Cheng Xi's expression was a tapestry of emotions. If she could inscribe words, she would etch injustice upon her forehead 1,000 times. She could not fathom how Pei Yinzhou's imagination could run so wild. Indeed, the sticky note was hers, but it was not intended for him. The restaurant was running a promotion, granting discounts to couples dining together, and in a moment of deception, she claimed they were a couple. The staff had asked her to write a romantic phrase to adorn the wall, and fearing exposure, she complied. As for the hotel key, it was merely a prize she won at the restaurant's lottery. Fearing he might not believe her, she raised her hand in an oath, declaring every word to be true. Should she lie, she would surely be struck by a vehicle upon exiting. The woman before him had even resorted to a solemn vow. Pei Yinzhou began to suspect that he might have misinterpreted the situation entirely. However, this blunder is far too significant, rendering the esteemed Mr. Pei utterly humiliated. Earlier, when you complained about my tardiness upon entering, I had assumed it was Ling Zheng. Cheng Xi, on the verge of tears, blinked helplessly. I truly had no inkling of your arrival, nor did I intend to extend an invitation. The suite was enveloped in an eerie silence. As if the very air had solidified, the projector, which had been playing, had inexplicably concluded the film. Suddenly, Cheng Xi noticed the handsome and striking visage of Pei Yinzhou darkening ominously, as if a storm were about to unleash its fury. She had forgotten. Such a man as Pei Yinzhou placed immense importance on his pride. Alas, after managing to ease the tension between them, it now seemed to have collapsed once more. Yet at this moment, she could scarcely afford to dwell on such matters. Her first experience was at stake. Pei Yinzhou felt a tempest brewing within him, nearly ready to erupt. In all his years, he had never experienced such disgrace. With her clothes removed, she had the audacity to claim it was all a misunderstanding. In that case, Pei Yinzhou spoke with a chilling tone, enunciating each word. I shall grant you another opportunity. What is your stance on our marriage? Do you wish to divorce, or do you prefer to maintain it? He did not anticipate her refusal. The reason for this unfortunate misunderstanding was likely her failure to grasp his insinuations, leaving their relationship devoid of a definitive answer. Once she acquiesced, everything would follow suit. The previous incident could be brushed aside. He could always revisit the matter. Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback. She genuinely longed to agree. Pei Yinzhou did not require a marriage founded on affection, nor did she desire one. Her parents had quarreled since her childhood, and she held no faith in love. In truth, her views on marriage aligned harmoniously with Pei Yinzhou's. However, she understood that all of this hinged upon her identity as Su Ziqing's daughter. Regrettably, she was but a stand-in bride. Her status was lowly. Her maternal grandparents were from the countryside, her mother lived like a servant, and her father was a drunkard. Forgive me. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Xi uttered a falsehood. Money is indeed significant to me, yet I yearn for genuine affection. My prior notion was that if you were to pass away, I could avoid offending the Pei family while acquiring a sum of money as a widow to subsequently seek true love. I am still so young and wish to experience the feeling of being loved. Pei Yinzhou pressed his thin, cold lips tightly together. This night, all his dignity had been trampled underfoot by Cheng Xi. Very well. After a few seconds, he spoke icily, lowering his head to fasten his shirt buttons. I once believed you to be a clever woman. I did not expect you to be so foolish as to crave authentic emotion. What is the value of affection? Is earning money not more enticing? Is ambition not more alluring? He was far too busy. He had no time for the trivialities of romance. It was utterly burdensome. He was deeply disappointed. He had assumed that in this regard, Cheng Xi shared his perspective. Pei Yinzhou no longer insisted, since they belonged to different worlds. He would not impose. Cheng Xi, however, was infuriated by his final remark. Am I foolish for wishing to be loved? If so, does that imply that all the men and women in this world, in their quest for true love, are mere fools in your eyes? According to your reasoning, love should not exist at all. It suffices for men and women merely to procreate. Have you considered that it may be you who is truly peculiar? I am not peculiar. I am unique, distinct, and unconventional. After fastening his clothing, Pei Yinzhou opened the door but turned back to add, especially women in love tend to become exceedingly irrational and emotional, which I do not favor. With that, he slammed the door behind him. Cheng Xi, in a fit of anger, clawed at the air in frustration before finally letting her hands fall. Curiously, she found herself agreeing with Pei Yinzhou's words. Women in love could be so foolish and irrational, a sentiment she did not appreciate. She preferred discussions about finances. Money provided a sense of security. Alas, she was not the true young Miss Cheng. Cheng Xi suddenly felt a wave of sorrow, as though someone had just thrown billions before her, and she had failed to pick them up. How disheartening. In her agitation, Cheng Xi reached for her phone and dialed Ling Zheng. Upon connecting, Ling Zheng cautiously inquired, "Cheng Xi?" "Yes." It was a familiar voice, and Ling Zheng sighed in relief. "You two ended things so swiftly." "So quickly," Cheng Xi replied, her cheeks flushed. "Ling Zheng, you become wicked. I used to see you as pure and innocent, but what wretched thoughts occupy your mind now?" Ling Zheng was speechless, even without thinking. "I can surmise what you and Pei Yinzhou were doing in a couple's suite late at night, ignoring calls. I must ask, why invite me over only to be with him? Is that not a bit excessive? Do you know how arduous it was for me to take the subway here?" Chapter 56. A misstep sighing. Cheng Xi replied, "It's a long story. I didn't actually invite him. It was a misunderstanding, a mix-up." She felt tears welling up. "He has left. Please come over. I have so much to share." Once, a mountain of gold and silver lay before me, yet I could not touch it. Woe is me. Ling Zheng, who had already boarded the return subway, upon hearing Cheng Xi's distress, reluctantly disembarked and turned back. Half an hour later, Ling Zheng sat on the sofa, watching Cheng Xi, who was curled up on the bed, swathed in a blanket despite the sweltering heat. Her lips were swollen, and her eyes sparkled with charm, making it difficult to look at her. Cheng Xi recounted the events with palpable heartache. "How could I dare to agree? My identity will inevitably be discovered. The two families cannot avoid interaction. Pei's family, willing to marry into the Su family, must be attracted by some semblance of heritage that the Su family once possessed. What am I in comparison?" Ling Zheng nodded in agreement. "Especially since you have not yet held a wedding. Once the ceremony occurs, if the Su family cannot attend, your identity will surely be revealed. And with family birthdays and such, however, nothing is absolute. Should you find yourself pregnant, forget it." Cheng Xi said with a roll of her eyes. "As for the Pei family, if I were to shamelessly take advantage of my pregnancy to stay, they would undoubtedly hurl daily jibes and scorn at me. Pei Yinzhou would be no exception. We would surely become adversaries, and who knows, perhaps he would even resort to maternal abandonment. See, you understand the reasoning yourself." Ling Zheng chuckled. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. One must rely on oneself for everything." "You're right." Cheng Xi lamented a bit, but she also comprehended the situation. "Thankfully, I had resisted temptation just now. Quick, let's grab some skewers." Ling Zheng stifled a laugh. "Are you going to hide under the cover for the rest of your life?" After 2 seconds of wriggling under the blankets, Cheng Xi slowly emerged. Upon noticing the love bite on her neck, Ling Zheng teased, "Looks like things got quite heated between you two. Did nothing happen?" "Almost," Cheng Xi replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I was quite tipsy at the time. Alcohol really leads one astray. Sigh. I won't dare to drink again next time." "This was your first kiss, wasn't it?" Ling Zheng, somewhat naive about matters of the heart, inquired with curiosity. "Weren't you once very averse to getting close to boys? Even if you were drunk, you weren't completely out of it. When Pei Yinzhou kissed you, you didn't push him away? Do you not dislike him kissing you?" Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had been entirely intoxicated. After a brief lapse of thought, she recalled the moment, her heart racing. In the past, the mere idea of kissing, the most intimate act between a man and a woman, had repulsed her. Wasn't the exchange of saliva rather filthy? Yet just now, she recalled the scent that lingered on Pei Yinzhou. Perhaps it was because of his striking good looks. His breath had no unpleasant odor, and his fragrance was quite pleasant. Cheng Xi struggled to articulate her thoughts, even recalling how his slim waist felt when she wrapped her fingers around it, the magnetic sound that escaped his lips. "True," Ling Zheng chuckled. "Pei Yinzhou is indeed handsome, with an impressive physique surpassing many stars. When I sat in his car yesterday, the scent was particularly delightful. I couldn't discern what car air freshener he used. If you could manage to sleep with him, you wouldn't be at a loss." Cheng Xi was momentarily stunned again. That's true. After all, a woman's first cannot be preserved forever. Setting aside Pei Yinzhou's volatile temper and harsh nature, he is indeed exceptional. It's rumored that he ranks among the top 100 global billionaires, coupled with a model-like physique and stunning looks. Bragging about sleeping with him could last a lifetime. Nevertheless, it's too late now. "Well, I didn't realize you were so open-minded." Cheng Xi teased Ling Zheng. "Are you looking to date?" "Who am I to date?" Ling Zheng laughed self-deprecatingly. "I only wish to earn money, an abundance of it, before I attain my freedom. Love feels too distant. Sigh, I should also earn money. Even those like Pei Yinzhou, with wealth enough to last several lifetimes, still talk about making money. How could I afford to be complacent?" Cheng Xi sighed deeply, casting aside the unhappy events of the night, and began to earnestly enjoy skewers with Ling Zhong. Late into the night, Pei Yinzhou forcefully kicked open the door to Lu Chongli's residence. Upon entering, he remained silent, donning a countenance that suggested someone owed him an astronomical sum, as he took a seat at the bar and poured himself a drink. I remarked, "Brother, who has provoked you to such a state?" Appearing so visibly discontented, Lu Chongli yawned and lazily donned his pajamas, settling beside him, urging him to share his woes. "I encountered a foolish woman," Pei Yinzhou said, taking a hearty gulp of his drink, his chest tight with a mix of anger and frustration. He had never experienced such a monumental setback. It was utterly humiliating. The thought of strangling Cheng Xi, that woman, crossed his mind. Who? Lu Chongli's curiosity was piqued. It couldn't possibly be Cheng Xi, could it? She is the only one capable of inciting such ire in you. Pei Yinzhou tightened his grip on the glass, contemplating that she was indeed the sole individual who dared to be so brazen before him. This evening, he had granted her every courtesy, yet she had trampled upon his dignity. Indeed, it is her, Lu Chongli discerned from his expression. What has she done to provoke you this time? Let us not speak of her, Pei Yinzhou replied. I once believed her to be an astute woman, yet she has proven to be as shallow as the rest. No different from any other. I am too embarrassed to confess to my close friend that I had intended to spend the night with Cheng Xi, only to be rebuffed. Not only did she reject my advances, but she also insisted on divorcing me. Damn it. I had made every effort to overlook the disparity in our family standings, willing to maintain this marriage, yet she remains utterly ungrateful. Lu Chongli chuckled lightly as he poured himself a glass of red wine. I cannot perceive her as akin to other women. She has the audacity to confront Qin Jiamiao, that girl. To be honest, if she were to stand before me, I would have to raise my glass in admiration. Merely the folly of a fool, Pei Yinzhou retorted coldly, had it not been for her fortunate encounter with me. Her life would have been irrevocably ruined. The Qin family would never have spared her. Yet, Lu Chongli held a differing opinion. Truthfully, if Cheng Xi could endure such a situation, I might even look down upon her. Do you not fear that your words might infuriate Qin Jiamiao? She has harbored affection for you for many years. Lu Chongli clicked his tongue and sipped his wine. Forget it. I could not tolerate her temperament. To marry her, I would rather remain single for life. Pei Yinzhou's lips twitched with complexity. Some matters are not absolute. Look at me. I was married without a sound. Huh. At least let her become the true Miss Qin before we discuss that. Lu Chongli dismissed with a wave of his hand. By the way, Qin Ming called me today, inquiring about a suitable compensation for that delivery worker. As for Cheng Xi's situation, I shall no longer involve myself. Let Qin Ming decide for himself. Should Cheng Xi choose not to divorce him, Pei Yinzhou would not mind assisting her friend in securing a greater sum of compensation. However, since she was unwilling, he too did not wish to meddle further. The following day, Cheng Xi was in the hotel bathroom, brushing her teeth while scrolling through her phone. A somewhat unfamiliar WeChat account sent her a voice message. After pondering for a considerable time, she recalled that the individual seemed to be Qin Ming from WeChat, whom she had added while dining at Wudong Xian. Grasping the gravity of the situation, she connected the voice call. Is this Cheng Xi? I am Qin Ming. How is your friend faring? Not very well, Cheng Xi replied curtly. Ling Zhong has sustained a stomach injury. She could not join me for supper or drinks last night, and she has been plagued by stomach pains for the past 2 days. Qin Ming fell silent for a moment before responding. I have spoken with the police. Your friend primarily injured her stomach. I will transfer 20,000 to you for her, and we can consider this matter settled. Please do not regard it as a meager sum. My sister has always been cherished and pampered by us, and she has never been bullied like this. Initially, he intended to offer a larger compensation, but having gauged Yin Ji's indifferent attitude, he opted for this amount. Cheng Xi's gaze turned icy. Your sister is your family's treasure. Yet does that mean my friend, who is of a similar age, deserves to be bullied? Thus, I am compensating her with 20,000. Her ailment can be treated with merely 2,000 or 3,000. The remainder could be utilized for something else. Cheng Xi, it would be prudent to consult your friend's wishes first. If you do not value that sum, she might. Once you ascertain her preference, feel free to message me directly. However, I must caution you, there will be no excess funds. With that, Qin Ming impatiently hung up. Fuming with anger, Cheng Xi was incensed by Qin Ming's audacity, which he wielded, relying on the fact that neither she nor Ling Zhong had any backing. Yet, some of his words bore truth. The compensation was not coming from her own pocket. Cheng Xi relayed the conversation to Ling Zhong. What do you think? Compensate them. Ling Zheng said after a brief contemplation. He has a point. I can save the 20,000 for other purposes. As a delivery person, what I need most is money. I understand you desire a sincere apology from the Qin family, but is that even feasible? The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps they do not perceive any wrongdoing. After all, to them, a delivery worker might seem rather unsanitary. Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, struggling to find words. Isn't that so? Ling Zheng shrugged. Just as we lament the prospect of having no food tomorrow, they may only express regret over not being able to indulge in bird's nest soup. Cheng Xi ultimately fell silent, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. She conveyed the outcome to Qin Ming via message. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming transferred the 20,000, which Cheng Xi then forwarded to Ling Zheng. Initially, Ling Zheng insisted on taking only 10,000, acknowledging Cheng Xi's injuries sustained while defending her, but Cheng Xi adamantly refused to accept any less. In the afternoon, Cheng Xi accompanied Ling Zheng to the police station, where they retrieved the 20,000 refunded by the gaming company. On their way back, Ling Zheng received a call from her brother. Ling Zheng, you wretched woman. I called the gaming company, and they said the money has all been refunded to you. Hurry up and transfer it to me. I have lost my gear and cannot compete. My teammates are no longer seeking to team up with me. Then play less and study more. Ling Zheng replied coldly. Study my foot. I am a gaming prodigy. Don't impede my path to wealth. If you do not transfer the money soon, I will inform our parents and let them scold you. Ling Zheng abruptly ended the call and blocked her brother's number. Shortly thereafter, her parents called to scold her. Cheng Xi, who was listening nearby, could only remain speechless, fortunate that she had no brother. Meanwhile, at the Qin family's villa, Qin Jiamiao, who had not stepped outside for days, was infuriated upon hearing from a servant that Qin Ming had compensated the delivery person with 20,000 yuan. She angrily drove to his company, confronting him in tears. Brother, have you lost your mind? I am a victim here. My perfectly fine birthday party was ruined, and so many friends witnessed me being hit in the face with cake that night. Although they didn't voice it, they were all secretly laughing at me. And you actually compensated that delivery person? Was she to you? I didn't even go after her. Qin Ming, who had always feared his sister's tears, felt a headache coming on at the sight of her distress. Meow meow, please don't make this difficult for me. That delivery person's friend is Yin Ji's wife. Did you not see how grim Yin Ji's expression was? She's merely a pawn in this situation, who at the Pei family even considers her. Qin Jiamiao retorted angrily. You have no idea how arrogant she was that day. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might have suffocated to death from that cake. Qin Ming's expression turned serious. Truth be told, while Miao Miao could be quite willful, she was cherished deeply within the Qin family. Seeing her in such a state of distress pained him. All right, although Yin Good doesn't favor you, we must consider the bigger picture. The Pei family wouldn't want to lose face over this. Let us just let it go, Miao Miao. You should temper your temperament. The delivery person has her struggles too. I refuse to listen. Qin Jiamiao, feeling unsupported, stormed off before he could finish. Upon returning to the Qin residence, her anger only grew. As she contemplated seeking revenge on Cheng Xi, a servant informed her that Miss Xia had arrived. Ziyao, what brings you here? Qin Jiamiao hurried out to greet her. I heard you ran into some trouble, so I came to check on you, Xia Ziyao said, grasping her hand with a concerned expression. Does your face still hurt? It does. It's almost unbearable. Qin Jiamiao had not expected Xia Ziyao to have heard about the incident, and she realized the news had spread. In her frustration, she stomped her foot. Do you know the wretched woman who smashed cake in my face? She is Yin Zhou's new wife. That position should have been yours, but because she married Yin Zhou, she has become so audacious. I will not let her off the hook. You mean Cheng Xi? I've met her a couple of times, Xia Ziyao replied, her eyes flickering, though her face maintained a concerned demeanor. You must not act impulsively. Cheng Xi is not someone to be trifled with. She doesn't even regard the matriarch of the Pei family with respect. Just a few days ago, she sent Yin Zhou's sister-in-law back to her family in tears. Qin Jiamiao was taken aback. She had met the matriarch of the Pei family, Zhao Yashan, who was only a few years younger than her mother and possessed an imposing presence. She couldn't believe she was so brazen. How can the Pei family allow her to be so arrogant? Alas, it's all because after marrying her, Yin Zhou awakened. And the elders of the Pei family believe she brings him fortune. Yin Zhou wishes to divorce, but the Pei patriarch is holding him back, Xia Ziyao said, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister Xiao, do not be disheartened. That Cheng Xi is utterly uncouth, lacking in any dignified standing. She cannot possibly compare to you. Qin Jiamiao exclaimed with indignation. Moreover, she has offended me this time. If I let her off the hook, I would no longer deserve the Qin surname. I assure you, I have devised a method to deal with her. Once I have dealt with her, you will be free to reconcile with Brother Yinzhou. Do not act impulsively. Xia Xiao interjected. What if something were to happen to Cheng Xi? If the Pei family investigates, it could lead back to you, and the Qin family would face considerable trouble. Qin Jiamiao furrowed her brow in frustration. Though the Qin family is indeed affluent, they cannot rival the Pei family. Her parents place significant importance on their relationship with them. There are other ways, Xia Xiao remarked meaningfully. The matriarch of the Pei family is already at odds with Cheng Xi. You know the temperament of her daughter, Pei Feiyue. If Pei Feiyue discovers that her mother has been bullied by Cheng Xi, she will not let it rest. I hear she is currently in Country M for Fashion Week. But school is starting soon, and she should be back shortly. Qin Jiamiao's eyes lit up with realization. Sister Xiao, are you suggesting that if another precious gem from the Pei family takes action against Cheng Xi, it would pose no issue? Indeed, Xia Xiao replied. You are exceedingly astute. In an instant, Qin Jiamiao's gloomy disposition vanished. She knew all too well what kind of person Pei Feiyue was. She would not hesitate to employ others to eliminate Cheng Xi if the opportunity arose. Unbeknownst to Cheng Xi, she had already drawn the attention of others. For the next 2 days, she remained at home, nurturing her complexion, indulging in television and video games, avoiding any outings. Ling Zhang continued her delivery work, stating she needed to persist until the end of the month to receive her salary. She could not forsake the hard-earned money for the sake of Qin Jiamiao. Cheng Xi admired Ling Zhang's tenacity. In comparison, she felt rather lackadaisical of late. After school commenced, she resolved to swiftly establish her career. While contemplating her future endeavors, Cheng Yu called her. Cici, what on earth is happening? I returned to the Cheng family for dinner today, and Aunt Fong mentioned you moved out of the Pei family home a few days ago and are now renting a place. Such a significant matter, and you didn't mention a word to me. Cheng Xi sighed, exasperated by her mother's incessant chatter. Aunt Fong also said that Pei Yinzhou visited the Cheng family looking for you. Did you run away from home again? Why didn't you come to me? I am married now. If I were to seek you out, Han Yacheng would likely cause a scene, and I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Cheng Xi replied, I have rented an apartment near the school. It's quite nice. Are you free today? Why not come over for dinner? I will prepare a feast for you. You rented a place? Cheng Yu's anger intensified. I have an empty house under my name that you could reside in. Why go through the trouble of renting? No, that house was a gift from your mother to you. What would it look like if I moved in? My mother gave it to me, which makes it my property to manage as I see fit. Besides, I am married now, and Qilin has a house. I wouldn't be able to live in that one anyway. Cheng Yu has always felt a twinge of guilt towards Cheng Xi. Having grown up together, she regarded Cheng Xi as her own sister. Yet, when Cheng Xi faced difficulties, she found herself unable to offer assistance. Sister, my closeness to you has always been disfavored by your mother. I cannot allow her to look down on me even more. Cheng, she said earnestly. I truly enjoy the little apartment I rented. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Cheng Yu responded, please share the address with me. I shall come by this afternoon. Cheng Yu was well aware of Cheng Xi's character. Despite newfound wealth, she would still be reluctant to spend extravagantly, likely opting for a rather inexpensive apartment that might not be the safest for a young woman. Cheng Yu felt compelled to persuade her to move into her own residence. However, upon arriving in the afternoon and witnessing the apartment's decor, she was utterly astonished. Is this truly your rental? You actually spent thousands on rent? Not at all. I only spent a little over 1,000. The landlord was in dire need of money and was eager to lease it out. So, I seized a fortunate opportunity. Cheng Xi replied with a proud smile. Isn't it lovely? Such a stroke of luck left Cheng Yu feeling somewhat uneasy. But if Cheng Xi were to reside here, she would at least feel a measure of relief, as the property management of this building was commendable. I must be fortunate. It feels as though my luck has turned. Cheng Xi exclaimed cheerfully. Cheng Yu shot her a disapproving glance and inquired, What's the matter with your departure from the Pei family? Did something happen? Chapter 58. A man should not be indulged. Cheng Xi, wishing to spare Cheng Yu's worry, responded evasively, It's just some conflicts with the Pei family. They don't welcome me, and I grew tired of living there, constantly facing their disdain. Besides, I am about to start school and need a quiet place to study. Did the Pei family consent? They actually wanted me to move out. I suppose my tendency to speak my mind has made things rather complicated. Cheng Xi shrugged, adding with a hint of irony. I just don't understand why they have consistently opposed my divorce from Pei Yinzhou. Cheng Yu furrowed her brow and sat beside her, saying, the more affluent a family is, the more challenging divorce tends to be. Cheng Xi sighed. Enough about me. What about you and your brother-in-law? Have you confronted him about concealing his identity? I have. He mentioned that our acquaintance before marriage was brief. The reason he did not disclose his family's ownership of shares in the Shulin Group is that it is under his parents' names and does not concern him directly. He did not wish to flaunt something that isn't his achievement. As for his own assets, he has been completely transparent with me. Additionally, during the meeting of our families, they initially intended to introduce his parent status, but an argument broke out before the meal could even commence. Cheng Xi nodded. While I am not particularly close to Professor Han, I sense he possesses a deep-seated pride, which seems to be true. Indeed, Cheng Yu concurred. Qi Lin is genuinely diligent and ambitious. Just look at him. School hasn't even started yet, and he is already spending every day in the laboratory, returning only after dark. Ah, that seems a bit excessive, Cheng Xi remarked. Cheng Xi sighed, lamenting that these affluent scions were born into privilege far beyond our reach, and yet they strive so relentlessly, seemingly intent on pushing us ordinary folk against the wall, rendering life nearly unbearable. Sister, you should leave quickly. I must exert myself and strive to outdo them, to surpass them all. Cheng Yu chuckled softly. I do not mean to discourage you, but even if you exhaust yourself, you shall never surpass them. Cheng Xi's expression was one of despair. Well, let's not dwell on this. You asked me to eavesdrop on Han Yaqing's phone call last time. As Cheng Yu spoke, her brows furrowed in concern. That child, I truly do not know what to say. The last time I went to the art studio to fetch her, she had a disagreement with a little girl in her class. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and it was indeed Cheng Cheng's fault. I instructed her to apologize to that little girl, and on our way home, I tried to reason with her, but she would not listen and merely glared at me. Later, after we returned home, she secretly called her mother, claiming I bullied her and painted me as a wicked stepmother who favored others. That very night, her mother called Qi Lin to complain. Did your brother-in-law blame you? Cheng Xi inquired. Not all. Cheng Yu shook her head. I explained the situation to Qi Lin, and he did not hold it against me. However, I genuinely do not know how to guide this child. In her eyes, my affection for her is merely a means to curry favor with her father. A stern word from me is perceived as bullying. Oh, by the way, it seems your intuition about Qi Lin's ex-wife's sentiments was indeed correct. Cheng Xi perked up. What did you hear? After that dinner, where the two families parted on bad terms, the next day, I overheard Cheng on the phone with her mother, saying she would do everything her mother instructed her to. She mentioned that now her grandparents dislike our family, and her father has promised not to give her any siblings. As she spoke, Cheng Yu's unease deepened. Initially, the child resided with her grandparents, and this summer vacation was merely a 2-month stay with us. We had previously agreed to return her to her grandparents for first grade, where Nanny would care for her. Yet, now Cheng suddenly refuses to return her grandparents for school and insists on staying here for first grade. Isn't your brother-in-law working? Does that not mean you have to look after her? Cheng Xi frowned. Sister, you are still young, and the Han family does not intend to have more children. Do not neglect your own career for the sake of someone else's child. A woman must have her own aspirations. If she were grateful, that would be one thing, but the issue is that she seems solely focused on disrupting your marital relationship. Cheng Yu sank into distress. I understand, but when I'm married, I promised Qi Lin I would treat his child as my own. Sister, I implore you, do not let love cloud your judgment. Cheng Xi exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. How about I accompany you today to Baochuan foraging for wild vegetables at home, or I could join you in the mountains to gather them. Cheng Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. She was aware of her somewhat romanticized perspective, but surely it wasn't that extreme. Sister, let me tell you, managing a child's education along with their meals and homework is no simple task. If the child can be well cared for, my brother-in-law will certainly express his gratitude. However, should the child catch a cold or perform poorly academically, over time, even if my brother-in-law initially thinks little of it, he may develop grievances against you. Furthermore, the child is his and his ex-wife's. Why should you alone forego your career to take charge of their upbringing? A man should not be overly indulged. and this endeavor can prove to be a thankless effort. Cheng Xi fears her sister may be making a mistake. Consider this. Why has the child suddenly become reluctant to visit their grandparents? It is undoubtedly instigated by her mother, as remaining here disrupts your shared world. Either you must convey to your brother-in-law that the child can stay, but a nanny must be hired, for you are also busy and have your own work. Or she should return to her grandparents to continue her studies. Do not fear offending your brother-in-law. You married him, you are not his maid. Nor should you worry about him withholding your wages. Moreover, Han Yaqing truly needs to reduce contact with her mother to improve her temperament. Otherwise, this child may stray down the wrong path. The two sisters had not seen each other for several days and exchanged many words. After lunch, they went shopping together in the afternoon. It was not until 5:30 in the evening that Cheng Yu returned to that little family of three. Earlier that morning, she had informed Han Qilin of her intention to visit her sister, promising to return in the afternoon. Han Qilin had agreed, and the child was to be sent to his parents' home. Han's mother would bring her back after he finished work. As she reached the door, Cheng Yu took out her key to unlock it, when suddenly she heard Han's mother's voice from inside. I don't know how someone could be a proper wife. Still out so late, always running around. Now that she is married, she ought to settle down and focus on being a good wife and mother. Han Qilin interjected, Mom, Yaya has her own job. To take care of Changshang, she hasn't tea work this summer. Speaking of work, I recall you mentioning she studied directing, right? I advise you to dissuade her from continuing. She is still young, even more beautiful than your ex-wife. And being in contact with those in the film industry day in and day out makes her susceptible to infidelity. You may find yourself wearing a green hat without even realizing it. Chapter 59, Heartbroken Mom. Yaya is not that kind of person. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. I heard Changsheng mention that when Cheng Yu goes to the studio to pick her up, there are quite a few male teachers who flirt with her. Cheng Yu could no longer endure the conversation and turned to leave. Descending the stairs until she saw Han's mother coming down before she ascended to return home. Upon entering, she found Han Qilin in the kitchen preparing dinner. Still in his work clothes, a casual outfit of slacks, and a sky blue shirt, exuding a refined and handsome demeanor that even a rice cooker in his hands could not diminish. It was this very man who had once saved her life in their youth, a fleeting glance that lingered in her heart all these years. Even now, despite his second marriage and her being 6 or 7 years his junior, she stepped forward without hesitation. On the sofa, Han Yaqing was engrossed in an animated series, and upon seeing her return, greeted her sweetly with Andy. Cheng Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. She distinctly recalled her visit to the art studio, where only Han Yaqing's art teacher had engaged her in conversation regarding the child's classes. No male teachers had spoken to her at all. Yet, within the child's recounting, it transformed into a narrative where numerous male teachers had flirted with her. Andy, what's wrong? Han Yaqing asked, blinking nervously as she noticed Cheng Yu staring at her. Did Orange do something wrong again? Cheng Yu replied, Darling, you're back. Han Qilin emerged from the kitchen, greeting her warmly. Daddy, Annie doesn't seem very happy. Han Yaqing said cautiously. I called her, but she ignored me. I wasn't ignoring you. I was just lost in thought. Cheng Yu replied, feeling a pang of bitterness. She truly did not wish to confront the child, who, despite being so young, seemed more perceptive than adults. Since entering the room, she had uttered not a single word, while Han Yaqing's speech was laced with too many hidden sentiments. All right, Orange, you can watch television. Annie is not upset, Han Qilin reassured, guiding Cheng Yu into the kitchen. Don't take it to heart with Orange. My divorce from her mother has made the child quite sensitive, fearful that we might not like her or want her. Cheng Yu mused that the child was not merely afraid of being unloved. She was desperately concocting ways for her father to disapprove of her as well. I didn't think much of it, she murmured softly. That's good to hear. How is Cheng Xi settling in? Is she adjusting well? Han Qilin inquired. If you're worried, I can see about arranging a single dormitory for her at school. No need. I've already visited. It's quite fine, Cheng Yu said, feeling a warmth in her heart as she recognized his concern for her family. She mustered her spirits, rolled up her sleeves, and said, Darling, let me help you with dinner. Sure, he replied. For Han Qilin, spending time cooking with his wife after a long day at work was a heartwarming endeavor. In contrast, given his demanding job, he felt it was his duty to cherish the time spent with his wife and child. However, it was not long before Han Yaqing's voice echoed from outside. Daddy, come here for a moment. How do you read this character? I'll check on it. Han Qilan gently instructed, but soon found himself ensnared by the child's inquiries and did not return to the kitchen. Cheng Yu, not surprised, let out a wry smile that seemed to say, as expected. After dinner, Han Qilan accompanied the child downstairs to play, returning only after sharing stories until the child fell asleep, which was already past 11. Cheng Yu found herself perplexed by the child's stamina. She, on the other hand, was barely able to keep her eyes open until Han Qilan lifted her into his arms. "Darling," she said, blinking awake in surprise. Typically, after a full day of work, Han Qilan was utterly exhausted from attending to the child. They were fortunate to find time for each other even once a week. Don't wake Orange," he whispered as he carried Cheng Yu to the adjacent room. Beneath the soft glow of the bedroom light, Cheng Yu appeared as a resplendent rose, breathtakingly beautiful. Han Qilan recalled his mother's words from earlier that evening. He was acutely aware that his young bride, Cheng Yu, possessed a beauty that could rival many starlets within the entertainment industry. Such a woman is undoubtedly not lacking in admirers. Wife. Han Qilan possessively captured her lips with a kiss. This evening, Han Qilan was particularly fervent. By the end, Cheng Yu was so exhausted that she could barely lift her fingers. "Darling, what has come over you today? You seem different from usual." Cheng Yu yawned wearily in his embrace. "Is it not to your liking?" Han Qilan gazed down at her, and after being showered with affection, she exuded an additional layer of alluring charm. "I've been so busy lately that I haven't had the chance to accompany you properly. My wife is so young and beautiful. What if some man outside entices her away?" Cheng Yu was taken aback, her mind flashing back to what Han's mother had said. Her heart sinking. "Qilan, do you not trust me?" Han Qilan chuckled softly. "You are so beautiful. If I weren't at all concerned, it would mean you hold no place in my heart." Cheng Yu felt a warmth bloom within her as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Well, while you teach at the university, surrounded by young women in their 20s, I would worry too." "Cheng," she said, "those students have crowned you the most handsome professor. Is that so? It's a pity that this professor is already taken." Han Qilan lifted her onto his lap. Cheng Yu gazed at his handsome features, utterly captivated. While Cheng Xi called her love-struck, it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, Han Qilan maintained a stern demeanor in front of his students, yet in her presence, he shed his clothing and revealed a warm and tender side that belonged solely to her. "Darling, I have something to tell you." Just as passion enveloped them, Cheng Yu spoke. "Cheng mentioned wanting to study here. I have no objections, but I do work, and sometimes the television station requires filming at night. Perhaps you could hire a nanny for Cheng." "Wife, I'm fine with hiring a cook, but I'm not fond of having a live-in nanny. Our home has only 3 rooms. It's insufficient. I think you should refrain from working for the time being. The television job is too complex and unnecessary. I can earn enough for us. You could focus on your self-care, get a gym membership, or play the piano at your cafe. Life could be quite pleasant. But I want to work. Darling, we can't both be overly busy. It's not conducive to our family environment. Besides, aren't we planning to hold a wedding this year? And consider having children in a couple of years?" Han Qilan lay down with her. Cheng cannot be entirely neglected. If you focus solely on work, she might feel that you don't care for her. Cheng Yu's emotions were complicated. "Can't you let Cheng study at your parents' place? I truly find it hard to manage her. Sometimes when I speak to her, she believes I'm being unkind, but she is still so young and can make mistakes. I cannot always indulge her. She doesn't want to go, and I cannot force her. She might think I no longer want her after marrying." Han Qilan sighed. "Moreover, my parents spoil her too much." Cheng Yu fell silent for a moment. Chapter 60. Do not learn too many tricks from Cheng Xi. It's time for bed. Han Qilan held her as they prepared to return to the master bedroom, but Cheng Yu rejected him, her beautiful face etched with disappointment. His constant consideration for Han Yacheng is undoubtedly commendable, yet he has never truly contemplated her feelings. Throughout their long acquaintance, she has seldom shown him any discontent, remaining largely compliant. At this moment, Han Qilan, feeling somewhat exasperated, reminded her, "Do you not remember the promise you made when you married me? You vowed to treat Cheng as your own. Are you now having second thoughts?" "My dear husband," she replied, "I too wish to embrace her as my own child. Yet Cheng perceives me as a rival for your affections. Moreover, during our last family dinner, she suddenly ran off. Later, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between her and her mother. It was evident that her mother had instigated her actions. I am uncertain of what your ex-wife communicated to her, but it surely was not benevolent, stirring discord between Cheng and me. If you desire my involvement in Cheng Xi's upbringing, I am amenable, but it is imperative that her contact with her mother diminishes. Upon hearing this, Han Qilan gazed at her as if he were meeting her for the first time. His expression filled with incredulity. Cheng Cheng is the child born of Shun Yu's 10-month gestation. Initially, she sought to contest for custody, yet she relinquished her claim for the child's future. Now you ask me to prevent her from connecting with Cheng Cheng. Do you not find this excessively cruel for a mother? However, your ex-wife is not an easy adversary. Were she not inciting the child to undermine our relationship, I would not resort to such measures. Consider this. Cheng Cheng is merely 5 years old. What does she truly comprehend? You must understand, that child is merely a product of divorced parents, devoid of security. Han Qilan interjected sternly. Cheng Cheng has never uttered a word against you. Cheng Yu felt a chill wash over her, realizing the gravity of his words. The fact that Han Yacheng had never spoken ill of her in Han Qilan's presence was indeed alarming. I bear no ill will towards Cheng Cheng, Cheng Yu said bitterly. Yet your ex-wife would compromise your academic integrity for her own advancement, revealing her character. Cheng Cheng's reluctance to accept siblings does not stem from insecurity. I suspect her mother is instigating this. Perhaps your ex-wife fears that once we have children, Cheng Cheng will be unable to inherit the shares left by your parents. The Su Lin Group is vast, and even a fraction of its shares. Who told you this? Han Qilan interrupted sharply. You visited your sister today and returned to share this with me. Did Cheng Xi divulge this information? Cheng Yu was taken aback. Is that the crux of the matter? Refrain from discussing our family affairs with Cheng Xi in the future, Han Qilan admonished. Cheng Xi possesses a modicum of cleverness, but she is also quite cunning. How can you speak of my sister in such a manner? Han Qilan replied earnestly. Cheng Yu, there are matters I have not disclosed. But that does not imply I am oblivious to what you and Cheng Xi have conspired. For reasons unknown, Cheng Yu felt her heart race under his unwavering gaze. Han Qilan, upon learning about my connection with the Shulin group from Han Yaoding, I promptly reached out to Yaoding. He mentioned that your sister is Pei Yinzhou's wife. Interestingly, I have known Pei Yinzhou for quite some time and am aware of his engagement with a descendant of the Su family. However, during our interactions, you conveyed that Cheng Xi is in a precarious financial situation, while, conversely, your sister possesses property in the city and drives a Mercedes, along with running a cafe. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the true heir of the Su family, and Cheng Xi is merely the daughter brought over by your stepmother. Cheng Yu's face blanched at this revelation. She had initially hoped to delay Han Qilan from arranging a meeting between the two families to avoid exposing Cheng Xi's predicament. Yet Han Qilan had already deduced the truth. It made sense, given his intellect. She had often discussed family matters before she was aware of Han Qilan's true identity. Qilan, I implore you, please do not speak of this to anyone, Cheng Yu said hastily. The Pei family indeed wished for me to marry into their family, as did my parents, but I love you. I feared they would coerce me, which is why I hurriedly obtained a marriage certificate with you. Cheng Xi willingly married into the Pei family to assist me. Foolish girl, I will not disclose this, Han Qilan replied, gently tousling her long hair. However, if the Han family were to discover this, your parents would undoubtedly offend the Pei family. Nonetheless, I believe Cheng Xi's motivations are not solely for you. She likely has her own agenda. Marrying into the Pei family could provide her with financial gain, altering her destiny forever. Hence I caution you. Your sister is quite astute and harbors many ulterior motives. Cheng Xi Froza, realizing Han Qilan's implication. Indeed, Cheng Xi was cunning and money-driven. Yet she had always been straightforward with Cheng Yu. Yeah, you have never known want, living like a blank slate. Do not emulate Cheng Xi's cunning. All she sees are opportunities for gain, which is why she is capable of manipulating others. It would be best for you to distance yourself from her. I hope you remain pure for all eternity. During his years abroad, Han Qilan had been genuinely wounded by his ex-wife, who was excessively driven by self-interest. His affection for Cheng Yu stemmed from her inherent innocence. A chill swept through Cheng Yu's heart, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. I will not distance myself from Cheng Xi, regardless of your perceptions of my sister. She is the best in my eyes. Cheng Yu, Han Qilan's demeanor darkened. Despite his lengthy discourse, she remained obstinate, which irked him. As for Han Yacheng's education, I no longer wish to involve myself. I also do not want to abandon my work. If you do not wish to send Han Yacheng back to your parents for schooling, then hire a nanny. Cheng Yu looked up at him, coming to the realization that, as Cheng Xi had pointed out, Han Qilan was not her employer. Why should she comply with his every demand? Most importantly, she had no desire to confront Han Yaqing. Throughout her life, Cheng Yu had been shielded so well that she had never engaged in such treacherous games. Han Qilan stared at her impassively for a moment before dismissively stating, "Do as you please," and left the room, pulling on his trousers. Cheng Yu wept in distress, finding little solace in sleep as she lay alone in the guest room. The following day, Cheng Yu awoke a bit later than usual and discovered that Han Qilan had already finished breakfast and departed with Han Yaqing. After a moment's contemplation, she took the initiative to call Han Qilan. "Aren't you supposed to be at work today? Where have you left Cheng Cheng?" "I took Cheng Cheng to my mother's place. You've expressed disdain for her while at work, so rest assured, you won't have to deal with her anymore." Han Qilan replied in a flat tone, "I've hired a live-in nanny. Focus on your job." With that, he abruptly ended the call. He was genuinely upset. Cheng Cheng was his precious daughter, and he felt he had already failed her. Though he had never expected her to treat Cheng Cheng as her own child, he believed at the very least she should not harbor disdain for her. Cheng Cheng was merely a sensitive child caught in the turmoil of her parents' divorce. He thought it unfair to label her as manipulative. What could such a young child possibly understand? In the living room, Cheng Yu sat in a daze. She had not looked down upon Cheng Cheng. Rather, she was simply afraid of interacting with the child. After spending a considerable amount of time together, Han Qilan had never treated her with such coldness. Cheng Yu felt as if her heart were being sliced by a knife. It was not until Cheng Xi called that she snapped back to reality. "Sister, have you spoken with brother-in-law?" "I have. He mentioned hiring a live-in nanny." "Allowing me to focus on my work," Cheng Yu replied, her voice hollow. "Isn't that quite good?" "Brother-in-law seems understanding," Cheng Xi remarked. After a prolonged silence without a response from Cheng Yu, she sensed something was amiss. "Sister, what's wrong?" Though he agreed, his demeanor towards me has grown significantly colder. Cheng Yu confessed, feeling lost. Shi, do you think he dislikes me?" She was at a loss for words. "Sister, I implore you to be rational. Brother-in-law's circumstances aren't unfavorable. He merely wants to ensure his child is cared for while allowing you to pursue your career. If he gets upset over such a trivial matter, that's his issue, not yours. Are you to remain at home, sacrificing your youth to care for his daughter with his ex-wife? If he is so devoted to his child, why doesn't he stay home himself and raise her? You must have your own career." As brother-in-law's academic achievements continue to flourish, the women around him will be knowledgeable and accomplished. Who's to say he won't one day grow weary of a wife who merely manages household chores and spends money? Over time, your sacrifices for this family may become expected. It's perfectly fine to love someone, but you must first love yourself in order to attract a man's enduring affection. Cheng Xi's words struck Cheng Yu like a reassuring anchor, gradually helping her regain her composure. "What should I do now?" "Just focus on your work. Why should you fear losing a second marriage when you are a young and beautiful woman? The one who should be anxious is him. After all, you're already married. Why worry?" Cheng Yu ended the call. Cheng Xi was still seething with resentment, feeling a bit frustrated as she lacked the appetite for breakfast. How outrageous. I once thought Professor Han was a good man, but this incident has revealed his selfish machismo. What does he take my sister for? A mere nanny to be slept with? Cheng Xi exclaimed angrily. Lingjing took a bite of the fried dough stick and remarked, "This is precisely why women must remain vigilant. Your sister is in such a favorable position. Why would she consider marrying a divorced man with children? Being a stepmother is no easy task." Cheng Xi was filled with indignation. "It's not just a difficult role. That child is even more formidable than I am. Professor Han expects my sister to quit her job and stay home to care for the child. Has he lost his mind in the pursuit of research? With my sister's innocent nature, if she gets too close to his child, she might be devoured whole." Lingjing was speechless. "Isn't your sister the assistant director at the television station? It's a wonderful job, stable, high-paying, and full of potential. She would have to be insane to give it up." Indeed, that position was secured through their mother's painstaking efforts, the easiest role at the station. During college, my sister learned from many renowned directors. She truly has a talent for filming. To abandon that and become a housewife would be a pity. I can't allow her to do that. My sister has a good heart and no major flaws. She just can't let go of the person who saved her. Stubbornly holding onto that sentiment, Lingjing shook her head. "I can't comprehend that. I certainly do not wish to experience it. I have no desire to love someone to the point of losing myself." Cheng Xi raised her cup. "I wouldn't either. Here, to sisterhood. Let us toast with some soy milk." In the Pei family's old residence, Pei Yinzhou finished his breakfast and prepared to head to the company. Just as he pushed back his chair, he was called to a halt by his father. "Wait, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Pei Yinzhou turned with a face as cold as ice. Pei's father was momentarily taken aback. He had always found his youngest son rather aloof, but recently, his demeanor seemed increasingly frigid. At this rate, he would start to suspect that the Grand Pei residence was nothing more than a freezer. "Tomorrow, Fei Yue will return to the country. You should bring Cheng Xi along for a family reunion meal, so Fei Yue can meet this new sister-in-law." It seemed as though the return of his beloved granddaughter lifted Pei mother-esque spirits. It appeared that Fei Yue and Cheng Xi were of similar ages, both still in university. Yes, they should have much to discuss, Pei's father said in agreement, only to suddenly notice that his son remained silent and cold-faced. "What is the matter? Is Cheng Xi still upset? You haven't apologized to her, have you?" "I did apologize." Pei Yinzhou was at a loss for words. In any case, he had no desire to see Cheng Xi at all, and even hearing her name filled him with irritation because that woman had tarnished his dignity. "If you've apologized, then invite her over." Pei's mother, having been out of the hospital for some time, still felt a twinge of regret towards Cheng Xi. However, at her age, maintaining face was more important than anything else. "Mom, she's just an outsider. There's no need to call her over," Pei Yinzhou replied impatiently. "It's just our family having a meal together." "Nonsense. You're already legally bound. How could she be an outsider?" Pei's father adopted a stern demeanor. Upon reflection, the child's ability to discern that insulin should be administered to her mother in such a dire situation indicated her remarkable composure, despite her current disposition resembling a mere stone. Her youth afforded her the potential to be sculpted into a precious gem. Meanwhile, Pei Yinzhou felt a cold derision within. The crux of the matter was that Cheng Xi was resolutely determined to divorce him. She was steadfast in her decision to remain as unyielding as a rock, and there was little he could do to transform her into a gem. Was it possible that she had yet to forgive him, and that he, as her mother-in-law, should personally apologize? Pei's mother interjected with displeasure. "All right, I shall promptly call her and express my apologies for indulging in her cake that day." "Mother, what are you doing?" "I did not intervene when our son struck her. I even scolded him," Pei's father hastily countered, asserting that it was he who should bear the embarrassment. Observing this quarrel between his parents, Pei Yinzhou felt a sharp throb at his temples. "Enough. Please cease your bickering. She no longer holds a grudge over that incident. I will invite her over tomorrow." With that, Pei Yinzhou turned and left. Yet, once he was in the car, a headache began to plague him. After that day, he had truly wished to sever all ties with Cheng Xi, but now his parents were pressuring him once more. Upon arriving at the office, he summoned Yang Kai. "You, call Cheng Xi and invite her to dinner at the Pei residence tomorrow." Yang Kai, who's let, recalled that the young madam had recently dined at a couple's restaurant with the president, and their relationship seemed to have improved significantly. Why the sudden insistence on making a phone call? "Understood," Yang Kai replied, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Pei Yinzhou's command. "Do it here on speakerphone," he instructed, pointing to the table. Yang Kai felt a jolt of surprise and quickly dialed Cheng Xi's number in front of Pei Yinzhou. Since Cheng Xi had not saved Yang Kai's number, she immediately hung up upon seeing the unfamiliar call. Yang Kai tried again, only to have the call cut off once more. "It seems Miss Cheng has not saved your number, President Pei. She might be mistaking our calls for spam," Yang Kai noted, attempting to salvage Pei Yinzhou's pride. However, Pei Yinzhou's mood remained unaltered. It was evident that he and Cheng Xi were indeed akin to a plastic couple. After being married for some time, they were unaware of each other's phone numbers. Clearly, Cheng Xi was far less invested in this marriage than he was. "That will be all. You may leave," Pei Yinzhou commanded, his voice frosty. Once Yang Kai departed, Pei Yinzhou found Cheng Xi's contact on WeChat and initiated a voice call, hoping that she had not deleted him from her contacts. After a few rings, the tension in Pei Yinzhou's anger eased. She had not removed him. "President Pei." Cheng Xi's voice came through, tinged with surprise after several seconds. "Did you not call me Brother Yinzhou just a few days ago?" Pei Yinzhou remarked sarcastically. "How swiftly you have elevated me to President Pei." Cheng Xi felt a wave of embarrassment, given their shared experiences. She could hardly continue to address him in such a familiar manner. I truly wish for a brother like you. I have envied others for having brothers since childhood." Cheng Xi awkwardly remarked, "But didn't you scold me for being foolish that day, looking down on me with disdain? I won't be so eager to acknowledge our kinship." A light scoff escaped Pei Yinzhou's lips. At least you possess some self-awareness. You certainly lack the qualifications to be my sister, but I might reluctantly consider you as a different kind of sister." Cheng Xi, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Pei Yinzhou, are you out of your mind? Why did you call? Surely it's not to bring up that night again." Pei Yinzhou was taken aback. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten the true purpose of his call. "Rest assured, it is not. I have no interest in reminiscing about that evening. After all, you have a most unappealing physique I have ever encountered, being flat-chested. The primary reason for my call is to inform you that you are expected to return to the Pei residence tomorrow for a family reunion dinner." Cheng Xi gritted her teeth, feeling the sting of his words as he not only revealed his intentions, but also took a jab at her. How arrogant, she thought. Not a chance. Cheng Xi cursed. "You've already moved out. Why should I come? Your family can dine without me. I, a flat-chested poor girl, am unworthy of dining with your illustrious Pei family. What if I've never seen such grandeur and end up devouring 2 large bowls of rice? What if your sister-in-law mocks me? I fear I wouldn't be able to control myself, especially since the reunion dinner looks so delicious." Pei Yinzhou nearly lost his composure, contemplating hanging up the phone in frustration. However, considering that he was already so worked up at such a young age, he imagined how it would feel if his parents were the ones calling. He suppressed his anger and said, "Don't forget, moving out is one thing, but we are not divorced. Fine, I won't let my sister-in-law speak ill of you, nor will I disdain you for your flat-chested figure. In fact, given your impoverished circumstances, I can allow you to eat as much as you desire. Does that work for you?" This time, it was Cheng Xi who felt stifled. She could mock others, but when those words were turned against her, it infuriated her. "Pei Yinzhou, do you even know how to speak? How could I not? Is that not how you describe yourself? Am I not showing you the respect you deserve?" Cheng Xi managed to regain a point. Pei Yinzhou's mood lightened a bit. "All right, I don't particularly want you to come. It's my parents who insist. It's merely a dinner for my niece's return. Cheng Xi, do not be ungrateful and oppose me at every turn, or I might just decide to never divorce you in this lifetime. Pei Yinzhou, have you no shame? Who was it that despised me and insisted on divorce?" Cheng Xi could hardly believe he would threaten her in such a manner. "What good does my dislike do? My parents refused to agree to the divorce, insisting you bring me fortune." Pei Yinzhou scoffed. "I have yet to see any fortune from you. Instead, I'm constantly vexed by you." Cheng Xi suddenly realized that Pei's parents believed she brought him good luck. What era was this? "I will pick you up at 5 tomorrow afternoon. Save my number. I called you several times earlier, but you didn't answer." After Pei Yinzhou hung up, Cheng Xi noticed the missed calls. Well, she had previously thought it was a lone call from the internet. However, there were 2 unfamiliar calls. Which one belonged to Pei Yinzhou? Cheng Xi pondered for a moment, concluding it must be the first one. He likely tried to reach her, but failed to connect, so he borrowed someone else's phone to call. Thus, Cheng Xi saved the first missed call on her phone, noting it as Zatsupe. The nickname was quite fitting and pleasant. The following day, Cheng Xi and Ling Zheng visited Sioux City University in the morning. With the new semester commencing, they officially ascended to the status of senior sisters in their 4th year, which also signified the arrival of a new cohort of freshmen embarking on their university journey. At the entrance, a group of youthful newcomers dragged their suitcases through the gates. The fresh-faced boys and girls gazed in awe at the hand-in-hand Cheng Xi and Ling Zheng. On the vibrant, shaded campus path, Cheng Xi donned loose white athletic pants paired with a fitted oatmeal-colored knit short-sleeve top, accentuating her alluring and flawless figure. Her long hair danced gracefully in the breeze, radiating a charming and bright aura that rendered the surrounding sunlight dim by comparison. Though Ling Zheng wore simple jeans and a t-shirt, her sun-kissed skin complemented her striking features and tall stature. Together, they instantly became a picturesque sight for onlookers. In Chapter 63, Cheng Xi's arch-rival, a freshman boy gasped in admiration, exclaiming how fortunate he was to encounter 2 beauties upon his arrival. "I wonder if they have boyfriends. Oh, I must find love. Dream on." A second-year student welcoming the newcomers playfully smacked the boy on the head, reminding him, "Do you know who they are? That's our campus beauty and department flower. With your looks, you dare to dream? Even the president of our student council hasn't pursued them." "Which one is the campus beauty?" the freshman cautiously inquired. "The one on the left in the knit top," the senior replied with a smile. Cheng Xi is particularly adorable when she smiles, sweet and approachable. In truth, Ling Zheng is also quite lovely, though she tends to be a bit aloof and doesn't care much for appearances. "But, senior," another new female freshman whispered, "I heard that the campus beauty at Sioux City University is named Pei." "Oh, You must be referring to Senior Pei Feiyue, the senior side. She is indeed beautiful and comes from a well-off family. However, her temperament is a bit difficult. She lacks the warmth that Cheng Xi possesses. During last semester's forum election for Campus Beauty, Pei Feiyue lost by a vote. In summary, Sioux City University is home to many beautiful girls. I truly made the right choice in coming here. I must find my soulmate in the coming years. The freshmen admired their senior sister's beauty, while Cheng Xi also appreciated the new students. Oh my, there are quite a few promising newcomers this year. I just spotted several girls with striking features and some fresh-faced boys. They seem to be much younger than that Pei Yinzhou fellow. Ling Zheng remarked. I don't know how he suddenly got onto the topic of Pei Yinzhou. I don't fancy those younger than me. She reflected. They are immature and naive. However, Pei Yinzhou, in my view, appears rather juvenile and lacks the maturity one might expect. Cheng Xi coldly scoffed, asserting that a man's sense of responsibility and maturity has little to do with age. Ling Zheng, after a moment of silent contemplation, could not help but interject. Are you aware of how Pei Yinzhou is perceived online? He is hailed as the youngest business prodigy in the country and the first individual under 30 to secure a place on the global wealth list. How can you, with neither a career nor achievements, dare to criticize him? Cheng Xi felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing there might be some truth in her words. Oh dear, I'm just in a bad mood. Why must he insist on dragging me to the Pei family dinner tonight? I have no desire to go at all. It's merely a feast of exotic delicacies. Dining out would suffice, and wealth does not guarantee access to such luxuries. Ling Zheng reassured her, if you truly divorce, those rare delights may no longer be within your reach. Cheng Xi suddenly saw the logic in this perspective and found herself less resistant to the idea of dining at the Pei residence that evening. In fact, she resolved to savor every bite of the meal. The two parted ways at the dormitory, with Ling Zheng planning to return to her own room to sort through her belongings, while Cheng Xi had rented an apartment, allowing her the flexibility to stay in the dormitory or the apartment as she pleased. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Cheng Xi's three roommates were already present. Having lived together for 3 years, they shared a strong bond. By noon, they excitedly ventured out to enjoy a lively hot pot meal near the school. As they discussed their summer activities, Cheng Xi refrained from mentioning her marriage, instead claiming she had been busy writing her thesis at home. Hey, do you all know what Pei Feiyue has been up to this summer? During the meal, the most gossip-loving roommate, Su Xiao, exclaimed enviously. It seems she attended a fashion show in America. I heard she posed for photos with numerous Hollywood stars and elite figures from abroad, including athletes. Right? I believe I heard something similar. Another roommate, Zhu Sihue, quickly chimed in after swallowing a meatball. A friend of mine added Pei Feiyue on social media and saw her with an international superstar. Sigh, it's truly disheartening to compare ourselves. We are still struggling with internships and jobs, while she has already reached the pinnacle of success. Could you all refrain from discussing this? Suddenly, Shun Yaoyao, who had been silent, glanced at Cheng Xi and subtly gestured. Su Xiao and Zhu Sihue immediately recalled that Cheng Xi and Pei Feiyue were rivals. Cheng Elf. Oh, come on, it's just a photo with a star, Cheng Xi quipped, playfully picking up a piece of dried bean curd. Soon, I'll have those celebrities begging me for a photo. The three roommates burst into laughter. Indeed, what is the big deal about a photo with a star? Su Xiao Juke. Look at how Pei Feiyue admires President Tang, yet our President Tang favors you, Cheng Xi. Thus, personal charm is independent of one's background or status, so there is no need to feel envious of others. Cheers, they exclaimed, raising their glasses. After a satisfying lunch, Cheng Xi returned to the dormitory and took a nap, waking up to find it was already 4 o'clock. Suddenly, she recalled that she was supposed to have dinner at the Pei residence. Pei Yinzhou had mentioned he would come to pick her up, but she had yet to inform him of the address. Just as she was about to dial his number, an unfamiliar call interrupted her. Frowning, she hesitated to answer a call from an unknown number and promptly hung up. In the luxury car, Pei Yinzhou gazed at the phone that had just been disconnected, his handsome face clouded with displeasure. It was unprecedented for a woman to repeatedly hang up on him. Did she truly wish to provoke him? At that moment, Yang Kai, seated in the passenger seat, received a call on his phone. Hesitating, he turned to Pei Yinzhou, saying, President Pei, the young mistress is calling me. Answer it. Pei Yinzhou replied with raised eyebrows, eager to understand the significance of her contacting Yang Kai after rejecting his calls. Yang Kai cautiously pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. Hubby, Cheng Xi's sweet voice resonated through the car. A profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Yang Kai, seasoned by the tumult of his profession, glanced nervously at Pei Yinzhou, whose expression could have squeezed water from a stone. He felt a cold sweat break out, uncertain if he had inadvertently offended the young mistress. President Pei, the young mistress must have made a mistake, Yang Kai began, but before he could finish, Pei Yinzhou snatched the phone from him, gnashing his teeth as he scolded. Cheng Xi, are you courting death? Cheng Xi, bewildered, retorted. Pei Yinzhou, are you out of your mind? Is it unacceptable for me to call you President Pei, yet I am reprimanded for calling you hubby? Must I address you as Brother Yinzhou to satisfy your twisted whims? Her melodic voice filled every corner of the car. Yang Kai gasped, guesting a furtive, bewildered glance at Pei Yinzhou, who appeared to harbor unexpected preferences. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, Pei Yinzhou shot him a fierce glare, causing Yang Kai to instantly lower his head, not daring to utter another word. Chapter 64. Conceiving your child. Pei Yinzhou, his head throbbing, rubbed his temples and exclaimed, "You fool. Do you realize you dialed Yang Kai's number?" Cheng Xi was taken aback. So, she had inadvertently addressed Yang Kai as hubby? I thought this was your number. She murmured sheepishly in explanation. The call that got rejected was mine. Pei Yinzhou struggled to comprehend her reasoning. How could she mistakenly believe Yang Kai's number was his? Fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding, but if she had truly dared to call another man hubby, he shot another glowering look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, bewildered, wondered what he had done wrong. Was it truly his fault that the young mistress was confused? By the way, I call to inform you that I am not at the apartment. I am at Sioux City University. Please pick me up at the back entrance, Cheng Xi added. Why the back entrance? It requires a detour, Pei Yinzhou questioned. There are too many people at the front. If you arrive in your luxury car, others might assume I'm being kept, she explained. Pei Yinzhou commanded the driver to head directly to the back entrance of Sioux City University. 40 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at its destination, and from a distance, Cheng Xi could be seen wearing a mask, holding a cup of milk tea. As the car came to a halt before her, she furtively glanced around before slipping inside. Her demeanor stirred a sense of displeasure within Pei Yinzhou. Was such caution truly necessary? One might wonder if she was entangled with some boy at school. Cheng Xi, I must caution you. We are not yet divorced. And should you dare to betray me during our marriage, I assure you that the consequences will be dire. I appreciate your warning, Cheng Xi replied, removing her mask and offering a faint smile. However, you need not worry. I would never stoop to your level. Consuming shrimp peeled by my ex-girlfriend's hands in front of my spouse while still married. My moral compass is decidedly more steadfast. Pei Yinzhou's brow furrowed. It seemed he could not move past his history with Xia Ziyao. Observing his brooding expression, Cheng Xi inserted her straw into the milk tea and continued. My caution stems from my relatively high profile at Sioux City University. You see, as a campus belle, most of my peers recognize me. In this society, where there are people, beautiful women often face undue scrutiny. Should someone see me stepping into a luxury car worth millions, tomorrow's forum would undoubtedly buzz with rumors of me being kept by some wealthy old man. Pei Yinzhou cast a measured glance in her direction, his deep, starry eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. Then, the next time I come to pick you up, I shall lower the window, allowing everyone to see that the one who supports you is not a wealthy old man, if that pleases you. Thank you. How considerate of you, Cheng Xi retorted, taking a hearty sip of her milk tea. You're welcome, Pei Yinzhou replied with a slight smile. But the standards for a campus belle at Sioux City University are rather low, it seems. You, of all people, being crowned as such is quite amusing. The driver and Yang Kai, seated in the front, were taken aback. After years of service, they had never witnessed Pei Yinzhou speak so freely and with such biting wit. They recalled how gentlemanly he had been with Xia Ziyao. Was the current Pei Yinzhou finally unshackled? Meanwhile, Cheng Xi tightened her grip on the milk tea cup, her patience wearing thin. Stop the car, she demanded. Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow, regarding her. Cheng Xi's expressive eyes, now brimming with indignation, glared back at him. I refuse to go any further. I want to get out. Ignore her, Pei Yinzhou instructed the driver. She values her life too much to do anything reckless. The driver clutched the steering wheel, apprehensive that the fiery lady might leap from the moving vehicle. Yet, after more than 10 minutes, she remained seated. It seemed Pei Yinzhou was indeed correct. She was cautious about her safety. Conversely, Cheng Xi was seething with rage, having drained her enormous cup of milk tea, her stomach now uncomfortably full. Pei Yinzhou cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, "It would be wise for you to refrain from excessive drinking tonight. We have Japanese wagyu flown in, alongside lobsters brought back from Australia by my friend, and let us not forget the New Zealand lamb chops, freshly slaughtered this morning, which can be prepared as exquisite French-style roast." Cheng Xi, after letting out a hearty belch, glared at him with indignation. "Were you deliberately withholding this information? You wait until I finished drinking before mentioning it." "Ah, I simply forgot until you had finished," Pei Yinzhou replied with a nonchalant smile. Cheng Xi found him insufferable. Although she had never traveled abroad, she had heard tales of the delectable Japanese wagyu, the splendid Australian lobsters, and the succulent French lamb chops. With the Pei family's five-star chefs and the freshness of the ingredients, the meal was bound to be divine. Apart from her keen interest in making money, her other passion was food. Alas, she lamented that she should not have felt envious of others indulging in milk tea. When Pei Yinzhou noticed the expression on her cherubic face, reminiscent of someone who had missed out on a fortune, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in amusement. During their previous dining experience at a Western restaurant, it had been evident that Cheng Xi was indeed a true foodie. Is it really necessary to make such a grand affair, just because your niece has returned from abroad? Cheng Xi sighed unexpectedly, feeling a twinge of envy towards his niece. "Oh, how I wish I were your niece." Her heartfelt confession fell upon the car like a hush, the driver and Yang Kai exchanging bemused glances. "But you are now Mrs. Pei. As long as you hold tightly onto young Master Pei, your happiness would far exceed that of being someone's niece." Even Pei Yinzhou found himself momentarily speechless, stifled by her words, and could only respond with a series of cold laughs. "You yearn to be his niece instead of embracing the role of Mrs. Pei. Quite amusing. I truly wish to see if your head is filled with tofu." As dusk approached, the car entered the Pei family's ancestral home. Upon returning to this venerable residence, Cheng Xi was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of oppression as she gazed at the old mansion bathed in the twilight. Following Pei Yinzhou inside, she suddenly recalled something. "Is your niece studying abroad?" "No, she attends the same university as you. She went abroad during the summer to participate in Fashion Week," Pei Yinzhou explained while leading the way. This evening, the Pei household seemed particularly lively. As they reached the entrance, laughter from Pei's mother, Zhao Yashan, echoed from within. Cheng Xi found herself momentarily distracted. His niece, attending Sioux City University like herself, had gone overseas for Fashion Week. Who could she be? In a flash, a realization struck her. Could it be? She gazed into the living room in astonishment and immediately spotted a young woman seated beside Pei's mother. With her curly hair and clad in high-end custom brands, she possessed a strikingly exquisite oval face, radiating an air of vibrant elegance. Chapter 65. The antagonistic Aunt Cheng. She suddenly recalled a phrase she had once encountered on the campus forum. If Cheng Xi embodied the warm and sweet essence of spring, then Pei Fei Yue was akin to the most vibrant and resplendent hue on an oil painting. At that moment, it struck Cheng Xi as utterly unexpected that her arch-rival was, in fact, Pei Yinzhou's niece. No wonder she had found Pei Yinzhou so detestable. Indeed, there was a reason behind it. With such an obnoxious niece, how commendable could he, as a scion of the Pei family, truly be? Furthermore, it became clear why Zhao Yashan harbored such disdain as well. In an instant, Cheng Xi unraveled the entire mystery. At that very moment, Pei Fei Yue was oblivious to Pei Yinzhou's return. As she was engaged in a heated conversation with her mother, lamenting, "Grandma, Uncle has encountered such a grave situation. Why didn't you inform me? What purpose would that serve? You are not a doctor capable of curing your uncle," her mother replied, albeit with some reproach. "One can't say that. What if I never have the chance to see him again?" "Stop saying such things. Your uncle is perfectly fine now," Pei Mu admonished, her tone affectionate. Just then, her gaze lifted and she spotted Pei Yinzhou and Cheng Xi returning. "Enough of that. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Your uncle is back, and so is your aunt. Greet them." Pei Mu beckoned to the two of them. As for this new aunt, Pei Fei Yue held not an ounce of fondness for her. During her time in M Country, she had overheard her mother lamenting over the phone, claiming that the new aunt had bullied her, even driving her back to the Zhao family. Had it not been for Fashion Week, Pei Fei Yue would have returned long ago to avenge her mother. However, it was not too late to return now. Pei Fei Yue cast her gaze towards the entrance, eager to glimpse what her new aunt looked like. Upon seeing Cheng Xi's familiar visage, her pupils widened in shock, and she sprang from the sofa. Cheng Xi. How could it possibly be Cheng Xi? Someone tell her why her nemesis is present in the Pei household. Cheng Xi, initially feeling quite vexed, couldn't help but smile upon witnessing Pei Feiyue's astonished expression. Hurry up and call me aunt. You are the woman who is supposed to bring good fortune to my uncle? Pei Feiyue glared at Cheng Xi through gritted teeth. Indeed, thanks to your uncle marrying me, you are able to see him again. You should express your gratitude, Cheng Xi replied with a beaming smile, reveling in her triumph. Pei Yinzhou, unable to suppress his curiosity, cast a peculiar glance at her and inquired, Do you two know each other? Didn't you mention that we attend the same university? It is only natural that we know each other, and we have been acquainted for 3 years, Cheng Xi remarked. Her spirits lifted. Reflecting on the enmity and entanglements she shared with Pei Feiyue, it was indeed a saga spanning 3 years. Since their first year in university, many classmates had pitted her against Pei Feiyue in a contest for the title of campus belle. In her first year, she had claimed the title, only to be supplanted by Pei Feiyue in the second. By the third year, Cheng Xi had once again emerged victorious, winning the title back by a landslide vote. In truth, she had never placed much importance on the title of campus belle. However, what infuriated her was that after becoming the campus belle in her first year, Pei Feiyue had the audacity to report her for skipping classes, thereby causing her to miss out on the scholarship. The scholarship, worth 8,000 yuan, was a matter of life and death for Cheng Xi at that time. This incident cemented the animosity between Cheng Xi and Pei Feiyue. Furthermore, the schoolmates often compared the two beauties on the campus belle list, leading to an unspoken rivalry in terms of beauty, academic achievements, and even charm. Grandfather and grandmother. Why did you allow my uncle to marry this woman? Pei Feiyue fumed, pointing at Cheng Xi. This woman is nothing but a promiscuous vixen, morally corrupt, and a fox spirit who steals other people's men. She's a green tea bitch and a white lotus. Cheng Xi was taken aback. While she could reluctantly accept the labels of green tea bitch and white lotus, to be called a fox spirit was an overestimation of her character. Zhao Yashan had long hoped her daughter would return and vent her frustrations, and upon witnessing her daughter's fervor, she quickly feigned disapproval, saying, Fei, do not speak nonsense. How could our Pei family's young mistress be a fox spirit? Mom, I know her character well since we attend the same school. Pei Feiyue retorted, stomping her foot and gritting her teeth. She seduced Senior Tang from our student council. Originally, Senior Tang and I had a good relationship, but when she noticed our closeness, she deliberately concocted excuses to approach him and lured him away. What enraged Pei Feiyue the most was that she could have been the campus belle last semester. But Senior Tang had cast the crucial vote for Cheng Xi, resulting in her defeat. It was one thing for others to do so, but Tang was her secret crush. At this moment, Zhao Yashan was also incensed. Cheng Xi, you are utterly shameless. At such a young age, you have learned to snatch away others' men. Your cunning is too deep. Is what Feiyue said true? Elder Pei glared at Cheng Xi with a stern expression. Alongside him were Pei's mother and Pei Yinzhou, whose gaze was particularly chilling. Everything I said is true, Pei Feiyue accused, her fury boiling over. Not only has she stolen my Senior Tang, but she is also ambiguous with other boys, always having them fetch her water and serve her food. She knows how to please them, and all the girls in our school despise her. Uncle, this woman is unworthy of you. Cheng Xi, you must clarify this. An unnamed fury surged within Pei Yinzhou's chest. Hadn't she claimed to have never been in a relationship? Were her previous words and her innocent demeanor merely a facade? Cheng Xi blinked, uncertain if it was an illusion, but she felt that Pei Yinzhou's gaze resembled that of a husband witnessing his wife's infidelity. Could it be jealousy? Jealousy? Pei Feiyue scoffed, as if hearing a joke. Am I jealous of you? Indeed. Aren't you jealous that I took your place as the campus belle? Cheng Xi applied no makeup today, her pure visage appearing utterly unblemished, exuding an innocent simplicity. Indeed, there were boys at school who would fetch water and serve me meals, but that was merely their admiration in pursuit of my affections. I was forthright in expressing my disinterest in them, as I had no desire for romance. Not to mention, haven't you also received flowers and snacks from admirers? And what of Senior Tang? Was it you who ensnared him? Every time I invited Senior Tang to the movies, you conveniently found reasons to intervene, leaving him with only you on his mind. Cheng Xi chuckled softly, admitting that her actions regarding Senior Tang were indeed intentional. After all, you had once reported me and caused me to forfeit my scholarship. It was rare to see you develop feelings for a boy, so I felt compelled to intervene. Pei Feiyue widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by such shamelessness. Uncle, look at her. Chapter 66. Thank you. Husband Cheng Xi gazed pitifully at Pei Yanzhou. But I haven't even dated Senior Tang. We've never touched. All of my firsts were given to you. The living room fell into a sudden silence. Pei's parents, initially displeased with her, straightened their backs, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. What did she mean by all of my firsts? Weren't these two constantly bickering about divorce? To think there was such unexpected progress behind closed doors. Especially Pei's father, who scrutinized Pei Yanzhou with an inquisitive gaze. Was this truly his son, who had once seemed as frigid as ice? His words of disdain belied a more fervent reality in private. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Pei Yanzhou, typically expressionless, found his ears inexplicably tinged with crimson. He glared at Cheng Xi in embarrassment and irritation. You need to be quiet. Cheng Xi pouted in feigned grievance. Did I say something wrong? Pei Yanzhou was momentarily at a loss for words. You didn't say anything incorrect, but it's unnecessary to suggest that we shared everything. In truth, he had endured several cold showers and frustration that day. As a girl, can you not be so shameless? He warned in a hushed tone. I was merely defending my honor. You said that if I did anything to betray you within our marriage, you would make me pay. Cheng Xi retorted with a pout. Enough. We need not delve into the private matters of you two, Pei's father interjected, clearing his throat. If this continued, his daughter-in-law would surely say something that would leave even in blushing. He decided to call He Yang and inquire when he would return. Pei Feiyue hadn't anticipated that the topic would be so swiftly passed over. Frustrated, she furrowed her brow. Grandfather. Zhao Yashan chimed in. Father. Cheng Xi maliciously stole Feiyue's boyfriend. Such wickedness cannot be easily overlooked. Cheng Xi smiled, pondering how it could be construed that she had stolen her boyfriend. After all, she and Senior Tang had not yet defined their relationship at that time. Moreover, Senior Tang later mentioned that he regarded Fei Yu merely as a younger sister. In my opinion, I should be thanked. Had Fei Yu rashly confessed her feelings, she might have faced rejection and made a fool of herself. You speak nonsense. Pei Fei Yu retorted, her eyes blazing with indignation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Senior Tang, Cheng Xi suggested. Pei Fei Yu's face flushed with anger. How could she possibly ask such a question? If rejected, she would be too embarrassed to face him again. Enough of this. Pei Yanzhou frowned at Pei Fei Yu, stating that love that can be so easily taken away is not genuine. That boy is not worth your affection. Uncle, you are biased in her favor. Pei Fei Yu thought, growing increasingly annoyed with Cheng Xi. Once, her uncle had been so indulgent towards her. I am merely speaking the truth, Pei Yanzhou replied. Turning to Zhao Yashan. Sister-in-law, will my brother be joining us for dinner? He is on his way. He should arrive soon, Zhao Yashan replied. Feeling somewhat intimidated under her younger brother-in-law's penetrating gaze, she tugged at her daughter, signaling her to remain silent for the moment. If Pei Yanzhou continued to support Cheng Xi, prolonging the conversation would serve no purpose. Thus, Pei Fei could only sulk as she took her seat. Before long, Pei Yang returned, and the family gathered in the dining hall. Tonight's dinner was lavish, featuring freshly air-shipped Australian lobsters, for in total, alongside French roasted lamb chops and leg of lamb. The fresh ingredients prepared by a five-star chef exuded an aroma that tantalized Cheng Xi's senses, making her feel as if she were savoring a feast for the soul. Unfortunately, she had indulged in a cup of milk tea earlier, rendering her quite full. At this moment, she had only consumed half a lobster and a single lamb chop, which was already quite sufficient. Noticing her plate, Pei father remarked, "Why aren't you eating more? Usually, you have the largest appetite." Pei Fei Yu scoffed. Indeed, such a delightful dinner must be a rarity for you. You should indulge a little more. I would love to eat more, but I drank a large cup of milk tea on the way here. Had I known there would be such delicious offerings, I would have refrained from the tea. Cheng Xi responded graciously, despite the sarcasm in Fei Yu's words. Pei Fei Yu rolled her eyes. Rube, we eat such things all the time. Cheng Xi smiled slightly. Is that so? I suppose you've grown tired of them? In that case, I might as well pack some to take home, lest you waste the food. Pei father, Pei mother, and Pei Yang, who were thoroughly enjoying their meal, chimed in unison. No, not at all. We can eat much more. especially Pei mother, if not for her high blood sugar hypertension, could have devoured it all. Ahem, eating leftovers is not beneficial for your health, particularly seafood and grilled meats. If you like, I can have 2 fresh Australian lobsters and some Wagyu beef pack for you to take home. Pei father cleared his throat and suggested. Cheng Xi's eyes lit up, and she sweetly replied, "Thank you, Dad." After a brief pause, she smiled at Pei Feiyue, saying, "You wouldn't mind, would you? After all, this is something you often indulge in." Pei Feiyue clenched her jaw. Had it not been for the presence of family, she would have undoubtedly upturned the table in outrage. How shameless! That green TBTCH, that brazen white lotus. Not only did she finish her meal, but she also insisted on packing leftover ingredients to take away. Who could possess such audacity? Pei Yinzhou, fearing his young niece's temper might erupt, discreetly warned Cheng Xi after serving her a piece of Wagyu. "Eat more of the side dishes and keep that mouth of yours occupied." This dinner had certainly reshaped his perception of Cheng Xi's boldness. Cheng Xi, undeterred by his warning, looked up with a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, darling." Pei Yinzhou replied, "No need to thank me. Just speak less." After dinner, Pei Feiyue began distributing gifts to her family. During her recent trip to M Country for Fashion Week, she had purchased an array of luxurious items. From her grandparents to the housekeeper and gardener, everyone received a present. When it came to Cheng Xi, Pei Feiyue delicately covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my little uncle was married, and thus I didn't buy you a gift. How about this hand cream? Consider it a token of my appreciation. Don't mind that it's slightly used. I didn't use much of it anyway. Besides, you've never owned anything this expensive before. It's just a small amount, worth several thousand." Cheng Xi, unflustered, accepted it with gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I've truly never had anything this fine. Although I married your little uncle, I've never encountered such lavish gifts. Thank you for broadening my horizons." Suddenly mentioned, Pei Yinzhou felt a pang of embarrassment. "Thank you, I guess," he muttered, feeling subtly criticized for his frugality. Pei Feiyue remained oblivious, continuing, "Well, you should reflect on why my little uncle doesn't favor you. Back in the day, he was quite generous with his previous girlfriends." Chapter 67. How much your uncle loves kissing me, is that so? Cheng Xi mused. "It's a pity I've never had an ex-boyfriend who was generous with me. I truly envy your uncle. He has had a share of romantic escapades and ended up with someone as pure as me." Pei Yinzhou interjected, "Can you two refrain from dragging me into your banter?" It was evident to any observer that Pei Yinzhou's expression was darkening. Yet, Pei Feiyue remained blissfully unaware. Fearing that his granddaughter might irreparably offend her uncle, Pei father swiftly chastised, "How dare you give your little aunt something used? Keep it for yourself." With that, the old man produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Xi, stating, "Yinzhou is typically careless, preoccupied only with making money. This card holds 10 million. Use it to buy yourself some lovely clothes and bags." If this continued, he would be embarrassed on behalf of his son. Pei Feiyue was left astonished. Unable to comprehend how her light-hearted jest about Cheng Xi resulted in her grandfather gifting Cheng Xi 10 million. 10 million. Grandfather has never bestowed upon her such generosity. Pei Feiyue's eyes turned a shade of green with envy. It wasn't just Pei Feiyue. Her mother, Zhao Yashan, was equally consumed by jealousy and resentment. As sisters-in-law, why was she not afforded the same treatment? "Father, I cannot accept this money." Cheng Xi suddenly declined, stating that while 10 million might be insignificant to the Pei family, for someone like her who had grown up in the Cheng household, it represented a staggering sum. Pei's father dismissed her concerns, insisting, "If I tell you to take it, then you shall take it. Yinzhou has fallen short in certain matters. As your father, I can only compensate for that behind the scenes. After all, you are the young mistress of the Pei family, and appearing too modestly dressed would invite ridicule when Yinzhou takes you out. That's not the case. I believe I'm still a student. Dressing simply suits me just fine." "Father, haven't you seen the news? Recently, a wealthy heiress from the harbor city attracted the attention of some unscrupulous schoolmates due to her extravagant attire and was kidnapped by several peers from her school, resulting in a tragic outcome. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Pei's mother's expression turned grave. "Absolutely. The news can still be found online." Cheng Xi nodded earnestly. "I think it's best to remain low-key. Besides, those garments that cost tens of thousands are not much more comfortable than what I wear. My purpose in attending school is to study diligently, not to spend on frivolous adornments." Pei's mother nodded in agreement, her attitude towards Cheng Xi shifting. Very well, old man. Put the money away. I find merit in Cheng Xi's words. Since she has the privilege of attending such a prestigious university in Sioux City, she should focus on her studies. After saying this, she thought of her own granddaughter and turned to Pei Fei, saying, from now on, you should also dress modestly for school. Do not always adorn yourself excessively. You should take a page from Cheng Xi's book. Furthermore, your allowance will be reduced to 10,000 a month. Stop spending without a thought for earning. Pei Fei, what a shocking revelation. Grandmother, how can you say that? I believe your grandmother is correct. The usually reticent Pei Heong interjected, you are too extravagant with your spending. Look at how much you spent during your recent trip to M country. Your mother and I combined didn't spend as much as you did. When Yin Zhou was studying abroad, he never asked for money from home. He worked to earn his keep. You have been spoiled by the family. Mom, Pei Fei felt tears welling up, shocked that even her father was not on her side. She could only grasp at Zhao Yashan for support, as receiving merely 1,000 in allowance felt like a death sentence. Zhao Yashan, ultimately sympathetic toward her daughter, thought, our family doesn't lack such funds. This remark was displeasing to Pei's father, who sternly replied, it's not a matter of lacking money. It's for her own safety. University is filled with all kinds of people from society. One should avoid being ostentatious and flaunting wealth, as it may attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. The incident Cheng Xi mentioned is indeed a cautionary tale. Do you wish for your daughter to face a similar fate? Zhao Yashan fell silent, realizing that her daughter's safety was paramount. Consequently, within the Pei household, no one came to Pei Feiyue's defense. Pei Feiyue was on the verge of tears. She merely intended to use a hand cream to undermine Cheng Xi, yet it had escalated to this. Indeed, Cheng Xi was her lifelong nemesis, her sworn rival. Pei Feiyue cast a venomous glare at Cheng Xi, wishing she could flay her alive. Meanwhile, Cheng Xi merely smiled sweetly at her, exuding an aura of innocence and kindness. Observing this interplay, Pei Yinzhou thought to himself, splendid, my wife possesses a rather cunning nature. Poor niece, she stands no chance against her. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, before departing from the ancestral home, Cheng Xi made a brief visit to the restroom. Upon her exit, she was met with Pei Feiyue's furious visage. Cheng Xi, you vile creature, you have dared to incite my family to reduce my allowance. You shall surely face divine retribution. I merely recounted a factual incident. Your family is concerned for your well-being, Cheng Xi replied, wiping her hands with a paper towel. Silence. Aren't you envious of the affection my family shows me? You are nothing but a scheming harlot, stealing the affections of the one I cherish. Cheng Xi, I shall never forgive you. Pei Feiyue's ire grew with each word. Had they not been in the Pei household, she would have challenged Cheng Xi to a duel right then and there. Cheng Xi sighed softly. Your mother often looks down upon me, criticizing my lack of etiquette. I always assumed the Pei family possessed good upbringing. Is this how you converse with your aunt? Where is your politeness? Mentioning her mother only fueled Pei Feiyue's resentment. With your character, you think you could be my aunt? Dream on. Let me tell you, someone like you is beneath my uncle's notice. You will inevitably be discarded. Is that so? Cheng Xi responded with a radiant smile, masking her displeasure at the provocations. You are not your uncle. How can you presume to know his preferences? How ridiculous. My uncle could never lack discernment, Pei Feiyue scoffed. You are mistaken. Men are drawn to my pure and sweet demeanor, Cheng Xi retorted, accurately tossing the used paper into the trash bin as she approached Pei Feiyue with a smile. You have no idea how much your uncle enjoys kissing me in private. He insists that I call him Yinzhou Gij in bed. You may not believe it, but had you returned a couple of days earlier, you would have seen the marks of his affection on my neck. Pei Feiyue found herself retreating under the weight of Cheng Xi's bold words, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just then, she spotted Pei Yinzhou entering her line of sight. Uncle, is what she says true? Are you really involved with her? Cheng Xi, who had been reveling in her triumph, suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She turned to see Pei Yinzhou, hands tucked in his pockets, standing elegantly at the end of the corridor, having observed the scene for an unknown duration, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Chapter 68. A lesson from your husband at that moment. Cheng Xi wished she could dig a hole and disappear. What could be more embarrassing than being caught in a lie? The very subject of their conversation, Pei Yinzhou leisurely approached with long strides. Uncle, I refuse to believe you would actually kiss her. She must be boasting. Haven't you always had a fondness for Sister Ziyao? Pei Feiyue wished to expose Cheng Xi's words on the spot. Sister Xiao was exceptionally talented, graceful, and cultured, while Cheng Xi could hardly compare to even a single strand of her hair. Mind your own business when it comes to adult matters. Pei Yinzhou tousled Pei Feiyue's hair with one hand while grasping Cheng Xi's wrist with the other. Cheng Xi's body stiffened as she looked up at the man beside her. Just then, he lowered his beautifully sculpted face, and their gazes met. A wave of heat flushed her cheeks, prompting her to quickly lower her head, resembling a quail. Pei Feiyue protested, "Uncle, I am an adult too. I am the same age as Cheng Xi. However, your status is beneath hers," Pei Yinzhou remarked coolly, pulling Cheng Xi away from the Pei residence. Pei Feiyue stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. She felt as if she were losing her mind. How could her esteemed uncle, who resembled a divine being, hold Cheng Xi's hand? No, she absolutely could not allow that white lotus, Cheng Xi, to become her aunt. Otherwise, she would forever be overshadowed by her rival. Within the old Pei residence, several ancient trees stood tall. As Cheng Xi walked past one of these venerable trees, her heart raced tumultuously while being led by Pei Yinzhou. Upon reaching the car, Pei Yinzhou released her hand and took his place in the driver's seat. Cheng Xi, feeling guilty, quickly scurried to the back seat. "Come sit in the front. I have no interest in playing the role of your chauffeur," Pei Yinzhou reminded her softly. With a sense of unease, Cheng Xi reluctantly settled into the passenger seat. The car did not rush in emotion. Moonlight streamed through the windshield, illuminating Pei Yinzhou's handsome face. With a half smile, he turned to her. "I quite like your innocent sweetness. I enjoy kissing you in private." For the first time, Cheng Xi experienced what it was like to be in a moment of social embarrassment. "Wasn't that just a boast? Your niece spoke so excessively," she replied stiffly, managing a forced smile. "I didn't lie about the rest. You do indeed enjoy having me call you that in bed, right? And by the way, the other day, I did have your kiss mark on my neck. I wasn't lying." "Indeed, you did not lie," Pei Yinzhou remarked as he rhythmically tapped the steering wheel. "But let us calculate just how many times you have taken advantage of me tonight. Regarding the hand cream, were you subtly mocking me for being stingy with money? Am I truly stingy? Clearly, you look down on even my position as Mrs. Pei. You told my family that you gave me all your firsts." He chuckled softly, his tone laden with meaning. "How could I not know?" Cheng Xi straightened her back and retorted earnestly, "I have not spoken incorrectly. My first kiss, the first time being touched by a man, the first time being carried to bed, and the first time you saw me completely exposed. Every one of those first belongs to you." She said it with such conviction, and, fortunately, the darkness of the car obscured her flushed face. Pei Yinzhou observed her pink lips moving, his dark eyes deepening in intensity. Some matters are too delicate to be broached. The details of that night seemed to surge forth once more. "I did not expect your memory to be so sharp." Pei Yinzhou's handsome face inched closer, his familiar and refreshing masculine scent enveloping her. Yet, little did she know, there are certain topics that men prefer not to discuss casually. His hand gently grasped her chin, an ambiguous gesture that caused Cheng Xi's eyes to widen and her body to tense. Why? Because it awakened the man's desires. As the words fell from his lips, Pei Yinzhou captured her full, glistening lips with a kiss. Initially, he bore a 5-part intention of revenge for her nonsensical ramblings that evening, and the other 5 parts were genuinely spurred by her allure. He was a normal man, and recently, for reasons unknown, his inner fire had suddenly intensified. Regardless of the possibility of future divorce, she currently held the title of his wife, and thus, he felt entitled to exercise the rights of a husband through this kiss. Cheng Xi, in a fluster, attempted to push him away. Pei Yinzhou firmly seized her arm, lifting it and pressing it against the back seat. With a smile in his eyes, shadowy yet playful, he remarked, "My dear wife, you are still too young. Tonight, I shall impart a lesson, making you aware of the consequences of carelessly toying with a man." Cheng Xi's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, although she had previously referred to him as her husband. Hearing him call her his wife was a first. Yet this man was utterly shameless. The kiss was so intense it left her lips aching. In retaliation, Cheng Xi bit back, her anger manifesting. Pei Yinzhou, feeling little pain, seemed only to be further provoked, kissing her fervently until she struggled to breathe, her lips stinging, prompting her to plead for mercy. "Brother Yinzhou, I was wrong." The girl has cat-like breaths reached his ears, and Pei Yinzhou pulled away slightly, chuckling darkly. "It seems you truly believe I enjoy hearing you call me Brother Yinzhou in your bed." Shouldn't I also indulge in the pleasure of kissing you? Cheng Xi's heart raced, and she could only manage a muffled response. What answered her was a firm kiss. Cheng Xi genuinely felt that tonight. Pei Yinzhou was thoroughly incensed and resolutely determined to teach her a lesson, until a knock resounded on the car window. Pei Yinzhou finally released her lips. Rolling down the window, the butler stood outside, holding a large phone box. Second young master. The master has sent 2 live Australian lobsters for the second young mistress, along with some ice, and beneath, there's also a piece of snowflake meat. Cheng Xi felt her lips burning and swollen. Too embarrassed to lift her head, she mumbled, "Please, place them in the back seat." After the butler placed the items in the back, he quickly turned to leave. Pei Yinzhou rolled the window back up, and only then did Cheng Xi raise her head. Seeing him lean in once more, she hurriedly exclaimed, "I know I was wrong. I promised never to mention that night again." Pei Yinzhou found her nervous demeanor amusing for reasons he could not quite articulate. Just moments ago at the Pei residence, she had displayed remarkable audacity, even attempting to undermine his niece. How curious it was that she, who typically provoked others, showed such vulnerability now. Alas, it seemed they were destined to be adversaries. Cheng Xi pursed her lips, retorting that it was she who had been humiliated first. He countered that she was no innocent, brazenly seizing 2 prized Australian lobsters and Wagyu beef. Chapter 69. In her, he discovered the essence of life. Cheng Xi lifted her gaze, casting a glance his way. "Are you reluctant to part with them? If so, I shall relinquish them to you." "No need for that," Pei Yinzhou replied, a smirk gracing his lips. "This is rather tricky to manage. You may take them. I shall dine while you toil tomorrow." Cheng Xi laughed in exasperation. "I truly appreciate your generosity. I've never encountered a man as shameless as you. Do you possess no sense of shame? Am I not merely emulating you?" Pei Yinzhou remained unfazed, arching an eyebrow. "One is often influenced by their company. Perhaps my proximity to you has imparted some of your faults to me." Cheng Xi, disinclined to engage further with such a brazen individual, felt a sense of weariness wash over her. As someone who had navigated similar experiences, she understood that once one cast aside their dignity, no one could claim moral superiority. The luxury vehicle glided through the city streets under the cover of night. As the clock struck 9, they arrived at the apartment building. Cheng Xi leaned down to unbuckle her seatbelt. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the vehicle's advanced technology proved challenging. After several futile attempts, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. A sudden tug revealed that the seatbelt latch had come undone. Cheng Xi froze in panic. "Oh no! I hope I haven't damaged this car. I've heard repairs for such expensive vehicles can start in the tens of thousands." Had she known, she would have never agreed to sit in the passenger seat. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to break it," she said nervously. "I truly didn't realize it was so fragile." Pei Yinzhou regarded her for a moment before a soft chuckle escaped his lips. "Silly girl. It's designed to release automatically." Cheng Xi felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against the glass. Remaining in her current predicament felt unbearable, and the stubborn seatbelt refused to yield. Pei Yinzhou leaned closer, his long fingers gently guiding hers to a button. With a light press, the belt released. "Foolish girl. It's this simple. Remember for next time." As he spoke, their faces were mere inches apart. With the seatbelt now unfastened, the overhead light illuminated the interior, enveloping them in a soft glow. The delicate scent of her fragrance wafted through the air, and a charming blush crept across her cheeks, accentuated by her slightly swollen lips from their earlier kiss. In that fleeting moment, Pei Yinzhou found himself momentarily captivated. Cheng Xi, however, felt equally flustered. His handsome visage was too close for comfort, his breath brushing against her face. She withdrew her hand, reaching for the door handle, desperate to escape, only to discover it remained locked. Pei Yinzhou regarded her with an expression akin to amusement. Cheng Xi, flustered and indignant, forcefully shoved him away, declaring that she would no longer ride in his car. "Ah, it's clearly your own ignorance of the world that you blame on my vehicle," he retorted. Unlocking the car, Cheng Xi swung the door open and strode away, but Pei Yinzhou called after her, "Are you not taking your lobsters?" After covering a few meters, Cheng Xi halted, gritting her teeth. Reluctantly, she returned to open the back door, intending to lift the lobsters and beef. To her surprise, they proved unexpectedly heavy. Pei Yinzhou exited the car, rolled up his sleeves, and assisted her by lifting the plastic container filled with ice. "It's natural for a young lady to find this cumbersome," Allow me to help you carry it upstairs, he offered. Cheng Xi pondered whether to forego the 2 large lobsters altogether, but the thought lingered in her throat, and ultimately, she could not bring herself to abandon them. Pei Yinzhou carried the 2 phone boxes with remarkable speed, and Cheng Xi followed him into the elevator, pressing the button for her floor. As the elevator ascended, he cautioned, "These lobsters are quite sizable. Be careful when you prepare them, lest you get pinched." Cheng Xi recalled the large lobster she intended to cook that evening and nodded in agreement. In truth, she had never prepared lobsters of such magnitude before and planned to search for a recipe on her phone later. Moreover, the beef given to you by the housekeeper is more suited for barbecuing or pan-searing, he added. Cheng Xi paused, realizing that her home lacked a grill, indicating she would need to purchase one. Upon arriving at her apartment, she unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Pei Yinzhou placed the items on the shoe cabinet by the entrance, casting a glance inside. This was his own apartment. However, with numerous properties under his name, he had entrusted the management to Yang Kai and had only seen the renovation plans. Now, the apartment bore little resemblance to the original designs, likely due to Cheng Xi's extensive decor. Cushions adorned the sofa, a plethora of books cluttered the coffee table, and potted plants occupied the balcony. The entrance displayed a plastic flower arrangement, overflowing with various small items that overwhelmed Pei Yinzhou's senses. What astonished him most was the kitchen, where pots, pans, a soy milk maker, and a juicer were all present, evidence that they had been purchased recently yet were evidently utilized. Pei Yinzhou stood in disbelief. "Have you been cooking at home every day during this period? Is that so strange?" Cheng Xi replied, bewildered. Nowadays, young women often prefer not to cook, opting instead for takeout when hunger strikes. Pei Yinzhou thought of Pei Feiyue, who was of similar age to Cheng Xi and had never touched a pot or pan, let alone learned to cook. Not to mention Xia Ziao, who also fit this mold. While occasional takeout is acceptable, excessive consumption is unhealthy. Cheng Xi poured a glass of warm water from the dispenser and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you. Please come over tomorrow while I cook." Pei Yinzhou responded with a simple acknowledgement, taking the water and glancing back at Cheng Xi, who stood illuminated by the warm light of the room, her bare face radiant. Behind her was a quaint yet spacious apartment, tastefully decorated without extravagance. Yet inexplicably, Pei Yinzhou sensed a spark of vitality emanating from this girl in her early 20s. On his way back, he pondered the true nature of Cheng Xi. Reflecting on the fact that Cheng Xi could cook, he contrasted her with his niece, who could not even ride a fallen soy sauce bottle. He placed a call to Yang Kai, procure a car worth around 100,000 for Feiyue, and deliver it to her. The luxury vehicles at home are off-limits until she completes her university education. Yang Kai replied, hardly daring to imagine the consequences of delivering the car, fearing Pei's wrath. The following day marked the official commencement of the academic year at Sioux City University. The first semester of the senior year still had courses, albeit fewer than before, as students would soon be required to undertake internships. Cheng Xi purchased a hand-grab pancake at the school gate, eating while texting Cheng Yu, "Sister, come over for dinner tonight. I managed to procure 2 Australian lobsters from the Pei family. Will you have time to join me?" Cheng Yu responded, "I'll come over later." Cheng Xi added, "Will brother-in-law mind? You can bring him along." Cheng Yu replied, "No need. He hasn't spoken much to me these past few days. Dinner is with his daughter at the school cafeteria." Cheng Xi felt a mix of exasperation and sympathy for her sister. Chapter 70. Do not incite your sister suddenly. A white Corolla blocked her path, and Pei Feiyue stepped out, removing her sunglasses with an air of arrogance and fury. "Cheng Xi, I didn't expect to see you so soon. I was just looking to settle the score," she declared, her eyes brimming with animosity, far more intense than the previous night, as if she were poised to leap into a fight. Cheng Xi, perplexed, countered, "What do you want? This is school. Be cautious, or you might delay your graduation." The thought of delaying graduation halted Pei Feiyue's aggression. "What have you whispered into my uncle's ear? He forbids me from driving the family luxury car and has arranged for this clunker to be delivered to me. Thanks to you, I'll be stuck with this junk until I graduate." Cheng Xi glanced at the Corolla behind Pei Feiyue and frowned. "I believe your uncle's decision is quite justified. As someone who earns not a single cent, you dare to call this a clunker? This car costs over 100,000. Many toil for years to afford such a vehicle. You are truly unaware of the blessings you possess. So you admit it? You incited my uncle." Pei Feiyue glared at her fiercely. "You despicable wretch." Cheng Xi, amused, retorted, "Well, I suppose I'm enjoying my pancake while the pot falls from the sky. What are you two arguing about? Approached Han Qilin, exuding elegance, holding several books. Dressed casually in a white shirt and black trousers, he possessed a handsome, mature demeanor. Upon seeing Han Qilin, Pei Feiyue immediately rushed over to express her grievances, attributing her misfortunes to Cheng Xi, who had shamelessly married into the family while her uncle was ill. She lamented that Cheng Xi had tarnished her reputation in front of her uncle, leading to her being deprived of her allowance and even being forbidden from driving the family car. Brother Han, please speak to my uncle and urge him not to treat me this way, she implored. Cheng Xi was taken aback, not expecting Pei Feiyue to know Han Qilin. However, she quickly recalled that many prominent families in Sioux City were acquainted with him, and it was not surprising that Pei Yinzhou knew Han Qilin. Thus, Pei Feiyue's familiarity was understandable. Feiyue, why don't you head to class? I need to speak with Cheng Xi for a moment, Han Qilin gently suggested, attempting to soothe Pei Feiyue. Brother Han, you must help me teach her a lesson. Pei Feiyue shot Cheng Xi a glare before huffily departing. Cheng Xi immediately sought to clarify, brother-in-law, I didn't do anything. Cheng Xi, you are still young, and with graduation ahead, you have ample time. It would be wiser to dedicate more effort to your studies. Han Qilin interrupted, his handsome features now marked by an unusual severity. Cheng Xi was taken aback. Brother-in-law, do you truly believe her words? She questioned. Han Qilin maintained a cold demeanor. Cheng Xi, I acknowledge your intelligence, yet of late, your focus has strayed from the right path. As a member of the Pei family, you ought to conduct yourself with decorum and embrace your role. Pei Feiyue is the cherished jewel of the Pei household. It would be more prudent to cultivate a positive relationship with her rather than foster animosity. I speak to you from a place of concern for your sister. Cheng Xi's expression turned frosty. She was not Cheng Yu. Even though Han Qilin was a professor at Sioux City University, they were not in the same department. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction and did not wish to endure it silently. How considerate of you to think of my sister's reputation, especially since your work was arranged through her while neglecting her for a few days. Han Qilin's expression shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of anger in his eyes. My relationship with your sister was quite good until you began to meddle. If you had not incited her against me, we would not be at odds. Incite my sister? Is that not the case? Han Qilin retorted sharply. I was getting along well with Cheng Yu until she visited you. Upon her return, she complained about Cheng and my ex-wife, even expressing disinterest in Cheng. Cheng Xi, are you not overthinking this? Cheng Xi realized then that Han Qilin's quarrel with her sister had its own reasons. Cheng Yu had never mentioned it to her, perhaps to spare her from unnecessary worries. Brother-in-law, how should I advise my sister when she is troubled by her marriage? Cheng Xi countered. Encourage her to appreciate what she has. She is still young and beautiful, having secured a professor as her husband, and she need not endure a lengthy pregnancy to care for a child who is soon to start elementary school. How fortunate she is! Is it not simply that her husband wishes her to refrain from working and instead focus on raising his child with his ex-wife? Is it not that his family looks down upon her? Is it not that they fear she may not treat Han Yaqing well, thus advising her to wait a few years before having children? This all stems from the actions taught by her husband's ex-wife. She lifted her gaze, her bright eyes brimming with sarcasm. Han Qilin's refined face flushed crimson with anger. I am acutely aware of my second marriage. Your sister is indeed youthful and beautiful. Setting aside my family background and my parents' circumstances, I have indeed climbed the social ladder to be with her. However, it was not I who pursued your sister. She herself proposed marriage to me, assuring me that she would care for my child as if it were her own. So if it were not for this, you would not have married my sister, would you? Cheng Xi suddenly inquired. Han Qilin was momentarily speechless. He had to admit that it was Cheng Yu who had initially pursued him, and he was captivated by her purity and innocence. Ultimately, it was her promise to care for his child that compelled him to make the decision to marry her. Seeing his silence, Cheng Xi felt a twinge of sorrow for her sister. My sister loves you deeply. She never said she would not take care of your child. Look, since the summer vacation began, she has taken annual leave to stay at home and care for your child. The issue lies in the shadows, where the child is incited by her biological mother to be wary and even hostile toward my sister. Perhaps in your eyes, your child is wonderful, but I have only encountered Han Yaqing once, and I find her to be excessively calculating. My sister is so innocent. How can she compete with your child? My child does not dislike Cheng Yu. Han Qilin's expression darkened further. He detested the notion that others spoke ill of his child. Cheng is quite adorable. She merely lacks a sense of security. I did not claim your child is unlovable. She is undeniably beautiful. However, the issue is that she has been influenced by her mother. Cheng Xi spoke candidly. Indeed, I urged my sister to eavesdrop on the child's conversations with her mother. It is precisely because of this that she learned how your ex-wife instigates the child to undermine your relationship. If you do not believe it, you may privately listen for yourself. Han Qilin was at a loss for words. She not only encouraged Cheng Yu to eavesdrop, but was now inciting her as well. Chapter 71. Can you manage your wife? If the child viewed the ex-wife as a gentle and kind woman, I would not say a word. But the question is your ex-wife truly such a person? Cheng Xi retorted fiercely. Han Qilin was momentarily silenced. Reflecting on Shen Yu, he did not harbor fondness for her. Any feelings he once had long since faded. Yet, having obtained custody of the child, he could not deny the child's right to maintain contact with her mother. Furthermore, Cheng was quite dependent on Shen Yu. Regardless of the circumstances, this is a matter between my wife and me. As for my child's issues, they are certainly not for you to meddle in. Han Qilin's tone was far from polite. Who is trying to meddle in your affairs? Were it not for my sister, I would have no interest in this. Cheng Xi had intended to afford him some dignity, but to her dismay, he remained obstinately unyielding. Moreover, my sister has stated she would treat your daughter as her own. Does resigning from her job to become a full-time housewife equate to mistreating your child? Do mothers around the world who return to work after childbirth no longer care for their children? Not to mention my sister. What about your ex-wife? Did she not stop working and studying after bearing your child? Sharp-tongued and incisive, Han Qilin's face flushed with embarrassment, his dignity utterly shattered. Cheng Xi scoffed, stating, your ex-wife could not accomplish this, yet my sister must? Professor Han, your hypocrisy is glaring. When you were obtaining the marriage certificate, why did you not clarify this to my sister? You should have candidly expressed to her that your affection was not as profound, merely stating that your child required a mother. You should have said that you would only marry her if she agreed to be a stay-at-home wife, caring for your child. And by the way, if she wished to bear children, it would need the consent of my daughter and your parents. Otherwise, it is out of the question. Enough. Han Qilin, who prided himself on his composure, now trembled with rage. If you were to relay such sentiments to my sister, she would never agree to marry you. Even if she were to consent, I would not allow her to proceed. Cheng Xi's gaze was filled with audacity. Is that so? Han Qilin could no longer endure the conversation. You and Cheng Yu are not even blood relatives. And what of it? We have shared more than a decade together, transcending the bonds of blood to become like true sisters. Cheng Xi retorted angrily. How many non-biological sisters have you seen cohabitate peacefully under the same roof? Yet my sister has achieved this. She is kind-hearted and always considers others' perspectives first. If not provoked, she would never engage in conflict. Her greatest flaw in life is her romantic naivete. When she married you, did she inquire about your family background or your savings? I doubt it. But you, on the other hand, concealed everything from her. Were you afraid she coveted your family's wealth? Or did you genuinely believe that the Han family's affairs had nothing to do with you? You know the truth. Having expressed her thoughts, Cheng Xi turned to leave. The prospect of escalating the argument further would likely attract onlookers. However, after taking a few steps, she recalled something and turned back to Han Qilin's furious visage, warning, do not assume my sister lacks support. While she may be confused, I am not. If you dare to bully her, I will seek out your daughter. I have a profound aversion to children. Furthermore, do not advise my sister to keep her distance from me. Otherwise, I will have a conversation with your child. Remember, I have nothing to lose. With that, Han Qilin felt an overwhelming urge to explode. His daughter was his Achilles heel, and he would not allow anyone to touch that. Cheng Xi, if you dare to harm my daughter, I will reveal your substitution marriage to the Pei family. Cheng Xi froze. It turned out Han Qilin was already aware. Yet his threat only fueled her anger. Do you not understand why I had to marry you? It was because my sister insisted on marrying you, for she loves you. Han Qilin replied irritably, she may love me, but she absolutely did not wish to marry the gravely ill Pei Yanzhou. Everyone knew that marrying him meant becoming a widow. Cheng Xi's heart sank. You are mistaken. At that time, the Pei family offered a dowry of 500 million, yet she still refused. How many women in this world would forego 500 million for the sake of so-called love? Han Qilin appeared unconvinced. Cheng Yu had grown up in an affluent environment. She owned a house and had a job, and her mother had only her as a daughter. Cheng Xi, not everyone shares your financial struggles or your obsession with wealth. If you insist on interpreting my sister's feelings for you in such a despicable manner, there is little I can do. Do not use this matter to threaten me. If the situation deteriorates, neither of us will emerge unscathed. After all, even if the Pei family learns that I was a substitute bride, they cannot simply erase my existence. Cheng Xi scoffed and turned to leave. Today marked a clear rupture between her and Han Qilin. Frustrated, Han Qilin searched through his contacts for Pei Yinzhou's number. Yinzhou, could you possibly rein in your wife? Pei Yinzhou, who was working in his office, paused and swiveled in his leather chair, surprised. Is this you, Han Qilin? You can't recognize my voice? Not all, Pei Yinzhou chuckled. You have always managed to handle any situation with ease. While I still grappled with the complexities of physics and mathematics, you had already effortlessly tackled problems that stumped even professors. Han Qilin forced a smile. Your wife is more difficult to deal with than the most challenging mathematical problems I've encountered. Pei Yinzhou laughed, resonating with the sentiment. What has she done to cause you such distress? Han Qilin was at a loss for words and could only murmur vaguely. My relationship with Cheng Yu has become quite chaotic because of her. Perhaps you could advise her, if she wishes for our marriage to improve. She should refrain from meddling in her sister's affairs. She is still young and lacks understanding. If you, as her brother-in-law, cannot manage her, how can I? You are her husband. Pei Yinzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing the dilemma. Yes, he was Cheng Xi's husband, yet he could not control her. No one in the Pei family could manage her, and now even Han Qilin was at his wit's end. If I encounter her, I shall do my best to reason with her. Shortly after hanging up, Pei Yinzhou received a WeChat message from Cheng Xi. I'm boiling lobsters for dinner tonight. You are welcome to join. At that moment, Yang Kai entered and said, President Pei, the vice president's wife is celebrating her birthday and would like to invite you for dinner at the hotel this evening. I'm unavailable. Please attend on my behalf. Pei Yinzhou replied coolly. Yang Kai hesitated. That may not be appropriate. The vice president is quite loyal to you. Send a generous gift instead. I truly cannot make it. Yang Kai was genuinely curious about the important matter Pei Yinzhou had this evening. At noon, after class, Pei Feiyue emerged from the classroom, surrounded by friends who adored her. One friend linked arms with her and said, Feiyue, thank you for bringing back those bags and scarves from abroad. I absolutely love them. Let's go to that Michelin restaurant in the mall for lunch. Indeed, it's been ages since we last met. Hurry and tell us which celebrities you spotted at Fashion Week. Feiyue, you have no idea how envious I am of you. Several girls chimed in, fully aware of what Pei Feiyue enjoyed hearing. They also knew that after their meal at the restaurant, Pei Feiyue would undoubtedly insist on covering the bill. Since Pei Feiyue went to M country during the summer vacation, her group of friends had not gathered for a meal for quite some time, as no one wished to foot the bill. Just as Pei Feiyue was contemplating agreeing to a meal, Qin Jiamiao unexpectedly called her. Feiyue, how come you have time to contact me today? She inquired. Do you have a moment? Let us have lunch together. There is something I wish to discuss. Sure. Although Pei Feiyue and Qin Jiamiao's relationship was rather average, the fact that Jiamiao reached out indicated the matter must be significant. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. Pei Feiyue informed her friends before heading toward the parking lot. Qin Jiamiao was also in university, though not at Sioux City University. Her academic performance was lacking, and she attended a second-tier institution nearby. After a 10-minute drive, Pei Feiyue arrived at the entrance of Qin Jiamiao's university. Heavens, Feiyue, why are you driving such an inexpensive car now? Qin Jiamiao exclaimed incredulously. Don't mention it. It's a long story, Pei Feiyue replied awkwardly. The two found a high-end restaurant in a nearby shopping mall. After glancing at the prices, Pei Feiyue hesitantly suggested, Jiamiao, could you treat me this time? The situation is that the woman my uncle recently married has been sowing discord with my family, claiming I am extravagant. Now, my family only provides me with 10,000 yuan as pocket money each month, and I can no longer drive those luxury cars you saw earlier. I'm stuck with this old clunker. What? Cheng Xi is utterly shameless. Qin Jiamiao was ready to shift the conversation towards Cheng Xi, but was taken aback when Pei Feiyue brought her up first. She immediately responded with indignation. How can one live on just 10,000 yuan? The Qin family is not as affluent as the Pei family, but I can ask my parents for any amount I desire without financial constraints. Just the other day for my birthday, my father gifted me a sports car worth over 5 million. Really? I'm so envious. Pei Feiyue felt even more uncomfortable as she listened. I spend tens of thousands on clothes each month. 10,000 is hardly sufficient. You're the heir of the Pei family. Half of the Pei family's fortune will eventually belong to you. Why should you not be able to spend? Qin Jiamiao exclaimed. Do you think Cheng Xi is doing this intentionally? She believes that since she married your uncle, the money you spend is primarily earned by him, so she resents it. If she has children in the future, she may very well come to believe that everything belonging to the Pei family is rightfully hers. Pei Feiyue was taken aback. No, that can't be possible. Oh, let me tell you, your new aunt is quite formidable. Just the other day, when Sister Xiao visited your home, your mother was no match for Cheng Xi at all. I know. My mother was so infuriated by Cheng Xi that she returned to her family. She only came back when my grandmother had an incident. Qin Jiamiao sighed, and that's not all. Do you have any idea how arrogant she is? Pei Feiyue inquired. And Qin Jiamiao pointed her own nose in anger, declared, look at this, it's slightly bruised, she did this. Pei Feiyue was left utterly speechless. Qin Jiamiao spoke with tears welling in her eyes. On my birthday, a friend arranged for a cake to be airlifted from abroad, but unfortunately, a delivery person ruined it en route. Enraged, I demanded compensation, only to discover that the delivery person was a friend of Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi arrived at my birthday party without a word and smashed the cake in my face, not only ruining my celebration, but also injuring both me and my friends. Is this truly the act of Cheng Xi? Pei Feiyue was taken aback. She had always perceived Cheng Xi as merely a schemer, adept at sowing discord and exhibiting duplicity. But she had not anticipated such malevolence. I have video evidence. If you don't believe me, take a look. Qin Jiamiao opened her phone to show her. The clip was extracted from the club surveillance footage, starting with the moment Cheng Xi hurled the cake at her face. Pei Feiyue seethed with indignation, appalled by her audacity. Indeed, Qin Jiamiao choked out, I have never endured such humiliation in my life. That night, when the police initially intended to detain her, your uncle rushed over, took her away, and forbade my brother from seeking retribution. My brother, fearing repercussions from your Pei family, let the matter rest. Rest assured, Jiamiao, I will ensure this wretched person is taught a lesson, Pei Feiyue vowed, her anger flaring. She felt compelled to take action against Cheng Xi, fearing that if she did not, she too might find herself in a similar predicament as Qin Jiamiao. Please don't. What if you offend her and your uncle? Qin Jiamiao cautioned. That won't happen. My uncle has always favored me. It's merely a matter of a wife. He can easily replace her. Pei Feiyue, who could not tolerate being belittled, declared this video, if exposed, would render Cheng Xi a pariah, universally scorned. Our classmates would see her true colors, and my parents, as well as my grandparents, despise such individuals. She even mused that if Senior Tang were to witness Cheng Xi's boorish behavior, he would surely be disappointed, having described her as sweet-natured and gentle. This video was the moment that would unveil Cheng Xi's true self. Feiyue, thank you. To express my gratitude, please order anything you desire. It's on me. After their lunch, Pei Feiyue returned to school and encountered Cheng Xi by the library. She pointed at Cheng Xi with fierce determination. You are doomed. What have you done to provoke Pei Feiyue again? Ling Zheng inquired with amusement. Did you steal her position as the campus flower this year? Let's not discuss that. Are you really not coming over for dinner tonight? Cheng Xi emphasized. We have fresh Australian lobster. I truly cannot. I just started a new part-time job, and it would be inappropriate to skip on the first day. Cheng Xi, exasperated, remarked. You already have several tens of thousands. Why push yourself so hard? Everyone needs to rest. I'm not tired. Earning money gives me both mental and physical fulfillment, as well as a sense of security, Ling Zheng replied. You could ask your roommates to join you. Cheng Xi sighed, I would love to, but Pei Yinzhou is coming too. I haven't told my roommates that I've married. It would create confusion. Ling Zheng thought to herself that if Pei Yinzhou was attending, then she certainly could not go either, as it would be too awkward. Returning to the matter at hand, what is going on between you and Pei Yinzhou? I thought you were on the verge of divorce, yet he still showed up at your apartment for dinner. Ugh, he is simply petty. I took 2 of his Australian lobsters. Cheng Xi complained with a hint of irritation. Ling Zhang, perplexed, wondered how a man as affluent as Pei Yinzhou could be so miserly over a mere couple of lobsters worth a few thousand yuan. Chapter 73. Embracing love while young. After attending her final class of the afternoon, Cheng Xi hurriedly made her way to the supermarket. It was her first time preparing Australian lobsters, and she needed to gather the necessary ingredients. Upon returning to her apartment, Cheng Yu was already waiting at the door. Reflecting on the morning's confrontation with Han Qilin, Cheng Xi felt a twinge of guilt as she faced her sister. Sister, why did you come so early? The lobsters have spines, and since you've never handled them, I was worried you might hurt yourself, so I finished work early to help, Cheng Yu replied, taking the items from Cheng Xi's hands and urging her to open the door first. Cheng Xi discreetly observed her sister's gentle demeanor, noticing a hint of sorrow in her eyes, yet she still wore a smile. Once inside, Cheng Xi quietly asked, has brother-in-law called you today? Cheng Yu paused, her expression turning bittersweet. No, he hasn't been very attentive these past few days. He seems to be upset. I had a quarrel with him at school today, Cheng Xi admitted softly. I was so frustrated that I said many unkind things and even threatened him. I'm worried he might take his anger out on you. Knowing Cheng Xi's temperament, Cheng Yu felt a surge of anxiety. What did you two discuss? Cheng Xi recounted the entire episode, her indignation evident. At first, I tried to give him some face because he cherishes his daughter, so I refrained from mentioning her. I only pointed out the issues with the child's mother, but he wouldn't listen, insisting it was not my place to intervene. I was infuriated. His double standards are glaring. His ex-wife could work and study, but when it comes to you, he expects you to sacrifice your career for his child. Of course, there were certain truths Cheng Xi withheld, such as Han Qilin's implicit understanding that he would not have married Cheng Yu had she not agreed to treat his child as her own. Voicing such sentiments would undoubtedly wound Cheng Yu, who genuinely loved Han Qilin, while he merely sought a caretaker for his child. After sharing her thoughts, Cheng Xi noticed her sister's gaze cast downward, remaining silent. Concerned, she urged, Sister, if you wish to scold me, please do. I may have overstepped. Why would I blame you? Your intentions were rooted in concern for me. I understand all too well that the primary reason he married me was to find someone who would care for his child, Cheng Yu replied, her throat tightening with emotion. After a moment's pause, she continued, I too exploited a loophole. Sister, do not be confused. You have never treated that child poorly. It is she who is ungrateful. Han Qilin never clarified his expectations when we married. Did he ever state that you should stay home full-time to care for his child? Did he mention that his parents disapproved of you? Did he say his child resented having a stepmother? Cheng Yu was in great anguish. Now that the divorce certificate had been obtained, discussing these matters seemed utterly futile. Marriage was a choice I made, and all I could do now was to fulfill my responsibilities as a wife. If he remains dissatisfied, there is little I can do. Cheng Xi could discern that Cheng Yu still harbored deep affections for Han Qilin, and thus remarked, your perspective is valid. One cannot simply sever ties at the slightest dissatisfaction. Marriage requires a period of adjustment. We can invest our efforts, but must also uphold our boundaries. Do not, in the name of love, transform yourself into someone unrecognizable. For in the end, it is not the one you love who will be moved, but only yourself. Cheng Yu nodded, surprised that someone who had never experienced love could articulate such wisdom about marriage. Indeed, I may not have loved, but I have observed many unions, Cheng Xi replied. Cheng Yu chuckled, while you, the self-proclaimed marriage expert, are already in your 4th year. I presume many in your department are preparing to seek internships. What are your thoughts? The competition in fashion design is quite fierce. My professor informed me that modern clothing design is my weak point, yet I possess a precise understanding of traditional Chinese painting, which he advised I focus on, particularly in designing kipeos and hanfu. Cheng Xi smiled, continuing, as for my acquaintance, Senior Tang, he previously served as the president of the student council and has quite an extensive network. He has some connections with Senior Zhang Dan from previous years, who will be joining her teacher as a costume consultant for a Republican-era drama later this year. They're in need of an assistant, and Senior Tang recommended me. I've already sent my sketches to Senior Zhang, and they have agreed to let me join the crew in November. Do you think Senior Tang has feelings for you? Cheng Yu inquired. Senior Tang is quite a good person. He confessed his feelings to me once, but I turned him down. He took it graciously, suggesting that if we cannot be lovers, we might as well be friends. After all, knowing more people might open additional avenues in the future. He also expressed confidence in my potential, and I believe he possesses good judgment. Cheng Yu chuckled. It appears that Senior Tang is quite the charming individual. No wonder he ascended to the position of student council president. It's a pity that if you weren't married to Pei Yanzhou, you could explore a relationship with him. Sister, do you regret not having a romantic relationship during college? Cheng Xi teased. At that time, I had someone in my heart, but being 2 years your senior, I can share from experience that youthful romances are often simpler, devoid of many concerns. As long as you feel his affection, that is sufficient. As Cheng Xi and Cheng Yu continued to prepare their meal, they engaged in discussions about love and relationships. Their conversation persisted until nightfall when the doorbell rang. Cheng Xi opened the door to find Pei Yinzhou standing at the threshold, tall and slender, with an elegant visage and a straight nose, holding a bottle of red wine. Dressed in a white shirt paired with black trousers, he exuded a refined and sophisticated charm. "Please come in," Cheng Xi invited, retrieving a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them on the floor. Pei Yinzhou glanced at them. "I trust no one has worn these? I have a penchant for cleanliness. I just bought them this afternoon," Cheng Xi replied, somewhat exasperated. "You arrive as a guest at someone else's home, and yet have so many demands. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even prepared men's slippers." Pei Yinzhou raised his eyebrows, his gaze softening slightly. The kitchen was just at the entrance, and Cheng Yu nodded towards Pei Yinzhou. This was their second meeting, and she found his presence quite formidable and his demeanor rather aloof. She felt a sense of relief that she hadn't team-married into this family. Otherwise, she was uncertain how she would manage her interactions with him. Pei Yinzhou also acknowledged her with a nod, his attention drawn to the task at hand. Cheng Yu was meticulously chopping lobster meat, the tender flesh reduced to fine pieces, while the claws were similarly diced into uniform segments, showcasing her culinary skills. "I plan to use the lobster meat to make dumplings, and the remainder will be prepared as sashimi," Cheng Yu explained. Pei Yinzhou silently admired her domesticity. She played the piano beautifully and possessed considerable talent. Compared to his previous partner, Cheng Yu, Han Qilin was fortunate to have found a wife like Cheng Yu. It left him wondering what discord could possibly exist between the couple. He handed the bottle of red wine he had brought to Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi felt a wave of embarrassment upon seeing the wine. "Why did you bring this?" she asked, fully aware of her poor tolerance. The last time she had a little too much, it almost led to a regrettable encounter. "Well, I couldn't very well arrive empty-handed," Pei Yinzhou replied, noting the blush on her cheeks and sensing her thoughts, which made him smile subtly. Cheng Xi reluctantly placed the wine on the cabinet, unaware of its label. Cheng Yu, however, caught a glimpse and noticed the substantial vintage. The bottle was worth at least 100,000. It seemed evident that Pei Yinzhou did not harbor any ill feelings towards Cheng Xi. Otherwise, he wouldn't bring such an expensive bottle of wine, even for a simple meal. Cheng Yu fell into contemplation. Cheng Xi, oblivious, waved her hand dismissively. "You go ahead and sit. I still need to roll out the dough." "You can roll out dough?" Pei Yinzhou asked, surprised. Cheng Yu smiled as she explained. "Every year on the winter solstice, it's Cheng Xi who rolls out the dumpling skins. I handle the filling. The store-bought ones simply don't compare." Cheng Xi continued kneading the dough she had started earlier. Pei Yinzhou stood behind, observing Cheng Xi's appearance. It was his first time seeing her in an apron, a pink one, with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, a loose strand falling by her ear. The sharpness in her demeanor seemed to have softened, making her appear quite endearing and homely. Before long, a ball of dough transformed in Cheng Xi's hands into thin sheets. After filling them, she placed the dumplings into a steamer, and when they emerged, they were translucent and glistening. Even Pei Yinzhou, accustomed to exquisite cuisine, felt a pang of hunger. He stood up and snapped a photo with his phone. "What are you doing?" Cheng Xi approached, intrigued. Could it be that such a high-powered executive had an interest in photographing food for social media? "Sending it to Han Qilin," Pei Yinzhou replied. It had been a while since he had last contacted Han Qilin, and he had searched for his WeChat for quite some time. "Good idea," Cheng Xi scoffed. "Let him see how virtuous my sister is. He should appreciate his blessings." Pei Yinzhou did indeed harbor this intention, as he hoped Han Qilin, who had already been through a divorce, would not face another. Even if Cheng Yu's background was modest, a man with multiple divorces would not fare well in society's eyes. After sending the photos, he finally lifted his gaze. "This morning, Han Qilin called me, urging me to manage my wife properly." "What did you say to him?" "I've known him for over a decade, and it's the first time I've seen him so enraged." Cheng Xi glanced at Cheng Yu, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, then snorted. "I told him that if he dares to harm my sister, I will trouble his daughter." Pei Yinzhou was taken aback. He realized that Cheng Xi had a knack for constantly reshaping his perceptions. Who does he think he is? To cold shoulder my sister and blame her for not quitting her job to wholeheartedly care for his daughter. Is he marrying a nanny or a wife? Cheng Xi looked at him and asked, do you think a woman should have a job after marriage? Pei Yinzhou replied nonchalantly, is this really a matter worth arguing over? He could simply hire a nanny. Indeed, my sister suggested he hire one, but he was unwilling, claiming their 3-bedroom apartment couldn't accommodate a nanny. My sister's refusal means she doesn't regard his daughter as her own, Cheng Xi explained. This could be easily resolved by moving to a larger house. Pei Yinzhou had often heard Han Yaoting speak of this cousin. Han Qilin was an academic prodigy. When he was accepted into Tsinghua University after just finishing junior high, the elder Han generously rewarded him with a villa, believing this grandson would bring honor to the family. Not to mention, when he turned 18 and was sent abroad as an exchange student to a prestigious university in the United States, the elder Han bestowed upon him a substantial sum of money, rumored to have multiplied significantly over the years in a fund. Each time Han Yaoting mentioned this, he was green with envy, lamenting his own academic struggles. Cheng Xi shook her head, to be honest. My sister didn't even know he was the grandson of the chairman of Shulin Group until the last dinner with you all. Forget it. If I ask him to move to a bigger house, he might think my sister is after a marital property. Pei Yinzhou frowned, realizing that Cheng Yu had no idea about Han Qilin's villa and wealth. Han Qilin is being overly cautious with his wife, isn't he? How'd I never notice he was this type of person before? Is it true that the wealthier people are, the more stingy they become? Cheng Xi couldn't help but scrutinize him. I am not that kind of person. Pei Yinzhou quickly distanced himself from the notion. Really? Cheng Xi chuckled lightly, teasing, does he have amnesia? Should I remind him of his past actions? Pei Yinzhou felt his handsome face darken under her laughter and had to change the subject. If it were me, I would be completely supportive of my wife's choices. Working is perfectly fine. Having her own career is wonderful, making life more fulfilling. A person's life shouldn't solely revolve around the kitchen and children. Besides, earning so much money is meant to ease the lives of family and children. Why should one's youthful wife be worn down to a haggard state? It's disheartening to witness. Exactly, Cheng Xi nodded, her gaze toward Pei Yinzhou more agreeable than ever. Alas, what lay before her was a tempting plate of succulent pork belly that she could not indulge in. See, have you set the table yet? Cheng Yu asked as she brought over the neatly sliced snowflake pork, under the soft glow of the lamp. Pei Yinzhou and Cheng Xi sat closely together, one tall and strikingly handsome, the other petite and delicate in the man's presence. They appeared quite well matched. A flicker of inspiration crossed Cheng Yu's eyes. I'll do it right away, Cheng Xi replied, hastily rising to fetch the dishes. The dinner spread was lavish. 2 Australian lobsters, one portion steamed and the other stir-fried, along with a small segment transformed into shrimp dumplings, all exceedingly delectable. The remaining snowflake pork was grilled on a hot plate, paired with a sauce that Cheng Yu had concocted, remarkably tasty. Shall we open the red wine? Cheng Yu suggested, noting the expensive bottle Pei Yinzhou had brought, feeling it would be impolite not to indulge. Please, no. Cheng Xi interjected quickly, I can't hold my liquor well, and you all drove here, right? Drinking and driving is unwise. Cheng Yu remained silent, directing her gaze towards Pei Yinzhou, for he was indeed the guest of honor this evening. Then let's forego it, Pei Yinzhou concluded, picking up his chopsticks with an air of indifference toward the matter of drinking. However, it was his first time dining with 2 women, and he instinctively took on the task of grilling the meat. This was also the first time Cheng Xi recognized the advantages of Pei Yinzhou's presence. She had never particularly enjoyed grilling, as splatters of oil were a constant threat, especially with the oily snowflake pork sizzling away. I didn't expect your grilling skills to be quite commendable, Cheng Xi complimented. Pei Yinzhou noticed her cheeks bulging as she chewed under the lamp's illumination, his thin lips curling slightly. During his time studying abroad, he often enjoyed barbecues and hot pots with friends. After a while, feeling parched and realizing no one had offered him a drink, he spotted a red cup nearby and took a sip. It was Cheng Xi's cup. Cheng Yu cleared her throat gently to remind him. Chapter 75. The third will. Cheng Xi shot him a glare. What are you doing drinking from my cup? Did you pour me any water? Pei Yinzhou countered. Cheng Xi felt flustered. But you can't just take my cup. Have you forgotten? It's just a cup after all. Pei Yinzhou remarked nonchalantly, coughing from a piece of beef and chili that had caught in her throat. Cheng Yu's face turned crimson. Cheng Xi, blushing, shot Pei Yinzhou a fierce look, silently warning him to be quiet. Pei Yinzhou returned her glance with a subtle hint, as if to say, who told you not to pour me any water? Watching the silent exchange between the two, Cheng Yu suddenly felt like an intruder, a mere light bulb in the room. Perhaps her presence was unnecessary tonight. After dinner, Cheng Xi retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. In the small living room, the projector was on, displaying a variety show on the screen. Although few were watching, it served to lighten the atmosphere, preventing any awkwardness between Cheng Yu and Pei Yinzhou. "What does Mr. Pei think of Xi?" Cheng Yu asked softly. Pei Yinzhou lazily leaned back against the sofa. "What are you trying to say?" Previously, Cheng Xi had run away from home several times during the night. But now, as Cheng Yu glanced at the expensive bottle of red wine he had brought, it seemed he was no longer as resistant towards Cheng Xi as before. Pei Yinzhou displayed a hint of surprise, as he had not anticipated that Cheng Yu would discern the vintage of the wine at a mere glance. Conversely, Cheng Xi seemed oblivious to this detail. Indeed, he found that he no longer harbored the same aversion toward her as before. Perhaps, he thought, he had grown indifferent to her presence. Cheng Yu smiled and remarked, "It seems you do not dislike Cheng Xi any longer." Pei Yinzhou remained silent. He truly had shed his disdain for Cheng Xi. In fact, he even found their interactions to be rather enjoyable. Dining with her was far more relaxed than dining with the upper echelons of his company. Tonight's meal was simply a lobster. A person of Pei Xiao's stature had undoubtedly tasted a myriad of delicacies. Cheng Yu chuckled lightly. Pei Yinzhou pressed his thin lips together, his gaze sharpening, for it was an unpleasant sensation to be so thoroughly understood by a woman. Cheng Yu felt a shiver under his intense stare, but continued. "Previously, when Cheng Xi chose to marry you, her intentions were likely clear to you, Pei Xiao. I wish to convey that if you genuinely harbor feelings for Cheng Xi, I would encourage her to nurture this marriage. However, if your interest is merely fleeting, or if you seek a wife solely for progeny, indifferent to who occupies that role, then I believe it would be wiser for you to maintain some distance from Cheng Xi. In situations like this dinner, your presence is not imperative." Her words were rather blunt. Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You two sisters are not even blood relatives, yet both seem quite invested in each other's marital affairs." Cheng Yu replied, "Sometimes, living under the same roof can forge a bond even stronger than blood relations. Moreover, with only a 2-year age difference, we are more akin to friends and sisters. I believe that a marriage must be rooted in affection. Relying solely on material foundations for a lifetime lacks true meaning." "Is that Cheng Xi's sentiment or your own?" he inquired. "It is certainly Cheng Xi's view. She has confided in me that during her youth, she wished to earn money and subsequently find a man who truly loves her for a lifetime." Cheng Yu told a small lie, as she felt that if Pei Yinzhou had genuine feelings for Cheng Xi and later discovered her true identity, he might soften, allowing them to transcend societal expectations and find happiness together, thereby avoiding a potential divorce. Yet, if his intentions were merely to indulge in a fleeting romance, then such interactions were unnecessary. In instances like this dinner, it was typical for young men and women to meet multiple times, especially when one was handsome and wealthy and the other youthful and beautiful. Even if Cheng Xi was perceptive, she was still inexperienced in matters of the heart. Cheng Yu, having loved before, understood that emotions often defy reason. "I comprehend your perspective," Pei Yinzhou said, rising to his feet, his handsome features now marred by displeasure. "Thank you for your trouble today. I shall take my leave." Cheng Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Having hoped that Pei Yinzhou might be willing to invest some emotion in Cheng Xi, it seemed that perhaps these signs of wealth were always rather guarded regarding their feelings. Just as Cheng Xi finished washing the dishes and turned around, she spotted Pei Yinzhou approaching her, seemingly preparing to depart. "Pei Xiao is leaving," Cheng Yu announced. "So soon?" Cheng Xi was taken aback, having expected Pei Yinzhou to linger a while longer. Cheng Yu interjected, suggesting that Pei should take the expensive bottle of wine with him, as it was rather extravagant and inappropriate. Pei Yinzhou cast a shadowy glance at Cheng Yu, who maintained a faint smile on her lips. At that moment, he truly wished to call Han Qilin to inquire if she could manage her wife. Cheng Xi, upon hearing the term expensive, felt both astonished and hastily returned the wine to Pei Yinzhou, her words tinged with reproach, questioning why he would bring such a costly bottle. "Expensive? I merely took it from the office wine cabinet," Pei Yinzhou replied nonchalantly. "Take it. It's just a bottle of wine. I can afford it. Besides, I've never been one to take back gifts." "Then let today be the start of that habit," Cheng Xi insisted, grasping his hand firmly and pushing the wine back into his possession. Throughout her life, she had understood that nothing came without effort. Pei Yinzhou shot her a dark glare before turning on his heel, slamming the door behind him as he left with the wine. Cheng Xi blinked. Having spent some time with him, she could discern that he was indeed angry. But surely, his irritation could not solely stem from a single bottle of red wine. Sister, what did you say to him? Oh, I simply made it abundantly clear that if he does not harbor feelings for you and does not intend to love you, you should keep his distance and refrain from dining with you in the future. Cheng Xi gasped, her lips parting in shock. She had not anticipated her sister's boldness in addressing Pei Yinzhou in such a manner. No wonder he left so abruptly. He was singularly focused on his work, intent on expanding the company and accumulating wealth, with no interest in romantic entanglements, believing that relationships were a frivolous diversion. Cheng Yu understood. Was that not aligned with his own sentiments? Cheng Xi felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that she indeed shared that perspective. In truth, had she not been a substitute bride, their thoughts were quite compatible, making them a suitable match. However, the aristocracy of Sioux City placed great importance on social status, and it was only a matter of time before her true identity was revealed. For Pei Yinzhou to consider her a genuine partner, he would have to open his heart. But as I just inquired, he left without hesitation. Cheng Yu sighed, believing that his willingness to visit today might have indicated some interest. But it now seemed he was merely interested in a fleeting encounter. Sister, he probably just wanted to save her a lobster, especially since I played a trick on him at the Pei family last night. With his wealth, what delicacies has he not experienced? Cheng Yu interrupted sharply, her gaze piercing. You two must have been intimate then. Cheng Xi's face flushed with embarrassment. It was just that day when I had a bit too much to drink. No wonder. It appears my assumptions were correct. Fortunately, I clarified things earlier. It was for your own good. I feared that the more you interacted, if you remained indifferent, you might develop feelings instead. So, I took the liberty of clearing the air. You don't hold that against me, do you? Cheng, she shook her head. No, you were looking out for me. However, you underestimate me. I have always been quite discerning and would not easily fall for someone. Even if I did, I would know how to extricate myself. Cheng Yu gazed at her with the wisdom of experience. Your words are light now because you have yet to endure it. Matters of the heart are never as simple as they may seem. When you truly love someone, no matter how composed you may appear, your heart will inevitably suffer. It will rejoice, laugh, feel sweetness, weep, and even harbor jealousy. Especially for Cheng Xi, who had yet to fully step into society. Her understanding of emotions was akin to a blank canvas. Pei Yinzhou, on the other hand, was a successful figure, a prince charming in the eyes of many women. Once he sets his sights on a woman, employing every means to be kind to her, how many can genuinely withstand his allure? Cheng Xi was momentarily taken aback, entirely unfamiliar with the feelings Cheng Yu spoke of. It's too late, I must go. After Cheng Yu departed, Cheng Xi sank into the sofa. The sudden silence in the room rendered her somewhat uneasy. She picked up the remote, her gaze landing on the red cup beside her, recently used by Pei Yinzhou. The thought that her sister had merely asked him whether he was willing to be moved, yet he had so callously walked away, stirred a vague sense of discomfort and an inexplicable disappointment within her. Was she truly so inadequate? He only sought physical connection, devoid of any emotional engagement. What a scoundrel. In the car, Pei Yinzhou was enveloped in an indistinct melancholy. Just then, Han Shilin finally noticed the photo he had sent earlier and called. What was the meaning behind that photo? Your wife possesses quite the culinary skills. Pei Yinzhou regretted sending that image and gritted his teeth, responding coldly. She's rather quick-witted. Isn't she? Han Shilin retorted. You must be mistaken. That remark pertains to Cheng Xi, doesn't he it? Although he had been annoyed with Cheng Yu recently, he couldn't quite label her as quick-witted. Pei Yinzhou scoffed. Compared to Cheng Xi, she was just as sharp, and he had not been spared from her meddling. Thanks to her, he had been driven away right after dinner. Strangely enough, Han Shilin felt a surge of relief, perhaps because someone finally understood his sentiments. Just don't expect me to manage Cheng Yu. I can't handle her temperament, and she is still at odds with me. Pei Yinzhou was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the tides had turned, he now comprehended the saying that fortunes fluctuate. You and I are not the same. This is your second marriage. If it ends in divorce, it will tarnish your reputation. I have no intention of divorcing. Han Shilin merely wished to teach Cheng Yu a lesson. Then be magnanimous. After all, you are a professor. Pei Yinzhou was in a foul mood that evening and spoke rather rudely. Others may not know, but we are well aware of your financial standing. Han Yaoding has divulged everything about you. Hiring a nanny and moving into a bigger house is trivial. Why must your wife stay home, focusing solely on child rearing? A woman with broader horizons can contribute to shared interests. Besides, do you wish for your young and beautiful new wife to turn into a weary matron, forever tethered to the kitchen? Han Shilin never anticipated that one day he would be chastised by the younger generation, represented by Pei Yinzhou, which left him somewhat displeased. His house was conveniently located near his workplace, and he often found himself preoccupied with work. Cheng Yu, being exceptionally beautiful and a director, was immersed in the alluring world of entertainment, rife with temptations. One should not always be self-centered. Upgrading to a larger home was intended for the sake of his wife and daughter. If he was so concerned, he should have married someone older. It was unreasonable to expect someone to remain confined at home when he had no time to accompany them. This was the first time Pei Yinzhou heard Han Qilin's inner thoughts. Previously, he held Han Qilin in high regard, viewing him as an intellectual paragon. However, he now recognized a certain selfishness in him. Weren't you just angry with Cheng Yu? Now you're defending her, Pei Yinzhou remarked. You and Cheng Yu chose to marry each other willingly. I shouldn't be the one to disrupt your union out of displeasure. After concluding the call, Pei Yinzhou felt he had expressed everything necessary. If Han Qilin continued to be so calculating, he would inevitably face a third marriage. The following morning, as Cheng Xi leisurely prepared breakfast in her apartment, she received a call from her roommate, Su Xiao. Cheng Xi, where are you? Eating breakfast at my rental. Cheng Xi replied, You still have the time to eat breakfast? Su Xiao et gleam ugenti. You've got a serious problem. Cheng Xi's heart sank. Su Xiao continued, You need to check Weibo immediately. A video of you hitting someone is going viral online, and someone from our school has uncovered your identity in class, exposing everything. Cheng Xi hurriedly opened Weibo, and the first trending topic she saw was Suda's campus belle arrogantly assaults someone. In this day and age, even a trivial incident could escalate online, particularly since Sioux City University was renowned as the best university in the eastern region. And the term campus belle drew even more attention. Clicking on the trending topic, the most circulated content was a video. Cheng Xi opened it to discover footage from a recent gathering at the Qin family club, where she had smashed a cake on Qin Jiamiao's face. The video even captured her voice, declaring, I spent $2 million to have you eat this cake. Is $2 million not enough? Do you still want compensation for bodily harm? I'll cover everything. The video, devoid of context, portrayed Cheng Xi as arrogant and brash, igniting public outrage online. Wow, this girl is the campus belle of Sioux City University. How audacious. Seriously, $2 million for a cake? She must have wealth and connections, which explains her boldness. Incredible, $2 million. I've never even seen that amount. Is she being supported by some wealthy patron? Look at the video's date. It happened some time ago. I'm curious if this campus belle was arrested. Arrested? Nonsense. I'm a student at Sioux University, and I saw the campus belle just yesterday. I'm also a student at Sioux University, and I never anticipated that our institution would gain notoriety for such a matter. It is quite embarrassing. This campus belle possesses questionable character, often seen exchanging flirtatious glances with numerous gentlemen. Just the day before yesterday, I spotted her clandestinely entering a Rolls-Royce at the back gate of the university. The online discourse has become increasingly harsh, with some even releasing clear photographs of her. Cheng Xi set her phone down, her expression darkening considerably. She had thought that incident was behind her, yet it was to be expected. Someone like Qin Jiamiao would not easily let her off the hook. Chapter 77. Awaiting her plea for help previously, Qin Jiamiao refrained from taking action, possibly due to the absence of classes. Today, however, was different. It marked the second day of the new term, and Sioux University had made headlines for this scandal, inevitably leading to disciplinary actions against her. The consequences could be severe, possibly resulting in expulsion. Qin Jiamiao truly is ruthless. Cheng Xi found herself lacking the appetite for breakfast, as she received numerous calls and messages from friends. Generally, her social standing at Sioux University was commendable, but in the face of those who had financially orchestrated this smear campaign against her, her friends' support felt futile, quickly drowned out by a torrent of malicious insults and attacks. Cheng Yu also called. Xi, I reached out to some acquaintances in the circle to help you remove the trending topic, but they mentioned you have offended someone quite formidable. Who exactly did you cross paths with? What is the identity of the person you angered? The Qin family. The Qin family of Sioux City? Cheng Yu was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? You dared to cross the Qin family? They have gone too far, Cheng Xi mumbled. I thought this matter had been resolved previously. Who would have known that Qin Jiamiao would be so shameless? Cheng Yu believed in her sister's integrity and suspected that someone was indeed fueling the trending topic for personal gain. If this issue wasn't swiftly addressed, not only could expulsion from the university be on the horizon, but future employment prospects would also be jeopardized. Your only recourse now is to locate the complete video or seek assistance from Pei Yinzhou. As she spoke the latter part, Cheng Yu felt a pang of regret, wishing she had not been so direct with Pei Yinzhou the previous day. The location of the altercation being the Qin family's clubhouse meant they had likely erased any incriminating evidence. Cheng Xi did not wish to burden her sister with excessive worry. Sister, do not fret. I will visit the police station shortly. Perhaps they have retained the complete video from that day. Cheng Yu could discern that Cheng Xi was attempting to reassure herself. After ending the call, she pushed open the bathroom door, where Han Qilin and his daughter Han Yaqing were brushing their teeth. Husband, if your concern is about Cheng Xi, I fear I cannot be of assistance. Han Qilin spat out mouthwash. Cheng Xi's brazen actions have led Su University, for the first time in its several decades of existence, to gain notoriety in this manner, tarnishing its reputation. Moreover, you are aware of whom she has crossed. The Qin family status in Su City is on par with the Han family's. Qin Jiamiao is the apple of the Qin family's eye. Although I belong to the Han family, all corporate matters are managed by my uncle, and the Qin family would not extend any favor to me. Cheng Yu gazed upon the handsome and refined visage before her, and in that instant, her heart felt as though it had turned to ice. The opinions of outsiders mattered little. After all, Cheng Xi was family, and you were my husband. Based solely on a selectively edited video, and without fully comprehending the circumstances, you hastily condemned Cheng Xi. Do you not find that excessive? Cheng Xi dares to threaten and provoke even me. With her temperament, has she ever held anyone in regard? Han Qilin furrowed his brow and remarked, I had warned you to advise Cheng Xi to temper her behavior. Did you heed my counsel? I am more aware than anyone of my sister's character. Cheng Yu trembled uncontrollably. All I ask of you is to speak a good word on Cheng Xi's behalf before the president of Su University to prevent her expulsion. Han Qilin opened his mouth, poised to respond, when Han Yaqing abruptly tugged at his sleeve. Daddy, I'm going to be late. Instantly, Han Qilin glanced at the time and, taking his daughter into his arms, hurried out of the restroom. Before long, father and daughter had departed. Cheng Yu waited for what felt like an eternity. Yet no reply came. Sunlight streamed in from outside, but she felt a chilling draft. In the office of the CEO, Pei Yinzhou sat by the window on a genuine leather chair, clad in a hazy blue shirt, engrossed in the documents before him. Yang Kai entered discreetly, hesitating to speak. Without raising his head, Pei Yinzhou instructed, summon General Yi from the finance department. I am unclear about the 300 million spent last month. After this, Yang Kai remained silent for a considerable time. He finally lifted his gaze, frowning. Is there something else? President Pei, the young madam has trended on social media, Yang Kai said, offering his phone. Regardless of the current state of relations between President Pei and the young madam, the uproar she had caused warranted his awareness. Pei Yinzhou, initially perplexed, soon grasped the situation upon receiving the phone. He had not anticipated that Cheng Xi would find herself embroiled in such a scandal so early in the day. The online vitriol was harsh, with many self-proclaimed students from Su University alleging that Cheng Xi was indeed being supported by wealthy benefactors. As the saying goes, when enough people speak of something, it begins to resemble the truth. Yang Kai cautiously added, when this case was being handled, the police reviewed the surveillance footage. However, after the case was closed, I followed your orders to ensure all footage was deleted, unless someone at the Qin family's establishment has restored it. Simply put, it is likely that this video was leaked by the Qin family, possibly as an act of retaliation. Pei Yinzhou's brow furrowed deeply. Qin Ming had previously reached an agreement with him to handle this matter properly. Given Qin Ming's character, even though he dotes on his sister, he would not seek revenge unless Qin Jiamiao harbored resentment. Yang Kai inquired, shall I assist in removing the trending topic? If this continues to gain traction, Su University will undoubtedly expel the young madam. Pei Yinzhou instinctively considered nodding in agreement, but recalled Cheng Yu's words from the previous evening, prompting him to remain silent. Let's observe for now. If Cheng Xi contacts you, inform me, he said, returning the phone to Yang Kai. She had repeatedly declared her intention to divorce and seek true love, so if she had the capability, she should refrain from seeking his assistance. However, Based on his understanding of Cheng Xi, she would undoubtedly be unwilling to face expulsion from school, and it was only a matter of time before she sought his help. He bore no qualms about teaching Cheng Xi a lesson, making her realize that the so-called romantic love was merely the pastime of the idle. A wise individual should prioritize future prospects and wealth above all else. Yang Kai was taken aback, but the situation had escalated too far, which could tarnish your reputation. After all, she is your wife. Aside from Lu Chongli and a few others who had seen her, who else knew what his spouse looked like? Pei Yinzhou remained unperturbed, insisting that he merely needed to ascertain the source of the video. Yang Kai silently sympathized with Cheng Xi before turning to leave. At the police station, Cheng Xi finally managed to locate the officer who handled the case on that day. Upon hearing her request to release the video, the officer found himself in a difficult position. Miss Cheng, I apologize, but both the Pei and Qin families have instructed us to delete that video. Cheng Xi was engulfed in confusion, her delicate oval face turning pale. The officer, feeling pity, assured her, rest assured. We will issue a statement clarifying that this case has been resolved, and it should be noted that Miss Qin also uttered some harsh words that provoked you. Both parties are at fault. Chapter 78. Even the uncle did not stand up for you, Cheng. She managed a bitter smile. With the situation blown out of proportion, the public was whispering that she was being supported by someone powerful and influential. The police's vague statement would only lead others to believe they were coerced by the forces behind her, and no one would truly believe her. You could seek assistance from Mr. Pei, suggested the officer, somewhat perplexed, as it was Pei Yinzhou who had taken her out that day. The Pei family had the means to resolve this issue effortlessly. Cheng Xi fell silent. Upon leaving the police station, she opened her phone to find that familiar friends had called to express their concern for her within just a few hours. Yet, Pei Yinzhou had not reached out. A man of his stature would surely be aware of the news through his assistant or subordinates. She could not believe he was unaware unless he simply did not wish to help. After all, just yesterday, her sister had urged him to keep his distance. A proud man like him would never voluntarily offer assistance. Helping others often comes at a price. His previous aid had stemmed from a misunderstanding regarding Pei's mother. Now, he owed her nothing further. At that moment, a teacher from the school called, requesting her presence. Cheng Xi slowly set down her phone, her eyes gazing up at the trees above. Sometimes, she truly yearned for a tranquil life, one that included a job, a place to call home, and perhaps a couple of good friends. That would suffice. Yet, it seemed so difficult. 40 minutes later, Cheng Xi arrived at Sioux City University. As she stepped inside, she was met with the pointed fingers and hushed whispers of the school's populace. Those who once admired and adored her now looked upon her with disdain and contempt. Alas, what a so-called school belle. It is patently evident that one can only indulge in such favors with wealth. Approaching were Pei Feiyue and her companions, with a girl in a yellow dress beside her mocking Cheng Xi. This girl, who feigns innocence at school, behaves as a social butterfly in private. How repulsive. Indeed, Feiyue. It is utterly lamentable that someone like her can share your name within these walls. She pales in comparison to even a single strand of your hair. The harsh words pierced Cheng Xi's ears, her fists clenched tightly. She yearned to strike back, yet numerous classmates were recording the encounter, and an impulsive action would only solidify her already notorious reputation online. You are well aware of whether I am being supported by someone and whose vehicle I occupy, Cheng Xi remarked, her gaze icy as it fixed upon the flamboyant Pei Feiyue. Pei Feiyue, with a derisive smirk, took a couple of steps closer, lowering her voice to a whisper intended solely for Cheng Xi's ears. And what of it? You may indeed be my little aunt. Yet my uncle has not come to your aid. Why should I? A rush of indignation surged through Cheng Xi, akin to a stinging slap to the face. After all, she had boasted that Pei Yinzhou favored her type. Oh, did you not claim that my uncle was quite fond of your innocent sweetness? It seems that was merely a facade, Pei Feiyue replied with a mocking expression. Though my uncle is not one to check his phone in the morning. His assistant informs him of the morning news. Given the current scandal, it is clear he chooses not to intervene on your behalf. Are you finished? Cheng Xi coldly interjected. If so, kindly take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Pei Feiyue scoffed. Your matters must pertain to the school administration. Am I correct? How do you suppose they will react to such a scandal? I imagine they will be quite furious and might very well expel you. How delightful that would be. I would no longer have to endure your presence at school, for you truly irk me. Cheng Xi found it hard to fathom Pei Feiyue, do we harbor such profound enmity? She acknowledged that, despite claiming to view Pei Feiyue as an adversary, were their roles reversed, she would not harbor such malice. This animosity rivals that of Qin Jiamiao. While their grievances may not amount to deep-seated hatred, Cheng Xi previously detested Pei Feiyue's duplicitous nature. However, witnessing her aggression towards Miao Miao was particularly distasteful. Do you believe that marrying into the Pei family grants you the right to act with such arrogance? Even I dare not be so presumptuous. Who do you think you are? Miao Miao may be powerless against you, and the Qin family may turn a blind eye, but I am more than willing to rectify the situation on their behalf. Pei Feiyue retorted with palpable disdain. Let me make this clear. My grandparents and parents are aware of today's incident. My grandparents expressed their outrage regarding your conduct this morning. It is only a matter of time before you are expelled from the Pei family. After absorbing these words, Cheng Xi finally discerned the truth behind the incident. So, it was you who disseminated the video online? And what of it? Regardless, Cheng Xi, you shall face the consequences of your actions. I wish never to lay eyes upon you at school again, for you are simply repugnant. Pei Feiyue's haughty gaze exuded profound animosity and disdain. Cheng Xi struggled to restrain herself from delivering a slap, asking, Pei Feiyue, do you truly comprehend the context? Are you aware of what transpired prior to that video? Pei Feiyue was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, is there any need to ponder? You are always so arrogant in my presence. Who knows how you have bullied Miao Miao? You dared to mistreat her at her birthday banquet, and then spoke of compensating 2 million. Huh, aren't your funds merely from the Pei family? How hypocritical. No wonder you incited them to reduce my allowance in front of my family. You believe that everything belonging to my uncle will eventually be yours, don't you? Leave our Pei family. Your ambition shall not succeed. I am a cherished jewel of the Pei family. My mother is the matriarch. Cheng Xi finally grasped the situation. It appeared that Pei Feiyue was merely a pawn for Qin Jiamiao, who likely had instigated much discord in front of her. Pei Feiyue, when will you gain some sense? Cheng Xi fumed, having previously heard Su Xiao and others refer to Pei Feiyue as merely a mobile ATM in the eyes of those girls. She had dismissed it then, but now she believed it wholeheartedly. Pei Feiyue, furious, raised her hand to slap Cheng Xi. Cheng Xi seized her wrist and pushed her away. You can inquire with your uncle. He knows the ins and outs of the matter. If he knows, why doesn't he assist you? Pei Feiyue scoffed. Cheng Xi replied, Pei Feiyue, you may leave with your friend in disdain. Cheng Xi, trembling with rage, called Pei Yinzhou's phone. While in a meeting, Pei Yinzhou dismissed the call. No one was permitted to disturb him during meetings, not even Cheng Xi. In disbelief, Cheng Xi stared at the disconnected call, mentally cursing Pei Yinzhou and Pei Feiyue's ancestors. Chapter 79. A timely assistance. 2 minutes later, Cheng Xi gradually calmed her fury, succumbing to despair. Fine, if I'm destined to be expelled, so be it. At least I shall have no regrets. Upon reaching the school office building, a tall figure stood on the steps, clad in a gray sweatshirt and black jeans, exuding a simple and clean aura. Senior Tang, Cheng Xi exclaimed in surprise. Did you not graduate and start working? What brings you here? I saw on Weibo this morning that you encountered trouble. Tang Lin approached, his tone and gaze gentle, reminiscent of his past role as the student council president, having interacted with the higher-ups who held a favorable impression of him. I hope to assist you. Cheng Xi's throat felt slightly dry as she rasped. But don't you need to take leave today? Tang Lin softly countered. Is our friendship not worth a day off? In that moment, Cheng Xi finally understood the essence of timely assistance. After enduring humiliation from her classmates, she felt her heart warm, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Embracing the kindness extended to her, many classmates had witnessed the video and the rumors online. Tang Lin was acutely aware that some individuals were voicing harsh criticisms. She raised her hand, signaling her to cease speaking. The particulars had already been conveyed to me by Ling Zheng earlier this morning. You have done nothing wrong. Cheng Xi was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, managed to stammer, thank you. Ever since she had confronted Qin Jiamiao, Pei Yinzhou had labeled her impulsive, and the online vitriol was overwhelming. Yet, there was only one person affirming that she had not erred. In that moment, a sense of reassurance flooded Cheng Xi's heart. Sometimes, in undertaking a task, it is unnecessary to seek the validation of the masses. One person's affirmation suffices. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you inside. Tang Lin said with a smile. Cheng Xi nodded and ascended the stairs alongside Tang Lin, pushing open the door to the conference room. Within, numerous university leaders from Tsu University were in attendance. Secretaries, the president, vice presidents, directors, and the head of the teaching department, alongside Cheng, Xi's class counselor and homeroom teacher. Tang Lin, what brings you here? The principal inquired with a furrowed brow. Having interacted with Tang Lin during her tenure as the student council president in her third year, he asked, "You are not intending to clarify matters for Cheng Xi, are you? I must tell you, this situation has escalated disproportionately, and it has brought unprecedented disgrace to our university, severely tarnishing Tsu University's reputation." Cheng Xi shuddered at the words. But Tang Lin spoke first. Might it not be prudent for the esteemed leaders to first grasp the circumstances? Today, Cheng Xi's counselor and homeroom teacher are present. They have known her for 3 years and can attest to her character. She is not a person of arrogance. Furthermore, the police station has already concluded the case. Specific details can be inquired from them. I hope that upon understanding the situation, leniency may be extended towards Cheng Xi. The homeroom teacher, in a difficult tone, added, "Indeed, Cheng Xi is quite diligent. Her examination results consistently place her among the top 3 in her department." The counselor nodded in agreement. Cheng Xi possesses a commendable temperament and maintains harmonious relationships with her peers. The secretary, maintaining a stern demeanor, remarked, "Cheng Xi, it is evident that the video has been deliberately truncated. I must ask, can you provide the complete footage to affirm your innocence?" Cheng Xi opened her mouth. Struggling to respond, I inquired at the police station, but they informed me that the video has been deleted. So, you lack the complete video. Do you believe that mere police reports will convince the public? Even if you recount the events online, without irrefutable evidence, few will believe you. Additionally, the footage clearly depicts you engaging in violence, an egregious act. Moreover, your private life has been the subject of considerable gossip, casting a significant shadow over the university and society at large. The public is awaiting our institution's disciplinary action. The secretary continued, "If we merely record a major demerit against you, how will the public interpret this? They may claim you were supported by someone who then bribed the university, alleging favoritism at Tsu University, and perhaps even insinuating that our leadership is complicit. In such a scenario, the entire university risks being dragged down by your actions." The principal nodded in agreement, stating, after deliberation, the university has decided to expel you. Principal, at the entrance of the conference room, a group of over 10 students suddenly made their way inside. Leading the charge was Ling Zheng, followed closely by Cheng Xi's roommate Su Xiao, Zhu Sihui, and Shen Yaoyao, along with several other acquaintances from the department. As soon as they entered, Ling Zheng dropped to her knees, her slender frame upright. "It was because of me that Cheng Xi got into a fight. If the principal truly intends to expel someone as punishment, let it be me. On the day of the incident, I was delivering food, yet they looked down on me for being a delivery person and deemed me unworthy to use their elevator, forcing me to climb from the first floor to the 50th. After exhausting myself, I could barely stand, and the cake was slightly damaged as a result. They demanded a compensation of 1 million. If I couldn't pay, I had to drink 4 bottles of whiskey to leave." Ling Zheng took a deep breath and continued. Later, Cheng Xi came up, concerned I might succumb to alcohol poisoning. She offered to help with the compensation, yet they insisted on additional damages, demanding 2 million to let us go. Cheng Xi, in a fit of rage, acted out. Su Xiao spoke up. "It is those individuals who are utterly unreasonable. Cheng Xi did nothing wrong. Suda is our school, our home, and you cannot expel a good student merely for the sake of its reputation." Zhu Sihui added, "Indeed, Cheng Xi shares a dorm with us, and we are all good friends. Principal, we implore you not to expel her." Shen Yaoyao interjected, "If Cheng Xi had erred, we certainly would not plead for her, but she is innocent." The other accompanying students also stood in solidarity. "Cheng Xi is a wonderful person, always helping us and studying diligently in the library until closing time. While it may seem trivial to the administration, expelling her would irreparably damage the future of a hardworking student. Indeed, in today's society, it is exceedingly difficult to secure a job without a diploma. Many of us aspire to change our fates through education." One by one, students rose to voice their support, both male and female, putting the school leadership in a challenging position. They had not anticipated the fierce online backlash against Cheng Xi, yet her interpersonal relationships were quite strong behind the scenes. At that moment, the homeroom teacher spoke up, "Principal, I understand the predicament you face. Please grant this child a few more days." The secretary nodded. "Cheng Xi, We sympathize with your plight, yet we too have our difficulties. I will give you 3 days, no matter the means you employ. As long as you can reveal the truth, the school will not expel or punish you. Chapter 80. President pays jealousy thank you, leaders. Cheng Xi understood that this leniency was granted out of consideration for the students. She must find a complete video within 3 days. At 10:40 a.m., following the conclusion of a meeting, all executives began to leave. Pei Yinzhou reached out to Yang Kai, requesting my phone. Yang Kai promptly handed over the silence device. Pei Yinzhou opened it, locating the call Cheng Xi had made just half an hour prior. He had anticipated her seeking him out, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Pei Yinzhou raised an eyebrow, but set his phone aside. Yang Kai remarked, President Pei, are you not going to call her back? The young madam is certainly anxious about the situation online. Pei Yinzhou coldly smirked. If it were truly urgent, she would have called again. When one seeks assistance, they must adopt the proper demeanor of supplication. At this moment, he owed her nothing. Pei Yinzhou had not forgotten how. Just last night, she had insisted he take away the wine, as if she could not wait to sever ties with him completely. Yang Kai felt a pang of sympathy for Cheng Xi. President Pei, this situation is escalating significantly. The university will undoubtedly impose consequences. If this drags on too long, they might even dismiss the young madam. Pei Yinzhou replied, rest assured, Cheng Xi is a self-serving individual. If it comes to that, she will undoubtedly come to plead with me. Rising from his seat, Pei Yinzhou made his way outside. When he reached the elevator, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to descend instead of heading back to his office. Yang Kai looked on in confusion. It was only after getting into the car that Pei Yinzhou spoke again. Let us head to Su University. Since, as Yang Kai mentioned, the situation was grave, Cheng Xi would surely reach out to him again in the morning. After all, he would have to go eventually. It was better to go sooner rather than later. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, glad that President Pei was not entirely devoid of compassion. 40 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce appeared across from the entrance of Su University. Pei Yinzhou remained in the car, pulling out his phone. Why had she not contacted him yet via call or message? Was she truly unconcerned about the prospect of being dismissed? President Pei, look, there's the young madam. Yang Kai suddenly pointed to a bubble tea shop by the roadside. Pei Yinzhou glanced out the window and spotted Cheng Xi wearing a mask, standing at the counter waiting for her drink. However, her figure allowed him to recognize her at once. The server prepared 2 cups of bubble tea and handed them to Cheng Xi, who then walked over to a young man seated nearby. He was tall, with a neat haircut, dressed in a gray sweatshirt and black jeans, appearing to be a student at the university as well. After receiving the drinks, he inserted straws into both cups and offered one to Cheng Xi. She sat beside him, and though their conversation was inaudible, her gaze was intently fixed on him, her laughter brightening her features. Pei Yinzhou's handsome face darkened with clouds of discontent. How ironic, he thought, that he had come all this way, worried she might be expelled, only to find her enjoying herself with another man. She had never smiled so brightly in his presence. In light of this, he felt no obligation to assist her further. Inside the tightly sealed car, Yang Kai inexplicably felt the air conditioning was too cold, as if it could freeze someone to death. Drive back to the company, Pei Yinzhou commanded icily. Yang Kai dared not utter another word. He occasionally stole glances back at the young madam, noting that it seemed the words jealousy were written all over President Pei's face. Cheng Xi remained blissfully unaware. Nearby, a few students were engaging in idle chatter. Did you see that black Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside just now? It was so long and commanding. Surely, it must be the car fetching our school beauty, one joked. Perhaps another laughed. But do you really believe that the school beauty is being courted? She dresses quite modestly, without a single expensive item. Women are often enigmatic. One may appear pure on the outside, yet who knows the darkness that lies within? Tang Lin furrowed his brow, preparing to rise, but Cheng Xi quickly grasped his arm, whispering, Senior, let us leave. She firmly led Tang Lin away. Cheng Xi, you should not have stopped me just now. Tang Lin's gentle features betrayed a hint of anger. Those people have filthy mouths. It's fine. I've memorized his appearance. I'll deal with him once the storm has passed. Now is not the time. Whatever I do will be wrong, and with a mere snap of a phone, you might get implicated as well. Cheng Xi, feeling emboldened, was less concerned, while Tang Lin understood the gravity of the situation. Any repercussions could jeopardize his work. He sighed, reflecting on the dual nature of the internet. While it fosters swift communication, it also erodes privacy and necessitates cautiousness in every action, lest one become the target of public scorn. I can hardly imagine being that famous one day, Cheng Xi remarked with a bitter smile. Tang Lin felt a pang of sympathy for her. Yet as he had just stepped into society with limited connections, his affluent background still fell short of knowing anyone who could resolve her plight. Dang sui dang. You should go about your business. You've already helped me immensely today. Once this calms down, I'll treat you to a meal. Cheng Xi expressed her sincere gratitude, vowing never to forget those who aided her today. Tang Lin, still uneasy, asked, "Can you retrieve the original video? Perhaps I should accompany you." "No need. I know whom to approach. I'll seek him out now," Cheng Xi replied, waving him off as a taxi arrived. "Miss, where to?" the driver inquired. "Pay Corporation," she stated, feeling a twinge of sorrow as she uttered the name. She had intended to keep her distance from Pei Yinzhou, yet here she was, compelled to seek his assistance. Regardless of whether this turmoil stemmed from Pei Feiyue's revelations, she had no recourse but to appeal to Pei Yinzhou. In her pursuit of education in a prestigious university, she worked diligently, just as Feng Qiu persevered for her sake. Even in the harshest times, Feng Qiu endured, determined that Cheng Xi would not follow her own troubled path. She aspired for her daughter to soar. Cheng Xi understood all too well that for someone like her, lacking connections and a solid background, education was the sole opportunity to alter her destiny. Upon arriving at the foot of the Pei Corporation skyscraper, Cheng Xi alighted from the taxi, gazing up at the towering edifice, unable to suppress her awe at the might of Pei Corporation and her own insignificance. Upon entering the first floor through the revolving door, the receptionist inquired, "Miss, whom are you looking for?" "I am here to see Pei Yinzhou," Cheng Xi replied. "I am his family." The receptionist scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Though she had encountered members of the Pei family before, the girl before her, devoid of makeup, despite her beauty, was clad in attire that appeared far less expensive than her own. "I apologize, but without an appointment, we cannot permit you to enter. However, since you claim to be the president's family, you may contact him directly." Cheng Xi then retrieved her phone to reach out to Pei Yinzhou. But the call was terminated after only 2 rings. This marked the second time her call had been cut off today. Stunned, she hesitated before reluctantly dialing Assistant Yang's number. After a protracted wait, the call went unanswered. The receptionist's demeanor grew increasingly impatient. Previously, she had feared that Cheng Xi might be an acquaintance of Pei Yinzhou, hence her initial courtesy. Now, however, she deemed it unnecessary. "Miss, could you please leave the premises? Our president is quite busy and does not meet with just anyone." The receptionist's eyes reflected blatant disdain, viewing Cheng Xi as a mere jester, hoping to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. Cheng Xi felt a rush of heat to her face as she glanced at the security personnel in the lobby, ultimately resigning herself to leave. Once outside in the plaza, she attempted to call Pei Yinzhou and Yang Kai several more times, but eventually, Pei Yinzhou's phone announced that the number was temporarily unavailable. It was highly probable that she had been blocked. No matter how reluctant she was to accept reality, Cheng Xi had to confront the truth. Pei Yinzhou was unwilling to assist her, perhaps even reluctant to see her at all. Perhaps he had learned that this was instigated by Pei Feiyue, the family's cherished darling, and had chosen to acquiesce. In that moment, Cheng Xi felt the world was profoundly unjust. Upon reflection, she realized that merely being rescued by Pei Yinzhou from the police station did not entitle her to expect him to resolve her subsequent troubles. If she sought assistance, she must adopt the demeanor of a supplicant. On the top floor, Yang Kai stood by the window, observing Cheng Xi's diminutive figure seated by the fountain below. "President, the lady of the house is waiting downstairs." "Lady of the house? Have I ever acknowledged her as my wife?" Pei Yinzhou's cold, piercing gaze flicked dismissively. Yang Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not encountered any objections when he had previously referred to her as such. "Are you as my assistant merely idling away your time?" Pei Yinzhou's tone had turned icily severe. "My apologies, I will attend to my duties immediately," Yang Kai quickly retorted, not daring to utter another word as he exited. Pei Yinzhou cast a glance out the window, his eyes devoid of warmth. He had previously cautioned her to maintain propriety within their marriage, yet she had brazenly indulged in tea with another man behind his back. "Cheng Xi, is this what you call never having dated?" he mused bitterly. "Since you seem to have such leisure, perhaps you should seek assistance from other men." Neither wishing to be a dutiful wife nor desiring to be taken advantage of, it was a mere dream. As evening descended, Pei Yinzhou finished his work and entered the car, a Rolls-Royce, which the driver smoothly maneuvered out of the parking lot. Suddenly, a slender figure darted in front of them. Startled, the driver slammed the brakes and was about to unleash a tirade, but upon recognizing that the figure blocking their path was Cheng Xi, he swallowed his words. Cheng Xi approached and knocked on the window, aware that this was Pei Yinzhou's vehicle and he was undoubtedly inside. She had waited an entire afternoon, yearning to exchange a few words with him. "Mr. Pei," the driver hesitated. "Drive," Pei Yinzhou replied, his gaze unwavering, as though the person tapping on the window bore no significance to him. The driver, with a heavy heart, pressed the accelerator, leaving Cheng Xi with nothing but the rear of the car. "Pei Yinzhou, will you perish if I say 2 words to you?" Cheng Xi shouted in frustration. Yet the vehicle did not halt. Instead, the departing employees cast her disdainful glances. Cheng Xi's face flushed with embarrassment, and for a fleeting moment, she considered giving up. However, recalling the efforts of the past years, she felt a surge of determination. She retrieved her phone and found Lu Chongli's WeChat. "Brother Lu, could you do me a favor? I wish to meet Pei Yinzhou." Initially, she held little hope, considering that Lu Chongli was also a close friend of Qin Ming and might not wish to be embroiled in this matter. To her surprise, Lu Chongli responded swiftly. "Is Yinzhou unwilling to see you? That seems unreasonable." "Yes, perhaps he is upset after an incident at my apartment last night. I wish to speak with him regarding my altercation with Qin Jiamiao. I have heard about that incident. It was not your fault. Unfortunately, I do not have the original video, or I might have been able to assist you. Rest assured, I will arrange for Yinzhou to meet you tonight." Cheng Xi felt immensely grateful. "Thank you." Despite the multitude of indifferent souls in the world, there were gentle and kind-hearted individuals like Tang Lin and Lu Chongli. At 6:30 p.m., the Rolls-Royce entered the Pei family estate. Before even crossing the threshold, they could hear Zhao Yashan's voice. "I have long said she is not to be trifled with. She acts so brazenly within the Pei household. One can only imagine how she behaves outside, relying on her position as the young mistress of the Pei family." Pei Feiyue interjected, "Grandfather, grandmother, you should hasten the divorce between my uncle and Cheng Xi. A person like her will inevitably bring trouble to our family. You often criticize my arrogance, yet I am but a whisper compared to her." Pei's mother sighed. "Ah, this Cheng Xi, she never rests." Pei Yinzhou entered with an impassive expression, and the chatter in the living room abruptly ceased. Pei's father regarded him and said, "Come to my study." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, Pei Yinzhou following in his wake. Pei Fe, noticing, stealthily climbed the stairs to eavesdrop outside the study. Pei's father remarked, "As for your affairs with Cheng Xi, I leave it to you. Weren't you the one who clamored for a divorce? If you wish to part ways, then do so. I shall not stand in your way." Pei Yinzhou's brow twitched slightly. Previously, he had fervently anticipated divorce. However, he found himself unexpectedly unburdened when his father, Pei, suddenly acquiesced to the notion. "Weren't you opposed to this before, claiming she brought misfortune upon our family? No matter how prosperous she may be, I cannot abide such arrogance," Pei's father remarked with disdain. "I once thought that Cheng Xi's audacity was rather admirable, as it demonstrated a lack of pettiness, but there must be limits to everything." In truth, this predicament was not entirely Cheng Xi's fault. Pei Yinzhou interjected inexplicably. Pei's father paused, then regarded his son with mild surprise. "If it's not solely her fault, then, as her husband, why do you not offer her assistance?" Pei Yinzhou, feeling irked, retorted, "I do not care for her. Why should I help her? Besides, the trouble she faces is of her own making." Pei's father nodded, as if comprehending the situation. "Cheng Xi delights in chaos, and you, disinterested in her, refuse to aid her. Thus, her fate is sealed." "Very well, I shall not press further." With that, Pei's father exited the study. Pei Feiyue, startled, quickly retreated to her bedroom. Reflecting on the conversation she had just overheard, she was elated and hurriedly informed Xia Ziao and Qin Jiamiao. "Good news, good news. My grandfather has consented to uncle's divorce from Cheng Xi. Sister Ziao, prepare to be my little aunt." Xia Ziao was overjoyed, never anticipating that events would unfold more favorably than she had imagined. After dinner, Pei Yinzhou received a call from Lu Chongli. "I am flying abroad tomorrow and will return in a week. Shall we gather tonight?" Pei Yinzhou, not wishing to linger at home, took his car keys and departed. Upon arriving at the club, he found not only Lu Chongli, but also Cheng Xi present. A variety of fruit platters adorned the table. In Cheng, she was indulging in the fruits, her cheeks puffing out adorably, accentuating her large, doe-like eyes. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her lips were luscious and moist. Pei Yinzhou's handsome visage darkened as he slammed his car keys onto the coffee table. Well, Cheng Xi, you clearly know which of my friends is easy to seduce. How did I not perceive your cunning before? Cheng Xi looked up, meeting Pei Yinzhou's gaze, which was devoid of any pretense, revealing his disdain. Her face fell, as though she had received a sharp slap. Lu Chongli interjected, "Do not speak so harshly. I sympathize with Cheng Xi. I am aware of the circumstances regarding her and Qin Jiamiao, which is why I offered my assistance. After all, she is still your wife. I have never acknowledged her as my wife. My parents unilaterally obtained a marriage certificate while I was unconscious," Pei Yinzhou replied, his eyes shrouded in darkness. "Chongli, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from her. The campus belle of Su University is no simple matter. Countless men have fallen prey to her charms." Cheng Xi's vibrant demeanor now appeared bleak. She gazed at Pei Yinzhou, his countenance unchanged, yet it felt as though he had transformed overnight. At that moment, she yearned to leave immediately. However, she was acutely aware that her success in obtaining her degree hinged entirely upon Pei Yinzhou's support. "Pei Xiao, if I have erred in any way in the past, I sincerely apologize to you. This is the first time Cheng Xi has humbled herself before him. Is your apology truly of any value?" Pei Yinzhou remarked, a faint smirk gracing his cool lips. "Have you not always exuded pride in my presence? It appears your arrogance is but a facade." Cheng Xi trembled slightly, while Lu Chongli observed with evident concern. "Yinzhou, you have gone too far. This is a matter between her and me. Since you arranged this meeting, she must bear the consequences." Pei Yinzhou's gaze was as frigid as ice. "Cheng Xi, I'm fully aware of your intentions for seeking me. But tell me, why should I assist you? My previous act of extricating you from the police station was merely a debt I owed your mother for a past favor. I resolved one of your troubles. You cannot presume that I owe you further assistance." At that moment, Cheng Xi's complexion turned ashen. Her youthful pride felt utterly shattered, as if trampled into dust. She clenched her fists, summoning every ounce of strength to speak. "Pei Xiao, I am here to beseech you. If I cannot obtain the complete surveillance footage, I will be expelled from school. Why should I care about your expulsion?" Pei Yinzhou replied, retrieving a cigarette from its case and settling into the sofa, his long, delicate fingers toying with it. "Cheng Xi, understand this. I have no ties to you, and if you seek help, this is not the demeanor to adopt." His lashes cast shadows over his downturned gaze, the stark white light accentuating the chiseled contours of his face, rendering him cold and unapproachable. Cheng Xi was momentarily stunned until Lu Chongli signaled her, pressing 2 fingers against his thin lips and then extending outward. "Cheng Xi," Lu Chongli cleared his throat and stood up. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Cheng Xi, make a sincere plea to Yinzhou. Even if he does not acknowledge it, you are his wife. Embody the charm of a wife. With that, he swiftly gathered his phone and departed, closing the door behind him. In the confined space, only the two of them remained. Cheng Xi's mind was a whirlwind of shock, confusion, and panic. Could Lu Chongli have meant that? She had contemplated this approach on her way here, but Cheng Xi closed her eyes, realizing she had little time for hesitation. Opportunities were fleeting. After merely a few moments of deliberation, she inhaled softly, summoning her courage to lean in and gently press her moist lips against Pei Yinzhou's cheek. After the kiss, her face blushed crimson. Despite her usual boldness, she felt a surge of embarrassment, her toes curling in shame. "Is this sufficient for you to reconsider?" The brief act seemed to deplete her of all dignity and strength. Pei Yinzhou finally lifted his gaze to meet hers, but there was no warmth in his eyes, only mockery and derision. "You have likely employed such methods to solicit favors from men before. Yet, this situation is far too grave. Ordinary men could scarcely assist you, which is why you have come to me. But how can you be certain that I still regard you with any esteem?" The shyness and anxiety on Cheng Xi's face had vanished entirely. This was her first time pleading with someone, as it represented her only chance to strive for her aspirations. She feared expulsion and the prospect of never being able to continue her education. Yet, she realized that some actions could be perceived as frivolous, indicative of a lack of self-respect. It felt as though a heavy stone had crashed to the ground within her. I apologize for my audacity. I shall no longer trouble you, she said, retreating 2 steps before turning to leave. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Pei Yinzhou swept the fruit platter off the table in a fit of rage. Strangely, the image of Cheng Xi's despondent, ashen eyes lingered in his mind, causing his heart to clench painfully. He could not fathom why he had uttered such harsh words. Surely it was due to her lack of self-respect. After all, she was married and yet had been so reckless, treating his words as if they were mere whispers in the wind. After leaving the club, Cheng Xi ran as if being pursued by a monstrous beast. She lost track of time, breathless and overwhelmed, when suddenly tears streamed down her cheeks. It was at that moment that Fang Xiu's call came through. Cheng Xi, I saw that video of you fighting on Douyin. Fang Xiu's voice trembled with anxiety. I heard this has escalated. People online are condemning you. You won't be expelled, will you? How did this happen? Cheng Xi clutched her hair in despair. In the past, she might have comforted Fang Xiu with solutions, but now she felt utterly powerless. Mom, the video was maliciously edited. I wasn't as aggressive as they claim. You are my daughter. Although you possess a fierce sense of justice, you would never strike someone without reason. I'm only worried about your expulsion, Fang Xiu murmured. You simply cannot be expelled. I regretted not finishing college. Finding a job today is so challenging, and the competition is fierce. Without a degree, how can you secure a decent position? You wouldn't even qualify to take civil service or teaching exams. Mom, countless individuals thrive without degrees. They earn a living just fine. A diploma is not the panacea for all. Those are merely factory jobs, physical labor. Fang Xiu interjected passionately. I am a living example, looked down upon my entire life, forever labeled as a maid. As she spoke, Fang Xiu began to weep. This is my fate, but you are my sole hope. Cheng Xi wiped away her tears, striving to maintain a calm voice. Mom, I'm back home. Please don't be upset. Arriving at the Cheng residence, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Xi stood outside the courtyard, hearing Fang Xiu's cries. You must think of a solution. I have only one daughter, whom I have watched grow. Please, stop making a scene. Do you think I possess such capabilities? Cheng Zhoua's irritable voice rang out. She brought this upon herself. She must bear the consequences. Do not seek me out. Madame Cheng also agreed, exclaiming, Indeed. I have already done my utmost by providing for your daughter's education and offering you both a place to eat and stay. How can we ascertain if we do not try, Zhou? Hua, I implore you. I'm even kneeling before you. Fang Xiu, release me. Do not tug at my clothes. Even if you were to kneel and bow today, it would be in vain. Instead of begging me for time, you might as well have Cheng Xi plead with the Pei family. Cheng Zhouhua, his face darkening, opened the door just in time to encounter Cheng Xi at the threshold. Anger surged within him as he saw her. Cheng Xi, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Please persuade your mother. She has been creating a ruckus with me all night long. It has become utterly tiresome. With that, he quickly departed, not uttering a single word of concern. Inside, Madame Cheng pointed an accusing finger at Fang Xiu, chastising her. It is all you're doing. You have provoked my son's anger again. Since I arrived just a few days ago, how many times have you upset him, making it impossible for him to stay in this home? Cheng Xi rushed in, seizing Madame Cheng's wrist. I recall telling you to treat my mother with more respect. Let me make it clear. Everyone is aware of my volatile nature. Should you provoke me, I am capable of anything. Cheng Xi, do not act impulsively, Fang Xiu implored, alarmed, as she swiftly intervened to block Cheng Xi. With her son absent, Madame Cheng, feeling a chill from Cheng Xi's menacing gaze, expressed her apprehension. Fang Xiu, you must rein in your daughter. A girl should not be engaged in brawling or threatening others. Being expelled is merely a small matter. Be wary of her ending up in prison. After her admonition, the elderly lady retreated to watch television. Cheng, she turned her attention to Fang Xiu, only to realize that her mother had grown significantly haggard in the mere week of her absence, with strands of gray hair now visible. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Her mother was only 45 years old. Mother, has this old woman been tormenting you during my absence? Do not speak of me. See, what has happened? Are you truly facing expulsion? Fang Xiu said, her voice trembling. Perhaps you should plead with the Pei family. Cheng Xi felt despondent. Mother, I have already sought their assistance, but they are unwilling to help. Why should they? What shall we do then? Perhaps I should beseech your principal. Without evidence. The principal is powerless. Cheng Xi clenched her teeth. Mother, let it be. There are countless individuals in this world who thrive without diplomas. Even if I am expelled, I can still participate in the college entrance examination. The knowledge I have acquired over these 3 years is not invalid. If worst comes to worst, I can endure hardships, design clothes, and sell them online. That is a viable means of earning. But mother, trust me, please. Cheng Xi looked up at her. Fang Qiu wept. Why must you resort to violence? Could you not have endured? I admit I acted impulsively, yet some matters are intolerable. Did you not teach me from a young age to be a person of integrity? Fang Qiu nodded through her tears. Very well, I do not blame you. The opinions of people online are inconsequential, as long as we have a clear conscience. Cheng Xi spent the night at home, keeping Fang Qiu company. When morning arrived and they sat down for breakfast, Cheng Zhouhua had not returned for the night. Cheng Xi could not help but inquire, Mother, has Uncle Cheng been frequently staying out overnight lately? Fang Qiu paused in her noodle preparation, lowering her head to respond. Yes, last night it was due to an argument. Sometimes he is simply overwhelmed with work. You remember the hefty bride price of several hundred million from the Pei family? It seems his company is expanding and he has become even busier. A heaviness settled in Cheng Xi's heart. Cheng Zhouhua previously had a mere tens of millions in assets. But since acquiring the 450 million bride price, his net worth had skyrocketed. Coupled with Cheng Zhouhua's business acumen and cunning nature, it was not inconceivable that he could use this fortune to elevate his company to new heights and possibly take it public. Previously, Fang Qiu had struggled to rein in Cheng Zhouhua. Now, she feared he would become even more affluent. Noticing her mother's plain attire, Cheng Xi felt a pang of concern. Mother, you should occasionally pay attention to your appearance. Don't just devote yourself to cooking and cleaning all day. Fang Qiu was momentarily taken aback, understanding her daughter's intent, yet she could only manage a wry smile. With an elderly lady in the house burdened with numerous tasks, there is scarcely any time left for personal grooming, not to mention the financial means. Cheng Xi was suddenly struck with curiosity. How much does Uncle Cheng give you each month? Fang Qiu quickly deflected. Never mind that. It's not something you should concern yourself with. Mother, please be honest. Cheng Xi insisted, gripping Fang Qiu's arm. Fang Qiu averted her gaze, admitting, Uncle Cheng said he has put all his money into preparing for the company's public listing. He claims he has no funds available, and I shouldn't ask him for any. Cheng Xi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Cheng Zhouhua had profited immensely, yet he had grown increasingly stingy with her mother. Mother, I will transfer some money to you shortly, but please be cautious. It's wise to save whatever you can. You never know when he might decide to cast you aside, leaving you without even a home. After departing from the Cheng residence, she made her way directly to her apartment. At the entrance, she found Ling Zheng squatting, seemingly having waited for quite some time. You haven't been here the entire night, have you? She helped her up, noticing that Ling Zheng's feet were numb. Have you managed to find Pei Yinzhou? Is he willing to assist you? Ling Zheng looked at her with bloodshot eyes. She smiled faintly. If he chooses not to help, that is perfectly fine. I'll come to terms with it. Leaving school early means I can start working sooner. Why would he want to help you? Weren't you two getting along quite well before? Ling Zheng appeared bewildered. It's all my fault. You shouldn't have helped me that day. I seem to be a jinx, only bringing misfortune to those who come close to me. Now, I'm utterly helpless. Do not say that. It was my choice. She replied earnestly. I have no regrets. In this life, there are certain things worth striving for. To shy away from them is the mark of a coward. Ling Zheng was taken aback. Cheng Xi, if the school expels you, I will drop out too. No, Chen Gon se fronev, Ling Xing. I want to be moved by your actions. You and I are not the same. Even if I were to drop out, I still have some capital to start venture. You, however, possess nothing. Focus on obtaining your diploma. In the future, should I find myself struggling, I might need your assistance. Chapter 84. The mind is a precious asset. Ling Zheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, fully aware that Cheng Xi was attempting to comfort her. Devote yourself to your studies. There is no need to comfort me or feel guilty. I have come to terms with it. Cheng Xi smiled, and truly, to deceive you would be the act of a mere pup. Ling Zheng stared at her in a daze, silently vowing to strive diligently in the future to repay Cheng Xi. At the Pei Group, early in the morning, the head of the publicity department faced a severe reprimand from GZUN. Upon exiting the office, the manager of the publicity department appeared utterly dejected. Assistant Yang, Did President Pei wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Was it really necessary to unleash such fury over a trivial issue? Yang Kai wore an awkward expression. President Pei is simply in a foul mood. Unfortunate for me, thought the publicity department manager, as he left with tears unshed. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai steeled himself and entered the office. President Pei, I have something to report. Pei Yinzhou raised his deep-set eyes. Yang Kai felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, just as Pei Yinzhou's phone buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing in irritation. Moments later, he stood up, walked to the window, and answered the call from Lu Chongli. How was last night? Did a beauty throw herself at you, leaving you well satisfied? Lu Chongli teased. Aren't you flying abroad today? What else with the leisure? Mentioning last night made Pei Yinzhou's mood darken further. Am I not allowed to show concern? Pei Yinzhou scoffed. Are you concerned for me, or for her? Even Lu Chongli, who was usually oblivious, sensed the tension. No, I'm your brother, and Cheng Xi is your wife. Such remarks seem rather inappropriate. Do you think I meddled by inviting you over yesterday? Just be aware of it. I advise you to keep your distance from Cheng Xi. She is a restless and undisciplined woman. The more Pei Yinzhou thought about it, the more vexed he became. If not for Lu Chongli's meddling, he would not have uttered such harsh words, which had robbed him of sleep the previous night. Lu Chongli frowned. I fail to comprehend why you would berate Cheng Xi and harbor such animosity. She sought my assistance yesterday, without any ulterior motives. I was willing to help her. First, because she is your wife, and second, because you revealed the truth of that night to me. I believe she is innocent. This world can indeed be cold, with many adopting an indifferent stance, but you must understand that such attitudes can ruin a girl's life. His words plunged Pei Yinzhou into a moment of silence. Lu Chongli continued, Qin Ming and the others may not grasp this sentiment, but you should. Have you forgotten the events that transpired after you were trafficked? Pei Yinzhou's pupils constricted. How could he ever forget those harrowing days? Lu Chongli remarked, some individuals lack a wealthy background, relying solely on education to change their futures. Perhaps Cheng Xi comes from a decent family, yet her admission to Su University was a result of her own hard work. You may question why you should assist Cheng Xi, but allow me to remind you. As someone privy to the truth, you have an obligation to speak it. Cheng Xi's character bears no relevance to the matter at hand. Having said all that needed to be said, if you truly refuse, there is little I can do. I must board my flight. Lu Chongli ended the call. Pei Yinzhou set down his phone, enveloped in silence for a full minute. A duration so lengthy that Yang Kai was uncertain whether to continue speaking or take his leave. Suddenly, Pei Yinzhou looked up and inquired, is there any way to obtain the complete video from the Qin family club? Are you looking to assist, Miss Cheng? Yang Kai was taken aback. Pei Yinzhou adjusted his tie, stating, if there is no way, I shall seek out Qin Ming. In truth, I came in here intending to discuss the matter concerning Miss Cheng with you. Yang Kai replied, did you not instruct me yesterday to investigate who released the video? I have found out. Pei Yinzhou frowned. Is it not Qin Jiamiao? Yang Kai shook his head, hesitating before saying, it was Miss Fiyue. She even paid to promote it and hired online influencers. The atmosphere in the office suddenly grew tense. Pei Yinzhou sprang to his feet. Is that confirmed? It is quite clear. Yang Kai nodded. I suspect she may have been manipulated by someone. Pei Yinzhou let out a cold laugh, taken aback that, after all this turmoil, it was indeed his own niece who had stabbed Cheng Xi in the back. Does Cheng Xi know about this? The venomous words from last night flashed through his mind. Leaning against the desk, a sense of inexplicable anxiety washed over him. You first find a complete video. I shall return to the Pei family. He sped back to the Pei residence. Pei Fiyue had just received 1 million from Zhao Yashan and was applying a meticulous makeup in preparation for school. Her earliest class was not until 10:30, so there was no rush. However, just as she stepped outside, Pei Yinzhou suddenly returned in his car. Uncle, didn't you go to work? Why are you back so soon? Pei Fiyue greeted him cheerfully. Was it you who released the video of Cheng Xi hitting someone? Pei Yinzhou asked with a stern expression. The smile on Pei Fiyue's face faltered immediately. If anyone in the family doted on her the most, it was Pei Yinzhou. In the past, he had always granted her wishes. Yet, he was also the one she feared the most. Did Cheng Xi report me? Pei Yinzhou was momentarily stunned, his heart sinking further. Did Cheng Xi know about this? Now it was Pei Fiyue's turn to be bewildered. If Cheng Xi did not tell you, then who did? Yes, I did it, so what? She brought this upon herself. Who told her to hit someone? I'm not so arrogant. let alone she hit Meow Meow. Meow Meow is my friend, and I will not allow anyone to bully her. Uncle, I truly despise Cheng Xi. She is so wicked and manipulative. You should divorce her. Pei Yinzhou gleaned the truth from her words, and if the person standing before him were not his own niece, he would have felt inclined to eliminate her. Pei Fei, a good mind is a treasure, yet you seem to lack one. His anger reached its peak, and he spoke without reservation. Pei Fei, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry. Uncle, you are being too harsh. It is merely Cheng Xi. You treated me this way for her. You surely aren't blinded by her schemes, are you? The one who is blinded is you. Pei Yinzhou exclaimed in anger. I ask you, was that video given to you by Qin Jiamiao? Have you watched the entire video? Pei Fei was taken aback. What more was needed than the fact that Cheng Xi had struck someone? Pei Yinzhou, half amused and half infuriated, replied, if you had truly watched the complete video, you would not perceive Cheng Xi as arrogant. It is Qin Jiamiao who exhibits arrogance. You have been unwittingly used as a pawn by Qin Jiamiao, even going so far as to pay for trending topics to vent your frustrations. Hence, I say you lack discernment. Allow me to enlighten you. The entire incident arose because Qin Jiamiao's bullying compelled Cheng Xi to take action.